Spirit looking for the bottom rune. Will not get it. It was a region top for Nisha. So losing the flip there.
Let me ask you this question. Who do you think there's more pressure on, team-wise?
Secret.
Secret have all these high expectations. They have a lot of veteran players. Team Spirit's just like YOLOing it to some degree. That's kind of how the DC mentality was at TI6, so I can definitely relate to some degree.
I think that's a good thing for Spirit. Like, that they can just, you know, they can play free. Like we talked about earlier, they've exceeded expectations already, so now, you know, everything is just about just enjoying the ride and doing, like, playing amazingly good Dota for the last couple of days of the main event here. And I feel like the thing about this game for them is they have not out of a start in a single game at the main stage, I think. So you gotta try to find some sort of recovery path. When your team has been used to just having the momentum in all of these games, you're like doing great, you're feeling yourselves, you're making moves, they're just working, and now you're hitting like a brick wall basically 17 minutes in, and here's the play from Secret we were talking about, right? Just group up and take Roche. Like, what are Team Spirit really going to do about this? Nothing, it seems. They probably know it's happened, but aren't interested.
I mean, this is a pretty slow Roche based on what some of the Roches we've seen at this tournament. But regardless, Secret will get it successfully. So that is an Aegis for Matu, who's closing in on, I believe, his Scotty here pretty soon. Yeah. Just a point booster away, essentially.
I think they might go high ground with that. No joke. Get Scotty and they just go push top, perhaps they can look to end the game. They don't have to, obviously. It's not a requirement for their lineup, but they do hit a very, very strong timing soon. Zai with the dagger complete. Maybe you wait for the Ags on Void Spirit, but that might not overlap with your Aegis timer anymore then, because he's like 2,000 away. We'll see what the choice is for Secret, but for now, still just very calm. Push in Nisha. Haste goes to Toronto, Tokyo. He does have the Kai Assange, so...
And they do have the blink on Collapse. They have the Ags on Yatara.
So. They want to do something here for sure, and there's the smoke. Maybe they'll try to find Matu. He will have the Aegis, though. And a Zai Magnus covering on the respawn.
Yep, wrapping around the Roche pit. Looks like Zai might be the first one they run into. We're not going to do more Christmas songs here. Zai able to blink out to safety, along with the rest of his team. They're zipping from Toronto Tokyo. He's basically out of mana. Now Zai gets the skewer up, but it's on an illusion. In the meantime, a push game gets picked off. There's the big arena coming through with the Earth Splitter to follow Matu. Trying to go on top of Collapse. They'll finally bring him down. The buyback now to the Jakiro. He's going to TP into the outpost. Matu still has that Aegis online. Looks like they're finally going to expend it here pretty soon. Toronto Tokyo might be happy with that engagement as Nisha. Looks like he's going to walk away safely. Matu still has that, or use that Aegis. I mean, not Nisha in the meantime. Looks like they'll pick off Yataro. That is a really big kill, just away from his entire team here. I thought they were going to try to go for the Aegis and then just back off, but couldn't cleanly do so.
Yeah, they couldn't get Spectre out of that trouble in the mid lane. And yeah, effectively what Yatoro ended up doing there was keep the Rubik and Elder Titan at bay for most of the fight, right? But Toronto Tokyo. Straight in on Nisha, there's a good spear.
Nice spear from Collapse. Can they actually bring on Nisha? He gets off to dissimulate Nisha. Another Aether Remnant buying him some time, but Toronto Toki is going to get Yules immediately and basically out of mana to speak of. And Nisha, Astral Step now for another 4 seconds, actually trying to get aggressive here. Can they go back in? Zai gets in with the huge... and they bring them down instantly. Team Secret clicking on all cylinders here.
I think it's called firing.
Clicking
on all their mouse buttons, all 2 of them.
Every button on their keyboard as Matu trying to go for this tier 2 tower here top, Cinderin.
It's going to get glyphed off, though. I don't think they're going to get it this time around. And yeah, even though Team Spirit do lose a lot in this engagement overall, which is a very extended one of the kind,
is more than fine. Sunder on teammate from Matu trying to keep himself alive. Yapsar stealing the electric vortex, but Matu attempting to TP out. Will he be able to do so in time? Absolutely. Just no damage coming through. Zai uses the RP on the retreat as Puppy comes to follow around clicks. Toronto Toki getting extremely
Scan.
Here I am. Important to, stay close and cover each other against this Orchid from the Spectre. Okay, we're pause chanting. You know what time it is.
We're not going to be paused for long, Cinderin. It's too late. You had your chance, but you just kept
time.
talking.
I get one question. One question.
Okay, go.
What is the name of the passive of Grove Bow?
There is none. It's a trick question.
Incorrect. It's called Magic Amp. It amplifies
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Extra ring, and it will it does more damage too, I believe. Oh, all right. Puppey gets picked off. That's technically a dieback. We'll see if Spirit can actually take advantage of this. Toronto Tokyo has to activate his BKB. Oh, Zai faking out again. That RP is Toronto Tokyo is who they really want. But Nisha will find a collateral in Miposhka. Mira, looks like the relocate will take him back to safety as well.
Yep, so we're going to steal the level 1 Spirit. It's probably the single worst spell he can get in this game, so accept Bulwark. Not going to be too happy with that, but yeah, nice pick from Toronto Tokyo. Again, delaying here. They're not going to get pushed without Puppey alive, but still 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis on Matu. You would imagine that Seeker just go down mid to top as soon as Puppey is up. Will be the shortest path to attacking these barracks. If you wanted to push in the top lane now, it would take you an extra 10 to 15 seconds, which could make a big difference.
Yep, and Team Spirit have to find a way back in this game. Of course, it is only game 1 of this best of 3, so not a do or die scenario right now. But Matu looks pretty unstoppable. Working on the silver edge right now. That will likely,
yep.
I mean, it could replace the boots or the Yasha, depending on if the Aegis is still in tow. As it looks like Secret is going to smoke up now. And Nisha, no.
Okay.
Goes for the Resonant Pulse in mid-ball lightning. Doesn't work that way, sadly. For Seeker fans, that is. And Puppey getting harassed a bit. Has the Ghost Scepter to try to live through.
Yep. This could be a really big jump from Zai. Any horn toss on a key target could start off this fight, and he'll get it.
There's the horn toss on Collapse. He pops the BKB. RP not going to be expended here. Collapse has to pop his BKB instead. The RP is expended in the end on the single target here. Is Mira getting harassed by Nisha, craving all the space in the world. Collapse is dead, but does have buyback.
He used Arena, though, trying to stay alive, so they know if he buys back, that key ability is not there.
Yeah, but now the smoke up from Team Spirit. Trying to delay. Collapse will almost certainly have to use his buyback here, but like you said, no ult to work with. Maybe even just giving up this second set of barracks here.
It feels nigh impossible for them to kill Matu twice. Their lineup just doesn't have that good single target damage against a Terrorblade right now.
Yeah, meta is almost down though. We'll see if Team Secret want to bide their time here. Still a minute and a half on the Aegis, but that's not really going to align really well for another meta afterwards. And obviously couldn't even go for Megas to begin with because that tier 2 bot still stands. Nisha is actually going for a Dagon. So going for the blow up build. Has the Eon disc, so can survive if he goes. I mean, I've been seeing Nisha do this a lot where everybody goes in with, like Zai jumps in, for example, picks one person off, brings them back into the fray, and then Nisha goes in the front line and just goes for the supports and makes sure that creating all this havoc that they can't even do anything about.
I think that's one of the biggest strengths of this hero in general, is just control, right? Like, we talk a lot about Void Spirit's ability to kill single targets with all the damage from Astral Step and the Resonant Pulse and the whole combo, but in a lot of situations, if you're in a game where you don't need to specifically kill heroes all the time, the zone control from this hero is incredible. You create so much chaos, the AoE silence, he has the Yules that he can now start potentially using offensively because he has Disc.
Yeah.
It just makes things so easy for the Magnus and Terrorblade to set up kills in the meantime while he just controls basically the entire enemy team.
So kind of a big deal if there ends up being a fight in the next 3 minutes, but Courier was just killed for Toronto Tokyo, and that had the point booster on it.
Yeah.
And he has enough to finish the Ags, but obviously cannot combine it. So, I mean, that is a game break spell to not have, or upgrade I should say, with the Electric Vortex AoE. And Secret should have some idea that that is the case here, as Matu pretty much ready to go here. Meta's up in 10 seconds. Look, he's going to be working on, I don't know if they're going to get to this point, but consuming an Ags of his own to get that extra meta time and the fear addition. But yeah, 2 racks advantage for Secret. They're looking very, very good in this game number 1.
Yeah. Can choose to stall for the next rush. The early respawn is in 2 minutes, but they've scanned out Yatoro. If Nisha finds him here...
Oh, Nisha. Oh, they're in the area. He gets off the Spectral Dagger, though. They're going to see him. The Yules into the Aether Remnant to follow. He gets off the haunt, though. Realitying all over the place. Gets silenced for the time being. Silenced the second time. Zai not able to connect on the Skewer. As Collapse even pops a BKB. Matu gets off his meta in the meantime. They're trying to go for the Spectre. The break is there from that Silver Edge. And Nisha... not going to be able to connect on a kill here, but they do make Spirit use a lot of resources to try to defend here. There's the Horn Toss. Maposhka is going to get dropped immediately. Toronto Tokyo pops the BKB. Just has no damage to work with now. And this turns into a 5v4 as Matu just hitting the buildings. Going for the Mega
still have all their spells except Eller Titan ulti, so the RP is still in play. Zai as well as Nisha's discs are used now, but they're gonna get Megas off this. Spirits just aren't ready to fight.
So Mega defense attempt here from Team Spirit. Up the Horn Toss from Zai, and I would assume the RP to follow here pretty shortly. Looks like they'll have enough damage. Aro gets off the Manta for now. Looks like he's going to live for a little bit longer. The Yules from Nisha in the meantime. But the Fade Bolt on the other side takes out Yatoro. And it looks like this is going to be a Game 1 victory for Secret here, Cinderin, as they are looking extremely warmed up in this game number 1.
Yeah, this game has just not really been close except 1 or 2 fights where Spirit lined up everything perfectly. And YapzOr now finally gets the dream steal of the game. I don't know if this is the first time in the game he's had it. It kind of feels like it, but has that level 4 ice path with max arcane supremacy, effectively turning this into, what's that, over a 3-second stun. Instant cast.
Toka showing off the axe, but the instant telekinesis. Oh, they're doing a lot of damage to Zai. Looks like he's going to be dropped down in the end, but Secret getting the better of this exchange as Matu pops to BKB, just going absolute ham on Collapse. There's the ice path again. GG's is called, Cinderin. Secret take game 1 in convincing fashion.
Yeah, they did, especially what really set up for this huge lead for Secret, just the way the first 5 minutes went, right? Or the first 10 minutes. They're doing great in their lanes. Spirit, when they do get their levels on the heroes that need to make the plays, they just aren't able to. Secret just one step ahead every time. They have the right amount of heroes for the plays. I think especially both Puppey and YapzOr just doing some really, really good hero placements on the map, right?
Yeah.
From our perspective, it might look easy because every time Spirit go for a move, they're ready to counterplay. The challenge in this isn't necessarily the spell casting, it's being there. It's reading the map, knowing that you need to cover these exact angles at these exact times, and just a masterclass from Secret in how to play around your cores, really. So
take it back to something that was said about the first 10 minutes. I think that Nisha's ability to just control the tempo of this entire game is actually what set up Secret.
They really set him up for a really good game. Nisha was having a good time in the mid lane, staying almost a full 1,000 gold ahead of Toronto Tokyo's Storm Spirit, and just playing from behind on the Storm. Yeah, they made him some stacks, but it was not enough. The movements, and to go back to the amplifying your carry, because if you look at the, you have Io. Io is not a hero that wants to play with Spectre that much compared to Magnus, who provides you that extra damage, provides you cleave when you're in a melee form, and also going for that Solar Crest, which is, kind of a big deal as well. So and you have ET on your own team.
Yeah, and just to add on to that point, like, outside of not having the most synergetic kind of carry for Io to play with, if a Void Spirit has that kind of game, you're in danger all the time as an Io. It is so hard to live through such a big Void Spirit.
Yatoro just seems to be having so much fun with the different carries that he's playing, though. At this stage, he's now played 13 heroes in 13 main event games. So the question is he going to be going for a pick we've seen before for this next game?
Yeah, they might just pick another hero for him if it's available, because for the long duration of time, there has been this meta carry where you try to counter a certain lineup with just picking stuff. How do you counter this? Like, you don't know what he's gonna play. It's very hard to focus on him. It's very hard to go into this matchup and try to prepare anything, because you have no idea what he's gonna play. But there's also a bit of an extra spice coming into this matchup.
Did you maintain hope, Purge?
The last 20 minutes of fights looked hard, because you want to kill Terrorblade, but they didn't quite have the best disables to do it. Like, if Mars gets on him and they spear combo him and they jump on him, it can kind of work, but the Spectre versus TB matchup isn't very great for Spectre at many stages unless you get really far ahead, and there's always the threat that he's going to sunder somebody, so it's like there's just a lot more danger when you're trying to get those really
into TB, into ET as well. Also, one cool play there is Puppy. He was holding a Fang Grenade. Usually we see Shaker, who is the one, the primarily one. This might be even a better one. The two supports, they die in one hit plus Fang Grenade.
Effie.
Yeah, no. So I wouldn't say that they picked the wrong target. It's just that there were too many targets, really, because, again, going back to that lead that they got in the first 10 minutes, typically you don't want your games to go that way against lineups that can snowball. And just to take it back a little bit, we were talking about the Magnus factor. Just the hero's existence and the way to play around him makes it so that the fights are always going to be a little bit awkward for you. Who you're going to go on, where you're going to take it, right? These things that we don't see may look a little bit objectively like, oh, why?
playing great.
And I'm wondering, is this man outdraftable? Well, we're soon going to find out.
They would make loud noises on their desk. They would hit it so hard. that you would feel it from in the other booth because the desks were connected. And so they said, don't do that. We also, started kind of jumping around every time they died, or because they would see us. They would literally see us when we would kill them and jump around in our booth. So yeah, they kind of put garbage bags on the windows so you wouldn't be able to see. So no noise, didn't see the enemy, and that's that's how it went down.
Well, Puppy, don't worry. We're into recycling and keeping litter at bay here, so I expect if there's any mess in your booth, it's on you, son. All right then. Secret looked hot to trot in that match against Spirit. Clearly, they've been doing their homework. They've been seeing everything that Spirit have been throwing at their opponents. Is there anything now that Spirit can do on the flip side, maybe to try and exploit some chinks in Secret's armor? Effie?
I mean, well, all I can say about Secret right now is they are on their A game right now, just looking at that game one, and Spirit have to be very, very careful about giving away certain heroes, I would say. And I don't want to make everything about Magnus, but he really has been the hero of the last few days. And I think if they just address what they're going to do with perhaps the Magnus and the Tiny and the Mars, and which one they place more priority to, and to just make sure that they don't get sloppy in the early game, they definitely have a chance to strike back. And losing one game, it may have offset their momentum a little bit, but I do think they're capable. They just kind of need to take a deep breath and regroup here.
Well, the teams are taking to the stage now, casual as you like, for Team Secret, but they have the upper hand in this best-of-3 series, and they know it. They are so confident as they head into their player booth. But Team Spirit, when they came to this tournament, they were expected to maybe make it to, obviously make it to the main stage, but top 3, they surprised us all, and they would be more than delighted to surprise Team Secret today. Now, we didn't get a chance to talk about it much earlier, but Team Spirit and Team Secret boast these incredible, electrifying, flashy carry players. How do you expect this next Natu and Yutoro matchup to go, Lacoste?
I mean, Matu has been looking really stable. I believe he has 4 out of 4 wins on Tiny. One of the also comfort heroes that he played really well is Ursa, even though it's only 50% win rate so far. At the TI, I like the aggression that they make with the hero. Usually when they are playing Radiant, you need to ban it out because of always that Roshan threat that he provides. And Matu, I mean, it's just, Matu kind of a style where he will find the farm, he will play with the team. One of the reasons why he is so farmed is because they enable him. They enable him so much, and also their offlaner Zai doesn't take that much farm on the map. One of the reasons why Matu gets a bit more, and also Yapsor.
It's an interesting point that you make then about the farm, because that's one of the things that I learned first about Team Secret is they're a team that is much more flexible, it sounds, in their farm priority than other teams, Effie.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes they just kind of create gold out of nowhere when you're watching a Team Secret game. But I think that just goes back down to their strengths of being able to play defensively when they have to and being able to hold their farming areas, right? Team Secret play best in situations where the enemy kind of feel pressured because they're all farming so much and they run into them, so they make a mistake, right? And that just comes from their ability to read the map better than others, maybe due to experience, due to Puppy's leadership, but it just feels like when it comes to map movements, they have that down more than any other team.
And Paj, how would you compare Collapse to Zai? Because Zai has so much experience. He's clearly one of the most intimidatingly clever players I think I've come across so far. And then you have Collapse, who we can see on screen right now. So maybe they'll talk about him on the draft panel.
Team Spirit versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Hello. We're here live with draft number 2. I have my 2 stellar panelists. You can turn around now so you can see the draft. Okay. Great, wonderful, thank you. What great direction. And we're here ready for game number 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret. BSJ, before you gave us a great rundown of what the game would happen in the game. As you said, Team Secret just needs to hold out in the beginning, and then later on, they'll be able to come online.
Yeah,
you think that's what happened?
You saw the Team Spirit's team fight. Like, despite their effect that they were down by 7K, 8K gold, they were still able to get some crucial kills and some crazy ice paths from Maposhka that I think kept them in the game. But that early momentum, I think that first death in the lane by Collapse was very detrimental for them, because in the mid game, his job is to set up all the plays, Storm Spirit to follow up, Spectre to follow up. They had a lot of follow up, but he was forced to be defending his mid tower rather than playing on Secret's part of the map, and you just saw that's how they accrued a massive lead.
There's a lot of Spirit team fighting too. I think a big thing that we thought during the draft that they were going to do was kind of play the map more, but it really is in Team Spirit's style to just run at you and kill you in team fights. So perhaps lean more towards like team fighting heroes in this game is an option for them. Not that Mars is particularly bad at team fighting or anything, maybe a little bit more.
But if we're talking about the style of Team Spirit, we always think of them as group up around the mid game timing with a strong carry, team fight as much as you can, and win the 5-on-5 engagements. And that is not what this draft looked like. So are you saying that we want to go back to basics, Jenkins?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair. You know, Wisp being banned out perhaps makes the Mars a little bit less of an option that's appealing. Perhaps
so
Tidehunter could come out.
There you go.
Yeah, we got a Magnus on Team Secret, of course, looked great in the previous game, even against a hero that's considered to be somewhat of a hard counter in the Spectre, or definitely a hard counter. It's just that this new style of Magnus that people are playing, it's not necessarily countered by Spectre in the same way. Like, Magnus isn't really about team fighting or just team fighting anymore. It's also about the repositioning element and pickoffs.
We got it.
There it is. Okay.
So now, what do we do against a Tide, BSJ?
You want some way to easily counter the Kraken Shell. We've seen Silver Edges, we saw the PA. I'd say Disruptor's a worthwhile candidate here. Doom is probably not on the table here, because you would have like a shown mid lane and off lane first 2 picks. But just straightforward, ease of execution. We use this spell or this combination to kill the Tide. Teams like Team Secret, like, yes, they're going to value strategical advantage, but ease of execution is always something you want to consider at this main stage of TI.
Enchantress, okay. Well, this is, I think Secret is the most successful team with this hero. They absolutely snowball the lanes with Enchantress and then just have a monstrous mid-game. And I would assume that Spirit has some sort of preparation for this, that they're going to be second phase picking, or maybe they think that this Tide hero, the way that he team fights, the way that he groups up early is something that can deal with an Enchantress. And he can stand in front of a tower, for example, and not get pushed early.
I don't know how much in trouble I'll get for talking about what Seb said behind the scenes, but the off-lane meta is Helm of Iron Will right now. Pretty much every off-laner is either building Armlet or Helm of the Dominator, which allows them to get that early sustain, the 6 armor and 6 HP regen from such a cost-effective item. And what that does is it allows the 4th position, in this case the Lion, to roam on mid and give a lot of momentum to the mid laners, such as these spirits, the Storm Spirits, the Ember Spirits, and what Enchant.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
You saw last game, Zai, he went for the Tango Quelling Blade straight into the Helm of Iron Will. And that's a kind of build that a lot of offliners want to go for, but it's quite difficult against a hero like Enchantress, who's so powerful early and then also breaks down that timing with the impetus.
It's a kill hero as well, right? So if you have anybody else show up with an Enchantress in the lane, like 4 position Earth Spirit, I don't know, like any 4 position, you're going to get a kill on the Tidehunter. And then you also, like, if there's a carry, you and the carry alone can kill the Tidehunter, just because there's so much damage. There's a creep to go in front and body block. I think, you know, you can enchant, which of course can be purged off, but the purge is not that good in the early game because it requires so much HP, so that's not super effective.
So the Enchantress has become quite popular for Secret, but we haven't really seen other teams pick up the strategy too much. What is it that makes it so special about this team?
You just have to be an Enchantress master. She's not a hero you see some other team pick and you're like, oh, we can try that out, it's going to work. We were talking about how many permutations of the map that you can play purely based on the creep you get. You know, if you get a Wildkin, you're going to look to pressure towers. If you get the Hellbear Smasher or the Centaur, you might be ganking with it. If you get the Satyr, you might be harassing or burning their mana with the blue one. Yeah, it's like, there's so many different things you can choose to do purely based on the RNG of the camps, and it's not a matter of which one's better than the other. It's like, okay, I've got this iteration, what am I going to do with it?
There was a point in the NADPC where I remember that Enchantress had quite a low win rate, and the pub win rate was like 42% too, pro level pub win rate. And then people started copying like the Puppy and some of these like European teams rotating towards the mid tower at 5 minutes, where a creep with that much armor is too strong for a lot of lineups to deal with. It's like the earliest tower pushing timing that you can really get out of that enchant. And then the win rate skyrocketed in DPC, and then it skyrocketed in pubs as well from that single rotation, because the earlier you do a rotation, the more impact it has because of the butterfly effect on the game. And so I think it's little things like that that make good Enchantress players good at the hero. Tanking the tower with your heal, things like that.
So while most people would consider this hero like a micro-intensive, very mechanical hero, you're talking about the tactical.
Yeah, it's super macro. It's actually a very easy hero to play. I mean, you're microing one thing. Yeah, and you can just send it down a lane, and it's really about, like I said, like using the catapult timings, and then late game you're just kind of walking in and dying and then buying back if you're Puppy.
I think this is a really cool pick for Willow because it's a support that can solo kill Enchantress with even just like a +1 stun, and she might even be able to do it with just the Bramble, but the Bedlam doesn't get slowed down by Untouchable, even though it is technically attacking. But Team Secret also is likely to take a Spirit hero for all the reasons I talked about with Enchantress, and you could potentially do Willow Puck, which the Terrorize Fear combo with the coil on 4th pick for Spirit. So I think they're setting up some potential, like, 5-head, this is what you're going to pick, we know what you're going to pick, pigeonholing you into a specific hero, and being ready to deal with it.
And the comfort pick as well, because that's Miroslav's best hero traditionally.
I like the Willow here too because it's a Yule's buyer and a 4-staff buyer versus the Magnus, so it gives you some sort of way of dealing with the Horn Toss, which I think a lot of people, that's the thing that they're questioning, like, okay, how do we deal with this hero? It's not really, let's pick purges and dispel the RP. Nobody cares about the RP anymore. It barely matters. It's all about that Horn Toss. So a hero that can pick up both of those items, and a hero that will also get in there where you can Yule somebody, because it's a pretty short range. And there are other heroes that might pick up a Yule's, but like Willow goes in the fight because she can press W and she's just immune to everything.
We might also see a Morphling though with the Willow.
Oh, that's true. Wouldn't you be able to also set up the Bramble Maze a defensive way so that Magnus can't just jump and
skewer? Even if he skewers through it, like he gets stuck in one of the Brambles, and it gives you some sort of follow-up, some way of killing him. Yeah, for sure.
You get the Juggernaut now for Team Secret. What's the reason behind this pick?
It's just so good against Willow specifically. It's a Jug Mag combo. Yeah, it's just a free Jug game as of now, and it's similar to what we saw last game with Matu's Terrorblade, is they had to pick heroes that killed it after the draft. So it's a hero that its innate survivability mechanic has not been dealt with, which makes it so there's much more limitation. Like, I wouldn't want to pick Puck now if I'm Team Spirit. I wouldn't want to do that combination because Jug's one of the few heroes that can get coiled and not really care for the majority of the game.
Oh man, okay.
That's a combo.
Yeah, imagine a Grimstroke. Okay, like if you name the 2 most difficult lanes to lane against as a Tidehunter or even generic offlaner, Juggernauts in both of them, and then it's probably Grim Jug and probably Enchantress Jug as well. The only other here is like maybe CM or Jug, Lich Jug, something like that. But I think both of these heroes are worse than Lich though. Like you basically have the 2 strongest Jug lane pairings. If there's ever a rotation to this safe lane, it's like a guaranteed kill. And I don't even think it's necessary to have a rotation to the safe lane because Ench Jug will dumpster a Tide. So I'm curious to see how Team Spirit deals with this.
There's the Morphling. Good job, BSJ.
Now that the combination's off the table, this is the first duplicate hero, by the way, for Yatoro throughout the entire main event. Something to keep in mind. He did cap out at 13. The
dire straits now.
Maybe the millions of dollars potential is better than the means of picking a different hero every single game. But
you mean the pride of winning TI, because they don't think about the money. Players have never thought about it.
Sorry, the pride of winning TI.
Thank you.
And I think what I want to see from Team Secret here is that Magnus has really no way to pressure Morphling in lane as he gets like level 3 or 4. So I would expect them to start the Grimstroke top, and then when we talked about the Helm of Iron will timing where he's not going to pressure the Morphling, but he's going to do his own thing. He's going to survive on his own. They'll rotate to the Jug lane in order to get him the momentum with that Ink Swell. So that's a specific rotation that I'm looking out for Team Secret.
wanted to make a point, if we go back earlier about Grimstroke Jug, that most people stop playing Grimstroke because of the Inkswell change, I guess, right? Where now it takes longer to get the stun off.
Yeah.
But this might be the one combination where it's actually beneficial, because getting the movement speed buff on Jug for longer, especially against heroes like Tide.
Yeah, well, you get longer spin on them, and then
Exactly.
it's like the spin you're not hitting anyway, so they don't need to be stunned. You're just click moving. You're just moving on them. That's literally it. Yeah, it's really strong. I'm worried though for Spirit that they do get a Morphling illusion from this Grimstroke that presumably is going to be a 4 position here. So that got 6 different ways of getting out of it. He just becomes the Willow and presses W, and then he's fine.
I expect the Jug to probably go Diffusal this game. It's so good against both of the supports. Even though Willow, you won't be able to hit her, you can do full damage to her through the spin. One of the few carries that can do that. But then also just the mana burn against Morphling now, the fact that Morph takes mana as an attribute shift.
Tide as well, honestly. You spin on the Tide, you drain his mana, and it's like you don't even need to kill him. He just has no mana.
I wouldn't be surprised by like Yasha or Falcon Blade into the Diffusal.
Yep, sure.
Just to ramp up the pace, like you said, because once we get to that stage of the game, Team Spirit's representing the same threat that they had last game with this immense amount of team fight, like 1 or 2 item timings. But then you saw Secret, they're all about that laning stage dominance, turning it into a mid-game dominance.
There's the final Spirit here that we were talking about. Area damage against Dark Willow, pretty decent mobility, good magical burst against the Morphling. Probably the best Spirit hero you could run here against a potential Puck counter.
Yeah, for sure. Because you can get the Yules, which of course you can set up for the Puck.
You punish phase shift with your Remnant.
Yeah, 100%. It also pairs really nicely with the Grimstroke because you can put the bubble onto Nisha, runs in, gets that huge stun duration. And then on top of that, I think that Team Secret needed an incredibly active hero like Storm Spirit. Is active, but at like a later point than Void Spirit. And between all of these heroes that they have here on Team Secret, once again, there were a lot of plus ones. There's a lot of heroes that want to do stuff, but they don't want to be the one that's going in first. And so Void Spirit is probably the best hero at doing that, at least in terms of the earliest.
Your mid tower is going to get dove on Team Spirit so early. The Void Spirit was like a little bit of that oomph that they needed from the mid lane to enable the Inkswell as well as the Enchantress rotating. So whatever hero this is, Kunkka, I like that. You probably needed more of a frontliner, more of a hero that doesn't mind having heroes running him. He free farms pretty much against Void Spirit. The only heroes Kunkka struggles in lane against are ones that prevent him from continuously walking up and Tidebringing the creeps. So I think that's really good for them here, but it's a matter of it's those first 2 rotations I'm looking out for from the Secret supports. The first rotation to Jug's lane in order to kill Collapse with the Inkswell, and then the second one diving Tokyo's mid tower. So if either of these cores on Team Spirit suffer early, I don't think the Morphling's gonna have time to get to his Ag Scepter timing.
And not only does Team Spirit have the lore going on, where they have Tidehunter Kunkka, and then they have the water in the Morphling.
Wow. Yes.
Also,
very good.
Tidehunter and Kunkka, it's very disruptive in team fights. I don't know if you guys have fought against Double Ravage and Torrent Storm in a game, but it feels like you're just always stunned. You can't walk into fights, and you can't even get a BKB or have Jug Spin or anything like that because it just covers too much. If Spirit goes late game, it's an easy game.
Well, we're going to see what Secret's coach thinks as Sir Action Slacks is there in the sidelines about to ask Heen some questions.
Thank you, sir. Action select Suns favor with Cinder. We got game number 2 of this. TI10 Cinder. This is going to be a good, juicy game. I can feel it.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you?
Yes, I feel it.
Are you sure?
Very much. Yes, I do. I feel that these two teams are going to be playing very, very differently. And interestingly enough, it's the line exactly. It feels more on the timer is now on the other side, right? In the last game we were debating, okay, Team Spirit, you know, you're going to look for these skirmishy fights, you're going to try to play fast, and Secret will eventually outmatch you and have stronger team fight in late game. This time around it might be the other way around, and Secret will need to play a little bit faster probably. The good news for Secret is when it comes to winning early games, there is a guy on a hero in the pink slot right now that has a very high impact in general when it comes to that. Puppy on the Enchantress can be absolutely disgustingly strong early on in the right conditions, and I see this as the kind of game where Enchantress can actually shine. You're not playing against anyone who deals with your enchanted creep. You have really good lane partners to gank for in the Magnus, the Void Spirit, and the Jugger. So all eyes on Puppy, I think, in this game
popped.
to get Secret ahead.
We got the Earth Spike to come out onto Zai with the Bramble to follow. He is forced to skewer, but will live through the day, Cinderman.
30 seconds to battle.
He'll be able to walk back and should be able to be fine to help contest these bounties, I would assume. Not sure if Team Spirit's going to stick around for a while, but do get some good damage to start this game out. So looking at the lineups, obviously Morphling, Dark Willow, that is a combo that I wouldn't say it's quite at the same level as Earthshaker, but it's close. It's really, really good.
Collapse is going to run into trouble.
Yep, that is trouble. And his name is Matu. See the Grimstroke coming out with the slow into the Blade Fury. Matu gets first blood for Team Secret.
Spirit were just not expecting Secret to have rotated over there and planted so many heroes, and he just walked straight into it. Usually as Tide, you feel pretty confident level 1, but this lane matchup is kind of scary for you. The Jugger as well as Ench, and of course you had the Grimstroke as part of that play as well. Yapzor resisting the temptation of skilling Inkswell for the first blood, didn't need it, so he goes to lane with Stroke of Fate, which is much better bottom together with Magnus. You just want to push in that wave and try to open up for pulls. Also a better trading spell for him against the line of Miposhka. They're going to be hitting each other a bit here in the bot lane.
And mid lane, they already discussed, but it is the Kunkka versus Void Spirit matchup. Toronto Tokyo versus Nisha. Kunkka typically very good against melee heroes. You agree with the panel on this matchup overall?
He's favored in this lane. I think it was PSG LGD that ran it twice as well. Against, I don't think it was it Void Spirit in one of the games? I don't remember, but they ran it as well and had great success with nothing to say on that mid Kunkka against one of the melee spirits. So, yeah, expecting Toronto Tokyo to pull ahead here. Obviously has the added luxury of being able to very quickly farm small camps on the side, so it can just push out, take this, and come back to lane and get even outscale the Void Spirit in terms of the farming capability on the side camp as well. Void Spirit isn't as good at it early on. He will eventually be equally quick when he has levels, but in the beginning, Nisha will be playing at that disadvantage.
Puppy continuing to be that absolute nuisance that you were talking about earlier, has that troll creep which finally runs out, but in addition to the Blightstone that he started the game with, just very annoying to deal with
Ghost here, I think. Or is he going to go all the way for the
Mud Golems?
Do the pull.
Okay.
Gets a 3 creep pull, which is... This is the small camp you want to see if you're looking to deny a wave. The Ghost camp is very, very good at killing the creep wave. And he's going to protect it as well with his own hero, as well as one little skelly boy running after Mira here. And now he's going to go and take a Golem.
Uh-oh. Golem time. There's first stun coming out, as Mira just going to continue to get harassed here, but this is kind of what he has to do. Bramble, all right, we'll connect onto Puppy.
Oh, he
gets 2 procs on it. All right, Puppy outplayed by Mira here, and the tip ensues, Cinderin.
That was just flat out a rare mistake there from Puppy. Usually very mechanically skilled support player, but Mouse was not working as intended there as he walked into 2 Brambles. I think the first one might have been undodgeable, but the second one definitely wasn't.
Mouse was not working, and potentially his monitor if it continues to go down that road, Cinder. We've seen that before.
When I did play the show match yesterday, my monitor did go black, so maybe that's what happened. Would explain the pathing there. But he's definitely back. He TP'd correctly, so he does see everything, I would imagine.
Puppy and Cinder are good friends, guys. Very good friends.
Okay. I believe you.
One thing I do want to mention, Cinderin, the Grimstroke here.
Yep.
You talked about how the Phantom's Embrace is really good against Tide because he can't crack and shell it off. What about like late game potential with like Dark Portrait against a Morphling? That does sound very good.
That is very good indeed, yeah. I think it's something YapzOr will be considering. Obviously, about Dark Portrait, it is magic immune. You can't really hit it with stuff from Team Spirit, and it's very fast. So only in their lineup, only really Morphling himself can kill off that Portrait. So would imagine YapzOr has definitely got that in his mind. But to me, the primary reason they're picking it is they want a support that pairs up well with Jug. Oh, we're seeing Jug kill Mirror here. No way out of that one.
Blade Fury finishes him off, as Collapse can take some residual damage as well.
So, yeah, Grim together with Jug for the Inkswell, and of course the silence against Tide.
Chase Shockwave back into the right click of Zai. So Secret off to a good start in terms of just the kills here. Yep. We can see mid is advantage for Team Spirit, 31-3 to the 23-5 of Void Spirit.
Keep in mind that a lot of those CS are the small camp, so basically neck and neck in gold right now. 50 ahead here for Toronto Tokyo. Surprisingly enough, there's more denies on the Void Spirit than on the Kunkka, who will often be able to bully out the other melee hero and then find those denies, but hasn't really been able to dominate Nisha. Nisha, again, similar to Game 1, just doing exceptionally well in lane.
Doing what he needs to do for sure.
And now that he's level 5, now he can start doing the same thing as Kunkka, so he's going to be farming a small camp next to the lane and close in on his level 6.
So from Secret side, Juggernaut, Cinderin, not a hero. It's not like the standard carry these days. Like Morphling feels like more of a go-to pick for a lot of teams is Mira. No, it's versus Puppey again. Let's see if he gets brambled twice again. Not this time around. But going late game, Secret, like, can they survive the late game? Jug does scale better than he used to, but still not the traditional, like, super mega hard carry that we're used to seeing.
And I would say, theoretically speaking, yes. I do think their lineup can handle late game. You do have, obviously, you know, hang on, Collapse. Okay, Matsu will yield. Back off. Empowered Void Spirit and Jug can definitely fight late game. It does feel like the execution ultimately should be easier for Team Spirit with the Morph Willow, with double Ravage when Tide gets Refresher. There's just a lot of stuff that Secret will need to play around effectively, but there's no time in this game that I would just flat out write them off, you know? I would favor the other team at some point, but the Dire lineup can definitely win this game even come super late game. That's obviously, RP is always going to be an X factor, BKB Piercing Stun, Empowered Cores. The Portrait might become the X factor, as you pointed out, as well. So I think Secret aren't too concerned.
Okay. As we see Blade Fury from Matu in the top lane, you can see the Centaur making his way over to try to get a potential stomp here, but Shadow Realm going to keep Mira alive at the very least. Collapse very low on HP here, and Matu does have his ult, but no mana to work with. His Puppey is going to get ganked here from Toronto Tokyo. X with the boat coming in. And Collapse just wants to get some XP here, Cinder. Oh, okay, the stomp comes out. Puppey still survives, but finally that second right click.
Yeah, if that stomp would have hit, he might have lived. Both of the Team Spirit heroes just narrowly dodging it there. So it's a good gank from Toronto Tokyo. They do find a kill. It's going to cost him a little bit of health on the mid tower, and actually his bounty rune here will be stolen by Nisha.
Ooh.
But Collapse was in trouble. He needed help.
Oof, did he run? Oh, Nisha, did he get vision there?
I don't think he saw him.
Oh man, that was super close.
He must have. The TP out from Collapse there.
Was looking for the higher priority kill potentially.
Yeah.
Bounty.
There's now Mira. Very wary of this area now, but he's back to basically full HP. And Toronto Tokyo on this Kunkka Cinderin. What's the build this game? We've seen Halberd. We don't really see Radiance anymore, but I mean, it's not the most unusual thing for a mid Kunkka.
Might go phase Armlet.
Okay.
Nisha's opening up on him a bit, just harass.
Level advantage right now going the way of Toronto Tokyo, by the way, as Nisha just trying to be annoying here. But yeah, you like just Armlet into what then?
Armlet Halberd doesn't sound too bad. Halberd against Jug can be a little bit dicey because, you know, you need to find the right timing to get it off between Omnislash and Spin, but it also just gives you the inherent tankiness.
YapzOr looks very dead here. Nice setup overall from Team Spirit, and Miposhka very kindly gives the kill to Yataro.
What a bro.
You'd never do that for me. I
have very good reason to not do that for you.
Well, so you say.
Yeah.
Still very even game to start
statistical evidence that it's better spent on me.
Stats lie. I'm pretty sure that's a segment I've heard of. Collapse now level 6, so Ravage is good to go. It looks like bottles can be refilled here in the mid lane for Nisha. So what's the go time for each team? Is there a certain item? Is there a certain level?
Toronto Tokyo.
Potential gank on Toronto Tokyo, taking heavy damage. Still has his boat to work with. And here it comes. The rum buff is there, but Astral Step is going to do a lot of damage. In the meantime, the reinforcements have arrived. Look at the Tidebringer just destroying Yapzor. And there's the Curse Crowd into the right click. Mir actually gets credit for that one. It's a 2-0 as Toronto Tokyo being pursued by Zai. Not able to find an RP though. And now Puppey is going to take heavy harassment. In addition to this, Tidebringer with the X into the Torrent. That's going to be 3 kills potentially going the way of Team Spirit, but there's the RP to try to counteract this. Zai gets it off onto Mira, but the Shadow Realm keeps him alive for now. The Hadouken is coming from the Satyr Tormentor Syndrome. The Skewer's going to miss, but the Shockwave into the Hadouken. Puppey gets credit for that one.
What a sick combo. Shockwave into Shockwave.
That's right.
They didn't have a new name for that one.
That's why I call it Hadouken.
Is that the only spell that...
That's a terrible time for trivia because we have an X into the Torrent again. Toronto Tokyo won't be able to find the kill here, but is wreaking havoc right now on Team Secret. Such a difficult hero to kill in general, especially once he gets that boat off with all that damage mitigation.
Spirit had a very good read there of how much they could get away with on Toronto Tokyo. Very nicely done, and they do come out victorious in that fight slightly. And with RP down for another minute, Secret will probably just chill, farm, and more than likely look to stack up some more Ancients. They haven't really stacked yet, and I think now's the time that you want to start building up for Jugger to really start making some progress. Puppey will stack both camps here. Leave the bounty. No, he will take it. Change his mind. And this shouldn't be a surprising thing for Spirit either. In the next couple of minutes, they will want to try to invade that triangle, get vision out, and try to fight. Their team fight obviously extremely strong on Kavkunka, Willow, as well as Tide. When they all have their 6s, Willow is a little bit away. I would imagine they give him the Tome and give Lion a lane for 6, since he is very close. And the Tome should be flying out to Willow. It is indeed. So Miposhka should look to find that Finger of Death somewhere sometime soon.
Yataro queuing up the S and Y into E-Blade. We'll see if he
look at Secret's wording, by the way. Very, very centric around that bottom half. Obviously, again, multi-purpose wording. They want to get info about the enemy team on their side so they can make ganks, but this also effectively works as a very nice protective layer for the triangle, since invasive moves from Spirit will be impossible without a smoke, and if they smoke, they're likely to do it down here, so Secret will see it coming and won't have to be here all the time when heroes are missing. They will simply know when it gets popped. Bottom lane.
Yeah, Matu trying to push here. We see some TPs here. There's an Earth Spike into the waveform with Toronto Tokyo making his presence known, but the healing ward does go off for Matu, keeping him alive. Looks like he'll be just fine as a result. Zai does get X though after the skewer comes through. Gets the RP off though. That's against a counter Magnus, it looks like, as Yataro jumps in with that waveform, but the double damage on Nisha. He's gonna get waveform into death. Big death there for Secret. Nicely done from Team Spirit, knowing their limits.
Yeah, great hex from Miposhka there. As soon as he comes out of that Dissimulate, gets instant hex, doesn't get a chance to use the second Astral Step. And they do find a kill, defend their tower effectively with this, at least for now. They will expend a lot of spells for it, however. Only Ravage is really online. I think if Spirit want to hold this tower, they need to bring down Tide now, or they're likely to concede it. Secret are kind of sticking around. They seem a little bit indecisive, but well, they had a feeling there was a ward. They're going to find that one. X mark.
Yeah. Matu will be fine here. We did see Morphling turn into Magnuson. That is kind of hilarious. You waveform in, you skewer them back.
Yeah.
I mean, this early on, that's basically like having a Blink dagger. That has pretty high impact.
You get him power, too.
Yeah, true.
It's pretty strong.
Nisha
on Morph.
See the smoke coming in from Team Spirit. Looks like Nisha is going to be their target of choice. A very slippery hero to find, though, but that's what X is for. But Nisha already on his way to his jungle.
Yeah, going for a different build this game.
This is to be a little bit harder. They can get the Torrent to start things off into the Earth Spike and the Finger. Nicely done from Team Spirit. Blade Fury did not go off in time for Matu.
Yeah, despite all of those wards had earlier, 2 of them either got expired or dewarded, and they just did not have the read that this play was coming in from Team Spirit. Very nice. with the Torrent opener and the burst. And they're going to just rotate straight back down to bottom to try and still defend this tower. When the Jugger isn't here pushing, first of all, they knew that he was in the triangle because he wasn't pushing bot. And now that he's dead, can very easily hold this with the primary pushing hero of Secret on the sidelines. Team Spirit will defend that bottom tower, no problem.
And in terms of item progression, Toronto Tokyo pretty close to BKB, just the recipe away right now. Going for a very early one, so double bracer BKB, extremely tanky on him.
Yeah.
Not very often you see BKB this early. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know how good it is in this game.
It's really against the Void Spear more than anything.
Primarily Void Spirit, a little bit of the Grimstroke silence, you know, but it's not. I don't think this is an obvious key BKB game. But I think maybe what Team Spirit are planning for to feel really strong approaching that mid game, so they can just group up and go fight and have a clear front line in both him and the Tide. You could argue that Collapse doesn't want to frontline in this game because of the Grimstroke silence. It just puts him at risk of not getting Ravage off. So maybe Kunkka can just do the job, since he can just remove that silence.
Is it also recognizing that Team Secret's power spike is more mid-game centric, and they just want to be prepared for that potentially?
Yeah, it could be. I feel like you could also prepare for that with the Armlet Halberd, to be honest. I think that would also make you really strong at that point in the game. But this way you guarantee you get your spells off, and I think he might be rating that more highly. You know, their lineup has insane spell bursts, it's just about getting them off.
Yeah, Matu empowered now, level 11. And going for this bottom tower. There's going to be some pressure mid from Team Spirit in the meantime, though. We'll see if ends up being given up. Top tower has already been killed, so look for the potential overall trade. S and Y picked up by Matu, so both respective position ones will be getting S and Y, it looks like, Synderin, this game. Yep, going for that extra status resist.
There's a lot of stuff on both teams that you can get value out of status resist against.
Puppey is dead. Jinx.
Jinx.
You can't say, you're not allowed to speak until I give you a soda. I think that's the rule.
Is that how it goes?
That's how it is in America. That explains the obesity, right? I think a lot of jinxes going on. Zai in the trees. Obviously not with a Blink Dagger yet, about 500 away, but Blink Dagger is on the way for Collapse. So Collapse off to a much better start than last game. That is for sure. He has the hood. He is a super tanky. Oh, Soulbind with the Phantom's Embrace. It's not going to connect on anybody in terms of a secondary target, but Miposhka is taken out by Secret.
Connection there from Yapzor on the Stroke of Fate, but it can't really follow up. And there would also have been a BKB for Toronto Tokyo anyway, but maybe they were hoping to force that. So Secret hold their tower, but it is getting very low, and you imagine Team Spirit will just make another attempt there very, very soon with their Tide and get that cleaned up. So it's looking great for Spirit compared to last game, right? Like, not only are they ahead on gold in the game, but also the overall flow of the lineups is going to help them get in a very good position in the mid game. I think Secret were hoping to get more value out of Puppey's Enchantress in this game, and Mira just didn't let it happen on that Dark Willow. Contested him a lot, got the kill like we talked about earlier, and slowed him down and made sure Collapse. Still, despite playing against a very hard lane, in my opinion, for Tide, he did completely fine. And they're just rolling off the back of that. Secret probably will have to be cautious with fighting for a while.
Yeah, for sure. And it's unfortunate because when you have I mean, it is, like you said, an empowered Juggernaut, so you will be farming at a much higher rate. Doesn't have to go for, like, I mean, we've seen Battle Fury way in the past, but more Maelstrom or Echo Saber type builds. Just straight for the tanky S and Y, because you can take advantage of the cleave from Zai here. But we'll see what Secret wants to do here to try to get back in the game. It's not exactly an insurmountable lead by any means. But anytime you have a Morphling and you're off to a good start, that usually bodes pretty well for the Morphling team. And I would assume he's going to go E-Blade first before the Ag, so that's when Shadow Realm really becomes completely filthy. And I believe it works with the talent, if I'm not mistaken, right? The waveform striking through targets.
Yes. Level 20 talent.
Oh, God, yeah. So looking forward to that one. Morphling is one of the gotta be one of the hardest heroes to balance in the game.
Yep.
Along with Rubik. Well, Rubik is more bug fixes than anything, actually.
And here goes the mid. Tokyo will get it. It will annoy him a little bit with the goal. They might as well. Actually, they're gonna back off. They were worried that Secret were turning this into a fight, so showing a lot of respect here. They're also one hit away, and that's gonna get denied instead by Yapzor.
Damn, respecting the Blink RP potential.
Might be it. I feel like Kunkka was pretty safe there, but there is the risk, I guess, of getting Blink Skewer RP'd and then Omni Slashed under the tower, so perhaps they're...
Yeah, we didn't really talk about that potential, but obviously Omni Slash will cleave because of the Empower on top of that. Then you have the Soulbind with the double Phantom's Embrace. They do have good Wombo combo potential. But Team Spirit's still sporting this 3K net worth lead. And we can see Toronto Tokyo working towards an AC, so going for even more tank and obviously some damage to go along with that. As Spirit Vessel almost done on Mira. All right, Toronto Tokyo. Well, not able to save his teammate. Mira gets taken out by Nisha.
Really wants a high five, does Nisha?
Not even his teammates high-fiving. He's like, well, Puppy's probably like, you know what, just let that go on cooldown. I want to mess with
Not only playing solo mid, he's just solo in the game. There's no one else in it.
Lion bots will high-five you
barely
back.
Dodging everything here, Miposhka. Tranquil Boots, Windlace helping out massively there to just run away. If either of those spells hit, he is dead immediately. Well, yeah, Secret do get a pick on Mira. It's something. Well, it feels like Spirit are pretty comfortable with just farming up their Morphling in particular. I think maybe when he hits the E-Blade is when they will be looking to play a little bit more aggressively and fight.
Yeah, I feel like the pressure is on Secret to start something. I think like he
okay,
with the skewer.
I think he overshot his blink. So obviously the range penalty when you click the blink too far away, and then you can't really do the shockwave skewer combo off of that. So Mira will go.
A very slow-paced game for Secret, as Team Spirit are sitting pretty right now. I thought that with the Blink Dagger on Zai that they would try to get a little bit more aggressive, but hasn't come to be. Is there something that, like on Matu, that they're waiting for? Because looks like Scotty is the big ticket item for him, only a point booster away essentially now.
Oh, hang on.
We have a smoke. Rush. Team Spirit. Oh, the Aether Remnant does spot them. We'll see if they notice, if Secret did notice that.
It looks like Nisha did.
Yep. Oh, he's going to get ravaged, though, into the waveform and blown up. Noticed it or not, Cinderin? He's dead.
Yeah. I still don't know after that whether he noticed it or not and just got surprised by how quickly they found and killed him. But it did feel like a defensive remnant you placed to avoid that exact play, and then you still got hit by it when you got the vision. But well, it is ravaged down. Secret will try to get a tier 2 tower bottom out of this.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo just marks the spot shenanigans. Push this down via tower trade.
Great kill for them though. Already, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Nisha with this game has now quadrupled his amount of deaths on Void Spirit in the main event.
Okay.
By getting 3 in this game.
Wow. Very impressive as Roche is being taken out by Spirit. E-Blade was already completed for that kill on Yataro, so on his way to the Ags next. So this is going to be a freebie for Team Spirit. Aegis likely to go to Yataro.
For style points, he's going to waveform through it and grab it on the way out of the pit.
That's when you know he's really feeling himself here.
Yeah. It's that efficiency.
Oh, we have a skewer back onto Collapse, into the Blade Fury, but Matu just doesn't do that much damage right now. Needs Shard, which he is for next. E-Blade applied to him for now. Nisha able to blow up Miposhka on the front line here. So this is into a 5v4 situation with Secret having the advantage, but they don't have the Roche advantage. Oh, Zai, RP only onto 1, but can't really find a maneuver to try to score him back, but it doesn't matter. Nisha and Matu blow up Toronto Tokyo.
And they're not done yet. Mira
looks like he... Oh, the skewer does cancel the TP in Shadow Realm form. And that is going to turn into a 3rd kill for Secret, despite giving up Roche. Win that fight handily. So that basically, based on just the net worth alone, evens up the game, which is what Secret obviously needed with this more mid-game centric lineup.
Yeah. Gabe's neural net perspective, like Spirit quite a bit better from the overall team fight and scalability of their lineup, but that is step number 1 for Secret to put this into a better position for themselves. And yeah, you don't count out melee carry with Empower. It can always happen. Team Spirit need to be on their toes the whole game to avoid getting RP'd into an Omni Slash. Even a hero like Morphling that's generally considered super difficult to kill can just die in a burst. Has to be careful. Obviously that time it was the Kunkka they went for. There was no... First of all, Morph had the Aegis, and secondly, he wasn't in position to really get caught. Another big item coming up soon for Spirit, by the way, the Dagger. Miposhka 300 away will definitely be very helpful for them. Because he has been getting caught a couple of times. Oh, instant Hex bottom! They predicted this from
Nisha's
Nisha.
in a lot of trouble. Boat's going to be connected with the Finger of Death, but Nisha jumps forward to try to get Retribution, and he does just that. Miposhka finds his way to the grave. Nisha X marks back into the fray, though, and it's eventually brought down, but at least he takes somebody with him.
Yeah, he had a choice to make there. I actually think he could have escaped. But he doesn't know that for sure that reinforcements aren't arriving, so he's going for the kill instead and hoping he can get out, but not possible there. So, if you're Team Spirit, you're happy with this. Even though your Lion died, he still made progress on the Blink Dagger from just the assist gold and obviously having the good old Philosopher's Stone.
AC completed now on Toronto, Tokyo. So, gonna give a lot more armor, some attack speed. It'll help the push as well if they really want to try to take some buildings here.
This is a good time for a question for you.
Okay.
You're never going to guess what I'm going to ask you about. My question for you is, what is my question going to be?
What is the active of fate called?
Yes! No, what's the yeah, actually, yes. You're right, that was what I was going to ask, but...
You're so predictable,
well,
actually.
Hey, you didn't guess I was going to ask you about the question itself, though. That caught you off guard.
Team Spirit.
Well, what's the answer, then?
I have no idea.
Shadow Brand.
Shadow Brand? Wow, that sounds painful.
I feel like nobody in the world knows all this by heart.
I'm sure there's somebody.
Actually, probably all of chat knows. It's just us.
They've looked it up ahead of time.
They knew it.
To be prepared for this cast.
All right, Team Spirit. You have 1 minute 20 left on your Aegis. You're going to put it to use here in mid.
Yep, tier 2 tower is going to be forted here. Aghanim Scepter now online for Nisha, so the silence comes out with Resonant Pulse. And Yataro, yeah, only a minute to go. I don't think they're going to risk this, especially considering he's so close to finishing the Ags for himself.
Yeah, it's a huge upgrade for him.
And they're just going to bide their time. Not that big of a lead for Team Spirit, but they still are the favorites in this match. And Collapse, he has a Vlad's now going towards an Aghanim Scepter for himself, so going to get the AoE Gush. As was Sharp actually not picked up by Matu? I guess not. He's prioritizing going for the Shadow Blade right now. I figured that the Shard would be pretty nice for him this game. Apply Scotty to everybody he's hitting, get the extra attacks and more movement speed.
I think the thing about this is he just wants to hit as fast as possible with Empower, and you kind of stifle yourself when you go into Blade Fury. So
That's true.
He might just want to just deck out on damage. He has a lot of health, so the Blade Fury defensive capability is less important. I say that now, just wait until Morph gets to lay into it with the Ags, right? But I think from Team Secret's perspective, you're looking to try to win the fight fast instead of playing extended fights, because you're not going to win those anyway. So in that case, would it be worth buying the Shard? Probably not.
Yeah.
You want to get that very quick advantage with that Shadow Blade here.
Ags officially online for Yataro, and he's already turned into Dark Willow, just getting used to the feel of the new body, as it were. So Shadow Realm with Ags, for those that don't know, you can basically attack consistently while it's on, so you just get this extra magic damage boost.
Well, seeing it put to use here.
Yep, and you get the extra range. It is very powerful.
Nothing wrong here?
Nope. Well, it's not 2 fissures, so not 2 enchant totems with Fey grenades.
That is a very dangerous way of thinking about balance in Dota. If you're like rebalancing heroes, you're like, well, at least they don't have 2 fissures, so everything is fine, right?
Well, that's the beauty of Dota.
Justify almost anything.
Most of the ultimates in this game, like if you just look at it in a vacuum, it's just like, wow, that is actually overpowered. But that's the beauty of it.
Yep. every hero is kind of quote unquote broken in its own way.
Well, not every hero. Troll's ult still sucks. Let's be real.
It's broken in its own way.
A different way entirely. But no, man, Troll. I wish he was picked more in this tournament. One of the more exciting position ones to watch, because the ultimate, you just never know what's going to happen, right? From a viewer perspective, at least. As Puppey taking out some illusions here. And the real question is, Yapzor working on an Ags, and he is. So yeah. About 1,800 away from finishing that. Dark Portrait could have a big impact on this game, as we illustrated earlier.
Yeah, he is also queuing up the Shard. It does give him some interesting counterplay potential with that strong Dispel. If he precasts it on Jugger or Void Spirit when they go in, can obviously save them from Ravage or from Terrorize or, you know, line combos. As long as they instant press one of their defensive abilities coming out of the swell, could prove to be really useful, but not.
I guess off the horn toss, skewer into the RP, but the BKB is activated. It's not really going to help against the Omni Slash, but a lot of it is tank with creep. Toronto Toki getting some backup with Collapse with a huge Ravage. Down goes Motto, and now you see Yataro at his best. E-Blade double kill, 3 dead for Secret. In his Shadow Realm form, just decimating. Nisha able to get a pick off though. But very unfortunate that there was a creep wave there, Sinner, because I think he was dead.
I'm not even sure he was dead there.
It's possible.
You gotta look at the stats for this. Like, it's... I don't really like this from Secret. I like the logic of going for the play itself, but you got to take into account what the numbers are, right? This is a Kunkka with 3,000 health and 40 armor. He has AC and Blast Rig, so super tanky against this Jug Magnus combination, and kind of seemed like a bait the whole time that they put him in front like that.
Almost sounds like a Matrix thing. You wouldn't know anything about that, of course. Secret trying to find something here. Of their triangle
RP
again.
Is up again. No Omni for another 5 seconds though. So Team Spirit probably don't have the perfect timers here on spells. They might have felt like if we go right now, the ultis are down. Secret will have them now though. But regardless, is not good. The fight will not break out anyway. Roche up in 1 minute. Silver Edge complete on Matu gives him the possibility of killing Tide very easily. And of course, I think Matu plus Nisha can just kill the Tide from full HP if they get the Silver Edge hidden and they just go to town, both of them together. But Collapse has been doing a good job at not getting caught out. Interesting to see Tide not really play a frontline position for the most part for the lineup. It has been that Kunkka BKB. He waits behind and finds Ravage.
He can straight up buy Ags right now and Collapse, but obviously wants to preserve the bomb back. He's gonna come here soon, I assume. So, Puppey X with the boat, Puppey. Crimson Witness, will it sit considering that is a red nature's attendance? Absolutely, he lives.
He's tanky. He's got Solar Crypt, Glimmer Cave, and the level 4 heal, plus the attendance talent on 15, and the med versus talent on 10. One of the biggest upsides to Enchanters in the mid game as a support is honestly just your ability to soak damage. Whether you die there or not, the enemy team has to commit a lot of spells, and if you're fighting next to your own outpost, you can buy back in, and maybe your team can win the fight off all the spells that are gone. So, yeah. Didn't even have the strong Dispel on Yapzor yet there. I don't know why I thought he had that. He's obviously still working on the Axe. But that will help eventually.
Yeah. I mean, Grimstroke scales so well. I mean, it's cool to see a hero that was originally kind of like, okay, we picked this hero for a double spell because of Soulblind. They don't really have that at all here, right?
Right.
But he's picked for multiple reasons now. One of which is the Shard with the Dispel, like you talked about, and of course Aghanim Scepter being a pseudo counter to some of these ridiculously high agi or stat-based carries like Morphling. But still a ways away from finishing that. As Toronto Tokyo making his way to Secret's jungle.
Nisha's in.
All right, Nisha doing a lot of damage to Lion in the meantime. We see a skewer on the other side. Toronto Tokyo gets RP'd again.
He won't
into the Omni Flash again. Will he live this time, Cinderin? The Blade Fury is out. He's not doing that much damage, but finally goes down. It takes so much to kill him.
Great Earth.
Right on Nisha, but there's the Eon Disc to proc. A huge kill for Secret. But my lord, Cinderin, Gabe and Almighty, that took a lot.
Yeah.
Into the Roche Pit, I assume they will attempt.
Yeah, no buyback on the Kunkka. They don't know this, obviously, but they might have a feeling because of the Chrysalis that he was showing in that fight. Doesn't seem like they have the confidence to try to push for it, though. Even 4v5, I think Team Spirit can still win a fight. Well, they don't have Ravage either, though, so maybe not, but I'm never counting out Morphilo.
True.
Crazy stuff can always happen, and they're going to find...
Initiation, Yataro's in here as well, but Nisha jumps in and blows up the Lion. Flyback come right afterward. He's got double kill for him. 3 dead for Team Yataro. In his Shadow Realm farm, gets the silence off. Can they actually bring him down this time? Impetus does quite a bit of damage. There's the Astral Step to follow. Has his attribute shift. They just don't do enough damage to him. Yataro getting spinned down with that Shard Matu. Into the Aether Remnant. Another buyback for Team Spirit. Yataro gets the waveform off. There's the burst damage from Lion. Yataro finally taken out by Nisha. It takes so much to kill these heroes,
the most
but Secret find it.
E-Blade combo I've seen in my entire life. He did a grand total of like 150 damage with his E-Blade adaptive strike onto Matu. Fully strength morphed. He threw everything he had in the bag at him and it was nothing. And Secret, all of a sudden, this one fight, oh my god, talk about dropping off a cliff. Look at these graphs.
Oh yeah. That is quite some graph there. As we see,
look at this graph.
The beginning of the fight here again. Nisha doing a great job.
Such a good start for Secret in that fight. And yeah, they just...
Matu Shard makes a huge difference here, Cinder, and that Blade Fury absolutely decimates.
Yeah. I really like his choice of waiting with getting it until after the Silver Edge, though. I think that was overall a good choice. So we're going to see the rest of this replay play out. Try to pay attention to this E-Blade. Coming in. Out of all things, I am focusing on it because it's such a standout low damage spell.
Yeah, let's wait for it.
Morph down this far. So they find Jack here, and he is.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
That felt real good, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well.
Zai very animated. You don't see that very often, but Team Secret knowing that they have turned this game around. Double damage is available for Matu. He's going to bottle it up. Aegis is in his inventory.
Secret know how much is at stake here and how they're very experienced players. They know this game is hard and they know they were behind. So that fight means so much to them. And they're going to try to snowball off at Matu. In the Silver Edge will not find anyone. He's actually going to run through an Ob Sentry combination here. So Team Spirit know he's coming up.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not even sure who took the shard because every single member of Secret has their shard now. Might have been Yapzor.
I think it was Yapzor, yeah. Probably.
So that is very cool to see. And Matu and company waiting for all their ults are back up, so can go at any time now with that Aegis still in tow. As Collapse has a Shiva's for himself. I mean, from Team Spirit's perspective, is there an item or maybe a talent that they're needing to get to take to the next level here in these fights?
I'm wondering if Tide needs BKB. Oh, they found him, bottom. Matu.
Yeah, Maposha gets a stun off Matu. That's going to be the Aegis.
Good catch.
Not a ton expended here.
They got what they came for. Really, really nicely done. Not overstaying for the second kill. Straight back to mid. That's a big pick. That Aegis is important for Secret if they wanted to pressure some high ground, and now they might have to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially Zai. You can't show emotion like that. It's not on brand. Take it easy, bro.
Well, you have the initiation on Toronto Tokyo. He's going to force out the BKB, so nicely done for Secret. Didn't look like they were wanting to commit anyway. So ends up baiting that out. Butterfly now on Matu. Any big talents we're looking forward to here, Cinder? 25 is close for Matu. You can go for the extra HP or Omni Slash duration.
Niches will be huge.
Yeah, Niches is. Oh, we've talked about that so many times.
Kunkka 25 Ghost Ship Fleet.
Yeah,
he might take the Tidebringer cooldown as well. It will lower the cooldown from 4 to 2 seconds. He has a lot of damage items, so could be a decent choice here as well. Morphling 25 will more than likely take 2 waveform charges. will most definitely take 2 waveform charges, especially when he has Willow in his team. You turn into Willow, you waveform through the entire team twice, and well, you probably don't do that at this level. They'll probably position properly, but you get the idea. Next mark.
It's all about the theory.
Yep. Yeah, Secret can't really access the base right now, but they do have them cornered, and that's what they really want here. They have Team Spirit pinned down. They will find the one avenue to exit their base, which will be through this bottom lane, as Secret are clearly holding on to the triangle.
All right, something to keep in mind here is we can see the buyback status. Matu doesn't have his, but everybody else on his team does, and 0 people from Team Spirit have one, but obviously Team Secret won't be privy to this information, or at least most of them, as Morphling only needs a couple, or 400 gold to get his. And now new neutral items are dropping. Cinderman. We got Spell Prism. Okay.
Goes on the Morph. I think he's going to keep it. Very good for him to get the CDR.
We have a Ninja Gear on Secret, so could be potentially put on Zai. Yeah, I believe he picked it up there, so we'll give him that single target smoke so he can get off his initiations without being seen.
And Matu gets the Penta-Edged Sword. I think this is one of the best heroes in the game to get this item on. You get obviously the flat damage, but the attack range. And then the maim that Sanj
old
used to
school
have.
Saint Yasha maim. Man, happy they brought that back, actually. I missed that. As Yataro is in his Dark Willow form. Go in the bottom lane, but only to defend. Keeping a safe distance here. He's going for a BKB for himself as well. Very tense game here, Cinder. And the Hex initiation from Miposhka. Into the Gush to follow. Collapse actually blocks off the tree line. Very nice. And with the finger and the E-Blade, Zai takes a tumble. Puppey. You still have buyback on Zai if they really want to fight here. Puppey feeling pretty confident. There's a jump in from Nisha. Trying to go for the Dark Willow. Not going to be able to get the kill. And looks like Secret are playing a little bit more defensive. But they do force the buyback on Zai.
Secret, that was a little bit uncharacteristic. You know, there's nothing for Zai to really TP on. There's no tier 2 tower. There's obviously no Alps in this area that he can connect with. And Team Spirit have all the opportunity in the world there to disengage. There was nothing pinning them down so the mag would be able to connect in time. And eventually ultimately, that just feels like a wasted buyback. That doesn't really give them anything unless they find an opening now. Completes his Octarine core. Yapzor will complete his Ags in 50 gold, and despite that, Secret are still looking to fight so close to a really key item potentially. I'll try to buy.
He's gonna get cheated. This will be a dieback for Team Secret, and they lose Yapzor. Well, Matu, he's gonna get his TP kill as well. There's a Terrorize to follow. Team Spirit. 3 quick kills in their favor.
They had that old Obs sentry down here from 4 minutes ago.
Wow.
That Secret was standing on, and it makes all the difference there for getting that Hex onto the mag. I think Yapzor got one shot with the Kunkka cleave as well, by the way.
Definitely disappeared somewhere.
That was just that Silver Edge hit onto the mag. Yapzor just vanished. That's huge. They don't have buyback on Jug or Mag.
Yeah,
this is at least, if they push for it, they could almost win. This is reminiscent of the IG game in the upper bracket that we started out the entire main event with, where Team Spirit fall behind, they find one key fight, and they just go for everything. Let's see if confidence here to do it. They know there's buyback on Mag. They don't know about Jug.
Yeah, not knowing about Jug means that they probably play this a little bit safe. So they're going to get the bottom set of racks. No,
are we talking about the same Team Spirit here?
Yep, they're going for the win here. We have the X into the boat. Down goes Puppey. He does have buyback. Nisha jumping in, trying to bide some time for his team, but still 40 seconds away from these core heroes coming back. Nisha, Eon Disc does proc. Fortification is finally forced out for Team Secret. Finish this game number 2 to force a game 3 in the Solar Bracket Finals. Dark Archer is available for Yapzor. So Dark Archer, Morphling doing a lot of damage. It's coming from Nisha as well. Trying to focus the Ancient. He dies, but buys back into the game. The Ravage now, though. Nisha's dead. Buys back himself. Focusing on the racks. Aaron's Yataro. He's still trying to make his way onto this side of the map. They're just going to focus the racks. Spirit, take game 2 in very, very exciting fashion.
What a way to win that game. You know the saying, wards win games. I don't think Team Spirit, when they placed that ward combination down there, expected that that was what was going to win them the game 4 minutes later. But what do you
make it specifically about drafts, but there is a couple of things that I wanted to highlight, which is number one, Dark Willow looked so good in that game, right?
Yeah.
And when you think about it,
that can go around the map and like do stuff. Puppy was very annoying, as he always is on the Enchantress, you know, being in your face. I feel Gapsor should have given a bit more farm priority to be able to finish off that Aghanim Scepter. Could be a game changer, unfortunately.
All pick.
Advantage for Secret, but they couldn't quite capitalize on it. And I'm just wondering if Spirit deserved to lose more from that moment.
yeah. Typically, they would have lost more, but given the nature of their draft and how Morphling was under no threat until Juggernaut got a Skadi, and then maybe another heal reduction item even, it didn't translate into any kind of map control, really, just because of the nature of both drafts, right? And for Secret's draft to have won at that point in the game, they would have had to take it very, very late, because then that's when they would have struggled. But a hero that I wanted to highlight, who was kind of an unsung hero, was the Kunkka, right? He tanked so many spells. He tanked Omnislash, he tanked everything, and he just didn't die. It really felt like they had damage issues at some
Well, Toronto Tokyo, I suppose we didn't really talk about him much in the first game. In this game, then, he's your MVP, Effie?
I think collectively they all played very well. My personal MVP would probably be just like the Mira plus Yotaro combination in that game. But his hero did a lot for them in terms of absorbing damage.
What about you, Purge?
Yeah, that was really impactful. Like having those really tanky strength heroes with high armor.
Purge.
Yeah, that was really impactful. Like having those really tanky strength heroes with high armor. In this case, he got the AC relatively quick with the SNY. In the BKB, and he was the frontliner. And it's really important to have that. That was something that Team Secret Draft kind of lacked. It makes it harder for Zai to do his job, to jump in, initiate, catch the right people. So he had to struggle with that a bit, unfortunately for them. So, but as a whole, he played excellent. He's had great Kunkka performances pretty consistently throughout the tournament. He still had a great GPM, last hits, everything. So yeah, still playing really good. Wasn't 20 minutes, but it was a good game. Playing really good. Wasn't 20 minutes, but it was a good game for Team Spirit.
So in some ways, we're now going to see a bit of a grand reset between Spirit and Secret, because this next game wins it. Reset between Spirit and Secret, because this next game wins it, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is just the best of one, and which team can what's happening in the game. They're going to be playing this top-tier Dota. They're not going to be overusing their abilities. There's not going to be like almost no mistakes made. When you watch them play while they're winning, it's just, you know, beautiful. I don't think I've seen team perform so well under so much pressure and being so relatively young. You know, they have some experience coming out from the Silent, their coach, and also Miposhka, but the rest of the team is very young.
That really showed, I think, yesterday when they won their match as well. I was surprised when they won. They sit up from their seats and they're not like freaking out hype when they got top 3 instead of top 4. They're like, all right, we won. Next game. It's like, and Frank, you said that earlier about Miposhka. He's like, oh, we haven't won yet. That's like the Kuro mentality that we've heard in years past. Like, it doesn't matter until you win the whole thing.
Well, one game stands between Puppy, who has been to 10 internationals. Standing between him and the final is, of course, Team Secret. This could be his last game on the TI10 stage. So we're going to check in with him and find out what he thinks of his teammates.
I probably have the best
just be able to not feel the nerves and just kind of immerse yourself in this environment to win. And look how far they've made it. And that's exactly the quality that Team Spirit has, by the way. That's taken them this far, I would say.
Yeah. In this interview, Puppy was, to sum it up, it was pretty much, you know, just a bunch of dudes being bros kind of a mentality.
It really helps a lot too when you have losing streaks where you have a bad game. Then your morale doesn't drop. You can still like keep your head together. No one's like mad at each other. Any of those like underneath problems that you have with each other don't like boil up and become big issues. You can just reset and play another game as long as you have a slightly better draft or different strategy.
And I'm glad that Team Secret can do this, but also just I remember at the Animajor, when every team was always so stressed, every night they would go to their practice rooms and just do whatever they do in there. Sometimes they're just talking, sometimes they're reviewing drafts, but in their free time, Team Spirit would just go play ping pong, and they'd play ping pong for hours. Anyone who walked down to get anything from the Animajor lobby would just see them playing ping pong. They would hog the table. So just the fact that they can just have fun together and not be that nervous during these kinds of events is really cool.
Yeah, and we've seen some spice because they've been acting, like those Giga Chad dudes, but we've also seen a Giga Chad coming out from Toronto, Tokyo with the easy game. That's the stuff that I like to see.
Well, for Team Spirit, it has certainly been quite the journey. Speaking to Mira yesterday, he was talking about the fact that he joined in February. He'd played with Collapse earlier on in 2020. And now this team is in the top 3 at the International. A Cinderella story, if we ever heard one.
Team Spirit versus Team Secret. Game 3.
And we're here with a draft of Game 3 between Team Spirit and Team Secret with my panel of BSJ and Jenkins.
Team Secret's turn to ban.
Would you agree, Jenkins?
Yeah, that seemed like a nice solution to the Magnus, the RP. Even the fact that, okay, when we're talking about Pudge Hook, going back to Pudge, who's the one hero you don't want to hook in?
Why?
Why
do we have to go back
because
to Pudge?
Everybody knows.
See Pudge at this draft.
Everybody knows this example. Literally every single Dota player knows the example of, oh, Pudge hooks the tide, he ravages, you die. Magnus is the same thing, but also, okay, actually, no, it's not banned. Lion is banned. All supports.
Huh. So I guess
you're
Team
saying
Secret
that he doesn't want to skewer in the tide.
Yeah, you don't want
to free initiation.
So
I think was the entire.
So you have the Kraken Shell for the RP, but then also the element of you don't want to skewer in a Tidehunter, and Tidehunter is going to stand in your face. It's the same thing where in the Animajor, people were picking Dragon Knight, and then the counter to it was to put the Tidehunter in front, who's going to Kraken Shell off the stun. But it's not just that. It's also like Dragon Knight doesn't pull the Tide into the fight, but they banned Lion. They did indeed ban Lion.
Yes, that's like a tide, but with only one direction.
Maybe they enabled the tide with the Lion just because tide, like historically, you just don't fight him, so you just play the split push game, farm it up, pick off. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. It's been happened before, though. I remember in the I think it was TI10. They fought against. They were talking about the Alchemist plus Chen strat, right? That was TI9, I think. And they, after in the exit interview, they said that, or Puppy said that they thought the Chen was the problem. It was actually Alchemist the whole time. So it might be one of those repeats when they see a combo and they think the Lion's the problem, but it's actually the Tide, as Jenkins said.
Yeah, or like the flip side, like maybe this is like the 5-head play from Puppy, is that the Lion is the actual issue and it's not necessarily the Tide.
I would trust him more than you.
Yeah, of course, naturally.
Yes.
So they should probably pick IO here. Oh, they're going to plan for the IO.
Oh, and they get the Magnus.
So what happened against LGD was that Secret... Okay, this started with Team Spirit seeing a Tiny in the lower bracket and responding with Wyvern Mag. And then LGD... Okay, I'm sorry. Secret did the same thing to LGD in the winter bracket finals where they let LGD have the Tiny and responded with Wyvern Mag. And you don't want to pick IO into Wyvern Mag because the IO Tiny will just get RP'd and cursed together and the IO will just die. So they replaced the IO, like the buffer, the attack speed, with an Ogre on the side of LGD. So we're seeing like 3 series carry over from one to another.
The Ogre was first phase banned here too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They banned the Ogre.
Interesting, yeah. It's like you never expect an Ogre to be first phase banned prior to like 2 days ago.
Yes.
But because of how things have progressed in terms of essentially countering the Tiny, this is what has happened. The Ogre is first phase banned.
So it's interesting because that was probably a read by Team Spirit saying we still have Tide in the pool, and they actually probably agree with you that if they pick first pick Mag, we just Tide and we beat them again. So they knew the Tiny was going to happen, which is why they last banned the Ogre.
Yeah, it's a lot of mind games going on. We see the Tiny when it's first picked is almost always a Necro, Ursa, Lifestealer are usually the 3 bans that come out in the second round. These teams, they just learn from each other. They see things that work and don't work, and sometimes it's a matter of like Lifesteal This isn't a free game versus Tiny by any means, but we saw one of the few heroes that doesn't mind getting slapped by Tiny for 10 seconds in a row because he will out-sustain it. And also ET's aura doesn't work through magic immunity, so that's a hero I'm keeping an eye out for. They've actually banned the Ember.
Interesting.
Ember Mag.
Yeah, last time we saw LGD actually do this against Secret, where they picked the Tiny and then they banned out like all of the counters in the second phase. But then they also picked the Phoenix into Snapfire. And I was thinking a big reason that they did that is because they essentially decided, and we were talking to Seb backstage actually about this, that LGD had essentially decided that those were all of the heroes that they didn't have an answer to, and anything that they had left in the pool, it was likely that they had some sort of counter pick, you know, like a Pugna versus like Necrophos, for example, if you've got a great Pugna player. And then Phoenix, picking it into Snapfire is kind of insane. It's like you just press, I always forget the little shredder, and then you kill the egg, right? But the thing is, it's like a tiny counter, and then it's also good for the team fights, and so you're block picking it, and then you're also getting it. It's better for the game.
But Aoi also made a point that in that specific draft, it was really difficult for the Snapfire to get into position and actually shoot the egg down, which actually forced Secret into the Weaver
heroes.
pick.
Like there was like a Puck and
exactly.
other heroes like that.
So
yeah.
Secret went for the Weaver trying to break the lines, and then they got a bad core-to-core matchup. So we might be seeing something similar for Spirit if we see Secret going for more team fight.
I think we will see a Weaver or a Snap come out for Spirit. In the laning phase against Tiny, those are two of the best supports because he starts with 0 armor.
This is the BSJ theory. How do you counter the Tiny according to you?
It's the 0 armor in lane. Like until level 6, Tiny is not good against physical damage, and these heroes eventually are still a nuisance for him because the Weaver bugs. They take a lot of attacks to remove, and Tiny does a lot of damage per attack, but doesn't attack very fast.
Yeah, like he basically has to build into attack speed in order to make up for the fact that he has none. Another nice thing about Weaver too is like obviously Spirit, they've been picking this throughout the entire tournament, so they know how to play it. That's going to play into whether or not they pick it. But you're playing against 2 melee strength heroes. Very easy to get the bugs on them. And then also you're going to pick up a Spirit Vessel on Weaver, and percentage magic damage is how you deal with the Tiny's massive HP pool and armor.
I have the last ban here. So what was they banned Lifestealer, I remember, and what was the other one they considered?
It's usually Ursa. Yeah,
Ursa
Lifestealer. Because you have the ET, I think the Lifestealer is the better ban because he's not only good against Tiny, but he's also really good against your other hero.
So could this be an Ursa pick for Spirit, Jenkins?
It could, and I would assume that Secret dealt with this in the LGD series. If they're letting an Ursa through, it's something that they think that they can counter. It's something that they think that they have an answer for. And I mean, that's what pro drafting is in general. It's like you think you have an answer for something, it turns out you don't, you ban it the next game. So whether or not Puppy's right about that is you know, up for debate, but they could definitely pick the Ursa. It's great against Elder Titan too. Like, there's absolutely no way an Elder Titan's going to run up and start punching an Ursa. So it's just a really easy hero that you can kill in every team fight, and it's worth killing him too.
And there's 2 thoughts going into this Ursa pick, because if you want the Ursa really badly, you're going to pick it here, but you're also not concerned that Secret's going to take it, because they already have most likely if it is their carry, and if it isn't their carry, they're most likely going to leave it open until the last pick. So you have to ask yourself, if you plan to pick the Ursa anyways, you probably pick it here. Because if you pick it 4th into counters that they already picked, then there's no reason to hold off. But at the same time, you're not worried about the other team taking it.
Rubik ban could be the Weaver that you were talking about. Yes,
it's Rubik or Snap. It's Weaver or Snap. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, Rubik is also good against Magnus for the telekinesis, 0 cast point stun, or almost 0.
You know, the nice thing about Weaver as a support position is that it's kind of similar to what we saw when I believe Secret picked it as the carry position. It's that you can survive the Tiny burst. Well, you think you can survive the Tiny burst, and then you press R and you're full HP, and Tiny doesn't have the burst, right? And so it's the same thing we saw Faceless Void actually beat the Tiny earlier in the tournament because of the same principle where you're just dodging all of the burst, and obviously Weaver has a longer cooldown on that, but as a support, you can have a carry who's actually building into Scotty, building into Satanic, these tanky items, and then save them with the Weaver Aghanim Scepter, and then all of a sudden Tiny's not as much of an issue.
I was not expecting the Willow again. It worked really well last game, but I don't think these heroes on Secret are the same as we saw like the Magnus combo. They don't have like a clear time that you're supposed to terrorize in this game for the Willow. But maybe they also are unlikely to go for the morph because you have ET on the other side who removes all of his armor. Interesting pick.
Maybe the idea is around the brambles, because Tiny is not the traditional BKB carry due to his stat resistance, and then you're constantly getting brambled and you can't run around freely. Might also stop the potential Lycan Tiny combo.
Yeah, sure, and it's also like disengage too. You can just, you know, pick and choose your fights, and that sets up for the Winter Wyvern and the Magnus to hit better spells. Obviously, they're big counter initiators, and you want to pick and choose your fights.
There's the Lycan regardless. That's it's the LGD draft.
Yeah, Lycan Tiny.
I think Willow's that great against Lycan. It's like you're not going to die the Lycan because you have Shadow Realm and maybe Terrorize to cover yourself, but none of this threatens the Lycan. Okay, now that you've controlled him or saved yourself, well, now what? And we saw that in the past, Mag, he used to build like Tread's Echo Saber from the mid lane, or even sometimes build a little bit to right click from the off lane, and this cleave was good against Lycan's summons, but now Lycan's aura is global, so the hero is usually never anywhere near his summons, and then you also build like mobility on the Mag, so Lycan's really good at zoning out the Mag.
And he's got one summon, one huge summon instead of two little necro
like in necro books, yeah.
Yeah, which you would kill. So this SD looks like it's preemptively kind of countering the Morphling, who you could steal illusions of, and I really do think the Team Spirit's about to pick Morphling. This draft looks like to me that they're just saying, we're really confident in this strategy, we just won with it, it looked really good, like we don't care if you counter us.
It might be preemptively countering Ursa as well.
That's
because
true.
You have the constant Dispel against the Overpower, but you also have the save for the Winter's Curse and the RP. The Disruption is incredibly powerful this game because Team Spirit doesn't have a way to jump him yet. They have to draft something like the Storm, and these heroes don't want to be playing into like Storm Spirit mobile heroes don't want to play into really beefy Lycans and Tinies. And Sven, yes, it looks nice because of the armor, the Warcry, but that is also purged by Shadow Demon.
Yep.
And if he gets to an Axe at any point, if it's maybe a 4-position Shadow Demon, that break as well as Dispel consistently, it just ruins Sven.
Yeah, this is a really kiteable Sven. It looks like right now. In terms of at least Team Secret's draft, they have the Disruption from Shadow Demon, they have the ult from Shadow Demon, they have all the tiny stuns, which are on a low cooldown, Elder Titan, who's throwing all of these spells into melee range, BKB Piercing, of course, the Earth Splitter. The Lycan can run his units around you. Of course, you can cleave those. We already talked about the cleave's not as good as it was before. But then on the flip side, there is a lot of setup potential from Spirit in terms of having some crazy wombo combo in the team fight. You have the Sven cleave on top of the Magnus of Power, giving him even more cleave, as well as these like massive team fight ultis. They could 100% have the Sven 1v5 in this game, but it requires some team fight synergy.
And no Shadow Demon. Because the Shadow Demon really destroys this whole idea. If he gets purged, you lose the Empower there, you lose your Warcry, you're getting kited.
True. Yeah.
Like, this Shadow Demon has completely.
It's a great pick. Yeah. It's a great pick.
Yeah, this is what I was on a panel yesterday as well, where these teams know what kind of hero you have to pick. They've picked Lycan and Tiny. You have to pick a durable hero that can clear the summons. Yep. Shadow Demon's good against pretty much all these heroes that do that. So they pick the Shadow Demon knowing that no matter what, you're still going to pick it into a counter. Like, you would never, on paper, pick Sven into Shadow Demon, but there's other issues that they have to solve on the Team Spirits draft, so they don't mind one bad matchup. It's just really, really cool like thought process from these drafters.
And then Spirit bans out the puck, which is exactly what LGD ran with a very similar draft yesterday. I would be surprised if Secret doesn't just go for... Okay, so the Void Spirit is banned out, Ember is banned out. We need a Spirit-type hero because none of these Secret heroes want to go in and actually get stuff started. This is what we've seen in all of the drafts so far from them. So what do we have left? Storm's a little slow.
Could they run something like a DK, for example, instead?
The problem is you don't know the lane matchup. Oh, they go with the lane. Okay, so something that's going to win the lane no matter what.
But now you lack the initiation you were talking about, so Tiny's going to have to be the one.
It's going to be Lycan's job.
Oh, Lycan.
I think it's going to be Lycan's job. They're not going to have a hard initiation. They're going to have cause chaos. And you'll separate, and the Tiny will be able to land his abilities. They have a lot of poke, a lot of prod, and then eventually, once they get the fight started, their damage on Team Secret is immense. Once you get the Tiny Lycan timing, the Wyvern's really good against Tiny because of the slow from Winter's from Arctic Burn, but that doesn't matter if you're hasted.
You can hear?
And they go for you have to go for something like this to jump the Shadow Demon, but my emphasis is this hero is not good conceptually against push lineups. You don't want your towers getting pushed. You want your team setting up the rotations. I think Team Spirit's going to be on the back foot. I don't like being on the back foot when I have a Sven. He's a pretty strong laner who wants to pick fights on his own terms rather than defensively. If any team can pull it off, it's Team Spirit, but I think Secret's got their number on this one.
This is through deep. There's always the snowball potential of a Storm Spirit if he gets an early Orchid. There really isn't much to disable him. I was thinking maybe like a Yule Scepter would be pretty good on Nisha this game, but it's just such an uncommon Lina build, and you've got the SD to set up for you already, so maybe you just don't go for that Yule Scepter, even though if the Storm does pop off, you probably need one. But yeah, I think Spirit can definitely win team fights, but Team Secret's draft is looking a lot like LGD's, and that looked pretty unbeatable, to be quite honest.
But Spirit wins for a comfort draft, right? This is the draft that they've played through and through. This is their bread and butter. Team fights, strong carry, Yatoro on this fan, like even Miroslav on the Dark Willow.
Yep.
All these heroes are heroes they know how to play, so maybe they're just trying to go for a good draft they know how to execute.
Well, the way I think they win, honestly, is being close enough in the game once Secret goes high ground to win off the skewers into base. I think that is their best option because of Liffin can match the Tiny, but he needs like 4 or 5 items to not only do enough damage, but also tank through what they're dishing out on Secret.
By the way, interesting on Secret is they swapped Eldritine and Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon's going to be a 5 this time.
I see.
And ET's going to be the 4.
Yeah, ET running in and disrupting seems really good this game, and as a 5 you can't do that because you just feed due to no items. But like Wyvern and Magnus, they're looking for these big counter initiations, which if you're using all of your spells to stop this like position 4 ET from punching you, then I do think that actually makes a lot of sense, and the disruption is what's important from the SD as well as the ult.
And now, as the game begins, we're going to get everyone's favorite casting duo here on the stage. It's Sunsfan and Synderen.
Hello, everybody. It's down to this, Synderen. Game, millions of dollars on the line. Team Secret versus Team Spirit. We have a tiny Lycan combo again, but sadly, no Christmas tree.
Oh, no. What does he have? It's a regular tree.
It's very, very sad to see. Maybe if they win this match with that extra few $1 million, he can buy the Christmas tree for himself, Synderen. But what do you think of these lineups?
What a game this is going to be. Yeah, so Secret are playing a strategy that's very similar to what LGD did yesterday against them with the tiny Lycan. I do think some key components are very different, though, from what made the strategy successful for LGD. I think the mid-hero by nature, having Lina instead of Puck, makes the dynamic of the game very, very, very different. Simply, you can't really catch in the same way. You don't have the same space-making type of mid, so Secret's lineup is slightly more on the greedier side. And as far as Team Spirit goes, they have insane team fight. Obviously, Collapse on the Magnus has looked incredible this event. They have a lot of initiation power with the Storm, as well as potentially a Dagger Sven somewhere down the line. So I think it might sound crazy seeing how Secret got absolutely destroyed by that tiny Lycan yesterday, but I think Spirit actually have a really good shot at this game, primarily because of the difference in the mid lane, the way they set it up with their bans in the draft, and always that wild card of Mag.
Indeed, and it seems to be a wild card in every game because he's picked every game, gets past that first phase of bans. Disruption from Puppey, as Collapse will try to make his way to that top lane here. And yeah, this is going to be, I don't know, with the, we talked about this in game number 1, and maybe we can revisit it a bit, but a lot of pressure on Secret to perform because they are the experienced ones. Team Spirit kind of free-flowing, I guess is a good way to put it. But this has to be a pressure for everybody right now. Because I remember back in the DC in the lower bracket finals against EG at TI6, everybody was nervous on both teams, and that led to a lot of mistakes, which made it really exciting.
Right.
So we'll see if that ends up coming to fruition in this game 3.
One thing to focus on for Secret when it's crunch time and you really need to get the win is that in this tournament so far, Nisha has been a standout player in that mid lane, and he has himself one of the best possible matchups against Toronto Tokyo Storm, playing as Lina. So even though we don't have that same playmaking potential that we saw out of PSG.
Disruption, Matu's there.
Okay.
All right. Oh, nice neutral creep gets the first blood for the neutrals. That's a lot of extra gold for all those creeps. They combine, and then you just get even more gold when you kill them, Cinder, and that's definitely how it works. Denying first... That's pretty big.
That actually sounded like a suggestion Slacks could have come up with. Oh, if the neutral's killed, they should get all the bounty, and then if you kill the neutral keep, it gives 300 gold.
It gets larger and larger. Why not?
No, why?
I don't know. Just because. Why neutral items, Cinder? And I love them.
Well, why not?
So Matu playing the Tiny, as we alluded to. Collapse. Finally not... And he's playing the Magnus this time, Cinder. Basically, every performance that he's had at this tournament has been quite stellar. been kind of his showing out party, is we have a disruption. Putting himself in the way of Matu so that Mira is not collapsed upon.
Well, he needs to be a little bit careful here, actually. Puppey coming in with the illusion skewer.
We have the skewer with the shockwave. They're going to try the 1v1 battle this. The Brambles come out as well. This is going to be first blow going the way of somebody. Cinder is Matu. One right click. Nope. Looks like Puppey will get credit for that one.
And with the avalanche, he's opting not to chase down, but rather to straight up go up and salve Matumbaman and probably give him a tango here as well. Coming out of his own tango in a second. So, yep, Secret will get first blood there. That was very close. Obviously, Collapse playing off the knowledge that Avalanche would be on cooldown for quite a while there. Has been nerfed over time. It's 26-second cooldown level 1. Honestly, for what it does, a really long one when you think about it compared to other heroes. So, probably need some buffs to Tiny after this TI so that he can do better in lane.
Yeah, I'd like that. As Courier's going to get sniped here from Yapzor. Looking forward to the briefcase being shown here in this game. But Nisha in the mid lane on this. Lina is at 19-9 for CS versus the 11-1 Toronto Tokyo.
He's gone woods.
Yeah, I can't blame him. This is not going super well for him, but he does have a nice stack here, so we'll be getting a good amount of gold overall. But Nisha is just left to his own devices, Cinder, and that's... We've been seeing him on Void Spirit mostly this series. It's a scary proposition for Team Spirit to leave him be. Puppey. He harassed a bit here from Collapse as Matu making his way over as well. Is only a 1-0 advantage in this early game for game number 3. So much on the line here. I can't even imagine what's going through the heads of every single player in those booths. But Team Secret, they have a ton of experience to fall back on, and Team Spirit, they have, I would say, the momentum from the tournament, from the beginning of the tournament,
and from the last game,
few months even.
Right?
Yeah.
That was a game that they were doing well, then it looked really grim, and they just grabbed the win out of nowhere. That's got to be a real confidence booster.
For sure.
Not really going to follow up on it, though.
The crowd goes wild with that shockwave.
Yeah, I didn't go for the skewer. I don't know if that would have led to a kill, but definitely could have done some significant damage to the Tiny. They're going to opt just chill here. And let's talk a little bit about bottom, because we've been focusing along the other two lanes. So it's going to be a Toro Sven against Zai Lycan, obviously with the Yapzor battling up against Miposhka's Wyvern. Actually, Yapzor could be in a bit of trouble here, but that's not actually the case at all. Sorry for the misleading information. Okay. This is a good lane for Sven. Right? He's one of the carries that does the best against Lycan in lane. You have the natural built-in cleave when you skill upgrade cleave. You have good armor. So,
and you have power for double cleave, Cinderin. Very important.
True. It puts pressure on the Lycan in lane that he always needs to micro his wolves. There's some carries that you can play against where it's a lot easier, but you just have more stuff to manage here, more things that can go wrong. CSing just flat out gets harder because your wolves can just get stunned and they can cleave them down.
Yeah.
So, obviously, unsurprising to see Yatoro pull this far ahead of Zai as he is. Obviously sitting now at 34-13 against 16 for 2, which is a much bigger lead than what Secret have in their top lane on Tiny, but the big story is Nisha is level 6.5, and Toronto Tokyo just got level 5. And mind you, this is without a kill in that lane.
Indeed. Yapzor has come as well, so Toronto Tokyo just getting forced out again, which means it's going to be extra damage to the tower in all likelihood. Miposhka being spotted out now, as Yapzor is going to get even more damage as a result. And it's just one of those position fours that you just cannot ignore. Be able to beat the crap out of people with that briefcase of his. Or stapler, depending on what you like. Toronto Tokyo looking for the bottom rune. He will get it, and it's an arcane. But still, not level 6, so can't really take true advantage of that. Yapzor applying some pressure to Miposhka, and then and go into the jungle. Top lane, Puppey's in a lot. Looks like he's going to take a tumble, but Collapse will likely die to the poison, so it's a 1-for-1.
I think Matsu was out of experience range for that kill, though, so still call that a win for Team Spirit. Matsu got the experience from that kill. That would have made a big difference. Maybe he did. I'm actually unsure, but Nisha
Toronto Tokyo does hit level 6 now. 6. Yep, and he's going to jump on top of Nisha, but Nisha pretty healthy. Yataro making his way over. Mira's there as well, so it's a 3 versus 1. Even God Strength used Whatever it takes to take out Nisha and into the jungle, into the triangle, Yatoro
stacks here, Yatoro, since he rotated anyway, so might as well use God Strength there. They're going to stack one more time and then clean up whatever they can.
Yep.
Getting the Empower buff up as well here.
Oh, yeah.
That is juicy.
Very nice. So, how's the Lycan Ags with Tiny this game? Like, is there a game where it's not good? Or is it just something, if you have these two heroes, that's something we should expect no matter what?
I think we should expect it in this game at least. It's just, it puts so much pressure on the other team that they know that if Tiny isn't under control, you could literally get kind of one-shot comboed on almost any of your heroes once he has the items. So I'd be rather surprised if Zai doesn't go that route after his Helm of the Dawn, which I believe is flying out now. It's on the way on that courier, so we'll be grabbing that. But good kill here for Team Spirit in the mid lane, taking advantage immediately of hitting level 6 on Storm to punish Nisha, who was playing hyper-aggressive. Obviously what won him the lane to begin with sets him back a little bit there with Storm Arcane Rune.
Top lane, Matu's getting forced out, has the Bramble there, but we'll walk away.
Secret are actually pretty far ahead in these two lanes. Collapse is level 5 to Matu's level 7, and mid Nisha even Toronto. Lane Zai level 6. What is Sven is level 8.5. So all the way across the board, slight advantage for Secret overall. And I guess that's good news for them, right? Keep in mind what their lineup wants to do. This is a similar story to what we had against LGD yesterday from Secret, where LGD were for 20 minutes until
the Avatar
they got what they wanted.
Okay, that's not that much damage. Collapse is actually perfectly fine. Sorry, continue your thought, Synderen. Really apologize.
So carry Tinys will generally not do that much damage with that combo. Want to get the point into tree grab. Grab it 3 times. Yapzor.
Yep, Stormhammer's there. Yatoro pops his ult, and Yapzor just gonna get chopped down into oblivion. And I guess
Zai's like, hey, Yatoro, you want another 150 gold? Here you go. Gets his Dom creep, as well as Wolves cleaved off in 2 swings from Yatoro. He's gonna be very happy about that.
And Nisha, essentially a recipe away from finishing Yule, so that'll be a nice setup for his LSA combo. And, well, it's kind of cookie-cutter build, I would assume, for Matu as well. Echo Saber, Silver Edge, maybe a Blink Dagger at some point, or BKB.
Yeah, probably Echo Silver. I think it's fine. It gives you a possibility of one-shotting the Storm. You can one-shot Storm, Willow, or Wyvern as Tiny with a Silver Edge. On Willow, you need to be very quick to toss. You need to basically attack, instant toss, and then avalanche while he's in the air, or he will get off the realm and escape. But the other heroes are very easy targets. Miposhka looking to defend bottom. It is a hard defense. There are wolves.
Yeah, but Miposhka is level 6, so Curse is available here, which can be really annoying for Lycan players.
Alright, they're going to give it up. Secret aren't going to try to continue pushing. Maybe too intimidated by the missing Storm. And Yatoro now, Toronto token. Find Nisha here.
Yeah, Ellis is going to connect with the Shadow Realm. Comes out, Matu coming backstabbing against the Avatos, but still not enough damage to really do much. Toronto Tokyo. Curse Crown connects. And that'll break up the fight completely.
I feel like there might have been a potential play there for Secret to get a stun off from Lina onto the Storm if the Avalanche toss were staggered as much as possible out of Matu there.
Well, the big jump in from Toronto Tokyo, and to terrorize the follow. Puppies in the vicinity. Can they save him? Shadow for the disruption. And they're getting absolutely beat down. Looks like Puppy gets credit for that one. So a 2-for-1 overall. Who died first between the mid laners?
I think the Storm was killed off first. Yes, he was. Did get the return gold onto Nisha there, but in the meantime, of course, you got to look at the rest of the map as well. Secret are gaining this bottom tier 2 or tier 1 tower, excuse me, with the siege creep. I denied him from the push. Actually, almost got it there as Wyvern. But Team Spirit will trade for top. Didn't get the last hit on Yatoro, but still opens up the map a little bit.
Yeah, Yatoro has the Mask of Madness, going for the Echo Saber, Blink, and then BKB. And from there, I would assume Silver Edge.
Yeah, Silver Edge could be a thing. I think maybe on second thought in this game you might want to just go AC. I don't know if you want to get the silver at all. You want to blink in and then you're going to just stand and deliver. I don't know if you're going to get the Silver Edge surprise jump. So yeah, I definitely like Dagger out of Echo and then BKB into probably AC than either Satanic, Daedalus, you know, the standard stuff.
Mr. Collapse himself, he has the mech ready to go. You can see Toronto Tokyo getting close to finishing Kaya. So again, not opting for the Orchid because the Bulls on the opposing mid. I mean, is there any consideration for... Oh, Nisha gets off some spells, gets some nice movement speed, but Collapse finds the RP, and with Yataro in the area, all 3 cores, in fact, in that top river,
he's a big
able
kill.
To take out Nisha here.
It's worth it. You want to slow down the Lina as much as you can. Gets caught there. The Yules wasn't able to save him. It is a lot of mana out of Storm's pool every time he does this, so can't really farm too much out of it, I suppose, but you just want to, again, kill the Lina on every opportunity you get. You have a Sven that's totally free farming as well. So maybe in the next 10 minutes, you know, Secret will, again, they just want to build up their Lycan as well as their Tiny. At some point you might be able to flat out just contest them if Lina isn't strong enough. Seems to be the plan. Secret Nisha here is queuing up the BKB before travels. We'll see if that is the order.
I don't know if they can find him without the RP, but this would be a death to Nisha.
Yeah, that would have been huge.
But still, Blink Daggers are coming soon enough for Team Spirit, which looks like that is next for Yataro on the Sven. And Puppy puts down a ward. He can see a little bit there.
Both Collapse and Yataro have a dagger in like 2 or 3 minutes, so that would be a really good time for them to look for opportunities that could potentially lead into Roche. I think it's maybe a little bit of a stretch for the lineup to do Roche this early unless you get a team wipe.
LSA connects, Laguna Blade to follow, but does not have the damage to finish it off. The tree disjointed by Toronto Tokyo. So decent amount expended, but Nisha's just going to go back into the jungle with a nice triple stack.
They find Collapse top.
Cinder got the Avatos combo with Puppy's ult. Collapse gets to skewer off but can't make it to the high ground and is eventually brought down by Secret. There's a smoke on Toronto Tokyo right now, but they are headed towards that bot area. Zai almost done with the Helm of the Overlord, but might have to wait here, Cinder, and as Curse Crown with the Bedlam damage coming through. Looks like that's going to be an easy pick-off for Team Spirit. So it's off-lane for off-lane, essentially. As Miposhka getting destroyed by these wolves, has to curse the creeps just to survive. And at least he does so.
It's funny to think about how for a short while, Wyvern was considered one of the strongest support counters to Lycan. And then Lycan was just like, well, what if I just don't run in my hero? And all of it's fun for Wyverns anymore. This was obviously back in the day when we had Necronomicon. Made it a lot worse for the Wyvern as well, just the overall mana burn and total damage, how quickly it came in. But still, even with Helm of the Overlord, once that comes out on Zai, and you just pop your ult and you run the Golem at Wyvern, what are you going to do?
Indeed. And that'll also help amplify his farm to be able to actually get that Aghanim Scepter to be able to bite his teammate and turn the Rockman into a wolf. As Yataro is at the top of the net worth right now by a pretty decent margin, but that is kind of to be expected from a Sven.
With Empower.
With Empower in addition. Obviously, Tiny not able to get his shard yet, but that's
Yataro wants to show off his blink here.
And Puppy gets off Disruption. Nisha on the back. Now, or Spinner comes out. First to fall will be Puppy. The skewer into the RP. Several girls got in there. That is going to be a kill from Toronto Tokyo. Buyback now on the Puppy as Collapse getting beat down by the tree. So Secret do get a collateral kill here, but it's going to cost them dearly, Cinderin.
That worked out super well for Spirit, the way they jumped that with Toronto Tokyo and followed up. YapzOr didn't really manage to find a good stomp or splitter in that situation, so they couldn't really. That's the key counterplay that we'll usually have in a spot like this. Diving Elder Titan is really scary, or against Elder Titan rather. But with Puppy already using the disruption, they feel way more confident just locking onto a single target in that Lina and getting her down as soon as possible. So that was an instant cue to go. And the RP from Collapse, like you said, wonderful. So was that actually only a 2-for-1? on with a buyback from Secret. What? How did
Toronto Tokyo dies?
Have to admit, I wasn't looking there.
Matu.
Shadowblade reveal.
Shadowblade, yeah, that is a huge kill for
That
Secret.
is big. He was dominating,
That
so he gets 6/5 bonus for that.
That negates that mid to fight entirely.
Yeah,
basically,
pretty
it's
much
a wash now.
Big find for Matsu.
As you see the Rock Golem come into play now with that Helm of the Overlord. I feel like I haven't seen it in a long time, Sinner. It's always the Rock. And he's on your team. Shadow Realm popped to try to get away here.
And Matsu's going to wait for another tree before he goes and finishes this tower. Or they might just not do it at all. They're going to respect the potential play here from a Blink Skewer, as well as a respawning Storm, and Secret are going to wait for later. Honestly, I understand it. I don't think you have to really stress taking this tower. You have passive ways of slowly getting it, like Wolves, like the Helm of the Overlord. It will fall eventually. And if at any point Matsu makes a map read that he isn't going to get jumped, he can Shadowblade and double hit it and it's gone. So, don't have to risk anything to get it here. A lot of composure and discipline there from Secret. Yapzor.
Tokyo, yep, wants to find Yapzor. And it looks like he'll find him. Easy again. And Yataro makes his way in mid lane, and like you said, that Golem ends up getting the kill onto the tier 1 mid. So, inevitable to fall. And that's going to give some that's gold over to Zai, as we have another Avatos killing off the Storm Spirit. Are you kidding me? Matu is just finding these incredibly important pickoffs. And it's just with a Shadowblade, too. It's not like this is Blink Dagger and Shadowblade to be able to come from
He might even find another one here. Oh, he's going to find a ward. Okay, so won't get the Wyvern.
2 huge picks from Matu.
Yeah. With those kills, he's actually tied with Sven on worth. So we're going to see the replay here of, I believe, the previous one.
Yeah, gets off the first right click with the Avatos and just enough damage. It's actually relatively close there. So a couple very important deaths going in favor of Secret this time. Toronto Tokyo 4-3. So he was 4-1 before that. He was having himself quite the game. But you can see just in terms of net worth, he is just in the middle. That is not where you want to be.
He is below the Lycan who was laning against Sven at this point. That puts things into perspective.
But he does get an Essence Ring, so
he does.
That'll help. That's a nice one.
It'll help if he doesn't get burst in a one-shot combo from Tiny. Unfortunately, that's what generally tends to happen against Tiny. Also, Lina, similar story. If he gets caught by a stun, might not even have time to use the Essence Ring. So it's nice in a lot of situations. Might even sometimes want to pre-pop it when he jumps in just for safety. But it is pretty expensive to use 200 mana cost to something Storm doesn't really want to throw away for nothing.
Team Secret sporting a 2k net worth lead now. It's right on the edge. We saw that. The back up to 3k now. As Yataro, he is the member of Team Spirit. A lot of pressure on him now, Sinner, because of Toronto Tokyo's game. Winter's Curse. It's only on to Puppey, though. The skewer back from Collapse. It looks like they'll get this one.
Not me. Pretty much a zero risk play with the Blink Skewer.
Does cost them a Winter's Curse, but not the longest cooldown.
No. And I don't think Secret are going to be super eager to go, especially not with Puppey with a buyback on, or with a dieback here essentially, right? This was an old death that is being added on top now, so out for a minute. Don't need to worry about not having the curse. Nothing's going to come the way from Secret right now, most likely. As a matter of fact, it's going to be Team Spirit again going for a move. Oh, they might see Nisha here.
Yapzor.
Wow, they didn't manage to get a jump out of that. Not yet, anyway. Nisha.
Nisha.
Invis Rune.
Invis Rune. The Golem is trying to create some space here, Cinderin. And Matu ready to go. It is 20 minutes, so expect that shard pretty soon from Matu. I mean, how much do you prioritize that before the Silver Edge, actually? It is really important to have. Yeah, Golem is dead, but it's okay. There'll be another one soon.
Sorry, you were asking about the Silver Edge and Tiny?
When do you prioritize the shard? Because I feel like it is quite important.
Good question. I think probably that these 2 kills that you just got, you might want to get the Silver Edge first and keep the snowball rolling. I think if it's less of an active game from you, you're just more far, get it as soon as possible. Under these conditions, I would imagine he can just find bigger and kills.
Toronto Tokyo picks up an Orchid, by the way, so a little bit later one, didn't prioritize it first. Obviously, we talked about the Yules on Toronto, or on Nisha.
Who's your
and
Orchid,
the BKB.
though?
Yeah, he has to go for the backline. It's got to be like an Elder Titan or something.
He kind of has to Orchid Shadow Demon or the save comes out, right? But Puppey does have a Ghost Scepter, so he can't solo kill him anyway, and Sven can't kill him either. If Puppey is quick on the Ghost, he can counterplay a lot of the stuff that Team Spirit offer up here from their team fight, except Skewer, of course, which will get him killed. So you can Orchid Skewer him. That's a lot of stuff to use just to set up for the fight, though. And any other target can potentially be saved or at least delayed by Puppey. Storm can't solo kill Lina with the Orchid anymore as Nisha got the BKB. Obviously been playing from ahead against the Storm the whole game. And if Storm wants to solo kill Lina, you need to get that Orchid before that BKB timing. But Secret are effectively conceding Roche at this point by playing the bottom half. And Spirit will say thank you very much. Get an Aegis on their Storm.
Yep, very important. Probably the best hero in the entire game to get the Aegis, but it is a hero that has not that much net worth, so it is a bit of a trade-off actually this game, I'm surprised to say, just because the net worth on Yataro is crazy high right now. And Matu
cleans up the wave. He did get the shard first.
Okay, so has the shard in tow, so the tree is going nowhere unless he wants it to go somewhere, Cinderin. Working on the Shadow Blade now, so from Secret's perspective, is it just I was gonna ask if they're gonna wait out the Aegis, but it looks like Matu wants to at least get some, I was gonna say chip damage, not with Tiny. Fortifications pop and Poshka's in the area and has this curse available, but needs to find a target next to Tiny so that Matu kills a teammate. Friendly fire is definitely a thing.
Oh, he's gonna effectively get a deny out of that. I don't think Spirit are too happy with this. They TP'd down multiple heroes and they didn't even get to mount the defense that they were trying to set up, and they will now have to just back off and go top. So at the very least, the deny, probably a little bit of a little thing going their way, not too great, but
Ags online. We have the Wolf Bite ability in the game.
Oh boy.
So Matu,
did PSG LGD have Elder Titan in that game yesterday? I don't think they did. I think they were against it, right? So expect if Elder Titan is also in the play together with Lycan and Tiny, that the Tiny will ignore all the armor too, effectively dealing pure damage as a wolf with a tree.
This is the most... I mean, if you told me about this hybrid a few years ago, Sinner, I wouldn't have believed you. There we go. Matu is now a Rock Wolf hybrid.
Illusion.
With, you can't see right now, but it's there. It's not his tail. That's a tail and a tree somewhere, Cinderin.
Yep.
Hidden. The depths of his bowels, probably.
He has a very big mouth.
Probably coming out of his mouth, yeah. That's what I would imagine, at least. Lore-wise, it makes a lot of sense, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's so funny about this act. It's just, it never gets old, I feel like.
Gonna TP bot. Looks like Secret will still want to make another move here. So they didn't really accomplish much with that chip shift or the wolf fight. It's up again in 40 seconds, but at the very least, for Secret, Team Spirit aren't really progressing on the map. They still haven't taken the mid-tier 1 25 minutes in. They're not really opening up that much, so the obvious play for them is to go top, which is now being marked by Yatoro. He wants to go there. Has to be really careful, though, with the flank angles that Secret's lineup can find in that area. Secret do have a pre-placed obs that is expiring in 10. Might want to get a new one up there for... When you lose that safe lane tower, getting a ward somewhere around your outpost can have really high impact because the enemy team will often play up there. Sometimes you can find some like cute spots that are less likely to be dewarded, and that could lead to something big here. But Secret have lost the area entirely, and now that means you just concede this tower. Will be going the way of Toronto Tokyo. Aegis for another minute and 40.
Yeah, and they're
maybe
trying
Secret
to
just want to wait for that.
They only have one tower to the name, like you're saying. So this Aegis, feels like more of a denial at this stage. You only basically get it to 2. I mean, the tier 1 is still up for Team Secret. So you can see Matu picked up a Blink Dagger. Not sure if Spirit has seen this yet, but you have a double damage now with Shapeshift, and it could be a Blink reveal. I think we've seen this many times.
It did a lot of damage.
All right, here comes the Wolf Rock. Matu has his BKB ready to go, pops that Shadow Blade. But Team Spirit, they know. But does Mira know? Oh, is he? No, he's dead. Oh my God. He dies in midair. The double damage.
That is actually pretty close to Little Red Riding Hood there. That was on Dark Willow. I'll take that. That's
oh
close.
My God, Maposhka gets off the Winter Skirts, but it's not going to last that long because he's all alone. Matu, he throws the tree and destroys him. Cold Embrace saving Collapse for now, but you have to think that he will die here. Gets tossed up into the air. Matu plus the BKB, but a lot of damage coming from Mitaro. The Gods are actually ripping through this rock. He's going to get the kill. Nisha looks next on the target. He gets inside the trees. Nice vision from Prompto Tokyo. Double kill for Yataro. Collapse is still somehow alive here. Puppey getting some cover thanks to the Echo Sound, but triple kill for Yataro. He's just bringing everyone down to their knees. Out of nowhere, Yataro. I mean, he's been top net worth for a while, Cinderin, and it's really showing in that fight.
Such a heads-up play there from Apoka to not die, right? They kind of got a little bit desperate with the dive. Matumba thought he could kill him no problem, but the 2 swings he got in were not critical strikes. And Apoka got to reset out, dodge the tree throw as well. You're going to see the replay here. So the 2 swings come in here. Curse, none of them crits. Now he wants to throw the tree that gets blinked. And this is where Matsu probably just gets out, right? But Nisha has committed in from the back, so they feel a little bit forced to go. Great Cold Embrace, and the damage just isn't enough there onto Collapse.
Yep.
And then Yataro just goes in cleanup crew, no problem.
Getting another kill to his name here onto Yapzor. And that was past the tier 2 towers, and the tier 1 still remaining until just now. As Gem is on the deck.
Yeah, crucial hold for Spirit there. Good question. The dive from Nisha, it's easy to say from our perspective. It looked like they were just going to kill Wyvern on the spot and get more. And he's already in there. Can't really get out with his item build on Lina. He has to go to try to BKB TP, but you're still playing against RP, so unlikely to work.
And Yataro now has a Satanic. So, BKB Saber, Silver Edge Satanic. Going for the Swift Blink next. As we see the replay on Yapzor's death here. And Yataro is just on another level this tournament. His performance, and we've talked a lot about Collapse, and again, the entire team would not be able to get this far without everybody doing their work, but Yataro, as a position 1, has really shined this tournament. And Nisha and company looking to find their way back in this game. Still pretty even, I would say. 29 minutes in, 3K net worth lead for Spirit. And next Roche, won't know for a bit. Outpost being taken. Will be successful as Team Spirit are fully smoked right now.
Matsu finds a big item here. Got himself the Titan Sliver on Tiny. That's a very big pickup for him.
Yeah.
A lot more damage. The status. This is nice. Puppy. He has to.
Eon this procs. Toronto. Scepter as well will be burst down eventually. To the Sven. Yataro is Ursa doing too much though. Collapse out, but much to withstand. Toronto Tokyo creating enough space there. A big fight for Secret. They do lose Nisha, but Yataro at the very least is taken out of the game for a little bit.
Such a huge. Just the itemization from Puppy. Look at how much a difference it makes that he has these exact items. So he has Ghost Scepter to buy the time against that Sven, and then he gets the Demonic Purge disruption off because and done if he didn't have that disc. So kind of offering himself up and gets the full counterplay out. Demonic Purge on Sven is such an insane counter. It was talked about on the panel as well, right? They were like, yeah, you got to pick something, and that's the one bad matchup Sven has, and Puppy just showed why there. That Demonic Purge just ruined the Sven's fight, and they burst him down. That was a solid spell casting from the rest of Spirit, though. That could have gone way worse. It was a good curse onto the Lina to at least salvage things somewhat there for Team Spirit.
And Toronto Tokyo pushing out the top lane now, as we do have short online for Zai, so the Wolves
Mira gets stopped mid.
Spawning.
This could be a setup for Matu.
Thunderhide is available there. Oh, the force stab from Matu, but he's going to force out his BKB. Mira saving, or getting golden for now. Pops the Shadow Realm as well, but there's Collapse with the initiation onto Matu. Now the Orchid on top of it. He's already used the BKB. Nice. Oh, big kill for Team Spirit. Looks like Zai is next lit. Go Cinder. Great execution from Team Spirit.
Oh my god, I hope we get a replay of that. What an insane 4-step from Collapse there. It wasn't even Mira that he force-stepped. It was the Tiny of Matu. The second he blinks in to go for the Avatos combo, he immediately gets offensively force-staffed. And that puts him out of position. It doesn't only save Mira, but jeopardizes Tiny, and they do end up getting the kill in the end. That was sick from Collapse, and then he finishes it off with the Blink Skewer, too. It does. That's just world class.
Canceled perpetually by Puppy. On the other side of the trees, you see the toss finally being used. Puppy resigned to his death. And Yatara gets another kill to his name.
See a little detail there from Puppy. He backpacks his Aeon Disc. He doesn't want to use the charge on it. He wants to keep the cooldown as low as possible. Knows he's dead anyway. And wants to have it ready when he respawns. But Spirit, all of that momentum right now going their way from these last couple of fights. And you got to keep in these moves and Spirit just reading them and counterplaying them perfectly. Both times now, top and mid. Matu getting punished. Having an insane early game. These two deaths set them back so much.
And into the Roche pit they go. Team Spirit, the underdogs of this tournament, could finish this game and go to the grand finals. Yep, the four steps there.
Insane. And then Cold Embrace right after. Just so clutch from the supports of Spirit.
Yeah, that is. I cannot believe Mira lives through this entire fight.
Is crazy. They're going to get the.
Yeah, Wolf is showing this out, but not able to deny anything. So Toronto Tokyo gets the Aegis and the Shard as well. So
hot stakes match here. There's a lot on the line, so you definitely remember the Aegis this time. Team Spirit gonna get that.
Well done.
They gave the Shard to the Storm as well, right? He didn't buy this. He just picked it up and used it. So they get the active overload.
That's right.
Effectively improving their damage quite a lot. Gives himself some attack speed too, but I think primarily helpful for Sven as well when they initiate together.
Yeah, and he's had that shard for a little bit on Sven, so can dispel like Yules and whatnot. Pretty helpful for killing Nisha specifically, actually. As Matu is in wolf form again. And 9k lead for Team Spirit. They have a pretty firm grasp on this game, Cinderin. Can see the Eon Disc again. And alright, he gets slapped a bit here from the Elder Titan, but a big jump from Toronto Tokyo. Ghost Scepter immediately used by Puppy. Looks like he's done again though. Back, but again, the Eon Disc is going to be on cooldown for quite a while now. And Yatara wants to make use of this God's Strength. It is running out though. Looks like they're not going to go for the high ground yet. Still 3.5 minutes on this Aegis. They don't need to get over aggressive here. We've seen a lot of teams do that this tournament, in fact. Yep. And really, their only high ground is Sven. And I would assume he want to be ulted in most of these cases.
For sure.
So it's just like a small window.
There's a lot of risk involved with having the Sven hit the tower when you're playing against Blink Toss, right? Like, it's kind of the skewer problem that we've seen teams run into in the base as well, that you are facing.
Yeah.
The Wolf is a hunting. There's a gem on the Storm, though, so Toronto Tokyo should be able to react in time as long as he is not under a ward, which he is right now, but he will find that one. And Matsu will redirect his attention to Mira. Seems a bit hesitant to jump, and he's too slow.
That's a very quick shot. Oh, quick. Out of that.
Go for the wall cast first with Lycan at the same time. I don't know if that was a bit of a tell. I am not sure if Mira noticed that, but either way, he gets out, makes the right read.
And look at the bounce back from Toronto Tokyo. Look at his net worth, Cinder.
Yep.
It was not looking good for him halfway through the game. Obviously, Yatara creating a lot of space, and the rest of his team as well, for him to make this massive comeback. But second net worth, would be the case at 35 minutes. Just masterful play from Team Spirit. And again, whoever wins this game will be playing PSG LGD in the grand finals of TI. So,
and something we maybe haven't touched on so much, right? One of the key things for Secret in this game compared to a lot of the games that they do well in, Nisha has been so quiet.
Oh, they might have found Matu. Does have the BKB Avatos to follow, but Collapse gets saved. Matu is just completely alone, Cinder. Just look for some sort of collateral, but it's not going to happen. Down goes Matu. Does have buyback, however, and expect Team Spirit to force this out. I mean, they had to use basically nothing.
Yeah, they can take the two bottom towers for free if they want to, but they might look for more. They have another smoke on the Wyvern. Sven's God Strength is ready with Swift Blink.
And Toronto Tokyo gets the Orchid, but doesn't have a whole whole lot of mana to speak of. Use did not Secret the Laguna Blade. There's Curse. Not last too long though. There's Spirit still happy with this exchange. 13k net worth lead now. As Matu, they want to force this buyback.
Yeah, the Wolves in the middle. They're going to try to cut this wave. Zai. Making it more difficult for them to reach, but they will kill them off now with the Storm to save those precious seconds of the siege.
Oh boy. Arcane Rune on Toronto, Tokyo as well.
Yep. BKB is ready as well, and they know there's no BKB on Leon. That's big. Puppey has to be ready here to save Nisha. They're going to jump him at basically all costs.
High ground defense is there, team. Secret. Oh, Toronto Tokyo goes really deep, and there's a big skewer from Collapse onto 2. Good lord, double kill for Yataro. Basically in just one Echo Saber double slap. Absolutely filthy stuff here from Yataro again, and a great initiation from Collapse. And this means likely a mid-rax to follow, but Puppey's going to get initiated on. There's the Eon Disc to buyback now into Nisha. Matu has spawned naturally, and it looks like they might actually be able to defend this. In wolf form again. They're really going Curse Crown with the shard into the Bramble. And Team Spirit, oh my, they are so close into getting to the grand finals here.
It's unbelievable. If you would have asked me the odds of this before the tournament, Spirit getting to the finals.
Oh, 2, right? Let's find Mira has the extra tosses to work with. That's 2 deaths now in quick succession in favor of Team Secret, but still the buybacks remain. We'll see if Secret can force these out.
Seems relatively unlikely. It's so scary for them to go to the enemy high ground at this point with how much pressure they're under, and also their gold on their heroes. So Tiny doesn't have buyback gold, Lycan doesn't have buyback gold, Shadow Demon does. Yapzor used his previously on the Elder Titan. Very quiet game from him as well on that ET, just low net worth, he's not very farmed, hasn't been involved in too many kills. It is a difficult ET game in my opinion against the Storm as well as that Mag Skewer and just general vision that Team Spirit have been playing with the whole game, but really both Yapzor and Nisha just not having the games that they're used to, and that's what's made this so hard. Yeah, Monster's been caught up a couple of times and made some mistakes. These other 2 players just haven't found their footing in the game, largely.
Look at the net worth. Yapzor is literal bottom by a long shot.
Far.
That is so uncharacteristic. That I literally cannot remember that ever happening.
It's very rare, and it's also, if you think about the way Secret prioritized these heroes, I think having all the gold on Puppey has been massively impactful. I think his net worth has been put to really good use, but in some of these strategies we've seen from PSG LGD where they play a 4 Elder Titan, he ends up having an Aghanims, and he just becomes a 4th core. That's just not the case for Yapzor here. He doesn't ever have the opportunity to really go in and get much done. Maybe he doesn't feel like it was an option anyway because of the hero matchups. Like maybe he just thinks it's too hard against Ivern and Svemeg to ever do it.
Puppey has definitely survived through a lot of this, but Yataro now. So you dispel Eon Disc. And oh, Puppey, he's going to get the disruption off. Short. That's a huge curse onto 3 heroes. There's Secret RP from Collapse, and the right clicks are there from Toronto. And making an ultra kill. Will he get another rampage at TI10? Absolutely does it again. Holy Jesus! Taro and company are right at the edge now of going to the TI10 Grand Finals.
Secret have 0 buybacks. If they just get a wave into the base and go for towers, it's over. They could finish maybe even before Lycan responds.
Oh, they're definitely going to go for this. 100%.
It's over.
They're going to call GG. The underdog story is still alive. Team Spirit move on to the Grand Finals. What a performance. Team Spirit, man. It's hard not to be rooting for them right now because they have been the underdogs for so long.
Yeah, pretty much. It's an unbelievable performance by such a young squad. Like this storyline, them coming into this tournament by being, everyone was saying this is the second best team coming up from the Eastern Europe. Then they knock out the Virtus Pro. Now they knock out the Team Secret. Suddenly they're gonna be in the grand finals. I don't know. The Dota is such a weird game where there's so many Cinderella stories that happen throughout the history.
This one feels really good, though, I gotta say, because they did show hope, and it's like the perfect representation of the DPC season. Season 1, they looked okay, they had good moments, but they were sloppy too. Season 2, they were looking better, and then all of a sudden they show up and have a slightly rough start, but then they just get to prove themselves, and those are the best stories.
Evie, I want to come to you in a moment, but right now we do have to head down to the sidelines because Avo is standing by with Puppy.
Thank you. I'm here with Puppy. Top 3 at TI. I know that's not the expected result, but still impressive for a lot of teams. I'd like to ask you just a bit about the game that you just played.
It was rough. Everything was going wrong. So every time we got something, we went a little bit too further. And basically, we just kept on losing momentum, basically, on our heroes. And, it was still kind of like good at some point, but we couldn't abuse the Lycan Tiny whatsoever because we were just getting caught off guard all the time. So, yeah, pretty much.
Your team comes as one of the strong teams at TI, and also a lot of innovations. The draft, other teams started copying some of the things you were doing. Did you feel like there was a bit of a target on your back this TI?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it was fine. I think everybody here started realizing, because everybody was kind of drafting similarly, I would say, in this tournament. We had been seeing, like, we saw, like, every type of draft from every other team once in a while, but I think, like, the ones that actually get to abuse it to the potential are the ones that were winning, obviously. So, yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to the Team Secret supporters? Your team comes as one of the strong teams at TI, and
believing in us.
A lot of innovations.
As the numbers go, next time second place, next time first place. I mean, it's fine. Losing sucks, but what you gonna do? Life goes on.
Exactly. A surprising defeat for an incredibly strong team. Next year, as you said, if the numbers go, we're gonna see them again in the grand final. Back to you.
Thank you, Ava, and thank you, Puppy. I think that's what they call a classic Puppy interview there, Verge.
Yeah, it was good. He was pretty straightforward about what happened. Their little skirmishes went a little bit rough. Their best moments were probably Matu killing Storm twice around the enemy jungle, but what was significant is their gold advantage never really catapulted high. Like Sven, Yatora playing that, was able to keep his net worth so high the entire game that eventually he actually just had more net worth than Tiny, and they just won some fights. It was really impressive by Team Spirit.
How did you find the performance, Effie?
And I was so happy for them. It's just, this team are such a beautiful Cinderella story. It's so much like DC from TI6, and it's so hard to not cheer for a team that runs through the tournament the way that they did. But for me, it's just a matter of, Team Secret had an idea, and it was a really good one, and their heroes had certain timings where they would have just been insanely overpowered. They just didn't play it very well, to be honest. And of course, like Puppy.
But what was significant is their gold advantage never really catapulted high. Like Sven, Yatora playing that, was able to keep his net worth so high the entire game that eventually he actually just had more net worth than Tiny, and they just won some fights. It was really impressive by Team Spirit.
How did you find the performance, Effie?
And I was so happy for them. It's just, this team are such a beautiful Cinderella story. It's so much like DC from TI6, and it's so hard to not cheer for a team that runs through the tournament the way that they did. But for me, it's just a matter of, Team Secret had an idea, and it was a really good one, and their heroes had certain timings where they would have just been insanely overpowered. They just didn't play it very well, to be honest. And of course, like Puppy.
Around the enemy jungle, but what was significant is their gold advantage never really catapulted high. Like Sven, Yatora playing that, was able to keep his net worth so high the entire game that eventually he actually just had more net worth than Tiny.
All pick.
It was really impressive by Team Spirit.
How did you find the performance, Effie?
And I was so happy for them. It's just, this team are
Watch it. I'm hot.
Prepare for battle.
I'm going. Quick. Time to hot-foot it.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes. Oh yeah.
The battle begins.
Yes. Scorch 'em. To battle. Bring the heat. Like a wildfire. That wasn't too bright. Slash and burn. On it. Burn a path. Helter Skelter. Light 'em up. Attack. Getting warmer. Heat wave. I go like the blazes. On it. Burn 'em up. Open fire. Fire away. Time to hot-foot it.
Missing bottom.
Burn 'em all. Like a wildfire. Burn a path. I go like the blazes. Oh yeah. Open fire. Middle is missing. Scorch 'em. Quick. Light 'em up. Slash and burn.
That's for me.
Yes. Heat wave. Yes. Fire away. Burn 'em up. To battle. All
Top's
fired
gone
up.
missing.
I'm going. Nothing to burn. Middle is missing. Oh yeah. On it. Yes. Burn them all.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm going. Attack! Bring in the heat. Burn a path. Middle is missing. Burn them up. Temperature
Radiant's
rising.
courier has been killed.
Fire away. Like a wildfire. Quick. Attack. Yes. Time to hot-foot it.
Missing bottom.
Open fire. To battle. Middle is missing. I go like the blazes.
Haste. Coin for me.
I'm going. Light 'em up. Scorch 'em. Yes.
Top's gone missing.
My flame burns brighter. Time to hot-foot it. Burn 'em all. Quick. Slash and burn.
Top's gone missing.
Middle is missing. Heat wave. Yes. On it.
Top's gone missing.
Burn a path. Bring in the heat. I go like the blazes. To battle. Oh yeah. Warms my heart. Helter Swelter. Middle is missing. Oh, that's hot. Helter Swelter. Scorch 'em.
Top's gone missing.
Like a wildfire. Time to hot-foot it. Open fire. Yes. all. Fire insurance. Like a wildfire.
I'll take that.
Light 'em up. I go like the blazes. Bringing the heat. Yes.
Top's gone missing.
Fire away. Quick.
Eludes me.
Hot enough for you? Slash and burn. Attack! Oh yeah.
Unstoppable. Double kill.
To battle. Burn 'em up.
Wicked. Triple kill.
Legal tinder. Open fire. Heat wave. Burn 'em up. Burn a path. Burn 'em all. My flame burns brighter. Light 'em up.
Killing spree.
Attack!
Missing.
Helter Swelter. I'm going. I'm not ready.
Top's gone missing.
Slash and burn. Legal tinder. Bringing the heat. Fire away.
Monster kill.
Yes. On it. Scorch 'em.
Invisibility.
Helter Swelter. Burn a path.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Like a wildfire. To battle. Attack! Light 'em up. Heat wave. Not yet. Burn 'em all.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Scorch 'em. I'm going. Temperature rising. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Quick. like the blazes. Oh yeah.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fire insurance. Burn 'em up.
Your top tower is under attack.
Time to hotfoot it. Burn a path. It's not time yet. On it. Yes. I'm going.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Heat wave. Open fire. Like a wildfire. Yes. I go like the blazes. Time to hotfoot it. Bring in the heat. Yes. Slash and burn. Oh yeah. Fire away. To battle.
Regeneration. Oh, I'm open all night.
Ooh, scepter. Quick. On it. Fire in the hole. All fire up.
The omniscience. Yeah, proper
Heat
thrashing.
wave.
And what army?
Scorch 'em. To battle. Slash and burn. Yes. Like a wildfire. Burn a path. Fire away. Open fire. Yes. Oh yeah. I'm going.
Still here. Continue.
All right, Jake. So,
Yeah.
we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but for the people who may and Team Dragon built, I think they built like 10 Dagons.
That's right. That is right. It was mostly Team Thunderhide. These guys know all random deathmatch. I told you, Don't itemize like a normie. You're not going to have the same hero over and over again. You need Dagons, you need Blinks. Somebody but a Veil? A Veil? Banana Slam a Janna?
They can't hear you, Jakey. They can't hear you.
Moron! You don't buy a Veil. What if you get Anti-Mage, all right? You got to pick items that will transfer to hero to hero to hero. Aghanim's Shard. Does it transfer or doesn't it? I literally don't care. But Aghanim's Scepter does, my friend. That one is always a good one. Every hero has an Axe.
So now, what is the best hero to be playing in this mode? They said no techies, so...
It is techies. I don't know why. I mean, Brian is just too incompetent to understand the power. You need to pick a hero that is going to be good for you. For example, Sheepo, one of the greatest Meepo players of all time. Fantastic hero in this game because no one knows how to play against that hero because it's been irrelevant for 2 years. Things like that pop up that you can use your Dagon Meepo to win the game. Now, Sumi, keep with me here.
All right.
That's the power. Don't play normally. This is all random deathmatch and you're against tryhards. You have got to think outside the box.
So tell me yesterday, Team Dragon, it looked like it was pretty even, and then suddenly they were 4v3, or they were 3v4, and then all of a sudden, all three of them died at the same time.
That is right.
What do we do to avoid that this time?
Well, you probably don't pick bad teammates. I think that right here, Team Golem, they have some strong teammates. They have someone that might be able to stand up to CIS, because let's be real with you, that region is dominating so far. This is quite similar to our grand finals here coming up.
But Jake, the Eastern Europe region, they have ex-pros.
Yes. I'm sorry if I confused you. Golem has literally no chance of winning. I'm not trying to make this weird or anything. Blitz is on the team. I won't lie to you, I asked Blitz to play one game with me to raise my MMR to boost me, and he lost 8 in a row, and then asked Fog to fix it. I mean, the guy has no clue what's going on. He's Liquid's coach, for God's sakes.
Oh my gosh, I hope Team Liquid is not watching this. Jake, you are putting everyone on blast tonight.
There are no blasts here in Dota. This is actually very non-toxic behavior.
I disagree. I very much disagree.
All right. Let's say some positives, okay?
Yes.
Wagga Magaga. This guy, don't mess around. Drops items all the time. Picks them up before someone can steal them. He ain't pulling no swindles. These guys play a lot of Dota. They play a lot of streamings. I mean, they have basically no lives. You can go on any kind of platform at any day and see one of these guys doing something Dota related. The only one that has a life is Merlini, and somehow we still got him back. So, I mean, it's a sickness, and that sickness will lead them to glory.
All right, well, they have people that apparently have no lives. I'm so sorry to the team that will probably be watching the VODs later. But let's talk a little bit more about Team Thunderhide.
Yes.
They are our home team right now. They are from a win.
Smiling when he entered the arena. I've never seen that before in my life. And delicious cheese. I don't know if you've seen Team Golem. Many of them look malnutritious. I think that they are actually going to try to just live by getting that cheese. It is a big motivator for them. Hunger, literal hunger.
We have to balance this out. So I'm gonna say Team Thunderhide, okay? Team Thunderhide.
Ah, yes. Team Thunderhide, I mean, they're just motivated by being here. When's the last time Havost has been to a TI? I mean, they just want to literally come. So their motivation is to continue to stay on the stage for as long as possible, potentially warm up the seats of team spirit, and that could help. It's chilly sometimes in Romania. If they can get enough cumulative lower heat to support their brother in the region, I think that that is a big motivation for them. So I'd expect a longer game. I'd expect a lot of cheese to be eaten outside the booth to make it a healthy playing environment, and I expect them to do extremely well.
Do you think that the fact that they are experienced Dota players and captain's vote will transfer over to ARDM?
No, I don't think their experiences at all will transfer over to AR. I don't think anyone's experiences transfer to ARDM except for panic and fear, which is something that a lot of support players in Dota players know. So captain's mode is for tryhards, all pick is for the people, and all random deathmatch is for people that just gave up. And if there's one thing we have in plenty on this stage, it's a lot of those people.
Are there people who like main ARDM?
Main ARDM? I hope I never meet him, Sumi. I really, really do. But if you're watching out there, keep on trucking. You're good. You know who's the real sickos? The ones that made it. Ability draft.
I welcome the abyss. Your place
You've earned a wyvern's gratitude.
I'll take that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Bury me on my shield. Out of fuel. Not impossible.
Let my cold wings shadow you. Cold wings keep you.
Парни, що ми на драфті? 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 Парни, що ми на драфті?
Поднял, приподнял.
Ата крутит, лава крутит.
Let the sharks have my flesh. Tis mine.
Обнял, приподнял. Хата крутится. Лавеха мутится.
MMR is just a number.
My soul dies. All walls will break.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Purification.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let no sorceries avail.
MMR is just a number. MMR is just a number.
Finally.
Обнял, приподнял. Хата крутится. Лавеха мутится.
Night silence. Eternal dark. Again.
You did your best. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Обнял, приподнял.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Это нереально, это просто фантастика.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'll do better next time.
Radiant's middle tower is under
That
attack.
was an unqualified.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Обнял, приподнял.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Rest from your enslavement.
Обнял, приподнял. Обнял, приподнял.
Я недорожденный.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My venom, your veins.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Обнял, приподнял.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Go for me.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Repent.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let me acquaint you on the nice house.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Illusion. Tribute to my house.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Обнял, приподнял. Обнял, приподнял.
MMR is just a number.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
приподнял.
What would your mother say, generation?
Обнял, приподнял.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some power. Go. Misery yet. You down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ha! Oh! I'm over here. Time is money. Zap.
Парни, что мы надрафтили?
Хата крутится, лавеха мутится. Хата крутится, лавеха мутится.
MMR is just a number. MMR is just a number. MMR is just
Парни,
a
что мы
number.
надрафтили?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Just fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What sort of king am I?
Cloaked and daggered.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I got my ear.
They got a target. Whoa, what'd I miss?
tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
MMR is just a number. Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Dire are scanning.
Looking for me?
MMR is just a number.
Spell of three selves.
I beat the odds, lasting this long.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Хата крутится, лава это мутится.
MMR is just a number. Парни, що ми надрафтили? Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Radiant are scanning.
I'll take that. Haste. Dismount from life.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. bottom tower is under attack.
MMR is just a number.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
To ever doubt the power of Team Golem, Gods was in the back coaching them the entire time, hunched over. Well, you couldn't see, it was like a little demon in the back whispering sweet nothings. I never thought Team Golem would lose. I trust them, I'm friends with them, I love them, some would say.
And now I think we're going to bring both teams out for a quick interview. So while they come out, Jake, tell me, what did they win today?
They won the cheese. We've been over this like 15 times. They got cheese. They get the cheese. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, it's delicious, it's nutritious. Everybody loves it. It's cheese.
And they even provided the utensils to eat them.
They get cheese, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome your winners! Blitz. My goodness gracious, the first big victory that you've ever been a part of since you began your Dota career here on the main stage. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We disbanded Navi once again at a TI, so I definitely am a part of Dota history again.
Oh, that is really great to hear. Excalibur, my friend, are you lactose intolerant?
I actually don't know, but I think I can.
We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah! Ben Merlini Wu, how does feel to still be the top talent of Dota despite leaving for literally 3 years?
I was only good 10 years ago. Come on, let's be real.
Well, you just won again. Congratulations. See, sheepo, de peepo, de meepo. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I can't wait to eat cheese.
Great. Exciting.
I have something for you.
What do you have?
I have this. I drew it while we were winning. I had so much time because it was so easy.
If my child draws something like that, I'm putting him up for adoption. And my boy, Wagga Magaga, drop your items, drop it like it's hot in that match. Things were looking a little scary halfway through. It's like my wife used to say to me, it was over very quick and disappointing, yet you managed to pull it back. How did you do it?
It was the Windrunner, actually, that we got.
Shut the fuck up! Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost gonna let you have your cheese, but first, the losers excuse me.
Excuse me, we don't call it that,
The exit interview, LMAO.
All right, so now we have Team Thunderhide, who did take the first match of the All-Star tournament, but then unfortunately fell to Team Golem. Gentlemen, Sheepstick said that she had so much time during this match that she drew this picture.
Flex?
Do you have any comments about this picture?
Is this Lex?
Wait, I have a question. Is this a picture of him? That's him? It is a picture of him.
It's you. It's great. You look good.
Would you like to keep this picture?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. They may not have taken home the cheese, but they have taken home perhaps an even better prize. Now tell me, during that match, I believe it was you that said the other team was more difficult. Do you think that now?
Yeah, we'll come back stronger.
They will come back stronger. Also, Team Dragon was apparently stronger than you, even though you won. All right. What are your thoughts about playing all random deathmatch on the TI10 stage?
I think it's the best show match in this
in this universe.
in this patch.
The best show match in this patch. Very good. All right, next. Tell me, if you had anything to say to Team Golem, what would you like to say?
Well played.
Well played, team.
And I have one more. MMR is just a number.
MMR is just a number. Thank you very much. All right, final question. You were sitting in the VIP suite, and you were talking with Effie about the game, and Effie said that you were going to win it all. Do you have anything to say to all of your fans and friends who believed in you?
Sorry guys, we let our guard down during the game and they took advantage of it, and we tried really hard our best, but it just wasn't enough this time. But we'll come back stronger next year, and we'll be much better.
Next year, everybody, they're coming back next year. Final thing, can we get one more Team Borscht from the team?
No.
Team Borscht, Team Borscht, Team Borscht.
He said no, but they did it anyway. Sorry, but I win this time. I'm on the winner's side.
Is it reddish? Is it reddish?
No, it's cheese. You know how in TI they win the Aegis, but they have won the cheese.
Jesus, are you still talking? Get off the stage. You lost. Nobody cares. All right, let's go. Winners, please grab a cheese and then make 6 feet away from each other in a very safe manner. 6 feet, spread it out. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the ingestion. It's what you're all here for in this sick ritual. Maintain safe distance, remove thine masks, and eat thine cheese! Eat it! Yes! The dark ritual is complete yet again!
All right, thank you so much, everybody, for watching the All-Star match. Team Golem has won, and now we will see who will win the Aegis as we throw it back to you.
Well,
congratulations to Team Golem indeed. They get the cheese, but all that we really care about here on this grand final stage is who takes that thing right there, who takes the Aegis, who takes the International 10 World Championship. We're here to crown a champion. Only one series ahead of us. But before we look ahead to that grand finals, I want to look back because this is TI10, the 10th International, and I am joined on the panel by a lot of people that have a lot of good memories from TI. And I want to start on the very end. Fogg, what's your best memory of a TI?
Ooh, that is tough. It's actually really hard. There's too many good memories because from 90-minute games to 100-minute games where people are casting neutrals, killing each other, because we've had like, that was what, like TI2 or TI3 actually, with AC and Draskell casting that, to just epic moments of comeback, to kind of boring ones with TI4 where everybody didn't really watch the finals, to OG doing Cinderella story runs. So I can't choose an exact moment.
Do you have a moment, Gods?
I mean, I have a few. I mean, you mentioned some of the different TIs. Like I remember like Sing Sing playing Meepo at TI4. TI4 did have some good games. I also remember OG's run at TI8, but coming from open qualifiers to closed qualifiers to winning TI itself. That was insane. So there's just been so many like amazing stories at TI.
What was your reaction to seeing TI1?
TI1 was like a wow moment because I'd been playing Dota 1. I imagine same for you guys, like for many, many years. And to see like suddenly Valve pick up Dota and run $1 million tournament, it was unheard of at the time.
Did you believe it?
Not at first. Definitely when I first, I was like, surely $1 million? Like esports tournaments had like 50K prize pool, and like that was like unheard of. And then when you see this tournament happen, you see like Dota 2 in like, well, not in person, I was watching online, but you're suddenly like, wow, this is legit. This is for real, and this is like, going to be the future for a lot of us.
Yeah, and I know that you started watching at TI3 in 2013. What was your first reaction to watching Dota on the stage?
I actually never witnessed it from the stage. This is my first TI, but TI3 is the one where I started watching Dota in general, and the dream was instantly ignited. The fire was ignited. I started loving this beautiful game.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with you right now. Obviously, we love everybody that started witnessing it from the start, and we love everybody that started witnessing it maybe today. Welcome. Love to have you aboard. We're going to show you a video of a decade of TI. Yes, a decade, 10 years of TI. And we're going to start by hearing from people that have been to 1 to 5 TIs.
Меня зовут Данил, мой никнейм ГПК, мне 20 лет.
我是 Face 边，今年23岁，来自 PSG LGD 战队。
Hi, my name is Dobson. I'm playing for OG. I'm 23 years old.
大家好，我是 Ori。
我是 AME。
Hi, I'm Abed.
大家好，我是来自 Elephant 的优乐斯。
Hey guys, I'm Matumbaman. I play for Team Secret and I'm 26 years old.
Так, первый интернешнл это, скажем так, проверка нашей команды, но для меня это как, скажем так, очередной турнир в Доте, который, турниры в Доте будут еще.
This is my second TI.
今年是我第3次参加 TI。
第4次。
I attended 5 TIs in total as an analyst, player, or coach.
我觉得 TI 主要给我人生带来就是打比赛那种激情吧，就是我感觉打 TI 就是是一件让人热血沸腾的事情。最直接的物质上的有一些改变吧，高额的奖金。
TI definitely brought me money. That's the one thing. It also gave me a sense of purpose to what I'm doing with my life. It's something to reach out for, to achieve this big thing for your life, and winning TI definitely was one of them, and winning second is my current goal, so it definitely gives some purpose to your life.
I mean, the most memorable moments are probably just, lifting the Aegis, the finals, and of course the craziest comeback games from TI8 that we had. Some crazy games against LGD and EG, so those are the most memorable games, like the ones we're about to lose, but then we bring it back.
应该是我们 TI9 被小狗1打5吧。
Probably my first TI was TI6. The first time I saw all the players I looked up to.
应该是 TI7 吧，当时第一次打 TI， 然后一轮游了，然后就当时记忆比较深刻吧。
For me, it was TI7 lower bracket game against Virtus Pro. That was kind of the turning point for our team to win the whole tournament.
TI8, when I went as an analyst, I was just watching OG playing, and they weren't really the strong powerhouses going into the TI, but the stories they made and the quality of the games they brought was really fun.
I think I would tell myself to not get so knocked down on when we got eliminated. I was really feeling down. It felt really bad. I would tell myself it's okay. It's like life continues. It's not end of the world, and probably would try to teach me some, I don't know, humility maybe. I was young back then, so.
最好还是不要穿越回去，也许穿越回去说了一句话就改变了时间线，改变了世界线吧。
No, I don't really have any plans how many TIs I'm gonna play. Maybe I'll take a break after this one. Who knows?
看状态吧，如果觉得自己状态好，就会一直打吧，然后变菜了就不打了。
Well, for now, I try to take it one TI at a time, but obviously I want to keep playing and I want to keep coming here as much as I can until I win, that's for sure.
A TI win is indeed the goal for all players that gathered here in Bucharest this year as well. And I think that something needs to be said. We saw Topson in that video. Topson is the most recent Royal Roader, and that is if you go to the international, your first international, and you win it. That doesn't happen that often, although it happened more often. You think you want to have a short quiz? How many Royal Roaders have we got, including TI1? So I'll give you 5 already off the boot. Fog, do you want to give a little guess? I will also tell you there are, yeah, let him, calculate in the meantime. There are 45 TI champions, of course, although actually you can remove 5 of that because we have 5 returning champions, with OG winning twice. So that leaves 40 players with TI winning records.
We're all sitting here doing math.
I know. I gave you this time, intentionally. I see Fog still calculating.
I have no idea. I don't know. It's kind of just like a random guess, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably at least half, maybe, or around half. A lot of them,
It's
probably.
18. You're correct. It's 18
Nice.
Royal Roaders. And this year, guaranteed, we get at least 1 as well. So there will be at least 1 added to the numbers. And I say at least 1, maybe 4.
Yes.
That's crazy. There's only been 2 times that a full team of Royal Roaders has been there. Of course, TI1 was one of them, and Wings was at TI6 as well. But all these stories from TIs, I mean, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, Lizard, from having played TIs. Do you think players can use those lessons once they come on stage? Because we saw Matu just there saying, like, he should take it a little, life goes on, a little serious. But we've also seen the pictures. He just got eliminated. He's heartbroken.
100%. Every TI teaches you a lot because you're working under such immense pressure. The emotions are getting to you, and you have to learn not only a lot about the game, but about yourself as you are playing and going through the main stage.
Yeah, it is quite incredible, the achievement to win TI. And it's mentioned in the video as well, there's money on the line. Yes, the money plays a part because it adds to the pressure and it adds to the relief of winning, because you heard the players say it, God, it's life-changing.
It is. It's millions of dollars. It's, the biggest tournament of the year for a reason. The money plays a big part for some players. Even the ones that care less about the money, the pressure is enormous because for so many Dota players, it's about legacy. It's about proving you're the best. But that money is always on the back of anyone's mind.
And it's just the competitiveness, right? I think that's something that always drives all Dota players. It's sure you want that win, but it's just your competitive nature. Because even a lot of us, they're playing show matches, but you can hear some of the players, like Insane is like, guys, shut up and listen to me. Like, even though it's a joke match, like a lot of these players, it's innately built into you, that competitive spirit.
Yeah. So we just heard from players that have been to 1 to 5 internationals. Let's hear from some of the players that have been through a lot more, 6 to 10 internationals.
I'm Sumil, 22 years old, playing for OG.
我是 Maybe.
Hello, I'm S4.
我是三兵.
Hi, I'm Heen. My nickname is Puppy, and I play for Team Secret.
My name is Johan Sundstein. I'm 27, soon 28, and I play Dota for OG.
I played in 6. This is the 6th.
5, 6, 7, 8.
这是我第6次参加 TI。
It's 7 TIs now. Yeah.
So I played every TI since TI3. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That will be my 8th.
9年吧，我少打了1年。
I think the biggest change was when I became owner of Team Secret. I think it obviously puts a lot more pressure on you when you play the game, comparison to when you're just like a kid that just wants to play Dota without any other problems. So I think that was like the biggest leap for me, at least.
就很多人嘴上说着梦想什么之类的，很少有人真正的去接触到梦想的那个舞台吧。但是就是我们这些能打 TI 的选手，就是能站在那个舞台，有机会去完成自己的梦想。
对我来说最深刻的 TI 就是 TI2，因为我们是在 V 社的办公室打的，然后那一年我们把 V 社的办公室弄得超软，然后我们也把他们的杂物啊什么就吃的这些全部都吃完了，他们就每天需要 refill 很多，就是那个重补，所以那一年对我来说还蛮深刻的。I would obviously have to say the most memorable TI was TI7 with Team Liquid.
I think it's just the eHome versus EG game, TI6. It felt better than winning TI5, I would say.
TI5 with Secret. I was playing with RTC. We were kind of the favorites the tournament, maybe on one other team. And losing that tournament was pretty painful, but I learned so much, so I don't regret playing it with Secret. It taught me a lot.
如果有一道时光机能回到第1年 TI， 我会跟自己说，在 TI2 的时候别吃太多生蚝，因为我在 TI2 的时候拉肚子了，因为吃了太多生蚝。
If I would go back to TI1, I wouldn't say anything because I want to win that tournament and I want to change it.
TI6 versus DC. I would like to tell myself not to play Brewmaster.
算了吧，感觉不太想穿越。就是发生就发生了呀，就是之前发生的遗憾不圆满，有可能是为了你以后圆满就是做的铺垫。
This is my 7th TI, and I haven't thought about it before you asked, but maybe 10 TIs would sound kind of cool. So, including this one, 3 more.
I do think it would be nice to get more TIs under your belt before you quit.
No, not really. I'm just gonna keep playing until TI is a thing.
未来感觉可以的话，应该每届都想参加吧。
I mean, I don't have a plan of any sort of type like that, how many TIs I will play, but I hope that I will play every TI. I don't know. I can't say. Maybe there's going to be a new tournament anyway that's going to be the new TI with Dota 3 or something like that, but it's very hard. I don't make plans like that. I keep going, I keep playing.
打第1年 TI 时就觉得打了10年就应该会停止了，结果现在已经是第11年了。虽然去年没有 TI 嘛，可是我还是继续的在打这Dota，所以看吧。如果我儿子需要他爸爸在的时候，我可能就会退役去花多点时间来陪他了。
No, it's probably like 2.
Really?
Yeah, it's 2 TIs.
Yeah, you're trolling me.
No, I'm not lying. It's obviously a troll. I've played 10 TIs.
There is one thing that you can count on when you see these guys talk about Dota. They don't think about giving up because that competitive spirit, even if people say, guys, I'm a retire, they'll be back, Fog. It's not a thing. People just, I mean, it draws you in.
Yeah, I really liked hearing like how there's just a difference between a lot of the players were saying like I would go back, but I would change this, and some of the other ones would be like I wouldn't want to change anything because mistakes build your future, or you don't want to change something that would have caused you to change the whole entire spiral of the future. So it's cool to see the differences, how they all think about it.
Yeah, it is definitely very cool. I mean, I say that people sometimes retire and they come back. When we focus on the grand finals ahead of us, there's one name that is very clear there, because Zhao8, TI champion of TI4, did really good. After TI6, he's like, you know what? That's it for me. It's been a good run. Absolute veteran in the scene, of course. I'm going to call it quits. So he skipped TI7. He skipped TI8. He skipped TI9. Guess what? He's back, gods.
You can't take this man away.
You cannot.
He is the equivalent of Puppy when it comes to the Chinese Dota scene. He's an absolute legend, not just for the fact he won TI, but he's just always been regarded as the, best drafter and captain of the region.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see how the teams are doing. Let's see how PSG, LGD, and Team Spirit got to this moment in time, got to this grand finals here for the International 10.
The road to this place is unyielding. Paved in sacrifice and littered with fallen foes. Where a gathering of global titans once battled. And 2 contenders now remain. They have struggled.
Sitting on an Ops and Century and after Sumail.
Wait, Mortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Scepter now inside the pound. I don't know if he fought that or not, but Figure dead down. Usually when OG is in the pound, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No tail die.
Easy game. I don't think that was the voice line.
And endure.
On top, these are 2 completely opposite roads that led them here.
Yeah, it's the team everybody expected in the finals against the team that nobody expected in the finals.
Yeah, and this should be such a fun one because I think Spirit has absolutely proven themselves time and time again throughout this tournament, not just to have any type of flukes or anything that people say. This is just pure talent on this team, so it's going to be a crazy matchup.
You could write a book about the flair that Team Spirit is bringing to the table, from picking 13 different carries to having the most rampages on one single guy to improving tremendously through the lower brackets.
Now, there was one thing that Toronto Tokyo actually said in an interview on the Chinese broadcast yesterday. And it was, I don't know why everybody didn't think that we were going to go this far, because we've been doing really well, but maybe that was because it's only in scrims. So I went asking around, and Team Spirit has been crushing it. If you ask any other player that they have scrimmed, then yes, they would have said, yeah, Team Spirit, they got what it takes. I even got from Seb, he said they think the Team Spirit will have a better chance against PSG LGD in these grand finals, gods.
Yeah, and I think the fact they've been able to make that deep lower bracket run, there's something to be said for momentum. A lot of people on paper would have pegged, Team Secret to be the favorite in that lower bracket match earlier today. But that's just so important. And for Team Spirit, it's not just the confidence; they've got the skills to back it up as well.
They do indeed, Fogged. They do indeed.
Yeah, the confidence is definitely a big thing when you go on the main stage and you have the balls to say GG easy after some games, let's be honest, right? And then also like just the confidence as well in the interview for Toronto Tokyo to say things like that. Oh, people didn't really expect us to make it to this point, but we did. These are young bloods. They have to have that confidence. So I feel like that's always really good to have going, even when you're playing against legendary players.
Yeah, when Collapse was asked before the tournament, would you rather play upper bracket or lower bracket? He was the only one of his team that said lower bracket. There was no hesitation. It was, you had to say it like within a second. It was upper bracket, lower bracket, lower bracket. No hesitation.
I don't blame him because they're looking so amazing under pressure. This team seems unfazed by emotions completely in the booth. They're seemingly having a lot of fun and just crushing it. They actually played versus PSG LGD in the last Grand Finals, the last tournament before TI. They took a game off of them, but they improved since then quite a lot. It's going to be explosive TI Grand Finals.
I think so too. We talk a lot about Team Spirit, of course, because PSG LGD, they have already locked in their slot, had already locked in their slot for the Grand Finals yesterday. So they have had plenty of time to prepare for their Grand Finals opponents. They were able to study and watch Team Spirit make it all the way through their fellow countryman IG yesterday. And of course, this morning, we saw Team Spirit take out Team Secret there. So they've been watching, they've been studying, they're ready. I think Team Spirit is ready too, though. So it is about time to get these teams on the stage. Since 2013, we have an Eastern European team taking their place. Against PSG LGD. PSG LGD. Was there ever any doubt that this team would take their seats here in these Grand Finals? These 5 players and their coach have been favorites for the last few months. Everybody saw this one coming, but the way that they've done it, the flair that they've done it with, that is something unparalleled for sure. We got Ame, Nothing to Say, Faith Beyond, Jing Q, Y, and Zhao 8. And they will take their place in the booth as they get ready for their best of 5 Grand Finals. We want to quickly highlight Ame, the carry player of PSG LGD. He came second at TI8. He came third at TI9. He came fourth at TI7. I think it's about time. He has a good shot at making it a first place here. All 10 players and their coaches headed into their pods, headed into their booths. I think at this point, all focus, Fogged, is going to be on that game.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a really cool battle of minds as well, too. As we've mentioned multiple times, of course, when you get to go through the upper bracket, you get a lot of more information coming into these Grand Finals. So for PSG LGD, Zhao 8 probably did a ton of homework. He's probably got a lot to say to his team. And then for Team Spirit, this is, you weren't expecting to just face PSG LGD. You had to make it all the way here. So now it's like kind of maybe last minute scrambling for some of these notes. So it's going to be interesting to see how the mind of Miposhka and Silent work versus PSG LGD when they have all that info.
And the same, what Puppy was saying, right? there's a couple of strategies that everyone is using at this tournament, so you can adapt to them and just think of it like that. Because PSG LGD, they have been under the microscope for the last couple of months, right? Because of that, maybe for Team Spirit it's going to be a little bit easier, and it's not just anyone that they're facing in the grand finals, but still, not a lot of time since the last match that they had.
Absolutely. Also, on the side of PSG LGD, there's four players and a coach that have been in these pods on the grand finals before. 3 of them ended up being victorious, which, by the way, for Faith Beyond and Y, they are those Royal Roaders that I talked about. This is actually their second TI. They've got a 100% TI win rate. So I think having that under your belt, Gods, the pressure on the side of PSG LGD shouldn't be there.
At least a lot less, I think, because they've been there. I think there is still that little bit of pressure that they've never actually, had their back against the wall. I think that's where, Spirit, yeah, they've made this lower bracket run, and there's all this extra info that PSG LGD have to look at. But when PSG LGD, they've had an easy run to now. So if they, drop a game or see, find themselves being challenged, that's where things will get interesting. But the fact they've been there before, that experience, that goes a long way.
It really does. I think it's also about time that we get these 2 teams on even playing field, because of course Team Spirit, the name, like, I know that there's a lot of people tuning in and they have seen PSG LGD. They've been to 9 internationals, 10 if you also count LFY in that, of course, and they've had top finishes. They do well. For Team Spirit, the organization, Fog, this is their first international, so there are going to be a lot of people like, who are these guys? But these guys, at the moment, we can consider them on the same level as PSG LGD coming into this grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've proven themselves so many times throughout the year. They've grown so much. I mean, I even mentioned it, I posted on Twitter earlier, these guys almost got relegated to lower division in DPC Season 1. Somehow they've crawled their way, they've learned so much, and yeah, it's just really spectacular to see that these young bloods have been able to make it all the way here to grand finals after such a tough road.
Yeah, Lizard, how is it possible for Yatoro to have 3 rampages
I don't
on
know.
the main stage?
Crazy.
It's insane. Not only does he have 3 rampages, how many heroes did this man play? It's just ridiculous to think about it. Usually when you become a pro and you're young, it's because you have a couple of heroes that you really maxed out.
Yes.
Like you played 500 games of some Jug, Sven, and 2 more extra heroes. This guy seemingly plays anything.
And he's not just young, he is the youngest.
Yes.
The youngest player in the internationals made to the grand finals with such a hero pool is incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at these 2 teams and compare them head to head to see who comes out on top of this one. Combined TIs, 6 versus 11. There's a big difference there. Most of the difference is, of course, going to be in the coaches. For Zawei, this is his 7th TI. His first as a coach, by the way, interesting to note. For Silent, this is his 5th vote.
Yeah, it's really cool when you get to hear the differences like that. But I still have to, I know everyone keeps talking about Collapse and Yatoro, and they even talk about Silent a lot with the brain and the coaching, but I have to give Miposhka so much credit on this team. I think he's the big one that I'm looking at where, Zhao 8, he's 9.8 KMR, 10 KMR, played it several TIs, been here forever, but Miposhka's a guy who's been digging and digging and digging through tier 2 teams for years and years.
Yellow Submarines, Comanches, all these tier 2 Eastern European teams, and now he's here in the grand finals. It's a beautiful story.
It really is. I think a lot of people might remember the miracle run that Empire had at TI7, but they had to play with the stand-in because their carry was not there. That was Miposhka's squad right there. And they still came top 8, which is absolute credit to being able to lead a team that has a fresh stand-in to be able to take it that far, and here he is. He seems also having the mindset of, you know what? I don't care about this all the shebang about this grand finals. I'm just gonna focus on the Dota.
Yeah.
He's just full focus on the games.
He comes across whenever there's an interview, very calm. He's got a very good head on his shoulders, and I think something that we've kind of commented on when we see Spirit win these matches or come back, they don't show a lot of emotion. They're kind of for them, it's like the job isn't done until they win TI itself. So there really is this kind of team effort that is always focused on the next game they have to play.
Yeah, we heard it yesterday in a winner's interview as well. The focus is, we just play a Dota game with friends and we just focus on the game, and once we're in it, money doesn't matter.
A counter argument for all the pressure that's on Team Spirit, I would say even that they reached grand finals.
Yes.
4 of them haven't been on a TI before.
Yeah.
Like, how much pressure can you... Obviously, it's a lot, but at the same time, you're living the dream, you're enjoying yourself, and the momentum that they've got because of that, I think is going to be a huge tailwind for them. Meanwhile, PSG LGD, they have a couple of accomplished stars, and I think the pressure is actually on them.
Yeah, there can definitely be said, a lot of things said for the pressure on PSG LGD. Nothing to say is here playing his first international, by the way. Also potential for that Royal Roader. And this team has got all the pressure of an entire region. Can they bring it home for their country is the question. We're finding out. The draft is right around the corner.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 1.
Run. They have a lot of momentum, but LGD, they've
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
You should be very comfortable, learning more, knowing more, having nothing to be afraid of. But if anyone could shake their boots, it should probably be Spirit, because you see the momentum, you see you see your Toro, and you see how they're feeling themselves as well, which I think is the only type of Dota, or the closest type of Dota, to also go into such an organized and experienced drafting team. It's going to be very hard to surprise them, and it's going to be very hard to throw them on the back foot, but I would say Team Spirit's the one who could do it.
And it's already starting. I mean, the draft here, the information is that LGD chose first pick and Team Spirit went Radiant. It is their best Radiant on Team Spirit. I mean, it has been, dominating the tournament so far, and Team Spirit is one of the teams that abuses the most, the Radiant side. LGD, they are doing the same that they did against Secret yesterday. First pick domination, they had both games and they made it work twice. They get it again, but this time around they did not get the Tiny from Team Spirit, which was a big theme. And it's also a big message, right? Because Team Spirit just beat Tiny Lycan against Secret, but now they play against potentially the LGD's Tiny, and they don't want to deal with it. Does it have anything to do with the bans that LGD went for, or are they, switching gear? We'll see. With first pick, and
now they get the normal ET versus the IO, which a lot of people would prefer. And the way you might maybe want to deal with this is now try and get a hero that protects versus the ET coming to your lane. It could have been the Monkey, it could have even been the Tiny, and here you go, and Ursa instead. This is just to protect the IO and make it stronger, actually give it purpose on that lane. Because if not this, ET and Tide could, there's so many lanes that you could go into. If they pick this casual gyrocopter, I think the lane could be atrocious for them.
I think there's a little bit of a tournament meta thing, right? Because teams, when they pick the out, they've been banning out the Ursa against them in the second phase. I think Ursa wanted to feel agility carries that can match up against Outer Titan, You have the ultimate to get through. Exactly. Yeah. He can't man up in the lane. Even he can't. His aura doesn't pierce in range.
Exactly. You can't get close to him. It's a lot of counter.
And one thing to mention here is how both teams covered really well the Magnus angle. Think about it, like they open the Wisp, then they go into ET Tide. Tide is considered a very good hero into Magnus just because of how the team fight happens, right? The Ravage covers the Skewer back because the Ravage is such a big AoE spell that you're gonna fight wherever you want with Tide. Obviously the Kraken Shell against the Magnus RP and stuns, it's really hard for Magnus to fight into Tide because you either RP his teammates and he's gonna counter initiate with Ravage, or you RP the Tide and he's gonna get the Ravage off anyway. So you're kind of setting up the Tide for a great Ravage as Magnus, right? So LGD, Team Spirit, sorry, they go for this Tide, kind of making the Magnus second pick, like 8th pick, instead of the Ursa really hard for LGD to go for. And this is one of the first games on the main stage, I think, where Magnus has been completely ignored by both teams. And these two teams have crushed games with Magnus.
They decide to still ban it now, which of course is still going to be good, and especially going to be good with the Ursa. I wonder if look at there's a Yatoro hero. I don't know if we've seen. Has he played TA safe lane yet?
No, but maybe he had actually, maybe in the group stage, but he does play it for sure.
Yeah. And this is why I think now LGD is thinking really hard about it. It's like, what are they gonna pick that's gonna mess with our strategy and potentially our win condition? I think they want this Ursa to stay as a win condition, but there's also heroes in Dota that can make it really annoying. Teamfight is also something of it. Like Tide can be good versus Ursa later on in the game. Like this whole scaling and how you to fight, Tide can be overwhelming quite often. That's why it's also one of the top heroes of this tournament. But yeah, I'm looking for the Yatoro TA this game so far. I want to see it.
So what I've seen from the start of the draft, we have pretty strong lanes coming from IO Ursa, and there's a lot of team fight coming from Team Spirit. Is it something that you guys think about, like how you want to match the team fight? Is that something important for LGD right now?
I think for both these teams, it is important. These teams excel at team fighting. I think they think about it a lot drafting-wise. They have proven every game. You know, these are the Mag Wyvern teams, the ET Magnet. Like, these are heroes that are really excel at the 5-on-5. They abuse positioning. They abuse vision. These teams are, you know, the finest teams at doing so. So of course they both do think about it. A lot of other things can happen in the Dota game. It's such a complex game. So there's the team fight part, there's the scaling part, there's also the laning phase, the timings.
For example, you will need these timings in this game to actually be able to enter these fights, because if this is an Ursa who's behind and you're playing against ET Tide, all of a sudden it looks super overwhelming. It looks like your heroes are really trash. But if you actually get Ursa to the point where he needs to get, he can destroy the enemy. He can go in first. He can do so much for his team, be a front line, like do all these things, Roche at minute 10.
He will play with Aegis into Tide, and now it's a very different way to play the fight, right? Ursa's just going on Tide. Yes, Tide doesn't want to click Ravage. The whole team fight changes completely. This is why if they can get the Ursa to his timings, he can break a Tide. If they can't, and these things are going to be decided with the second phase that is coming up. They're also going to be decided with the laning setup. And I do also want to mention how these two teams, in my opinion, are probably the two best laning teams of the tournament also. They will punish each other's for every opening that they're going to, you know, every angle they're going to expose, they will punish each other's.
So the Ursa timing, is that something you'd like to see, like LGD, should they commit the rest of their draft towards making that timing stronger? I think we were talking on the panel yesterday about Secret. They sort of went with some, I don't know, some Wyvern Magnus, but they didn't commit to make that strategy work.
So I think Secret's early Roche and early timing strategies were some of the fastest and strongest and well executed of the tournament. Ursa was a big part of it. Enchantress with TA was also another way to see it. Tidehunter would like the game to be a little bit slower. Like if it starts happening in minute 15 to 18, you got your 1-2 items, you're very happy. Ursa doesn't allow that to happen. He might be going Roche at minute 9. He might be going Roche at minute 12. These things speed up the game and force them to maybe address that in the draft. If they can't address it really hard in the lane to slow down this Roche happening.
I want to mention how you see LGD's approach on the second phase, right? As Johan mentioned, like they banned the Troll, they banned the PA, they banned the TB. They're banning what they think. They're banning what they think is going to scale into the Ursa. I do want to mention the Lion pick, which I think is really, really strong, really powerful. First of all, it does not expose the draft, and yesterday we talked a lot about first pick versus second pick. Now, like second pick meaning Team Spirit, they are past the danger zone because now they get to react twice. With picking this Lion, first of all, it gives actually Tide a better lane against Ursa. It's going to negate the pressure, the aggression from Ursa on the lane, and Lion Hex actually is one of the best tools against Ursa. Ursa can buy card, he can buy Aghanims to get away from stuns, but Hex is mute kind of. He's not going to be able to get out of Hex. So LGD now have a very clear fight condition, which is they get the fight on the Ursa. Sorry, Team Spirit. That's Team Spirit's fight condition, and LGD don't really have the tools to stop that.
Ooh. Wow, okay, that's new. Great.
He played this in the finals versus an Animager versus EG, and his Naga looked pretty solid there. I mean, I play a lot of Naga Siren, so I think this is a great Naga game so far. I think the lane is good versus Lycan. I think the matchup, you guys were talking about scale. I don't think Ursa scales at all against Naga Siren.
Very, very true.
Yeah, yes and no, I would say. There are a lot of fights where Naga can feel very underwhelming. I don't think the strength of Naga is ever going to be team fights. You see it in this patch where illusions don't ever get to do a lot in fights. Peel illusions are kind of different. They stick on you, they hurt more, and they keep coming. Naga illusions, they can get wiped quite fast, quite easily. They don't have the best tools right now.
There's one thing that I see though with this Naga pick is, so now it's another buy strategy, right?
Exactly, you see how these guys are going to fight. But you can already imagine it.
Sleep might be very good. What about you trade bite for sleep, disengage, and take the fight after that? Maybe that's what they're thinking. They're going to make it as hard as possible because LGD heroes, they don't push out lanes very well, right? Ursa doesn't want to show and clear waves. That's not what Ursa does. Neither does Wisp. Lycan can do it to a certain extent. So the way this game should develop in the mid game is Naga's going to push out all the lanes, already making it really hard for LGD to find the fight that they're looking for. And if they ever find it and they bite the Ursa and they're ready for the fight, sleep is going to happen. They're going to disengage and take a better fight on their ground.
You also see what they can re-engage with here. Like the team fight from LGD is quite simple. If Ursa's out of control and he has a Satanic and a Skadi and a Basher and he's bitten, he's a big problem in the fight. But still, if you sleep that and his 4 other heroes, if they don't have BKB, they're just going to die to the sleep Ravage. And can Ursa fight alone, even if he's bitten? I don't think so. And they're going to have the Hex, they're going to have the net eventually, they're going to have an Anchor Smash to slow them down a bit. Like LGD's team fight is very obvious and is very committing right now. There's a few things I think that Team Spirit, they're also radiant right now. Naga wants to live in the dire jungle and she wants to cut these two waves around the Roche area and push them away. If they feel like going bottom, they don't get the Roche with an Ursa strat. This is another way to also break their lineup. I think Spirit right now, they could be quite comfortable with how they can talk and approach these fights, because if LGD doesn't have this bite going, doesn't have this, it's very underwhelming what their lineup does. Disruptor like an IO is not going to kill many heroes on the map.
You know, I actually thought it was LGD playing Naga. I just realized it was Team Spirit because I'm blind and I can't read. But for you guys, which draft, like from your personal perspective, which one would you prefer to play? I mean, we don't have the last picks yet, but...
I mean, I feel like LGD, they have a way to snowball the game. That's how I see it. You know, the Ursa IO timings with the Lycan, I like it. I do feel like this is one of the first times where I don't give LGD a strong upper hand on the draft. If anything, I'd maybe even give the upper hand on Team Spirits.
Let's see, there's a Tinker coming now. There's a lot of picks. I don't think Tinker got removed. Tinker versus not scaling team fight. Tinker's a huge hero.
That sounds good, because I'll help their team fight scale into late game.
They have a huge damage issue. They have a massive, massive damage issue. Okay, Pango is also a hero that comes with a lot of potential scaling team fight damage. If you get
Card and Sleep also play. Like, they cannot disengage anymore.
Yes. It's unreliable now. The Sleep, it's also a hero versus Tidehunter. Force bad Ravages, kill him. Also good hero versus ET.
Very good last pick. A bit scary in the sense that it's a mid hero that can get very punished one-on-one, very weak laner against a lot of matchups. But you know, that's a lot of confidence from nothing to say. One of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in the tournament. And I'm sure their support are going to help, you know, with the mid lane and stuff. Very, very good pick. Very good last pick.
If I still had to choose a lineup that I would want to play, I actually in this Naga lineup, if they play well around the illusion wave push, again, I don't think Naga is the one you look for to crush the team fight. She needs to do her part. She needs to do the sleep, maybe get some illusions on some supports. But this game, in my opinion, should be looking like Tide, Lion, ET are messing with them and getting some pickups through the lanes, forcing TPs. Eventually they get very far ahead, like economy-wise, and this is going to lead to more openings. Naga can maybe join the fight, get on a Riscati, like kind of take over the fights with a gold advantage, or just keep playing the map.
I like how you're talking about how Naga splits up the map also, because when you have Naga Sign, what I found is you want your other heroes to be able to pick off the enemy heroes, right? They already have that with Lion. They have some additional damage with ET. So if they're playing the actual Naga game, I agree with you. I can see it being very successful. One more to kill on the side lane.
Clap them when they split up.
Yeah, they split up, they try to deal with Illus, boom, the burst is gonna happen. Lion, ET, Void Spirit, any hero will die 100-0. And Naga will force LGD to split up. They will force them to, they're gonna cheat the map. They're gonna create unfair situations, and it's going to be hard for the LGD to fix that unless they have full control of the game. This is why the laning phase is going to be incredibly important, you know, for LGD to kind of slow down what Team Spirit is putting.
I would say it's even more important for LGD to actually have good lanes for the sake of their own timings. If they don't get this Ursa threatening the Roche around minute 10 plus, this means the whole game is going to slow down, and Naga's going to get into the jungle, going to get these waves, Lion's going to get closer to Dagger, and if you create that, I think Team Spirit's lineup is going to be really fun to play, and it's going to be a very hard game for LGD.
Very interesting draft. I would also say that the lanes are a bit scary. I think this ET on the side lanes is completely untouched. They don't have a single stun for him. He's going to get the Spirit, and he's going to
bottom lane is going to be fun. Bottom lane is going to be a lot of fun for this ET.
Very strong lanes from Team Spirit also.
Himself this tournament.
Yep. Miposhka ET. Scary stuff.
Yeah, Toronto getting his Void Spirit again.
Full confidence for both teams, honestly. I think at this point it's really going to come down to, who has a better idea going into this draft, and that's the beauty of Dota. It's a best of 5. It's meant to develop so much, but they're kind of getting to know each other. You know, this is what I can bring to the table, this is what you can bring, and you know, they're going to get to learn like what counters what. The meta is going to evolve a lot between the series.
And I would also like to point out that Team Spirit has been the most amazing learning team so far in this tournament, like how they are adapting and how they're learning and how they're actually changing up their own playstyle into something new every game. But I would say every team fight, when there's a bite happening or a Pangolier roll, this is when LGD need to get something done. Because if not that, they lose. This is like their main team fighting tools.
And now we're about to start the game, and we're going to have an interview with the coach of Team Spirit Silent, along with Sumi.
What's up? 好好打，好好打，别送我兄弟们。
Smells like Team Spirit.
Это что за слова такие?
Smells like Team Spirit.
这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the International 10. Team Spirit up against PSG LGD Insania. It's a pleasure to have you by my side once again. How excited are you to see these two teams go head-to-head in this best of 5?
I mean, I'm extremely excited. This is bringing back memories of TI6, where you had DC make the miracle run in the lower bracket and going up against Wings at the time, and you have some of the Wings players on LGD's side, so I'm feeling TI6 vibes, and I think this Game 1 draft actually looks really, really good for Spirit.
Okay, what is it in particular like about what they've done here in this first game?
I mean, I feel like, as Notail and Seb touched on, the way that the lanes are set up, I feel like they're going to have a really nice start to the game, and I feel like LGD's like really, really timing dependent, and they need to make sure that when they pop roll and they use the Wolf Bite on Ursa, they get a lot in the fights. And when I look at Spirit's draft, I see answers. They have the sleep, they have like 10 different stuns that they can throw out, and even if they burn the Ravage, I feel like the 4-man of their draft can still fight. So if they can get the Naga fat enough, if the Naga can ever join the fights and actually have a presence, I think their draft looks really, really nice to play.
And it's, you know, you've got to be excited to see it, right? Another game, Yatoro just continuing to show off his versatility at carry heroes. This is crazy here. Here in the grand finals, Naga Siren coming out. I mean, when you're seeing how the man can play on all the list of heroes that he's pulled out so far, there's no reason to doubt that he can't pull out a top-tier performance on any of the carries available in the game.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, he's shown that he can play pretty much every single hero in the game. I've been so impressed by it, and the crazy thing is how flexible he is too, and playing like hard carry one game, and then the next game he's playing tempo, and led to, I think, Spirit having like the versatility in their draft and the ability to adapt the way they have throughout the tournament is, in my opinion, in large part because he's so versatile in his playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a drafter, you know, he's against Team Spirit. What do you do about the fact that they have sort of this special power in Yatoro's sort of hero pool? Like, do you just sort of ignore the carry? Do you still bother banning them out, or do you look elsewhere? Like, what is the best way to tackle this team?
I mean, if I knew the answer, I'd, you know, would have probably known how to beat them by now. But I feel like the thing is, they just seem to. You deal with Collapse, then Yatoro goes out of control. You aim for Yatoro, and then you have Collapse and Toronto Tokyo going out of control. And I feel like a lot of this is heavily due to the fact that they play so well around Vision. When I looked at the teams throughout the tournament, I feel like what Spirit has done that no other team does nearly as well as them, and I would even bring LGD into that category, is they control Vision. They're really good about playing around wards. They understand they can fight into wards, and they understand when they have to avoid it. So I think for Team Spirit, this game is going to be a lot about can they deward LGD, remove LGD's information, and have more information to play with.
Sure. And for PSG LGD, of course, they've managed to charge their way straight to the finals through the upper bracket. When you look at what they've got here in this first game, what is it about this lineup that's worked sort of with the play style that they've been able to just destroy teams in their run up to the grand finals?
I mean, this looks very similar to their tiny sort of draft, right? You're going to have this one core that's going to be unbeatable. They have this mid laner that's going to provide control and lockdown for them so that he's going to be able to output damage. You have the glimpse to bring people back to
involved in the kills early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just trade-offs going on, but you can tell already from the net worth graphs that Team Spirit has set up their lanes to have very...
Yeah.
You'll get the next.
Like, this Lycan is doing surprisingly fine. He's not really getting pressured that much by the Naga and the ET because he's managed to get the lane control. Yet Toro shoved out the wave, but Miposhka yet hasn't been able to get a pull to get the lane control back. So the Lycan's getting a lot of farm while Wyatt is able to just rotate around, moves to the mid lane, open the small camp. And like we talked about, right, the middle lane is going to be contested in terms of like, can put out the wave the most and then go farm the small camp. And Y on top of it runs over, unblocks his mid laner small camp to make sure they can stay even with the Void Spirit.
I mean, look at the tools they have available both sides with their supports. Do you imagine once the 6 is there for the mids, we're going to have sort of a collapse on the mid lane to try and get the early objective, or do you think it's going to be all about reacting to the side lane fights here for the Pango and the Can he close the gap? He can't. Allstars misses. That's going to cost his life. Not the start there that Mira was hoping to have here in the grand finals. A whiffed ability. And that'll give it first blood to PSG LGD.
Yeah, and Collapse isn't out of the woods quite yet. Alv is hungry.
And a bit of an awkward position now, Collapse. Stuck behind the tree line. We'll see how he gets his way out of it. He
Bounty.
Opening a space for Army to return to farming.
Yeah, absolutely. And you notice that LGD are keeping lane control up top, so this puts Ty under constant pressure, and you never know when they might make some sort of move and try to kill him. And that forces Mira to in the top lane, while if you look high, you notice that he's just hitting around constantly. He has the freedom to move wherever he wants on the map, because the lane is so pushed out by the way that the Naga plays, and the Riptide shoving out the creeps, so the Lycan can freely farm on his tower, and the Disruptor has the freedom to decide what he wants to do.
Let's see what that is. We're going to be coming mid here. Toronto Tokyo taking a bit of harassment from the...
The health damage of Resident Pulse to bottle up to make sure that he's not within the kill range of from Pango.
Oh, some good early pressure there from PSG LGD, forcing Toronto Tokyo to be very just in that mid lane as early as it is, just 5 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you think about Elder Titan, kind of think of him as a lane dominant hero. And both No-Tail and Sad touched on it, right? You want to abuse the fact that LGD have no stuns. But because of how this bottom lane is the Naga lane constantly shoved into the Lycan's tower, the Elder Titan hasn't really been able to abuse his laning phase presence.
Oh, look at this now. There we have it. Nice bit of micro from Faith behind. That'll grab himself a free curry. As the walls chase down poor old baby faceless Rex. That's why. I definitely got to try and do something in return. And yeah, they themselves bring the 2 support up to top. Sort of figuring out what to do about this roaming disruptor here in the early minutes of the match.
Yep, here we go. First fight for the runes. Where's it going to spawn, top or bottom?
Let's have a look. It is going to be down bottom, and it is a DD. It's going to go straight.
He can respond with he's going to be aware of it, so he knows that he can make his move here. Pango won't really be able to respond.
Yeah, this is an excellent move for Toronto Tokyo. He's going to use it straight away. Goes aggressive. He's going to miss the dissimilate though. A couple of hits will do it. Can he quite close the gap? No, he's not going to be able to get the second hit in. Nothing to say steps away. I mean, that would have been such a big kill for him to find. He got the dream room for it, but he couldn't quite get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate, but you know, that's Dota. Disrupt though, he's gonna TP into the middle lane here. I'd be scared to do this. Let's see if Toronto.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With the actual step, even his distance.
Yeah, if you take a look at the net worth, you see Yatoro. He's just going to start accelerating his farm even more, but I'm impressed by how well the Ursa's been able to keep up. And largely due to the fact that they had lane control so long up at the top lane, and they were able to just keep their heroes, the enemy heroes, so close to the tower, so Ty never really feel free to farm.
It's going to try and step over from there, but again, Team Spirit. He doesn't care so much. Free farm level with that Yatoro's Naga Siren. He's having no struggles whatsoever, but Spirit just trying their best to limit anything else into the hands of the Ursa this early.
Yeah, and you notice the Naga in the bottom lane now. She's just going to put her illusions on the lane, push out the waves, while she farms the jungle camps close by, and try to get ahead of the Ursa by doing this constantly. And LGD are going to try to match by using the Wisp Overcharge to allow the Ursa to farm. Don't think Spirit expected him to be this strong out of the laning phase. And now is going to comfortably move into his triangle and start farming up. I think once he hits that Diffusal Blade, look to see Spirit trying to, LGD trying to make some move. But I think if LGD gets to farm up right now, they feel like they've hit they have enough map space to where they're comfortable playing around their cooldowns and just waiting for the Disruptor ultimate to come online, wait for the Lycan to finish up his items, and then just play around his forms together with the power runes that the Pangolier is securing.
I mean, in this sort of game where, both teams playing as carefully as they are, just 1 to 2, coming up to 11 minutes, do you look at the Naga Siren and feel that for Spirit, if they can keep this game in pretty calm waters and not allow the early aggression from PSG LGD to get to them too much, this Naga Siren will be able to carry out in the later stages, or do PSG LGD always have the means to deal with her?
I think to some extent you are happy, but I feel like you wanted the laning phase to go better so that LGD's timings come later into the game. So knowing that your lanes haven't quite gone the way you wanted them to, they must feel like, okay, at some point now, once LGD gets items, they're going to come running at us.
Look at this top, nothing to say. He's going to get the lead in onto Collapse. They'll drop the Static Storm as well, putting no chance of Collapse being able to return fire quite yet with a potential Ravage. Doesn't matter though, he's able to walk out to the side. They'll go for the Glimpse back on him. He'll simply look for the TP out, and there's nothing to put a stop to it. Collapse, realizing his strength here with a Hood of Defiance, he's got enough tank ability to just TP out of it all. That's the Rolling Thunder and the Static Storm put to waste there by PSG LGD.
Yeah, great jukes. He just dodged out the Pangolier spells, and once the Rolling Thunder missed, he knew that he was safe. Glimpse is used, TP out. Just great presence of mind there from Collapse, knowing exactly how to play his situation out and get out. safely. I love what LGD are doing though. If you take a look at the top lane, this is one of the things I loved about how OG ran the Wisp into position 3. They recognize that Wisp's item timings are really important for you to keep these heroes alive, because if you think about how healing works in Dota, heroes keep growing their hero pool, like health pools, but the healing items are static amounts of heals. So 250 health on a hero that has 1000 HP is like a lot more than it is on a hero that has 3000 HP. So if you hit these heal item timings early into the game, that really enables you, and they've given Xingqiu the top lane to sit here and farm comfortably.
I'll see down bottom. Wying, quite a dangerous position here. The side of the jungle, it seems Spirit in Toronto, Tokyo will be quick to put a stop to it.
Naga Siren also closing in on the Mantha, and by the looks of it, she's going to get that item before Ursa even completes his Diffusal Blade. So yeah, Toro's probably very happy in this game, feeling comfortable with how it's going right now.
And when you look at sort of what they have against him, do you feel that a lot of the map is pretty safe for this Naga Siren to farm in? As long as the Song and the TP's up, will he get away most of the time?
I mean, most likely. I think the tricky thing here, if you're LGD, is how do we deal with the illusions? How do we deal with the Naga putting illusions in our jungle that will scout out our movement and force us to play away from Roshan? Because as Dyer here, Notail and Seb also very touched on this a lot. The Ursa wants Aegis. This is his most key item, especially when you're going up against big cooldowns like Ravage, like Finger, Earth Splitter. You know these long cooldowns, people don't want to use them on your Aegis, so it's going to be important for him to get it. And the Naga, as long as he's able to play top and put illusions in the top Dire jungle, it's really hard. Like, what are you going to do? Because their heroes don't have ways to effectively kill the illusions.
And you feel that Spirit, their lineup, it's geared up pretty well to deal with the fact that PSG will look for the Roshan. They won't be afraid of turning up and trying to put a stop to it.
I mean, I think that's where the information game is going to be important. Can Spirit actually use the vision that they're getting to fight off LGD's timing? Because I think that is like the big question mark. Is the Ursa going to be too strong for you to kill? Or is it enough to just sleep away half the wolf fight duration and then try to fight them afterwards?
I think we're definitely going to see Yatoro start to increase the lead against Arme. Bottom lane, White. He'll drop the Static Storm, try to save himself, but collapsing. Maposhka will run him down, take him out. Faith Beyond, he's looking to get involved in this with the backup of Nothing to Say being brought over by Xingqiu. They will get Maposhka. Can the three of them get collapsed? They try to commit their best onto him. They will leave the two cores behind as Xingqiu trying to let Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond finish the job, but they just can't. The damage isn't there. Toronto Tokyo is also starting to sweep over, so PSG they have to back up and just accept the trade as it is, the support for support.
Yeah, and Collapse now knowing that, you know what, they can't actually kill me without the Ursa. It's only the Ursa that can threaten my life. Just comfortably sits bottom alone, pushes out the waves, gaining as much farm as he can. And in the meanwhile, Yatoro just pushes out top lane, farming out all these top jungle camps. If you take a look at the Dire jungle, there are no camps alive.
I mean, Yatoro's farm, he is creeping further and further ahead of Arme's Ursa. You know, if there's not going to be any blood being spilt and it is just the creeps dying, this Naga Siren is just going to charge ahead in regards to farm. Yatoro is going to be huge.
Yeah, and he's going for a very interesting build. He's buying the Aghanim Scepter, and the Aghanim Scepter allows him to use his Ensnare on heroes that are either slept by his ulti or spell immune. So this will give them a way to deal with BKBs. And traditionally, the way you deal with, for example, a Tidehunter Ravage is by buying a BKB. Or in this case, you have the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder. So he's actually going to be able to lock down the Pangolier during his Rolling Thunder with his nut. It's a very, very decision here from the Naga.
A very long lockdown and reduced cooldown and increased cast range. He's going to have no trouble finding the target that he wishes every single team fight.
Yeah, LGD also heavily reliant on the Pangolier for the lockdown, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him use it, specifically just to make sure the Pango can't roll over his teammates.
And I guess sort of the smart approach with this item is the fact that this sort of deals with this timing where PSG is going to be more ready to fight than he is, right? He can just sort of be the anti-fight. He just stops it, gets out of there, can keep playing his game. And certainly one of the crucial parts of PSG initiation, it's shut down completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Spirit, that's the name of the game, right? Can we drag this game on? And literally slowing him down during his roll, forcing his timing to be unable to be used, is just exactly what Spirit are looking for in this game. But yeah, we're starting to see items gear up on LGD's side. If you take a look at the Lycan, his timing is really going to be the big thing. But I think Spirit have won the early game in that there's no Roshan killed yet. And that means the second Roshan is going to spawn slower, and that's no Aghanim Shard for Ursa for the first half hour of the game.
I mean, if you're PSG right now, what sort of calls are you making? Are you looking at an item that's round the corner and then saying we've got to go? Do they need to go right now? How urgent do they need to be?
I think they looks like they're gearing up to look for an opportunity, right? You finished up the Helm of the Overlord. The Ursa now has his Diffusal Blade. Your Wisp is closing in on mech. You already have the Holy Locket. So there's a lot of nice tools for LGD to take a straight-up team fight if Team Spirit presented to them.
Siame. It's going to start with a bit of a tickle onto Toronto Tokyo. The Remnant holds back the bear. Quick jump out with the steps. Nothing to say. He's trying to close in. Does he want to keep diving underneath the tier 2? Maybe trying to get some vision for a setup from the Disruptor. But now, Team Spirit, they're far enough away. Nothing to say. We're going to hit with the Swashbuckler. Procs of the Maelstrom. Nearly bringing him down. But Toronto Tokyo gets away on as low HP as he is. Collapse also able to TP out as there's nothing else to stop his escape. Team Spirit, they're able to avoid the move completely by PSG LGD once again.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to involve the Naga. So during all of this time, Yator's still just gaining farm. He's 2,000 gold ahead of the Ursa already.
Oh my, this is going to be a problem.
He's getting out of control. He's only, I believe he just finished his Aghanim Scepter too. So he has Manta and Aghanim Scepter at 17 minutes into the game. He's crazy farm.
This is, I mean, Yatoro, it really has been eyes on him throughout the whole tournament and performance of Spirit. Top lane setups there with the net. That's the mid gone. Nothing to say. Going down, Yatoro. Instant song TP as he knows the response will be there from PSG LGD. Gets out. They cannot catch him. Yatoro will continue to farm.
Yeah. This is a really important kill, but by forcing the Naga Siren to TP out, LGD now have the option of potentially taking back control of their jungle. So this is going to be their objective for the next minute here. As you see, they're going to try to contest this Tidehunter. They know the Naga Siren is not present.
See what they can do about Collapse. Jump already in onto the Disruptor. They're looking to burst. Collapse is holding on to the Ravage for now. Static Storm's down. Collapse gets himself out of the side of the Ravage. Onto the 2, and then they blow up Arme. It's 3 down on the move on PSG LGD. IO also caught out. GQ to fall.
That's absolutely massive.
My goodness.
Team Spirit's so aware of everything. They know that this is what LGD wants to do. The Naga TP'd out, they're going to come contest us. They position their heroes perfectly. You see the kinetic field come out, but there's no static storm to follow because you have the Lion in position to interrupt that. It's just Spirit are playing so well right now. They're just recognizing where LGD's timings are.
It just seems like already, just in the first 18 minutes of this game 1 of the Grand Finals, Team Spirit, they're just completely in the heads of PSG LGD. The way that PSG LGD wanted to play, it's just not happening. They're crumbling, they're falling apart. And Yatoro, he's just going to continue the glory. Mid lane, the setups there onto the pain gun. Nothing to say, goes down. Another kill for this Naga Siren. I do not know or see how on earth PSG LGD is going to stop this man this game.
He's getting out of control, and if you look at the Lycan, you can see he decided to not go for the Aghanims. He's going for drums. They're gearing up for a quicker timing in this game. I think the mechanism comes out on Xingqiu. They get the BKB finished up on Ame, and they're going to look for some sort of team fight. But the way that Team Spirit are abusing the vision, if you take a look at the map, like, there are almost no dire wards anywhere. Radiant are in firm control of where the vision is. And the only ward that they have, I think Miposha literally just pinged out. There you go. Just controlling the vision. They have more information to play with, and this is what's allowing Team Spirit to constantly be reading LGD and how they're moving around the map.
Top tower is under attack.
Bottom. Toronto Tokyo, he'll show his face, but not worried about any catch from PSG LGD. They just don't have the members around. Space is made, the tier 2 tower going down at the top lane. There won't be any defense from PSG LGD here as Spirit just continue to hit the timings, take the objectives at a pace that PSG LGD's lineup will be incredibly jealous of. This is what they wanted to be doing, and it's happening the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. They are starting to finish up some key items though. You see the Pangolier now has a Blink Dagger, so they have an easier form of initiation rather than just trying to run at them with a roll. So if Team Spirit heroes start getting cocky and playing alone, there is a way for LGD to respond and punish. Very close to this mechanism on the Wisp as well. It's just 100 gold away, and this really is the Wisp's big timing. You have both the Holy Locket and the mech to heal up the Ursa, and Ursa's closing in on BKB, so I'm smelling a fight in the waters, Owen.
Yeah, the next one, it's got to be strong from PSG LGD. Another rough fight, and this game could quickly fall out of control.
Yeah, and as strong as a Naga Siren is when she's playing this kind of map game and she's able to get the pickoffs, she isn't the strongest hero to fight up against the Ursa. So if you think about how these heroes function against each other, the Naga can't really fight up against the Ursa straight up. So if LGD is able to corner Team Spirit and they can take a fight where it's just a straight up 5v5 with the BKB and the mechanism finished, that could be an amazing timing for them. But Spirit don't want to allow that, so they're deciding to smoke up and make the move on their own first.
Let's see if they catch PSG whilst they least expect it. BKB is out for Arme.
Why?
So they start things off, they'll go for why. Take the Disruptor out of the action.
And Disruptor's a really key kill, because if the Disruptor isn't alive in the fight, they can't really go for Collapse. Look at Collapse's itemization. This is so smart. He's going for the Yules to get it with a hood and a Blink Dagger. And why is this interesting? Because if you're inside of a Static Storm, and you Yule yourself, and you have the hood up, and there's no physical damage to hit you, you can actually just blink straight out of it. So just really, really smart item decisions coming out of Collapse here.
Well, we'll definitely have to look out for that play. Would be a rather impressive outpost, taken back into the hands of Spirit. And keeping full control around this area, this Roshan, as you say, which is just sort of it's a long-distant dream, it seems, for PSG LGD. They're never getting anywhere close to this pit until they're able to find the fight that they've been hunting for the whole 22 minutes of this game. They'll smoke up now, ready to go. PSG LGD, they have to find success here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a quick look at Lycan before the fight breaks out, he's decided not to go for the wolf fight. They recognize that they won't be able to play the strat the way they intended for it to. So he's going to be building up some damage items as well.
Smoke. We'll dispel here on Toronto Tokyo. Same to be said for PSG LGD. They know that both teams are waiting here up to the side of the river on the respective edges. And now, Arma, he's going to sneak into the Roche, start to try and take it out here.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, they've been allowed to take back the Dire jungle and try to apply some pressure to Roche. So I expect Team Spirit also recognize that, you know what, we've given up the Dire jungle. What would LGD with that? Well, they would go to Roshan. So
let's see Spirit check this out. Arma's going to slow it down a little bit. The Spirit's coming in. They know that they know. Stop in. Once the IO, they're going to lead in. There's the jump straight away. They're looking to burst through the IO. And the Aegis to fall into the hands of Arma. Arma's able to get the Roche kill, get the Aegis. They get the statics on down. The Rolling Thunder is running control. Toronto Tokyo. But he's out with an astral step. Toronto Tokyo actually makes it out of there. Dissimulate as well. PSG may have got the Roche. They may have got the Aegis. Toronto Tokyo will still go down as Faith Beyond was able to wrap around and find him.
Yeah, really nice play there from LGD. What an unfortunate event there for Xinkyu. He gets pulled into the Roche pit. You really want to stay outside with a tether, but stay tethered to Ahmed, but he takes one step too close, and then the Wisp comes inside the Roche pit, which gives Spirit the perfect opportunity there to go in. But I don't think they were quite expecting the BKB. So all in all, I think they're happy with this. You know, they gave up the Aegis, but it took them 24 minutes to get there. So Roshan number 2, which really is Ursa's key timing in this game to get that shard so that he can play most of the fights enraged, is going to come much, much later than they expected.
But definitely the beginnings of PSG LGD getting this game back under their control.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they need to abuse the fact that they have the Aegis to try to gain some map control here. You want to try to get the lanes pushed out, force Team Spirit to play reactive to you, and then once you are able to corner the mid, you're going to find that team fight that you so much want. So the hard part here for them is how do we deal with the Naga illusions, and how do we stop them from just using illusions to push the lanes back and make us play the map game?
I mean, yeah, which hero are you sort of putting in charge of dealing with that?
I mean, they picked the Pangolier as an answer, right? And if you look at his itemization, he's going for the Maelstrom. He's trying to have some more damage and have some more presence to kill the illusions. And luckily for him, Yatora hasn't really bought any items that tank the illusions up. He's more so building his hero up so that he's able to fight into the Ursa. He's going for that Bloodthorn. It looks like he's going to follow it up with a Heart. So he's also gone for some sort of hybrid build where he can actually get solo kills if he catches people out alone.
And for Spirit right now, despite the Aegis falling into the hands of Arme, are you still very willing to fight? How much do you need to respect this Aegis on the bear?
I think, team fight bottom. Xinkyu's in trouble.
Xinkyu will manage to make his way around the Remnant. Quick tether back over to the safety of Arme.
Yeah, I mean, for Spirit, I think you want to fight, but it needs to be the right fight. You ideally want Yatora to try to force some hero around the map, and then once you know that the PSG LGD's heroes aren't in position to connect, then you can go for some sort of smoke. Then you can make that move. But the difficulty for them is you can't necessarily go on the Ursa. You don't have the tools to bring him down at the start of a team fight.
Got the eyes on the two of them bottom. PSG LGD, Arme and Xinkyu. On their own down here for now. There is a relocate available, and of course with the Aegis, Arme a very hard target to jump. Pressure continues from Yatora and his illusions in the mid lane, keeping these waves shoved right up towards the base of PSG LGD.
And down bottom, Team Spirit are just waiting patiently, but LGD have recognized that they TP'd bottom, right? So it's very likely that their heroes are stuck on that side of the map. So here they come sweeping up towards the Dire jungle, understanding that Spirit cannot already have moved their pieces from all the way from bottom back to top after the TP response to the tier 2 tower. So just smart play coming out from both sides. I think we saw this in the VP Spirit series. Team Spirit are going to be really, really smart about only fighting under their vision, or where they feel comfortable that they have the information they need to take the fight. I think in this way, LGD's like maybe sometimes a little bit more reckless and will play with like assumptions. Like if they see you bottom, they might try to aim to fight you top, which we saw earlier. And in the early game, you know, Spirit read that perfectly. So if Spirit's able to get a good read like that, you might see them pounce.
Yatora very ready to enter the fights now with his aggressive item with the Bloodthorn complete. They're able to get that locked down with the stuns of the Lion and the Tide. That amp up of the damage will allow them to just destroy whichever hero they target.
Yep, and something that I noticed Team Spirit do a lot when they feel like they're on the back foot is take over the enemy triangle and try to set up control here. And this is something that I'm sure LGD are aware of too, but Lycan's in trouble.
They've got the setup here. You see the damage here with the Bloodthorn really amping up. It's not quite enough though. Faith beyond makes it away, has the plate mail and Hyperstone done already onto the way to the AC. An additional bit of armor certainly helping out.
Yeah, and this is an opening now for Spirit. The Lycan form is down. One of the big tools in this team fight is gone. So in the other series when we saw LGD play the tiny Lycan, the Lycan's form himself didn't really matter. It was all about that wolf bite. But in this game, because he decided to itemize his own hero, the 60 seconds of downtime here is quite big. And you see LGD pulling back their pieces, not willing to play aggressive on the top lane anymore, recognizing that they don't have all the tools necessary to win a team fight.
Team Spirit remaining in this whole area of the triangle. Itura slowly sieging onto the tier 1 tower, seeing what sort of reaction they can force out of PSG LGD. 20 seconds until that Aegis has gone off Arme. Unlikely to find a fight with that still in his hands, so the game once again falling to a bit of a risky territory for PSG LGD, at least until they can hold off for that second round of Roshan.
Yep, and Illusion's just slowly chipping away at this tower. They don't really deal a lot of damage, but it's something that, LGD might respond to. So they're keeping heroes close by that in case LGD just feel like, oh, it's just an illusion hitting our tower, they're ready to pounce. And you see, Nothing to Say reads that too. He understands based on the fact that there's nothing happening on any of the other lanes. Both our middle lane is pushing out, top lane's pushing out. Lycan's getting a lot of farm from all these waves right now. He recognizes all the Team Spirit heroes are bottom here.
Yeah, he has to be so careful showing his face to clear the wave.
Yeah, both teams just reading the map really, really well. And I think Spirit, this play that they've done has been so effective throughout all the tournament. But LGD's done their homework.
Looking up, spot collapse around, glimpse back with the blinks there. Collapse breaks the combo, the setup. Instantly going to go for the TP out. Have they got anything to put a stop to it? They do, straight away. They're able to get the setup onto Collapse. He'll look to run, but the damage is done. PSG LGD, they catch and kill off the Tide.
Yeah, and this is a result, right, of Team Spirit has been in the lower bracket, so they've been playing so many games. LGD has that information based on previous games of where does Team Spirit go when they feel like they're behind? What do they do? What is their approach? And I think LGD is one of the best teams at the tournament at just abusing this information that they're gaining about the teams. They understand what is Team Spirit specifically going to do? How do they approach the situation? And they find that smoke because of that. They're playing most of this game with very, very limited vision. I really want to point that out. Like they barely have vision of what's going on the map.
Well, even without their Tide, Spirit maintaining their aggressive posture over PSG's half of the map and already looking for action once again around the bottom tier 2. See if they find the setup. They've got the Hex. They can look to jump in. Static Storm's going to be put down from Y. Stops the backup coming in. Still though, is it the burst enough? It is. They take down Arme. That burn for the Bloodthorn. It's enough to send the bear back to base.
That's an absolutely massive kill. And I think Zinq felt like he could keep him alive. There was no relocate out. So next team fight, here's the tricky part. Do you relocate Arma out as soon as he gets hexed? Because Spirit has now proven to you that we have the abilities to burst your heroes. That's why he's also in trouble.
It should be another one. It's definitely another one, Yatoro. Target to target and over towards the mid. The BKB having to be popped by Nothing to Say. See if Yatoro's got the setup he has. As the initial route. See if they've got any further follow-up here. The relocate, they'll take him out. They've got to keep Nothing to Say safe. Get him away from Team Spirit. As Team Spirit, they're pushing down the mid onto another tier 2 tower.
Nice play by Faith Beyond. Tanks that Aether Remnant with one of his wolves. But Team Spirit, they're doing this so smart, right? We heard a draft panel touch on it. Fighting 5 versus 5 is not really where they're strong. They want to delay this game, keep finding these pickups, try to find these opportunities where they can get a jump, burst someone really quickly, and use the fact that we have Ravage to reset. We have Naga Sleep to reset, which is forcing LGD to be very careful about how they use their cooldowns. And this is leading to them they're just playing this game very well. And these small decisions that they're making, where you notice they're not really charging into the enemy. They're not giving LGD the kind of fights that they're used to getting.
I mean, and with the heart done on Yatoro, 26 armor, 3,500 HP, how hard is it for PSG LGD to really ever get on top of him now and take him out with the focus of Ame's Ursa.
I think the biggest thing is that the illusions are tankier. If you take a look at how Yatoro is playing the fights, he's staying very far back with his primary hero, using the Bloodthorn and using the Ensnare, and having the illusions deal the damage. And if LGD really don't have heroes that want to hit illusions. Ursa wants to sit on top of a hero, like just keep hitting him, keep hitting him, keep hitting him. You don't want to hit these illusions where you get like 5 to 6 hits in, and then you gotta switch over to the next one. That's a way of making the Overpower a fairly useless ability.
Of course, that timer that they'll be having in their mind, the Roshan potential respawn in just over a minute.
And that minute feels really long, Owen. Let me tell you, right now, if you're PSG LGD, that minute is coming very, very slowly. We see Tidehunter starting to eye up a Shiva's guard. That's going to make it even harder for the Ursa to stick on top of him and deal damage. They also just bought a Force Staff on the other Titan. I think for Team Spirit, they're recognizing that, you know what? LGD's not going to be able to kill us if we're just able to kite out their BKBs. And that's why you notice, like, Nothing to Say also has bought a BKB. I think the idea of this is he wants to try to use it to break out of, to have a longer period of time in the teamfights where he's playing under Magic Community, because there's just so much lockdown coming out from Team Spirit. Go Sephiroth Mira. Toronto Toki has Yules and Kaya Sanj also eyeing up into Shiva's guard, but I would be surprised if he doesn't change it up. And on the courier, he has a full BKB too, so I'm really liking Spirit for this game one. They're in a very dominant position here. They're scaling up very nicely.
And with the timer, they know it's going to be around the point where PSG LGD are going to be checking out that Roche pit, looking for the respawn. Spirit, they're heading over to try and do something about the presence. They're going to jump straight in on the Xingqiu, burst with the finger. As the IO goes down, no buyback. Xingqiu cannot get back into this fight. Nothing to Say has to roll out with the Thunder.
So this is huge, right? Both Lycanform was committed, as well as the Pangolier roll. So if the Roshan spawns, which it does, this is free Roshan for Team Spirit. And remember how much we talked about how badly you want this for LGD. It doesn't even matter if the Sagas comes to use for Yatoro, they just want to make sure that PSG LGD doesn't get it. And this is the only shard, Aghanim shard, that has dropped from Roshan throughout the entire game. So that's 1,400 gold that now Ame is going to have to spend for himself.
I mean, it just goes to show how solid of a position that Spirit are in, where just a couple of ults expired by PSG LGD and a dead IO, and suddenly the rest of the lineup, they cannot do anything about Spirit taking the Roche, continuing their lead here. 7k up. I mean, Yatoro, he himself, 7k difference between him and Ame's farm. Well on the way to having a butterfly complete for the next bit of action as well.
Yeah, and with this butterfly, he actually has the option of now utilizing his own hero too, once the situation looks good for him, because the Ursa can't just burst him. The bash is going to miss, there's a proc chance on the bash, there's a proc chance on the miss, so it's going to be hard for the Ursa to just lock him down. And just very intelligently itemized by the Naga here. For the early part of the game, when he knew it was going to be a map control game, he bought the Orchid, he bought the Ags, played for the map, looked for those pickoffs, and those key pickoffs have really led to the situation that they're in the game now. Gembot picked up by Y. You can feel, they feel the pressure of the vision. They're not getting the vision that they're used to. They don't have the information that they're used to playing with in this game. Miposhka is shutting them down. Oh. Enrage forced out.
Yeah, they're just going to have to stay well away from Spirit. 4 very, very scary minutes of Aegis on Toronto, Tokyo. PSG LGD, they do not want to fight into this. But every minute that passes where they cannot look to brawl is going to be another just minute of pain here with the increasing momentum and mass of the cause of Team Spirit.
Yep. And surely right now PSG LGD are discussing how do we take a team fight? What is it that we need to do? How do we need to use our abilities in order to catch Team Spirit off guard? And for Team Spirit, I think a lot of the communication is like, we need to make sure that we do not let LGD come out on the map. We don't want them to get out and farm. As long as we can keep them locked into their base, we can get all the items that we want, and then we get the fight that we want. And everything's going to happen on our terms. So you see, they rotate over to the top side here, expecting LGD to run out on the top side of the map. And here we go.
It's time to look for that fight, PSG LGD. Execution has to be immaculate.
Yeah, they're scouting with the wolves. They're getting the info they want.
They're looking to try and start the collapse, but Collapse is able to blink away from the lead-in. They'll turn their attention over towards Yatoro, but with the insane looks to hold him back. Nothing to Say is able to get out of it. As they'll get the static storm set up onto the Naga Siren, but the illusions, they're just forcing back Y. Swashbuckle's going to miss. I mean, Yatoro, he's barely been scratched. He's back up to full HP. PSG LGD, they're going to run back to base, but Collapse, he's in with the ravage onto the two of them. Silence down onto Ame, put the BKB have to charge back to the safety of their high ground as quickly as they head out. Collapse. It's going to look for the setup here outside of the base. Another BKB force. Faith beyond trying to head back to the safety of his teammates. Ensnare locks him down. The illusion's starting to go to work. Remnant left into position. They drag him back with a split into the finger. My goodness, the Lycan gets absolutely destroyed. And Toronto Tucky is not done. Diving up to the tier 4s, committing with a dissimulate. He's trying to go for GQ. Will die underneath the towers, but he's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the micro decision making from Team Spirit is so beautiful to watch. I think every time a hero pops BKB, within half a second, there's a Naga net flying at it. And in the fight, you saw Ahmed pops BKB to try to man up and fight. And then the net comes, immediately he has to pop his ultimate. He can't use the enrage the way he wants to. He's forced to use it defensively all the time, just to break the net, just to be able to stick on top of the targets.
And just trying to clear out these illusions now. It seems all but impossible. The Rex dying, the melee Rex will fall. They'll get the jump onto your turret, but they've already lost Wyatt at the start of the action. BKB from Arme, he's trying to stay on target, but Yatora is able to sing their way back to safety. And now he's ready to go back in. The song ends, Toronto Tokyo, BKB up, jump over with the Remnant, grabs back the Ursa. Arme disappears in a matter of seconds. GQ to fall as well. GG is called. And my goodness, what a buttery smooth start to the grand finals here for Team Spirit. They couldn't have played this any better, Aiden. This is how you dream of entering a grand finals at the International.
Yes, absolutely. Just everything they're doing, they're firing on all cylinders. Their macro understanding of the game, how LGD might try.
It's a performance that's on top of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Yatoro, I mean, we all talked about Collapse so much throughout this tournament, but we gotta give Yatoro the praise he deserves. His hero pool is so wide. It's just allowing Spirit to constantly have these conditions, win conditions, over their opponents.
And it really is, yeah, just not the fact that he himself is so individually skilled on these numerous carries. It's just that the team, they seem to have a strat to play around every single one that he's willing to pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Team Spirit are so strong. They look like a fierce opponent, and I think a lot of people might have expected LGD to be the stronger team, but, you know, they just proven you wrong. These guys can beat LGD for sure.
They absolutely can. What a way to start this grand finals. Team Spirit just charging in with the same level of strength that they have shown us throughout their entire run so far up until this point. It's continuing here where it counts the most. Game 1 will go to Team Spirit.
A very strong performance from Team Spirit here in that first game indeed, and I am looking forward to hearing from our 5-head draft panel first of all. Gentlemen, how did this game play out compared to what you thought was going to happen?
I mean, I think it was an incredible statement from Spirit. It started with the draft. It started with the mentality in which they played this game. You know, they come here to the grand finals, and of course, everybody expects LGD to be the Titan. You know, can they move them? Not only they can, they beat them. They play fearless. They come up with a great strategy. They beat probably LGD's best strategy. Their first pick, the IO Lycan, they just break it. I think, you know, as a Dota fan, this is what I was really hoping for, is like, can they compete? And yes, they can. LGD is getting tested today, and that's going to be absolutely amazing to witness.
Team Spirit seems to be playing very free, very careless, very aggressive. This Bloodthorn kill on the Ursa bottom was, like you said, a huge statement. I want to say the same thing. This was like a team who saw an opening. They had an item build, they had a timing that not many teams would have pushed, played on, and pulled this off with. This Ursa dying in front of tier 2 also breaks the game at this point, and it's like, it's a very intense game. LGD, they're not broken by any means. They go for this Roshan play, they actually get it, and they're staying alive in a game where I think it's actually looking really hard, and it's really hard for them to scale, it's really hard for them to fight. I think the draft still favored Spirit. I think LGD were not so comfortable with how it ended up looking like. They're much more comfortable if they have a condition where it's like, in 20 minutes we're going to be stronger, in 30 minutes we're going to be stronger, much stronger than you, and we keep scaling. But in this game, with the ET, with the Naga Sleep, with the Ravage, you saw it, like fights can end like this for LGD.
Yeah, and I think this was almost a bit of a wake-up call for Xiaowei and LGD, because I think they came into it supremely confident. I think we were even saying like maybe they might have even prepared for Team Secret. They weren't expecting Team Spirit to like just roll through everyone. And I think LGD, they can make a comeback, but Spirit, they looked really good in that game. Just everything they wanted to do during that game looked really strong.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that insight. Love to hear more, of course, from you during the draft of game number 2, and that is where we, of course, will be heading next, because it's a best of 5. It's all about learning and adapting. And you heard Curtis say that maybe PSG LGD did not know that they were going to face Team Spirit. I will tell you that not a single person on the planet has had a correct bracket prediction. A little bit of extra information there. So there are 4 people on the planet that have had 20 out of 21 predictions correct. So that's very nice. And actually, this morning, there was only one person on the planet that still had a correct prediction, but they thought it was Secret that was going to move on. So, hey, it's all up in the air from here, and Team Spirit take game 1. Lizard, it's been an amazing opening game.
It's been incredible, especially when you go back and listen to what Silent said after the draft. He's like, yeah, we're just gonna play the game. We didn't prepare too much for them. We had Secret on our mind. It definitely didn't look that way. The way they set up the team fights, the way they moved across the map. Draft aside, the way they anticipated PSG LGD and what they will do and prepared for it and counter-attacked them. It was incredible.
Yeah, PSG LGD end the game with 5 kills. That is like, and with an Ursa draft, like that's just kind of unheard of, and exactly how their draft is not meant to play out. If you're playing an Ursa and 25 minutes in you have 5 kills, there's a big problem.
Yeah, and I definitely want to piggyback on something that Notail was talking about. I think every single game that I got to either cast or every single game that I reviewed, looking over PSG LGD, even for months now, they always drafted themselves a win condition for later stages. This is one of the few games where I think as soon as that Naga's picked, they're like, uh-oh, we actually need to find something to counter this, to play fast with. I think that's why they went for this Pango. And I think it was just a genius idea, a genius draft plan from Spirit throughout the whole thing.
A genius draft plan indeed. It looked so strong from them. Was there any chance for PSG LGD to defend high ground after it went so awry in the early stages, God?
I felt like once things started going wrong, there wasn't a comeback. They needed to get ahead early and then snowball from there, going from Roshan kills to hero kills, and just really, get this massive lead that just kept on growing. So once this Naga, illusion started coming online and pushing out waves, the game was kind of already slipped away by that point.
And even though PSG LGD, they had a beautiful plan in this Pangolier last pick that can perhaps take over the game and deal with the Naga later on. They answered it. They answered it with Yaghanim's on the Naga and just completely killed their only chance. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, PSG LGD has, been the final boss, as you say it, for this grand finals. And what is that? What is that? Tsunami?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's final boss. I've been crunching the numbers, and I think I finally understand. This whole time I was preparing as if Secret were going to be the representatives of not just Western Europe, but Europe in whole. And I was so ready to show you the differences between Secret's playstyle and LGD's playstyle. Things went a little bit differently. I was trying to say that, oh man, LGD, they are the magnum opus of China. They have combined all the best parts of their compatriots, Vici Gaming, IG, Spirit. They're all grinders, actually. Secret, they only played like 27 ticketed games. Meanwhile, you've got I-Leagues, you've got Pinnacle Cups. Both these regions are known to grind out games publicly. So that's one thing that was very similar to them. Next up, we've been talking, time and time again about how LGD is the fastest average game length, and they are. But Spirit is hot on their tail, not that much further behind. This is no fluke, my friends. After that, I was like, okay, well, surely the ward efficiency, and there is a little bit of a discrepancy. This was the average centuries used per D ward. LGD is still the kings of this whole thing, but you heard Insania at the beginning of this cast. You saw how the Naga illusion usage was used. Spirit understand vision extremely well, and they also understand drafts extremely well. 5 more unique heroes picked throughout this entire tournament. Maybe LGD have been holding on to things, and also it's a big credit to Yatoro, obviously, on the side of Spirit, because Ame, he's no slouch in his own self. He's been putting up some solid numbers. All you people who went in on Team Secret for your fantasy, I feel bad for you. Because Ame, even in a losing series, will still be doing work. Though, granted, that's only after he matured a little bit. I think previous TIs for Ame, he's had some issues picking the right items, knowing when to use the right items, knowing when to buy the right items, but he has matured ever since. And this should really come as no surprise that Team Spirit has won Game 1, because this is a rematch from the OGA Dota Pit Invitational just from a month ago. And you know who won that Game 1? It was Spirit also.
Yeah.
After that, they lost 3 games.
Wow, a lot of confidence for Team Spirit coming out from Tsunami there. And yes, that was indeed how those grand finals went. However, since then, I think it is very safe to say that Team Spirit, over the entire 2021 year, Fog, the most improved team in Dota 2 on the planet.
Yeah, and just still playing like it's not TI, I guess you could say. Like, not feeling the pressure so much is what I mean. Because I watched them, I got to cast them and watch them throughout both of the seasons, and I was big fans of them. Tokyo was playing with super confidence. Some games, maybe a little bit too much confidence, but being able to see players go up onto even grand finals doing this versus a team like LGD, it's amazing. And you could see there, they were still taking risks in a lot of this game. They were committing a lot of spells, like even over-committing at times, and it ended up working out anyway. So.
Yeah, I think we've seen that multiple times when Team Spirit seemed a little down in a game. They don't really seem to care. I don't know if that's the right word to say it, but they'll try to make the plays anyway, even if they're not ahead in the game, even if they're not 20k gold ahead. If they're 20k gold down, they'll still try. That's how they were able to get to this point, Lizard.
And that's the right winning mentality. When you're 20k gold behind and you go safe and you buy yourself that BKB instead of that one extra item that could perhaps win you the team fight, you're already signing the defeat. So I really like the mentality and the approach to the game that Team Spirit is bringing to this TI.
They give off this aura where it's like, you know, we might eventually lose or get knocked out of TI, but that's okay. And turns out just playing with that kind of carefree,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my. This is good.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under Radiant's attack. Middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
And when you're on a timer, that 20-25 minute mark in which you need to break the enemy and you're under pressure, under emotions, you're bound to make mistakes. So just play it safe, pick a hero that scales well into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look back to the first 10 minutes of the previous game we just watched, I mean, both teams were taking it very safe. It was actually a fairly slow start to the game, which, based on draft, we were not really expecting, Gods, because that Naga Siren just had all the freedom in the world.
Yeah, I don't think PSGLG had a draft that was going to scale late game if they didn't get ahead and play aggressive. Usually it's their style to just go around, run at their opponents, look for these kills. And, you know, when you're playing this Ursa as your carry with a mid Pengalier, you don't have that ability to scale, so they had to be a lot more aggressive there.
They really did. And we know that PSGLG can recover in a series, so I'm very curious to see what they bring to the table in this Game 2. Of course, also, this will be something that Silent and Miposhka will have discussed at length, because they know PSG LGD will come up with a new plan as well. So it's you know, it's one-upping each other constantly in this best of 5. I want to just also quickly remind everyone that it is so phenomenal that we have 9 out of the 10 players on the stage being they're only the first or the second international that they're at. We are seeing, I kind of feel like the new generation of Dota players here on stage, folks.
Oh God, don't say this.
What? No, it's time. No,
Okay.
this is true.
But then the older people are going to start retiring, and then we got like
No, but
7
they will
no-tail coming
alter-
for our jobs. So
Okay,
no.
well they are already here,
Yeah,
and you're
it's too
still
late
on
for
the
that. Too
panel.
late,
Too
man.
late
It's
for
too
that.
late.
Savor the moment.
No, it is truly beautiful. I love when you see these young guns and just having this confidence. I think that's the biggest thing that everybody's just said is confidence, confidence, confidence.
Love
Spirit's
it.
just been losing it.
The future of Dota is bright. When you have all these young players coming out of multiple different regions, it really means, you know, the next TIs in years to come are going to have some amazing new talent.
Yeah, I'm a little bit jealous.
I'm very jealous. I'm super emotional. Watching Team Spirit in particular, because I was in that Eastern Europe Tier 2, Tier 3 teams. This was a dream that for some is happening at the moment. It's becoming reality.
All
I'm
you
also
need to
very
do,
happy.
apparently, is on day 2 or day 3 of the event, you're like, Dota gods, they need to be worshipped. You shave off your head, you donate it, and here you are, grand finals.
There you go.
That's your Toro story right there. In case you're wondering why you look so different from all the pictures that you're seeing, that's the reason. He literally said in an interview, I felt like I needed to sacrifice something to the Dota gods.
Proud, right? He's just like, hey, yeah, we won, guys, cheer for us. It's like, wait a minute.
I am very sad that this is not an actual crowd, because of course
Yeah.
we have the LGD crowd. They are rooting for them, and if we could hear
que entiendo que en algún momento normalmente acaban haciendo el anuncio, no sé si este año...
Team Spirit, PSG, LGD, turn to pick.
Hello again, welcome to the draft panel, the second game of the TI10 Grand Finals, again with 7 no-tail. And I mean, Team Spirit, they took game 1, but I actually had a question I wanted to ask you guys. So in the first game, LGD had choice, they took first pick, and Spirit responded with Radiant. In this game, Spirit had choice, but they actually took second pick, and LGD responded with Radiant. Why do you think that is?
I mean, there's definitely a big Radiant advantage, so no surprise that whoever gets to choose side will choose Radiant. And it does seem that now we have 2 teams that are gonna keep clashing at each other's, and they're questioning the execution.
Team Secrets, turn to ban.
The International, a Cinderella story if we ever heard.
I always love to see it when you have teams that stick with their guns, and you could say that Team Spirit were maybe really happy with how the choices went down, where they might prefer second pick, or they feel like they're able to punish them really hard, or whatever it is. I think LGD always should be left with a, okay, now we at least know.
PSG, LGD, turn to pick. Team Spirits.
We're going to probably see, I'm predicting, Team Spirit going for something new again for Yatoro. I think they're feeling themselves a lot and are drafting a lot also on feeling. You also heard Heen talk about that. They're drafting on feeling. And you also see now LGD decided to switch it up or kind of go away from what happened last game with like lack of AoE, lack of team fight, and they instantly lock in Alesh with the IO to give the IO that.
I want to say that, so Team Spirit, right, they really shook LGD. Like they proved that they can beat them at their own game, and I feel like no team so far in the tournament has done that. And I was kind of sad as a Dota enthusiast, is like, come on, like if you're gonna lift the Aegis, somebody has to, you know, make you kind of work for it. And Team Spirit did that, and it's awesome. And now we're gonna see, you know, can LGD show us, you know, the level 2, the level 3, and then it's gonna bring even better Dota. What I really love about Team Spirit did, they had the same opener open to them. They could have ET tied again.
Yep.
And, you know, they respect LGD. They respect them so much that they expect them to be ready to punish them for the same draft. So they know, like, you know what, we're not giving you what you think we're gonna do. You're gonna have to think on the spot. We don't want you to come to this draft with, you know, XIO8, 1 hour of preparation on how to do even better. You have to think on the spot. Bane Magnus. It's a beautiful approach. It's mind games between the drafters, and props to Miposhka and Silent for pulling this one out.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. This is like a big mental game. It's always been, it always will be, but it starts here, it starts with the draft, and again, so many statements are being made between the draft, between the two teams, on like, this is what we believe in, this is what we're going to do to you now, and we're trying to throw you off guard, and yeah, a lot being said.
I do want to say that there's something very interesting in my opinion, is like last game, LGD, when they play this Wiz, they're very much looking at connecting early with nothing to say. And connecting to a Pangolier that doesn't have the best matchup, it's hard, you know, Pango doesn't really have a way to take over the game. Leshrac, Wisp, that is scary. Leshrac most of the time wins his lane, he can power farm, he can, you know, like, you start accelerating a Leshrac as a Wisp, he might take over the game, and I feel like with the Pangolier, it's not the same.
There's a lot more abuse to be had with the Leshrac. You can get the mana, you can get
Team Spirits turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Spirits turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. PSG LGD's turn to pick.
has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. PSG LGD.
Earth Shaker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. PSG LGD's Luna. Ten seconds remaining. Team Spirit's turn to ban. PSG LGD's turn to ban. Team Spirit's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. PSG LGD's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Spirit's turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Ten seconds remaining. Hack! Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Normally.
Smells like team spirit.
Back of the momentum that they've gained from the very early goings in the group stages, and they haven't looked back once. The thing that I'm really interested to watch for is if they can keep that up. Like, I feel like sometimes when you get in these huge matchups and you go up one game, Team Spirit now there, you can sense the victory coming, and I want to see if they can keep up that same carefree attitude we've seen from them so far.
Just playing Dota, just having fun with each other.
Yeah.
Surely that, that's got to feel like at some point you've got to be thinking like, oh, are we gonna win, guys?
Is this actually gonna happen?
Are we doing this?
It's crazy, but we'll see if it ends up happening here as Mira spots out a couple of those treants that are trying to get a little bit of vision. So interesting things to watch for in this as far as a laning matchup is concerned. We'll see where that Nature's Prophet ends up at and how much pressure they can put on. Very annoying hero to deal with in the early goings.
Yeah, very much a discussion of timings really throughout all the games today. I feel like we're finding that one team seems to have a very clear, we want to do this at 20 minutes. And the other team's like, we just want to hang out and kind of scale.
Oh, Xingqiu gonna have to back out there on the Shaker. And 3 bounty runes again for Team Spirit, just like last game.
I will say, I believe this game that LGD had a very good idea of what was going on. I think they completely saw that puck pick coming. I think they banned around the fact that, like, yeah, that's going to be left in. We're okay with that. It's a go-to hero versus the Morphling. I wouldn't say they're really surprised. Charles Tokyo, obviously an amazing player, but, the puck not exactly one of the ones that's been, popping off the rampages here for Team Spirit.
True enough.
Those spirits tend to scale just, like, a little bit more. You kind of lack that a bit on the puck.
It'll be something to watch for, though, if he can make those good rotations, as obviously the Nature's Prophet on Faith Beyond can also move into multiple different lanes. So we'll keep our eyes on it. And like you said, I think both drafts have like a very clear identity behind them, right? You got this Magnus that's going to start off the fights occasionally after the puck comes in. You've got the Morph Shaker as a potential danger later on, but it is of course going to be played on that support Shaker this time. So we'll see if you can get into the items at the same timing we've seen for the cores.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like PSG LGD were very much ready for that, right? The Dark Willow came out, and then right away they're just like, yeah. We saw that earlier. We know, you want the Morph and the Willow. We're taking the Morph and the Shaker. It's pretty good too, but yeah, the support Shaker hasn't worked as well. So, a little bit close there, but Ame's all right.
He's going to be able to dodge away from that one. You can see here also a nice little interrupt on the pull-through that came through, and Faith Beyond steps over to the side. This, of course, sets up some free farm for the Luna. Normal laning shenanigans and the power that you have as Bane in these early goings.
Yeah, it's frustrating for the Bane too, because like you're so used to being able to dominate a lot of situations as Bane. Well, Miposhka now actually trapped in by a Fisher with the treants on top of him.
A lot of damage out there onto this poor old Bane. Can they run him down? A couple more hits is all they need. Not quite able to get that last right click, and Miposhka with the brain sap and the runaway. Xingqiu still might be able to run him down. That boots advantage,
he's not careful.
But
all right,
no.
Good choice, Xingqiu. Good choice.
Keeps it safe that time.
But yeah, I mean, Bane, obviously you're used to trading favorably and having answers to like someone trying to pull your wave. But with the Nightmare and the treants being there, they actually have some counterplay here to like trying to set up for plays as well in the lane. So it's a good pick for the Prophet.
Allows him to play that much more freely. But you can see that Luna already off to a hot start. 11-2 right there in the top lane is down bottom. Y. Gonna take one little punch there from the Dark Willow and a fissure block off on the other side, but not within that tower range. So we'll be able to get away with some extra damage. Tango, as well as the Quelling Blade through, and he's fine.
That's a nice Fisher, though. That's a pretty good chunk of damage on him there, just the harass. Only has a single Tango left. No salves currently on Miposhka. So, that courier, makes the call, rings him up, and it's going to be running with a salve in that top lane now. So if there's any chance here for LGD to score a kill, it might be sooner rather than later.
Too true. Gotta look for that opening. Down bottom.
Really trying to pressure, too. They keep pump faking this Fisher up top.
I mean, if you catch him on the wrong side of it, it's going to be a ton of damage out with those treants. But even without it, right? Just the one fissure and a couple punches from Faith Beyond, he hits really hard. They will be bringing over that courier now. Miposhka needs to make sure this one does not get sniped by Xingqiu.
Hopefully you're not losing it to a Shaker.
Yeah, true enough.
But this bottom lane, lots of harass being spammed out here from Mira and Collapse as well. But it's a Morphling, it's an IO. Morphling in itself a very frustrating hero to lane versus due to the regen mechanics and the ability to morph strength and agi, but comboed up with an IO. It's pretty rough trying to get a kill. But Morph players, they tend to go for some of these overextensions, so maybe he'll get a bit greedy there.
Right, and even, just the pressuring and forcing him to switch over attribute shift, it makes it a little bit harder for the Morph to last hit. So it's not all bad, as XinQ is going to make that big move over underneath the ward and going to steal away the small camp. How many does it get? Not a ton, but nothing to say. Able to sneak a few as well.
All right, interesting stuff there. It does sacrifice the top water room potential there. Well, I say that, actually. Aposhka
moves in. Toronto Tokyo going to be able to pick up this water rune and maybe get some extra pressure onto XinQ. Jumps forward, and there's the first blood. Toronto Tokyo draws it.
Oh, well done by Maposha. Like, not even just, he basically baited out that rune, right? That's XinQ coming a little bit too close, get the first blood for Team Spirit, and they're off to a hot start in Game 2 after already surprising pretty much everyone by going up one game. I mean, I agree. I thought their draft was better last game, but, we just keep wondering, like, how long will the magic last with this team?
It does seem like just an unbelievably improbable run. To think that this team came all the way through in the qualifiers, we're down 2-1 in that series against Empire, and now up one game against the, odds-on favorites.
Oh,
Let's collapse, skewer, pull back. And they do some good damage there on Ame. But he will not be under too much pressure of losing his life. He's not going to get the deny. A little cheeky there. I like to see it from the Morph.
That's a Morph player. That's what that is right there. And, nothing to say. Maybe not a Pango player. I have some theories, guys. I mean, that was his, as far as I could find, mind you, I looked pretty quickly. That was his second professional Pango match.
Yeah.
Now, they played a lot of Pango when he wasn't available to play for PSG LGD. And, of course, Coach Xiao or Chaba stepping in, playing a masterful Pango. He did really well, and we've had this discussion of like how he sort of controls the macro game to help these players so they can think more about their own heroes and their own item builds, and they have a clear identity of like what I'm supposed to do in this game. But if you're not experienced on the hero, that formula doesn't work so well.
True enough.
But he's got a less draft now. Much better hero for nothing to say.
Very comfortable. Comfy time for nothing to say. And so far, he's doing fairly well. The early first blood onto Toronto Tokyo, giving that puck the advantage as another stack up on those camps. And now, trying to scout for these runes. Poshka, just within vision there, and Nightmare. It's going to use a lot of mana there. And Toronto Tokyo gets the haste down bottom, so a little bit of luck and a little bit of good rotations, helping out Team Spirit.
Yeah, even threatening to have the TP in there from Posh will be all right. And actually just starts going right back on the aggressive. Will only catch a sentry, though. No obs taken away there. So we heard a lot of discussion actually last game from Insania talking about like the power runes and the strength you're going to have from that right here. And especially for a puck, a hero that's really capable of trying to abuse that. Because you want to be making these early rotations with the Dream Coil. And it looks like not going to secure another kill there.
Yeah, I think it's an important point to make, is that you've got to watch so carefully on any of these other side lanes. If LGD overstep, they get a little bit close to a tower, puck could easily make that rotation and kill off a couple.
Oh, Maposha gets spotted on the way out here. So did Sentry on the pillar, was kind of checking around, finding some wards, and then putting obs down by the Ancients. And there is a Sentry here on XinQ, so this could be pretty painful.
Oh,
he's got it, right?
All right, they see it. That was right on the edge.
That's a huge D ward. That was a lot of time spent from Maposhka.
And at the same time, LGD going to move in and head up top. Why? And nothing to say together. Are they going to try and make a kill here onto the Luna a little bit far out? And we'll see if they can connect with this one, but...
This is a tower kill gank.
Yeah.
They're ganking that tower. It's not moving. They don't have to worry about it. Luna, she's kind of fast, She's got some night vision, maxed out Lunar Blessing. But a tower, it doesn't move.
True enough. They're going to move in and
next
take
hero,
this one down.
Marcy, can she just throw the tower somewhere?
It's a possibility.
Ideas?
Dare to dream.
Okay, that went down really fast.
Yeah, this is a problem potentially. The early group up right there and the fact that you can't really contest it at all. Yadoro heads back into the jungle to farm up his medium camp.
Look at Maposhka. He actually got spotted there. He did step in vision for a moment. And a correctly drawn line here from Y, I believe, is to his current path.
But they did get down that ward. We'll see if that one gets taken away by LGD. As down bottom, able to go for the RP now, connecting on to Ame, but I don't know if this is going to translate into a kill.
No, they don't think so, at least. They're not. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they bring in the IO as well, and that's going to be more than enough. Ame backs away perfectly fine.
Poshka's just like, can I get something done here? My wards. A little D Warden here, just roaming around. You know, it's actually Y, who's well known for being such a roamer, but on this IO having to play a little bit closer to his ally.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a change-up in styles there. We saw a bunch of that rotation going on in the last game from him, as Miposhka, on his Bane, finds another courier kill.
Yeah, for Y, despite being a 5 player, he actually gets often categorized by like some of the information scrapers in Dota as a roaming hero. We've been told by some of our stats people, just because he spends so much time going between the lanes.
Ame, Collapse, facing off with each other. And just the focus right now on the farm, stacking up the camps. Ame again moves up to come and contest this, and Collapse, I don't know if they're really going to be able to do all that much to stop him. Very interesting, but Fissure up top. Now the follow-up, looking for it. Faith Beyond there as well, and this is going to be a kill.
That's a pretty stark difference to the 3 heroes stalking the Radiant carry. You know, they got to get this kill, right?
They got to get something here, that's for sure. Miposhka's waiting off to the side. Nightmare down, a couple punches, but they bring in the IO, trade off that Nightmare, and that's going to be more than enough for the moment. But why? Also dropping low, not low enough. Instead, they turn, find Collapse. One more touch is not enough, but with Faith Beyond TPing in, they might be able to find him here.
That was the trusty shovel keeping him alive.
Yeah, heading down to the south. TP is available, but Collapse in some trouble. Does the Spirit connect? Ugh, not quite going to be on the mark. He gets out.
Trusty shovel indeed. And up top, nothing to say. Zoning back Toronto Tokyo as he kind of came in to invade on the Ancients, but the pressure will stay in the bottom lane. And we already saw how quickly that top tower went down. No point slowing down here for PSG LGD.
It's interesting though, right? Because you can see that this is a dynamic that we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. You have Team Spirit with a little bit of a lead, even though it's LGD that are taking down more of the towers. Just that stacking up farming mentality we're seeing from Spirit right here.
And look at the treants put out here. They're watching for Toronto Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
Because they know that everything's on this Dream Coil. That's by far the easiest way for them to initiate. So you just fan out your units like that from Faith Beyond. And unless they're going to smoke in, you're going to catch that puck.
And instead, they're going to find the Dream Coil towards the mid lane, trying to take down this Lech. Do they have enough? Yes. Toronto Tokyo picks up that kill. And with that, a 3,000 gold lead this early on for Team Spirit.
Bit of a theme, I feel like, from these two games from PSG LGD. Ame did a similar thing last game on the Ursa, where he kind of stayed in an area which seems like, surely, you know, like you're in trouble, you know?
Right.
He ended up dying on the Ursa in the top lane. And this time, you know, at least they got a favorable trade. They took a tower after that, which I think was part of the plan for PSG LGD, but they were able to zone back on that bottom tower, shove the wave back out, and now even Collapse running in behind the tower, checking for a courier and everything down here. They're not willing to just, like, you know, give you the, like, take the kill and then just give you the tower. They're able to defend after as well.
Right.
Okay, but now that pressure is coming mid.
Era. They're going to have to get onto the Brambles. Thought about that RP, but calls it off afterwards. And again, nothing to say in the mid lane, starting to push down this tier 1 tower with Xingqiu in tow. And why they'll get it. It's so interesting to me, right? Because you think about traditionally what people think of these styles of play, and Team Spirit definitely going the more farming route in this one. You saw there for a second the last hits that Yatoro has, 135 compared to the 69 of Ame.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're actually spotted out here, but they're not going to have anything in time to catch. But that also comes back to just the idea of punishing that Dream Coil, right? It was used. You killed me. All right, congratulations. But I'm a Leshrac. I don't have any cooldowns. When I respawn, I'm coming right back. I'm taking that tower. But as you said, to the timings, like PSG LGD, Y has said before, like, we love picking for scale. We like to be very balanced. We're comfortable going late because we think we make better decisions at that point in the game. And even though this is a pretty fast lineup from PSG LGD, it does have some late game tools, right? The Morph Shaker, of course, if you get to that, can really go against anything at this point.
It is a little bit terrifying. You're not wrong. Actually queuing up the Dragon Lance right now on Ame. So obviously could maybe disassemble that later and build it into the Axe if he wants.
Yeah, we see that a lot versus the Luna, because it makes like a really nice little matchup, right? Where she's kind of got this like zone that you're trying to play out of and kite her just a little bit, gives you that tankability versus all this magic damage there too. Really balanced item to start out with.
So Team Spirit nursing that 2k gold lead, as on the other side, LGD trying to keep the pressure onto these buildings. Up top, nothing to say is there. The 4 points in Edict forces out the glyph.
Wow, that was a pretty easy glyph to get, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Didn't have to commit that hard at all. I mean, Collapse had already TP'd up there too, so can imagine they'd like to go for another one soon. And as we approach, you know, sort of past the laning stage, we start thinking, you know, how's the Roche looking this game? They could take it relatively early, right? You get an early DD with this lineup with Nature's Prophet and Morphling. They might opt for it.
And look at this movement in before the blink dagger on Shaker. Oh, Nightmare by Maposhka to dodge the stun, but Yadoro is still in some trouble as they run him down. It was good, but it wasn't good enough.
Toronto Tokyo's coming, but they're too tanky. I mean, you see these stacked up heroes, maybe you're sort of thinking about going in for the Dream Coil, but it's a bit too much. They're just so tanky right now.
And instead, they try and find a pick off here. Nothing to say. The rest of his friends a little ways away. XinQ making the move over. They're going to get the Terrorize. That's going to get the Tether Snap. And afterwards, the ulti coming from Willow, but nothing is taking the regen from Y. Keeping his core player alive.
With the wand, with the IO, this early hood into the Eternal Shroud as well. They're going to have some issues bringing down this Leshrac without the Luna being there.
Yeah, I mean, you just get blown up like that. I mean, obviously a great Nightmare dodge of the stun that came in, but in the end, you need to get that BKB online, as we've seen time and again, and Yadoro trying to get towards it now. As LGD starting to cut a little bit into this lead here. And also getting a little bit of free time right now for Ame to farm up.
Yeah, I think Toronto Tokyo is starting to just think about like his role in this game, what he can do. You know, Puck obviously pretty versatile in terms of the builds. Thinking about an early Aeon disc here. And we'll have to get out of this one. Even go for the TP in there. Very nice play to even preempt that by blinking somewhere else for the TP. Could have set something up there. They also have the Orchid ready on this push here, so with the relocate in 5 seconds, everyone can be top lane right now for PSG LGD. For Team Spirit, they don't see very much. I mean, they're rotating a lot of heroes to that bottom lane. I think they just have to go for the counter push.
Yeah, there's no other play really. And they have a glyph still on LGD as well.
They need this blink dagger and collapse before they can defend.
It's going to be too much too quickly otherwise. And you can see getting very close. Collapse just going to farm up the rest of these camps here. Well, bottom, Team Spirit trying to pressure that in.
Toronto Tokyo, he's got the veil.
Okay.
He's got the blink.
He's thinking.
How bold is he?
This guy's crazy. We've seen it time and again, and Fate Beyond shows up.
He just wants the creeps. That's all he's going for here.
Oh, Fate Beyond spots him. The silence is there. That's the Orchid reveal, and he is mega dead.
Yeah, he's really greedy. It turns out. Oh, you know, you got a full creep wave. That's quite a bit of gold, too.
True.
But almost a certainty when you go over that play.
This does stop the backdoor protection, though. So this is going to stay alive a little bit longer, forcing LGD in this area for a bit. But eventually it will fall.
And already 50 on back to that bottom lane to just push that back out, too. So very well orchestrated there from PSG LGD. But the courier, it holds the key. Ice Frog, little courier, delivering a blink dagger to collapse. So, you know, he's got a few more things queued up there you guys might have seen already in this tournament. The Shard, the Force Staff. He's made a couple plays. Perhaps some highlight reel ones.
He's been absolutely spectacular.
I think he needs a couple more this game.
True enough. Not if LGD have anything to say about it. They've also had a few highlights at times. And playing on that Earthshaker with the Morphling, you just know that there's pain coming if they're left to free farm in this one.
That's really the worst part of just staying in the upper bracket. Less highlights, you know, less games to play.
True enough, yeah.
Especially when you crush your opponent so hard, and then finally being challenged now by Team Spirit.
They're up one game again. Cinderella story that hasn't died yet. And seeing if it can continue on here in this game number 2. The BKB is done. Taking a look at a few of these other items around the map. Collapse has that blink done. XinQ getting closer to his, has it completed as well now. So all of the big fighting items online.
That's a bit frightening. It feels so good because, like, obviously as the offlaner, you got to get these like earlier items. You got a bracer, got a mech, and then you get your blink dagger. When you're playing as a support, you just get that one thing you're striving for, and it's kind of unfortunate when they match up like that because, like, now it feels like your offlaner can actually play, but XinQ, like, this is an excellent counter initiation to have right now with the way that their lineup's kind of set up. Like, he can just lurk for so long. He can just wait on the side, and what kind of vision is going to catch him, right? Maybe an orb. Maybe you can take a fight at night like this and have the advantageous vision.
Oh, but the Stewart back immediately onto nothing to say, but he's going to live through that. Nice jump out there. XinQ saving the day even under that ward.
I mean, they have relocate, they have Fisher.
Yeah, they were super ready.
That is a tough one, but at least the relocate gets burnt, right?
Yeah.
So that is something for them, but immediately into the Roche.
Oh, and LGD gonna make a bit of a sneaky play here. Did Team Spirit know that this is going on?
Where's your DD, guys?
They're gonna have to push. I mean, this is down to about half HP now Team Spirit, it's really well covered by the vision of LGD as well, but they're going to smoke up now. Can they get there in time? Aegis, it's super low now. They pull back onto Xingqiu, going to try and take him down first, and they will get that kill, but it comes at the cost of the Aegis on Ame. No leaving it in the pit this time for any other teams.
No.
IG, everybody knows.
At the very least, you do get yourselves a kill from that, but surely still happy, you know, Xingqiu. That's basically an exchange. Sometimes you trade a Roche for a tower. Sometimes someone on your team just needs to go and kind of feed to block out the smoke. And in this case, that was just a small feed to help things out here. So another game where like the kills have also stayed pretty low.
True.
From game 1 and game 2. Feels like teams are being very picky about their engagements.
So much on the line. It's incredibly tense for these teams. And again, you start to wonder how much the pressure is going to be affecting these plays. We'll have to keep our eyes out for it for sure. But Ame with the Aegis, another 4 minutes with this. And I believe this is going to be the Manta coming out pretty soon for him as well. He can start to play with a little bit more freedom here, potentially.
And currently they already have amazing vision in the top lane. You can see this ward just been staying on the high ground here. About a quarter of its duration left. Nothing to say. Feels confident enough to be up there. They already control the outpost since they took that tier 2 so early. Team Spirit again just forced to try and hold on and try and build everything up into Yatoro this game. Does of course have this buffed up carry mentality that we've been working towards in this main bracket event for pretty much every team. You're going to have the empowered Luna. But, you know, it's not the wolf bite, it's not the tiny. So Yatoro got to do some heavy lifting here.
Potentially, they have a Nightmare, and then the walk away. They actually relocate into this one.
There's relocate, there's Nature's Providing. You know, it's very scary. You don't have that really quick burst. You don't really want to take it right now for Team Spirit, but they forced out some rotations at the very least. They got to try and hold this tower, I think, or else this really wasn't worth it.
No IO save this time, though. That's the danger of the relocate. Nothing to say outside of vision. They don't see him. Now they do. The pullback and to be able to get that skewer. The vision not quick enough, and nothing to say goes down. Now looking for more. Ame has to be careful. Xingqiu there as well. Oh, but Ame with the waveform through it. Brilliant play. And afterwards. Now the chase, looking for more. Can they control? Do they have enough for the kill? The Terrorize comes out, but he got the strength form off. Faith Beyond jumps away. The Stewart back on the 2, and the RP, oh, collapsed it into him again.
And look, they're just surrounding him. There's no chance to help. You have the IO, you have the Shaker, but
there is nothing else left in the tank there for Ame, although trying to TP out, but the stun comes through right at the end. And LGD, another triple kill for Yatoro. And Y will manage to escape from that one, but a huge win for Spirit here in game number 2.
That is massive. Oh, what an amazing defense. And Claps does it twice in the fight with the skewers, catching nothing to say. Like, you know, you talk about this idea with like the Aegis and like, well, what are you supposed to do with this Aegis? Are we supposed to push towers? Is that the goal right now? So, you know, should it be on the Morphling? You know? Right. Doesn't he kind of feel like the harder target to get in the first place, and instead you're sort of hanging nothing to say out to dry? Like, he gets one skewer and there was no chance to save him.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of that is also the decision to stick around after that relocate was used, because that's probably part of their idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's your easiest long-range save, right?
Unreal. 5-6. And Team Spirit playing just absolutely great Dota.
Yeah, I'm sensing a smoke up Echo Slam here soon. You know, this is what you do. You lost your Aegis and you're like, okay guys, this is fine, this is fine. Group out, we're gonna smoke, we've got our other tools back. Let's go dunk on some people.
Xingqiu so often has been the answer and the playmaker for this LGD lineup. Whether it's the Snapfire or this Earthshaker, whatever it is that he's playing, he's making the big moves. So 21 minutes in now, and Yatoro continues to farm. I mean, this is the thing that's really scary, right? Like, how many times have we seen these Lunas just get completely out of control and then just walk high ground with an Aegis? And now it also feels like they have some of those tools with the Blinks Online to actually win those Aegis fights as well.
Yeah, sometimes they don't leave that high ground. It just takes one sort of mounting up there and it's over. Part of the reason why they can be a little bit patient here from Team Spirit, but patience, you know, that's not something they're very well known for.
Scary. Invis. And then the smoke up afterwards. Team Spirit looking on the hunt. But LGD, sensing danger coming their way, will retreat out. Just
is he gonna horn toss him again, Lyrical? Don't tell me he's gonna horn toss him again.
Oh my god, he got him again, Trent! They did it to him! As they find the pickoff. Collapse, you're too good!
What a smell!
Unreal.
Oh, they're so good at just finding that one kill and like waiting for this timing too of just this. Oh, they caught him on the zip.
They pull him back in afterwards. Why? In some trouble. Skewer a little bit off the mark, but the Brambles are there for round 2 of it. Team Spirit, they came to play on Finals Day. Taking down Secret, now looking to go up 2-0 in the series against LGD.
Meanwhile, Faith Beyond, at least, you know, getting something back, right?
Yeah,
go grab that outpost, get it. But man, losing the Roche into just like taking over the map right now for Team Spirit. They're just having fun. That's what they say, right? They look like they're having fun. Well, Voshka looks like he's having fun. For someone who's playing Bane, that's as much fun as your face gets, I think. You know,
they're on top of it, killing it. And we'll see now if LGD can pull this back. I mean, again, we've talked so much about the effect that pressure has in this lineup. In a lot of ways built to try and just win the Aegis. Not a whole lot else is going to be acceptable for them and the sort of standards that they set for themselves. 5-8.
I love how you see the sentry they put outside the base too, because I had the same thought. I'm just like, where is that ward? Like, how did this Magnus do that? You know, and just nothing. Collapse is just too good. He just feels it. He just goes. At the very least, yeah, it's a lot of sentries.
They're all over the place.
And, you know, that's because they also have the gem, I believe, still, yeah, on Toronto, Tokyo. So they know that they're in trouble when it comes to the vision game, and so you get into this place where you're just kind of spamming them everywhere. And you know, you heard our lovely draft panel, as well as Insania, talking about like the sustain and everything, and Insania pointed out just like how much more valuable that healing is on the earlier end, right? You know, about trying to get as many of these mechs and these holy lockets as early as you can in the game, and when you have to spend on sentries, that can be a bit tough. But at the same time, you have a Shaker on your team, so you're making a sacrifice in terms of the gold to ensure that Blink Dagger is going to be there. Unfortunately, they haven't really gotten much out of the Shaker. Couple nice saves, but Zinkyu's still waiting for his big moment.
And it's tough, right? Because you have to sort of go in and make that chaos happen first with the rest of the heroes on LGD, and specifically Nothing to Say. And he's built all these items to try and stay alive. The Eternal Shroud, going for the Halberd, now into the Plate Mail. And it has just not been able to be enough to keep him alive against the big plays from Collapse. MVP in this game too.
And now? It's nighttime once again. So what do? We smoke. You got night vision, right? You have the advantage there. They're gonna have to rely on the treants from Faith Beyond if they want to scout some of these plays out. That is the vision that they have at night. But the edge certainly belongs to Team Spirit.
Absolutely. As they move up onto the high ground, Zinkyu feels like he's safe, but they drop down the ward right away. Zinkyu manages to get out of there, has that shard to create that separation. But again, a ward dewarded and taken away vision from LGD.
They're just going to do the sweeping motion here, right? They actually scanned ahead to see if he could blink in there. He's checking the high ground. Yeah, Collapse wants this so bad.
He's ready. He feels the moment, dude. He is so on top of it. Waiting for the vision.
Nothing to say, he's going so far back. He's like, no.
He knows. Fool me. Oh my god, that was close. Fissure afterwards. They're sensing it. They back out of their time.
He's feeling it today.
Came close there.
I mean, that's what's so cool about the spell, though, is that you can just fish.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes you're not going to catch anything. Sometimes you get yourselves the big old whale.
You know what's also so interesting about this? Like, those 2 outposts are still held by LGD. They're keeping so much pressure on the map by LGD, and Team Spirit, it doesn't look like they're that interested in trying to take it back. They're just looking for those kills now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's going to be a very long Roche spawn, because that's kind of what they're playing for right now for Team Spirit, right? It's just like, we don't want to rush anything. We just need one more good fight. We're going to clear up this entire base with our Luna, and we want the Roche for that. So they're going to be trying to control around the pit. Someone's going to sit in there. They're going to wait. They're going to be very disappointed for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
There you go.
And that's just time for PSG LGD. So what can we stall for here is the question. Shiva's coming up relatively soon for Nothing to Say, but the Aghanims, that's what we're stalling for. So whenever you get in trouble as a Morphling, you look to say, how good is the next game, is it? And it's like, oh yeah, right, we picked Morph Shaker. So we do have that going.
That's going to be the big window that they're looking for. Only 2 points in Enchant Totem right now for that Shaker. But can still be devastating with all the lockdown that you get.
Now, interesting things that we're going to have to watch during that, though, will be the fact that it's the Aeon Disc on the puck, right? So they're going to be looking to catch and chain and even just try and, like, go through that stats resistance while it's actually active on Toronto Tokyo and just try and, like, keep chaining him down because he's not going to have the BKB. And then after that, we also know that Collapse, he really likes these kind of cheeky items, right? He doesn't like BKB. You've seen the plays this guy's making.
There's the Aeon Disc out. Toronto Tokyo not concerned, just blinks away after the Aeon Disc is procced. And also getting that D-ward again.
So the question will be, when they come high ground, will you find this big Morph Shaker play? Are you going to catch these heroes without the immunity that they need to survive what is obviously a pretty terrifying duo of heroes?
Faith Beyond shows for a second, collapse, looks for an opening, sees him there. There's an opening, the horn toss, the pullback with Skewer, and immediately gets the kill. Nothing is free, not even pushing out a wave.
That's the kind of punish that you need. I mean, they felt pretty free on this map, right? Because they are moving around as a single unit for Team Spirit, right? And that's why we're spotting some of these heroes just like Faith Beyond's randomly in a spot, pushing on a wave, nothing to say. That's why they were able to control the outposts for so much longer than you might expect, considering the situation that Team Spirit was in. But the punishes are free, and so they will go back once more for a disappointing look inside the Roche pit, and then wait another 30 seconds, and then look up. I can do it again.
But look at this. They have that Aghanim Scepter done on the Morphling now. Puck also just finishing an Aghanim Scepter and has an Arcane Rune bottled.
They're like sending in Y first. Just these slow movements in. Ready to tether back. Off Sentry. It's going to catch both.
They have vision right away.
They know they're there.
Collapse. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
We've seen them go into these trees so many times.
Collapse.
I would not be surprised.
He's thinking about it. Xingqiu is back there.
Oh, they're just baiting out.
Yeah, they're waiting on it. And Faith Beyond, in the meantime, farming on the other side.
The Radiant, they scanned that pit there to no success. They're going to send in the Treants, though. So, PSG LGD, they're in the know. They've got the Morphling, with the Aghanims, with the Shaker, and a team that really wants the Roche. They have a plan.
This could be LGD's comeback here. Can they make it happen, though?
And how long can you sort of like control and force the focus of Team Spirit to be here, and what are you gaining on the rest of the map? I mean, again, they're fanning out a bit here, and you have the global teleportation up in 10 seconds for Faith Beyond. Yeah, you have Ame just farming the Dire Ancients right now, so...
Are they going to give up this Roche?
I mean, they know they're in there right now. I highly doubt they just give this up for free.
Yadaros is still inside here. They're moving over now. Faith Beyond getting some Treants out. Starting to move into position. They're going to lay down these brambles.
They're actually doing this so slow that maybe PSG are just kind of fine with this.
Are they really going to give up Roche for this, though?
I think they just can't get in the position, right? I mean, they don't have the best vision around the area. They actually see absolutely nothing right now, so... I mean, they know they're in there. They've sent in the Treants, but again, how do you get that initiation when, you're so reliant on... You'd rather just fight on the high ground at this point.
All right, well... LGD give that one up. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them later. As Mira is going to push out this lane up top. Faith Beyond very close. And they're going to have to deal with their lanes, because this is one thing that's definitely beneficial for LGD is their split push potential. Faith Beyond, BKB, that Orchid. Xingqiu shows up. Yadaro up on the high ground, nothing to say there as well. They have great vision on Team Spirit, and now showing in the lane. They're thinking about going, they pull him back in, and he is done. Can they go for any more now? They have full control onto the Luna, but Luna just walks away.
Dire's middle tower.
Living yet again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's thinking about, like, is there a buyback play there? Because that's a pretty bold sentry to place down.
On just like that, Team Spirit with Aegis in hand. Faith Beyond could maybe go for a play there, but Toronto Tokyo not showing himself, has the boots of travel to join with the rest of the team.
Right? They had the ward near the base. They actually saw that Ame was moving over here.
Oh, man. This would be such a huge pickup if they can get him.
The spider legs.
Walking in. They get him with the horn toss. Chasing down for more. Ame's done. Team Spirit, everywhere they go, people die.
It's the ward game, Just spots them heading over there. That ward near the base.
Oh,
lets them know. They chase it down. And now they go up. Will they leave is the real question. There is a glyph available for the Radiant.
True enough. They walk up high ground, and Yadaro going to start beating away, laying claim to this area. In the meantime, Faith Beyond's going to try and push up that top side, but they catch him right away with the glyph. Collapse, pulls him back in, breaks the coil. Team Spirit, they're just playing too clean today. LGD need more. They don't have buyback on this Morphling. They can't get 2 racks at the very least on the side of Spirit, but I mean,
do you need 2 racks?
I don't know. That's a good question. Well, maybe Faith Beyond is actually starting to take this one down. Now the jump in. There's the BKB. Faith Beyond still has an Orchid available, but the turn off to the side. Oh, great Orchid to interrupt, and that will be enough to get him out.
That was really well done with the BKB TV. It's like there's one answer, right?
Yeah.
Finds in there with the Orchid, so well done indeed. He will at least take a tier 3, so that's something, but of course, there's still lots of time. 2.5 minutes for a Luna to just run back to your base. She's pretty fast.
You're not wrong about that one. And start pressuring down these other towers. There's no more glyph either. Do Team Spirit want to make another run at this with the Aegis? They're just so far ahead already. 10k gold. It does not look particularly close.
Yeah, the boots of travel there from Toronto, Tokyo, so he's just able to push out this bottom lane. He can be there in a flash too, trying to match some of this global capability that's there from PSG LGD, but they're still waiting for their shining moment of Morph Shaker. They are in this game, believe it or not.
Just haven't had an opening. Satanic now done too for the Luna.
Couriers just flying in everywhere, dropping off all these new items to Team Spirit.
I mean, Yaro's almost 10k gold up on the next hero on the enemy team. LGD just don't have an answer for this Luna, particularly with the Aegis. And it looks so free for him. This is the path to victory for Spirit to go up 2-0 over LGD.
They gotta guard this wave that's with them though. Faithbeyond has caught the next one. They're scanning that he's actually still there, so he's going back Toronto Tokyo. He's gonna try and hunt down Faithbeyond.
Oh, and off to the side, they get the vision. Tries to chase him down there. There's the silence, the coil afterwards. Still hits pretty hard on Faithbeyond, but with collapse in the area, they're gonna break the coil and kill off the Prophet.
How fast does he need to buy back is the question.
Oh man.
Can they actually like force it here? I mean, it's gonna be a while for the lanes, right? That's kind of why you're able to sacrifice your life sometimes on Nature's Prophet. I don't think they can punish this simply by the speed at which creeps walk. So it'll be a little bit more time now for LGD. But what are you gaining in this time? You know, there's gonna be a Scotty done, so that is pretty huge actually. Scotty and the Morphling versus this Luna.
And again,
Satanic.
I mean, it's looked so one-sided partially because LGD haven't taken that fight yet, right? Like, and there's still going to be that window when they have the, you know, Ag Shaker and can go in all at once together. It's just they're waiting for that perfect fight. Still have to be careful of that one on Team Spirit. And with this Aegis, you would have to imagine it would come soon.
Well, Collapse, you know, I think he wants his perfect game here. It's the only one who hasn't died so far on Team Spirit.
Absolutely carrying out of that offlane.
No kills too. So giving, you know, such a charitable offlaner.
That's the way it's supposed to be, absolutely. Ooh, also that Aether Lens for the extra range. So much range on absolutely everything in this game for him. But they're gonna get set up again. Morphling sending in the courier. This one might get scouted here, and
oh, it's on the way up.
Oh,
nice.
With the Lucid Beam.
Yeah, using the Lucid Beam and
well
the shard.
played. That was that the Scotty? Oh
yeah,
God, killing that Scotty.
Almost 3 minutes of no Scotty, but you know, it's okay. You know, LGD, they don't actually see enemy heroes. They just see enemy creep waves. Right? That's the goal right now.
Okay.
The creeps are the true enemy. So that's why Faithbeyond, you know, he's not up top where the heroes are. He's down bottom where the creeps are. Just keep pushing them out. Keep them away from your base.
Try and extend this as long as possible and then force Team Spirit into a bad position. And, you know, in the last couple of minutes, they caught up and done some bad work.
You know, you look at this Morph. He just keeps climbing.
Will it be enough, though? They can make the most of this, dodge fights, and then possibly get another fight around that next Aegis. That might be their window with the BKB on Ame.
I think what's very impressive from Team Spirit is how long they have just kept this single like ball rolling around together, and they're not panicking. Because a lot of teams, it gets to this point where like it feels like you've been running around for so long, and like now the Aegis is gone, so people said like they fan out a bit and they farm, right?
Yeah.
Morph Shaker will punish that with relocate, you know, with a Nature's Prophet. They will find you. They will kill you if you try and go out on your own.
But with all the lanes pushed out now, Team Spirit, without that Aegis, still going to walk up and hit this a couple of times. You have 3,200 HP on Yaro as well as the Butterfly done.
And they have this ward on the high ground that LGD don't know about.
Collapse.
They have collapse.
So often, he's been the one to make those big plays. They're continuing to push in the bottom lane. LGD hoping for an overreaction from Team Spirit as they walk
to just punish the enemy lineup. But what was still really obvious, and has been the case for every single Spirit lineup, is that they play so well together as a team. They cover each other's weaknesses, they follow up on each other perfectly. It's like their minds melded together, and that is the reason that they're currently 2 up in the grand finals here of TI10.
It is honestly incredibly impressive. They're on the side of Team Spirit. They're 1 game away from taking this championship. There's 4 first-timers in their squad, 1 second-timer in Maposhka in their squad. And of course, Silent's got a lot of experience. This is his 5th international, but his first as a coach. So there's that as well. And this team is just on the verge of winning. And I want to talk about that because mind games, a big thing in the TI finals. And we talk about the mind games regarding the money. I think the amount of pressure that PSG LGD is under, last TI that is won by a Chinese squad was TI6. And before that, it was all like 1 TI for the side of China, 1 TI, not China, etc., etc., etc. But until TI6, and since then, there's not been a Chinese teams winning it. And there's so much pressure coming on these players, on their backs, because they were supposed to be the champions, Tsunami.
A consistent theme of all of the exit interviews that we've seen from the Chinese teams is a great deal of national pride.
Yes.
They don't feel like they themselves are like, oh, we lost, we'll come back stronger next time. They're like, I have failed to represent our region in terms of Dota superiority, because even if they don't make it to grand finals, they have let another region beat them, and they have somehow created more competition now for LGD. Whereas Team Spirit, on the other hand, every single interview I've seen from them, they're just like, yo, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, I don't know what game we're playing. I just play a game of Dota that we happen to be on the States, Synerin, that we happen to be playing for extra $13 million. By the way, they don't care, or they don't seem to care.
Yeah,
it's not getting in their head.
I do think it's a pretty key point as well, because as much praise as we're giving Spirit here, and they deserve all of it, I also don't think LGD have fully showed up today. I think some of their moves, they're a little bit hesitant, they're a little less hungry. It seems like there are some nerves, and it's kind of unbelievable when you think about it, because the rest of the tournament, they have looked unstoppable. They've had games where they were super far down, they make the right moves, they win. And perhaps it's always easier to look weak against a team that's playing out of their minds, but it's like there's always a little bit of both, right? So I think for me going into the next game for LGD, Xiao actually plays the most important role in the next game, even though he's not even playing, because the team needs to get into the right mind space. They need to get the belief that they can win, and then I think the adjustment they need is that draft. I like the IO suggestion. Try something else, right? It bombed out 2 games now. You're playing against a team that clearly knows what to do about it, so you can still come back. But
what are your first phase bans, though? Are you still going to do Mag Mars? Because I think you have to target Collapse.
Again, the key thing here is the fact that I believe PSG had the choice of going for first or second pick, right? And they themselves put them in the position of allowing Spirit to ban out the Tiny and the Monkey, forcing themselves to either ban the IO themselves or pick it, right? So in this position, it does feel like you'd like to see something different from PSG. The IO hasn't really worked out. Just add some more stuns, add that ability to break down the map a little bit better, and then they should be in a good stead. And going back to the point of PSG and the expectation, you think about Spirit and how they got here. They just played the lower bracket game, right? They're 1 game down, they win game 2, they win game 3. Like that momentum, that is so hard to attain, in any competition, right? So that is very much why they're feeling confident. And of course, you do have the head kissing versus the belly rubs, and therefore head kissing is 2 up right now.
All right, gentlemen, here they come. It is time very soon. We'll see game 3 of this grand finals, and this third game could potentially be the last. Right now, Team Spirit is up 2-0, and it has only happened once before that a team was able to 3-0 their opponent in a grand finals. PSG LGD, we know they have it in them to force out that game 4, but we need them to believe in themselves and in their draft as well. We know also that they can do it. Faith Beyond and Y both have already got a TI win under their belts. They won TI6 with wins. We have seen Ame being in a grand finals. TI8, of course, that was one of the closest grand finals we have had, and unfortunately Ame wasn't able to take it, but it came very close, and we knew that the pressure there might have been a little bit too much, but we know that he can do better than what he is showing right now, Tigov.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, right? Like when you're 2-0 down, this is really where you need to kind of just come together. And even if, like you say, one person hasn't been standing up or the team hasn't been performing to their best potential, they just need to rally around what they've been doing well to get to this point, right? Like they're in the grand finals, they've clearly been doing something right. So this is where you just need to kind of break that off, reset, go again, treat it like it's the first game in the series.
That is so hard to do. It sounds so easy when we say it. Hey, just don't think about that you're 2 games down. Just play a game of Dota, Tsunami. How hard is it?
But the problem is they've just now lost as many games in this grand finals as they have throughout the entire tournament.
True.
I don't know if they're used to losing. They have having to repair is a challenge, and Spirit has had to repair on their journey here. And having that lower bracket run coming into the past 2 days, playing 2 series means that in their second series they're already warmed up. LGD was sitting here waiting for the secret series to finish. They have not had to be on the back foot and be like, oh my gosh, okay, we gotta change our dynamic. I have no doubts that Xiaoba Xiao8 would be able to deal with that, but it needs to come now or you're gonna lose.
Isn't it kind of crazy to think about that no matter what the score is in this grand finals, LGD has a better win rate at this tournament than Spirit?
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
by far. Like, it's not even close.
No,
like,
yeah, it's not.
Even if they 3-0, their win rate's still way worse. So that's what finals are about. Like, it's the final game. Have you got it when it matters the most so far? Spirit definitely do. Yeah, for me, I'm just super excited to see the draft because I think this third game is very telling about the mentality. When you're kind of broken like this, when you're down 0-2, there's like 2 approaches to take. There's the crazy approach where you just throw everything out the window, you do something completely different. And there's the one where you're like stubborn to the, like almost to the limit, right? Where you're like, no, we can still win with this damn IO. We're gonna try the 3rd time in a row and we're gonna adjust some of the bans. So I'm really curious. And I honestly, depending on your perspective on it, I think I can see both approaches as a sign of strength and a sign of weakness.
Sure.
So it's kind of hard to just say out of the first 2, but I really, really, really want to see what they're thinking right now.
But do you want to be the team that potentially loses 3-0 in the grand finals to the underdog, just going IO every single time, not really changing it up?
I think that's something you kind of have to nod in your head, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to shut that out. I mean, as repetitive as it sounds, you gotta treat this game as a fresh game, a standalone game, not having the pressure of $13 extra million on your head, not having the pressure of an entire region on your head, and not having the pressure of Coach Xiao8 on your head, and everything that comes with winning the international. And you just gotta play a game of Dota, play a pub. And you know what? Nothing to say. He's been playing so many pubs. He is the world ranked 1 player. I feel like we haven't really seen him step up that much yet, Tsunami. Is that because of his heroes that he's been playing today?
I think partly the heroes that he's playing, but also the heroes that his team is playing. I think that he hasn't been given the correct draft to let him pop off on a thing like Ember Spirit that we were talking about. Give him some cheap initiation that he can get in and out. Give Spirit a taste of their own medicine, because so far, every time you're running an IO strat, it's more on the shoulders of Ame to finish the game off, and that has not been happening for the first 2 games.
So to beat Team Spirit, you gotta pick a Spirit, Tigo.
Maybe so. I actually hate spirits. Don't forget that.
But
no,
you like to break a spirit, though.
I do like to break a spirit. But yeah, Team Spirit. You know, their second pick, right? So in both the previous 2 games. So in the draft order, that simply means that they get to pick the core after seeing 4 heroes, and the mid after seeing all 5 of PSG 2 times in a row. So we mentioned the idea of the impact of Ame, the impact of Nothing to Say. It is a product of
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Yeah, it means that now this is all about team spirit. Team spirit is in the driving seat more than ever. They are forcing LGD to, they're making them second guess themselves. They're making the 15-1 group stage team, the upper bracket dominant team, they're making them completely question everything that brought them so far. And that is crazy. So now Team Spirit is leading the charge. LGD is switching things up, maybe trying to put the players back in their comfort zone. We were sitting there watching their body language with Johan, like in this pre-stage kind of area. You know, Chao8, arms crossed, them looking at their feet, not looking at each other, not sharing, you know, energy. This is what you need when you're back against the wall. You need to be there for each other. You need to bring the momentum back. You have to create it somehow, because obviously the Dota is not bringing it. And on the other side, you have Silent talking to them, and they're all looking at it, kind of drinking whatever word he's giving them, and they're uniting, you know, feeling, you know, bringing the uprising energy.
It's two completely different teams right now from what we could see body language wise. I wonder if this change up will make them feel slightly better, because now it's a new page, new book. Chao8 is going to go back to a second pick. Maybe that will give them some type of confidence boost or belief in now what they're going to do. I do think that they need to play harder, play better. Team Spirit is showing up today, and LGD, they need to bring their A game every game.
And we see, like, even though they lost last game, even though they're down 2-0, I think this might actually be a good sign for LGD. Yes. They're so confident even against what Clap showed on the Magnus. First time we've seen people pick the right counters against Magnus.
Finally.
You need to deal with the skewer, right?
It is finally coming up, and I also want to mention, like, this is the beauty of Dota. Magnus has dominated many patches. It has dominated many years for different reasons. It has been about Empower at times. It has been about RP at times. This Magnus is about skewer. It's about repositioning a hero in a way where the fight is so unfair for one team. Yep. But this skewer play is stoppable. It's stoppable by a Rubik Lift, probably one of the best tools in the game. Yule Scepter, you know, Lion Hack, like you Force Staff. There are ways to stop this cure from happening. This Magnus doesn't buy BKB early in the game. He's playing with Force Staff, either lens, like, and you have to stop it. And I love the confidence from LGD in a way. You know, maybe Chao8, maybe somebody in that booth is telling them, hey, I know this Magnus looks strong, it looks unbeatable, it is beatable. Stop this cure play. Now you end up with a Magnus stuck in the fight, cooldown cure. He's just gonna die. No RP, no, the whole team fight goes away. And then the fight is absolutely terrible. Great way from LGD to counter it. It is abusable, and they're going for it. I love it. That is confidence.
Yeah, I think LGD, whatever it is that's going to take for them to really find themselves and play like LGD, they need to find it now. They don't have any more chances. You don't have another game to lose. This is going to be a good route, but I am still very worried for them and worried for what's going to go through their heads if they get into this game and it starts going south at any point.
You want to win TI, you have to be the best. You have to be the greatest team of the season, or you know, at that point. And the greatest team has to be able to play Dota to their fullest, even down 0-2. And if they can't do that, then it was Spirits win. So now is the cornerstone. This is definitely where the finals is going to be decided one way or another, or either it's going to be decided now or we're going to get another round of great Dota, which I'm hoping for. Like, I want to see 5 games, you know, but definitely if LGD is going to break, it's going to be now.
Yeah, I mean, what a run though. I gotta give Spirit a lot of credit and Collapse a lot of credit for what we've seen so far. It's been insane, the stuff that they're doing, the stuff that they're pulling out. If you were to go replay analysis, Spirit before today, you could pick up something, but this is still a different team than yesterday. They are better, they are more confident, they're more free, and they are picking whatever they feel like picking and doing whatever they feel like doing.
They're blossoming. It's beautiful to see. It's
I think we've seen that the entire lower bracket run. I mean, they're a team like, oh, maybe they can beat this team. I mean, unfortunately, they eliminated you guys, but throughout every series, I think, as you said, like, they're bringing out better and better Dota, and all this momentum, like, it's come crashing into LGD. Like, they were by far, I think, the favorites of this tournament, but now they're down 0-2. I want to mention this Undying pick. So in my head, like, Magnus, he repositions the fight, so maybe Undying, he has troubles with that, but is it just like because of the Rubik lift, they're so confident in stopping that, he can like anchor a fight with a tombstone, or like, what do you guys think about the pick?
It is possible. It's also a very good hero against there's that too, and you also have to keep in mind they're playing second pick, so they have to kind of show cards. You probably better show an Undying card than another card. It's like strong laner, probably gonna allow Ame to pick out of a very wide pool of hero because he knows that his lane is secure no matter what.
They also run out a lot on Faith Beyond.
Yeah.
So that could be a possibility.
Could be a possibility. Like the way I look at it, and I think strategy-wise, what could be very interesting from Team Spirit is like, okay, they get it. They're gonna try to stop this Cure. But Magnus has been dominant for other reasons, as I mentioned. Maybe you can play an Empower strategy, where you can play like you can build up on top of this Magnus, get a hero to, the Mag Jugger, for instance. It's not as much about this Cure than other things. You get this Jugger to a very strong moment. The Magnus can play without Blinks. We've seen Magnus win games without Blink Dagger. You just build on top of, he goes back into Blink, he can decide to go back into Greaves this game. Back into Greaves, into Crest, and put that on this one hero that's just gonna, and then this Cure is never gonna happen. And now you're stuck with the Rubik that's just looking at it's like, it's sure happening, guys, because that's my job in this game and it's not happening. I'm just fate bolting.
Which is also where the Undying pick, I think, comes in to maybe secure that these are fights that are going to happen. So now if you're playing on RP or playing on Empower, you're at least fighting into the Tombstone.
Yeah.
I get the pick, and also what you said. I think he suffers a lot from the Skewer play and the fight being repositioned. Already now, LGD are probably thinking about objectives together. They want, that's how you're going to enable this Tombstone, is how you're going to enable your two heroes to kind of punish this Magnus.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but we'll see. I'm still worried for LGD. Now I'm seeing things, and I'm seeing this Morphling ban. I think it would also be a good pick for them. They're also worried about like a Willow Morph combo, but it's good against Mag. It would be good with Undying. It's what they're looking for forcing objectives and things like this. I wonder if they're going to have a solid plan going into this, if they're drafting free, or if Shao 8 is also dealing with all this pressure that they might be feeling, being the favorites, having not lost many games before, and now losing games for like the first time. Ooh.
Again, I think it's dealing with the Magnus Blink again. They're worried about that Skewer. I really like what you said, Seb, about maybe making a pivot on the Magnus style. I think the other thing that this hides is whether Undying is actually a core or not. Because I think that's really what they're thinking about here.
That's one thing. I think there's two ways here. If Spirit can play Mag mid, I think it's very interesting this game. The Mag doesn't have to go into the Undying lane. Mag mid is Echo Saber Mag. He's just gonna blink, RP, kill. He doesn't cure back, and he is not gonna care as much about what's being built, and they get also to counterpick the Spectre greatly on the lane. It's a possibility, but they could also decide to double down. They go for the Mag PA. I mean, I think they're thinking about
this dude's playing everything.
Yeah, everything. And the PA shard versus Spectre, crazy. You don't scale into this. He will pop him in a second with Empower and with the shard. And I'm sure, Yotoro PA, for those that don't know Yotoro well enough, like, he is one of the greatest PA players ever. If you encounter him in the pub playing PA or watched him, this is his bread and butter. He's super comfortable.
He played it here. I forget who was playing against him. He got Rampage in that game already at TI. So he is playing everything. He's literally playing every hero he can.
And I want to mention how LGD, I am scared for them. I want them to bounce back. I want to see more LGD Dota. I want to see game 4. I want to see game 5. But they have played so far on track, Tiny Ogre, Tiny Mag. They have played ET, enabled ET that is also crushing the games. They have played Lycan. They have played these really powerful strategies. And so far, I don't see the multipliers here. I see the one Spectre, I see the one Undying, I see the one Bloodseeker, but I don't see the multipliers that LG are so good at. They're creating these strategies and they're buffing them so much that it just breaks the game. I'm maybe missing it, but so far I don't see the game being broken from LGD's side. So to me, Team Spirit has successfully pushed LGD out of their trademark.
I think Team Spirit's lineup also looks like it has a lot more potential. When you look at these fights and when you look at what's going on for LGD, tell me about what their gameplay is going to look like this game. How are they forcing a tower? How are they forcing a Roche? How are they forcing a fight this game? I don't like what's going on in the draft right now, where I already see that they're just addressing, they pick PA, we feel bad, we need a Rupture to try and deal with it. It makes not a lot of sense with the Spectre, it makes not a lot of sense with this Undying and Rubik. Maybe with the Rubik for the lane, but still, there are picks in the game that could maybe make this come more together, find a way to scale into them, win the fights, get the Roche, play some team fights to actually make it happen for your team.
So is that what you think they're lacking on the LGD side? They just need so damage for objectives and maybe some more team fight.
Some way to force the fight. It can happen through objectives, it can happen through Roche, it can happen through catching them with a good Spirit hero.
As for the last game, I'm going to try to make a case for LGD, for the LGD fans or the ones that are hopeful to see a game 4. They have very strong lanes. I mean, Bloodseeker versus PA, I speak from experience. Like, as an offlaner, I can tell you this is a free lane. Yeah. He's going to have the lane of his life, especially with Rubik on this lane. They did see the Magnus and they decided to go with the Undying and the Spectre, so I can only assume that they're happy with this lane too. So now these are 2 side lanes and they're going to get the last pick for nothing to say. He has proven that he can, truly dumpster a lane if he's given the tools for it.
Tinker's still in the pool this game.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I think he plays an insane Tinker.
They also have a way to force these fights. I mean, at the end of the day, they do have Rupture plus Tombstone, and that is a way to fix the fight somewhere, you know, and force them to fight into the Tombstone, give the Rubik freedom to position himself around the fight how he wants and gets his spells off. And, you know, and we all know what Xingqiu can do when he's enabled in these fights. There are ways for LGD to make that happen. I see the Tinker. Then the Tinker would actually, you know, Tombstone, Night Vision, Bloodseeker amplifying.
Yeah, that's crazy. I would just be worried about how are they forcing a fight with this Tinker? How are they actually catching a hero? It has to be the Rupture, it has to be the lift. I don't think it's the best and easiest ways to force fights.
Early on, Rupture, ATOS, they have to build on it.
ATOS would be a really good, it would be really good timing for them.
They have to build on top of that. And I see how the Tinker makes all of it. Nothing to say, one of the best Tinker players in the world. Incredible Tinker, actually. So good on the hero. You get the Spectre with the Ags, you get the Dagger Vision, meaning you get the enemy hero's vision. So Tinker's gonna see everything. He's gonna be amplified by Blood Rage and the Nighttime Tombstone Vision. Everybody's tanking the Tinker spells. Very beautiful pick, in my opinion, that can, once again, it might enable their entire lineup if they are willing to look at it.
What's left for Toronto here? So there's a lot of heroes that are banned.
Do you feel like he needs like a preemptive Tinker counter though? Because when you guys are talking about Tinker, I feel like it seems so free. I mean, you guys
it's very free right now.
He has to cover the Tinker angle. He has to. But no Puck, no Storm, no Void Spirit, no Ember Spirit. I don't know, man. Like most of the heroes that he would want to pick are kind of gone.
Okay, that's a Toronto hero, but it's not an inherent Tinker counter. No. You can catch him, but you don't stay on top of him.
And nothing to say, he was a Tinker spammer. When he was like a C pub star, he was one of those guys.
Yes, give us the NTS C Tinker. We want to see it. Don't go out without it. He is, you know, he is the king on this hero. Come on, make it happen.
There it is.
Okay, perfect.
Does this make you just favor LGDs? Because I think this is the first game I've seen like their draft that looks cohesive with this last spell.
I'm a huge Tinker believer. I believe that if you play this hero to the limit and you find ways to push his timings this game, I think he's going to shine. I think you're going to see this hero popping off, and he's going to be making Team Spirit run away. They're going to be dying from rockets. It could be a massacre. It always has the potential. This hero is so strong this patch. And yeah, one of the best Tinker players. I hope to see fireworks.
Yeah, regardless of what I want to see win TI, I want the game 4 at this point. So for this game, I'm all in LGD. I want them to take it. I want to see more Spirit. I want to see more LGD. I want to see more Dota, and that's all I care about.
I want to see more Dota too, but I would be very happy to see Team Spirit win. I think these guys have shown the world some incredible games, and the beauty of the game and the beauty of these heroes and what you can actually make happen. So either way, I'll be happy for Team Spirit, but boy, I want to see more games too.
Exactly. Pep talk. You see it.
And the draft is finished, and we're going to head straight over to Castle Pixel.
Thank you very much, Yowie. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 now of the Grand Finals. PSG LGD against Team Spirit. Team Spirit up at the moment 2-0. One game away from potentially taking that championship spot. Insane. We heard from the panel there during the draft. They were they predicted it perfectly, this Tinker pick. Could this be what allows PSG LGD to maybe turn the tides and get the momentum back under their grasps in this series?
I mean, I absolutely think so. Out of all the drafts that we've seen from them, this feels the most LGD. I felt like in the last game, they didn't really have a way to fight. I feel like LGD's like proven we're one of the best at fighting you. In the last game, they just battle out against Spirit, but at the same time, I see a way for Spirit to deal with a Tinker. I don't think it's an uncountered Tinker. I just think of the way Yatoro plays, I could easily see him, you know, get on top of the Tinker and pick him off in a fight, come in from the sides with Meld, and, you know, read the movement correctly. Because one of the themes for me about Team Spirit victories has been vision, and vision is the best way to deal with Tinker. This hero abuses vision better than most heroes, so I think the vision war that's going to happen between Spirit and LGD is going to be really interesting.
Already going to see both teams head to head it. Any sort of catch from either of them. White gonna try and hide in the pit. Only the rocket's starting to come out from nothing to say. As Team Spirit, they will back up in either side, able to get the grab that they wanted to potentially get that first blood. Let's see, as you say, definite potential here for PSG LGD and their lineup. But as we've seen so far, 2 games in which Team Spirit have looked to be completely in their comfort zone, and it does seem the pressure, it's certainly more so there for PSG LGD in this series.
Yeah, I absolutely think so, and I agree with something No-Tail said, where like if this game starts looking bad, if the early game doesn't really go their way, I could easily see some potential crumbling coming out from LGD, but I feel like they have the makings of a good draft. You know, when I look at it objectively, if this was like a first game of the series, I haven't seen either of these two teams play, I would have favored LGD's draft. I like what they're coming into this game with. They're setting up strong lanes, and they have Tinker to like kind of provide the damage for later team fights.
One thing, though, to me that sort of stands out looking at the lineup of PSG LGD, whilst they've definitely got a lot of heroes to create that vision, set up for the Tinker to go crazy in the team fight, sort of similar to, I believe, the Game 1 draft, there's not a lot of stuns.
Yep, you're right about that, and I think the idea here for them is that you're not really going to be committing into fights. You're not jumping a hero and then just trying to stun him and lock him down and chase him down. You're rather trying to burst somebody really quick and then resetting out. So the idea of using Rupture and then dropping Tombstone is going to be their key way of teamfighting, and then you're going to use Rubik primarily for counter initiation. So when somebody comes into your backline, or when somebody chases down the Bloodseeker, that's when you'll see the Rubik coming with lift. That's when he's going to come in with a clutch tornado, or something along those lines.
Let's see how these lanes end up panning out here in the early game. Yatoro on his PA, as we said. This time a hero that he has already pulled out on the main stage.
I love this. Or if we take a look at the bottom lane, he's so good at doing this. As soon as you see Zinky run for this block on the small camp, he doesn't care if he misses a creep or two. Just immediately runs over, make sure they get that pressure. Zinky's immediately forced to TP out. So that's mana. That's a Fade Bolt that he's not going to be able to use on them. Plus he doesn't have a TP. So just really nice gameplay from Yatoro, helping out his position 5 player win these trades.
Not even stepping up there, trying to get connection to Jinkyu, but smartly keeping his distance. We'll have to watch out when the level 2s are hit. I mean, this lane in general, when you see the Bloodseeker Rubik, do you feel that that is a lane that the PA can struggle against? Or not too bad?
I think it's the kind of lane where they can kill the Rubik. Oh, and here we go. This might be first blood.
They're going to try. They get into Thunder Strikes there, Maposhka. First blood for him down in this lane. Trades favoring them here between the supports.
Yeah, so if you think about how the lane is structured, Bloodseeker Rubik, they want to slowly like harass you out of the lane. And if you think about Disruptor PA, it's a similar story. But Disruptor PA have kill threat on Rubik because the silence from Bloodseeker is so slow that he can't really save his Rubik if they go on him.
My goodness, look at this aggression in mid. And Toronto, Tokyo, really pulling back, nothing to say.
Yeah, he does have his bottle though, and the water runes are up, so he should easily be able to run to the top one and pick it up for himself. Yeah, up top, Collapse is taking a lot of pressure here from the Spectre Undying. I think the Spectre Undying is an interesting lane because you won't really see the Spectre connecting as much as the PA is to his carry and helping him, but he'll provide the vision from the dagger. There'll always be that slow that enables Undying to get more hits in.
Sure, you feel it's unlikely for the Mag and the Willow to ever really get on top of the Spectre in the lane?
I think, so the idea for the top lane is that the Undying's going to tank a lot of damage. He's going to be in your face, you're going to have to be hitting the Undying and dealing with his mana for the first portion of the game, and that will lead the Spectre to get a lot of farm for free. Undying is an issue because he runs out of mana at some point and he runs out of healing. And usually when he does that, he's forced to reset back, and then Spectre can take some pressure. But so far, it seems like Y is doing a good job. He's just blocking up these camps, providing vision. But you see this, Mira's immediately on top of de-warding the ward. He reads it perfectly.
Yeah. Knew exactly where he was heading. Right, we'll go for the quick trip back to base here. I see mid. Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take the walk back. So a bit of space given to nothing to say as he is starting to get ahead in this matchup, getting a good few denies in against the Invoker.
Yep, and the Invoker's going to lose a full creep over experience here, plus the bottle refill from Y. This is great gameplay from LGD, and I think this looks characteristic of LGD, right? You expect to see them do these things where they're optimizing everything that's happening. Y runs in, drops a ward, denies himself the tower, blocks the Ancients, TP's mid, refills the bottle for nothing to say. This doesn't look like a phase team to me, you know? We were a little bit worried that maybe they're going to be feeling a little bit of tilt or pressure, but the way they're playing right now, looks like heads in the game.
A solid start on the lane so far. Toronto Tokyo, he wants to try and play for the 4-minute rune, but managed to do so. Extra backup was on its way over for PSG LGD to keep control of that.
Yeah, so you notice both 4s are rotating for the runes, right? And in this situation, the Bloodseeker's pretty fine bottom. He can't really be harassed out of the lane because of how the Thirst functions, and he just keeps regaining HP for every last set that he gets. Meanwhile, the Mag up top, who's laning the Undying, runs into this impossible block where he can't really rock up to the lane and get gold. And I think as long as they play this rune game where they force the position 4 in Mira to rotate towards the middle lane, LGD's going to come out with a little bit of an edge out of the laning phase.
Oh, their core's definitely looking comfortable so far.
Yep. You see Miposhka rotating over mid, setting up vision. There's so much vision on this middle lane for the Dire side. You don't want this Tinker to go down.
Yeah, almost impossible to close in on Nothing to Say with this sort of setup from the team. It's going to ensure that he does get this good start.
Yep, absolutely. And if you take a look at this, yes, you notice the Invoker's really falling behind. The Tinker almost has as many denies as the Invoker has last set. So, like No Tail and Seb mentioned, right, this is one of the best Tinkers in the entire world, and he's living up to that praise that he received on the panel.
But would you imagine that, even though it did get through as the last pick, do you think it was something that Team Spirit would have had in mind? They knew that this was going to be, there was potential of this coming up as the last pick for PSG LGD.
If I'm being honest, I don't feel like they really addressed the Tinker in their draft. I think this Invoker was more like this is what we're going to go with, as Miposhka's in trouble.
Picks him down, he does get the connect field off. Yutora tries to turn towards Fabian, but the backup's there from White. He's trying to commit Yutora, but can he get the kill in time? But stick charges, Yutora going to try and run him down, but Fabian is out to the side. Yutoro's not got the further vision. He's going to be able to jump out of the blood right though, over to the creep wave.
The zombie gives vision.
See if they can chase him under the tower, they can't. Oh, they can! Oh, they get him!
The zombie vision.
They still manage to see him there as Jinkyu reaches in with a hard-hitting fade bolt.
Actually, I do believe that was a thirst vision.
And now Miposhka. I mean, this is going to be potentially another one. Can they get him as well?
There's no man on the Rubik, but he has boots.
I mean, Jinkyu, he wants to dive in for this. He's taken quite a bit for Utah. Toronto Tokyo will TP over. Jinkyu, he'll get punished for this dive. See if Toronto Tokyo can find anything more here. Why still in the tower? No TP, no mana. So they do dive in to get an extra kill on the Disruptor Miposhka, but they lose 2 heroes for it. Toronto Tokyo, pretty nice kills for him as well, considering the slower start he was having in comparison to Nothing to Say in the mid. So being able to make that move and pick up 2 kills on the Invoker, that's going to get his early game back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. But we touched on this in the VP versus Team Spirit draft, how it's very important that you get earn charges on the Invoker, right? This is what enables the Invoker to play his game and be faster on the map. Unfortunately, he has not yet bought his earn, so despite getting these, he doesn't fulfill the objective of getting to earn charges in the early game. So while it is good for them, it also has its drawback. This is in large part due to how well Nothing to Say played his lane out.
There's been a lot less focus now around top as Collapse happily farming here in the lane against Arme, getting just as much as the Spectre. And that's got to be, after Game 2's performance, probably something to fear if you're PSG LGD. Collapse, I believe, ending 2-0 and 20 in Game 2 on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle lane, Nothing to Say is getting pressured. But you see here what Seb and No Tail talked about. They don't really have the damage to punish him. They don't have the tools to really kill him. The Invoker is good at catching him, but he's not a hero that can stay on top of him and keep outputting damage, because as soon as you've used your spells, that's kind of all you have in the tank. And in the bottom lane, you notice here how Yutora doesn't feel as safe sitting on the lane. When the wave is pushed out, he's forced to move away from there because the Rupture is up now and they have the ability to go on him. So there, you can look at Team Spirit's positioning.
Yeah, Yutora trying to farm with the dagger from the blood.
Invoker's resetting back on the lane as well in the middle lane to set up for a potential TP.
Let's see if Jinkyu and Fabian feel that they can strike. They're being careful. They know a reaction will come out if they decide to try and dive in on Yutora, so they won't fall for it.
Yeah, so far you notice as soon as the he's forced off. That's probably sitting top. He knows that he can lane against the mag at this point and doesn't really feel the pressure. However, you know, despite all of this, Spirit does have a slight gold lead all around.
Incredibly close though. PSG, they're bringing extra numbers down bottom. White. He's Miposhka as well with the 4 of them and the can pressure and
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here, Pete immediately canceled it, recognizing that, you know what, I can't TP into the tombstone. It's not going to be a good fight for me.
It's a Collapse, trying to play around with Jinkyu. They do have further members coming up. Team Spirit off the back of those deaths down bottom. You know, Yutora, he'll move himself up to the top half of the map to farm up here. Team lost GLGD with an early objective.
Yep. They're just evening out the map, swapping sides here. You see even a scan going out on the trees, making sure that nothing's here setting up. And one of the best ways to deal with Tinker is that you want to try to get these early towers, because Tinker abuses the towers on the map in order to fight. It provides him with safety, a place that he can TP to, come in and out, use all of his mana, go back to base, do it again. So it's important for Team Spirit to try to get the towers early, because once it's online, it's going to be very difficult for them to do it.
See what they look to head over next. Starting to get. I'll take some of the jungle away from LGD.
Yep, so Tinker just finished up the... There's a...
Still about 80 seconds.
It looks like they're playing it patient. You don't feel rushed to make this move. And this is another of the nice parts about Undying. Unlike most 5s, he has the ability to farm jungle quite easily, because he just drops a tombstone, and the tombstone deals damage over time and spawns all these zombies that allow him to farm these camps and get some extra gold. So he's closing in on a 6th.
And Yatoro, the space is here. Dax, keeping his farm on par with that of Arm. Equally good time, of course, building straight into the stats right now. Falcon Blade into the SNY, he has to buff up with the Empower.
Yep. As soon as that Empower runs out, look at Collapse, he immediately runs over. And this goes back to what Seb talked about, right? This game is more about the Empower, not playing around the Skewer in the same way that they were in the previous games. That's the smoke coming down bottom.
So if the 3 members of Spirit can find some action, they do have 6 on the support. The Static Storm and the Fear ready to play with. PSG LGD, they're doing a great job of avoiding this. Ame is down here on his own.
Yeah, it looks like they're waiting for the haunt, but Ame is about to get caught. Spirit have sniffed him out.
Let's see if the 3 have the damage. Try and set up with the root, but not going to get connection. The glimpse back is there into the Static Storm. TPs are coming over. Ame, is he tanking up to live through the Static Storm? He's still alive, and in fact he's able to turn the tornado to catch him. But isn't enough damage. Ame will live. And it will be Spirit that lose the 2 heroes off the back of that attempt.
And see, as always, Team Spirit really smart about their map movement. Yatoro moves into the enemy jungle, starts farming here. Tinker's forced to come top and defend the tower. And despite losing their 2 supports, they're applying the pressure. And whenever Tombstone's used, you're going to see LGD kind of wait up. So this is 40 seconds that they know Yatoro is most likely going to be allowed to farm pretty freely. And that's why he's up here in the top lane playing so aggressively. Collapse is the next target.
Trying to chase Faith Beyond. Not going to get in range for the rupture. Collapse into the trees, hard to find. They won't get the setup. About halfway towards his Blink Dagger Collapse.
Yeah, much better vision game this time around for LGD. Their wards are not getting dewarded the same way they were in the previous games. They actually have quite a lot of vision here to play with, and a lot more information than we've seen them have in the previous 2 games of the series.
There's a calm start once again, but very close. 13 minutes in. It's the 1k in it. PSG LGD, despite the 2 rough games they've had so far against Spirit, seemingly regaining their control that's managed to drive them straight through the upper bracket into this grand finals. Let's see if they can keep it up. It's bottom, Spirit. Start for a bit of a poke on to White. And just the 2 of them is not enough to deal with the Undying. Not going to look to commit anything else here, Spirit. They know there's potentially backup behind the Undying.
Yeah, and the Tinker's deciding to go for the Aghanim Scepter. The way this works is whenever he lasers someone, they lose a chunk of their maximum HP. So versus these type of heroes that Team Spirit has, he's going to be very, very quick at killing them all.
Look at this quick move. Yatoro. Look at Ame with the horn, looks to Collapse, jumps over towards Yatoro. Yatoro driving the TP, and he's away. But Collapse, there'll be no escape for him.
Yeah, just great presence here from LGD. And it seems like they understand now how Spirit's playing the piece of the map, and they understand what Spirit wants to do. They're going to make assumptions based on your movement, and it feels like LGD are getting a better and better read of it. And yeah, I think that's largely due to the fact that they're able to establish more vision on the map this time around.
It's alright. Back to the farm. Wants to at least get his S&Y done before turning up to the fights. Or even with just that, the BKB may be something that he wants to hold back until he has as well. Tinker Laser will never be fun to play against as a PA when he's trying to focus targets. Bottom lane. Any way to find him.
There's one more sentry.
He's into the trees. He's out of the trees.
There is a lift and a glove.
Oh! Not quite able to get round the trees to get that set up as Toronto Tokyo makes it out of there. They lose 2 supports. They get the Spectre. You happy with that if you're Spirit?
I think Spirit's okay with it. I think this is like, LGD recognize that our Tinker is so strong right now. There's no real counterplay. Even if the PA gets on top of him right now, the PA doesn't deal enough damage to burst them. So I think for LGD, you want to try to abuse this timing where your Tinker's very strong and he's outputting damage. And Ahmed dying once or twice here or there while he doesn't have Haunt isn't the worst for them as long as they get some sort of response in return.
Back to the farming and 800 or so. The axe to be on Ahmed. They are on track to hit a very good timing. And we've seen already the responses from PSG LGD each and every time Spirit try and make a move have been top tier. But now the move the Spirit can make, it's going to be much more deadly. Collapse, the Blink Dagger on its way over to be in his hand. And what he was achieving last game when he was jumping all over the place. Let's see if he can pull it off again and start to literally tear PSG LGD apart with his abilities to just grab them and throw them around the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. But this game is much more challenging than the previous ones. There's going to be rockets flying at you. There's going to be tombstone zombies. You have many things that are going to get in your face, as well as the Bloodseeker Bloodright. So he's going to have to both navigate these spells and make sure that he doesn't get caught before that. Plus, on top of that, there's a Haunt, right, to provide all this vision for LGD. So I feel like the way the game is shaping up, it's falling a lot into Yatoro's hands. And he's proven that he can do it.
Yes.
But his farm and the way he plays his team fight out is going to be very key in order for them to be able to stand a chance against LGD.
No, absolutely. As I say, this BKB, if he can get this quickly, that's going to be a huge... Not too much they can do through it. The Rupture being the main one. If the setup's there and collapse, Maposhka, Mira, they're able to hold the heroes in position. This PA is not going to have to step around the fight too much. As long as they're able to stand in position, get the hits in, they can have the heroes brought to them.
Absolutely. Ahmed finished up his Aghanims, and once they get this timing coming, you see LGD immediately smoke up. They're checking for wards. They drop a sentry to block the Ancients. They know the PA is playing in this area. Unfortunately, they just made the wrong guess. So you either here are going to assume that he's at the 2 camps up and where they are right now, or that he's playing at the Ancients. But look at Toro. He sniffs it out.
It's so hard to catch this man. He's just always a step ahead.
I mean, the way they're reading the map is just very intelligent. I think they realize when the Spectre runs back to base that something's probably happening, right? He's not just running back to base because he wants to. They know that the item is very likely coming. And then when all the heroes then disappear, that is like another sign for Yatoro to be like, okay, I can't show.
We're going to see the attempts onto Toronto Tokyo down bottom. Azame, he'll jump over. Sentry still down. Toronto Tokyo on himself. Freeze. One for one across the
Wizen.
map.
2 seconds for the skewer. Glimpse. Skewer back.
They've got the dagger slow to set it up. He's able to dodge the decay nicely so that he didn't get hit. Blink off. But now Arme, he's ready to come back in. Yatoro's off to the side. The rocket started up, but nothing to say. Jumps in to finish him off. The fear of the counter play here from Spirit. Nothing to say is caught underneath the tower. Haven't got enough damage here for the Willow and the Magnus. The stun up through them underneath the tower. Nothing to say. Surely going to go down. He will collapse. Skewer over into the trees. Collapse. He's still alive here. Can they quite find him? White's coming back over. Steps in and collapse. Finally, they bust him with a fireball. But this battle underneath the tower, it's costing PSG LGD lives as well. The route down, catching the 2, pushing them back into it with a deafening blast. Arme, he's going to turn back over towards Toronto Tokyo. He's going to jump in, close the gap onto the Invoker. Miracle Potion, can they help him out? They cannot. Arme able to finish off Toronto Tokyo as well.
That was beautiful. I love the way Nothing to Say played that team fight. He recognized that if this PA is dead, there's no damage coming out of the Spirit draft. So trading his life for PA is really what enabled this entire fight to happen. A lot of team players just, you know, they're like, oh, I'm not going to go in, I might die. But he recognized that my death is worth it if I can take the PA with me. Just beautifully executed there from LGD. Ame also, small thing in the fight, TP's back to base, heals up, uses Aghanim Scepter to jump back into the team fight and get those last couple of kills.
And Ame is crazy. We're seeing the power of that shadow step. He's in and out consistently, that 30-second cooldown, easily able to do it a couple of times in a team fight.
Yeah, Mira, nice play knows there's no stuns that can catch him here, so there's no skewer on the Rubik. He's not going to get caught during that. We have another big interesting item coming up. There's going to be the Holy Locket for the Undying, and once he has Solar Whip maxed out, okay, he already has Solar Whip maxed out, together with the Holy Locket, this healing is ridiculous. So basically the way it works is the more units there are, the more you're going to heal. And with Tombstone and the way it functions, you just spawn a bunch of extra units. So you're almost always going to get that maxed out. Any sort of healing tool, together with Dispersion, just deals incredible amounts of damage in fights. I feel like LGD's draft is really coming together now.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a way that we just have seen so far in this series. Mid lane, they're looking for the jumping on Toronto. Tokyo will be able to with a quick tornado. It's in from PSG. Will turn over Osmir. The shadow round though. They don't have this drop. Put the fracture of PSG. Done past the tip. Down. The rocket. Tokyo. On top of him.
That's beautiful. They're abusing these vision tools so nicely. You have the Tombstone, you have the Bloodseeker. There's so many ways to get vision in these team fights.
I mean, this Arme Spectre's looking pretty spooky. He's picking up the kill involvement here. PSG LGD just fighting in a way that we haven't seen from them so far in this series. And another kill comes out. And the top strike finishes. Coming in for Spirit, what? On a diving on T-Tor and a summer rip way up. Gonna the hits coming, T-Tor takes it down.
He's able to get away. Oh, that was close.
See if they can pick up Mirror as well, they can. Nothing to say, in with the laser. And out he goes as well, picking up the action. 2k lead now for PSG LGD, they're starting to break down Spirit.
Yep, they absolutely are, but a very, very important item is about to come into the game, and that is the PA BKB. He's 100 gold off of it, and he's going to have it in the next team fight. And the way this changes the game is the Tinker can no longer just laser the PA and force him to reset out. Yet Thor's going to have 9 seconds where he decides what he wants to do. And if those 9 seconds get him the right kills, that's going to be everything they need in order to win the fight.
And during that time, you know, Yutoro, where's he looking first? Is it sort of this Tinker? Does he have to just commit onto nothing to say to eliminate the threat from for the rest of his team?
The ideal scenario, right, is that you kill the Tinker with the PA BKB, because the only thing really covering you against the Tinker is that BKB. Once that BKB runs out, you're going to see the Tinker lasering you, rocketing you, refreshing, laser rocket again. So the ideal scenario for him is he's allowed to meld and kind of hang around the fight as it breaks out, and once the Tinker commits in, that's when he jumps.
We've got a smoke coming in from PSG LGD. They are very ready to fight. Especially with Arme's heading back to the base to reset. He's ready to shadow step in if he's needed.
He's still on the high ground.
Yeah, Collapse is just seeping out. Excellent kinetic field from Boschka. Stops them from being able to chase in. Put a stop to the escape here from Spirit.
Looks like Spirit might want to chase into this though, but they should recognize that Tombstone's been dropped on the high ground, and it might be a hard fight for them.
I mean, alright. BKB just goes to work straight away onto Y. He should be able to get this. Yeah, Y is dead for sure. The crit comes in. Y will fall.
LGD are hanging around though. They recognize the importance of this BKB.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a window now to maybe punish if Spirit stick around, but they won't. Back behind the tier 2 tower, Spirit will hold back.
Yeah, it's a tense game. This BKB really is going to be important, so using the first 9-second charge for the Undying, it's okay, but it needs to lead to something, you know? This opens some time, this gives them some time to farm. Hopefully they can deward some of the vision that LGD are playing with. And if they manage to do these things, and they can reset the map to, they can farm up and they can get to the PA shard, they can get these items that the PA needs in order to punish the LGD draft, then it's all good. But if those BKB charges get wasted for support kills that don't lead to more, then it's problematic for them.
PSG LGD, they're trying to sneak the Roshan. Won't be the quickest though, and already actually deciding that they don't want to spend any further moments committing. A Spirit potentially around the area, and they are. Spirit more than happy to fight. Blink RP at the ready. The big Allstars for PSG LGD though as well. Haunt good to go again for Arme. Few hundred gold away from the Man Star as well.
Yeah, Y leading the charge. All he needs to do is get that Tombstone down before the fight starts, and he's going to do it as soon as the smoke pops.
He's going to pop it down immediately to see what he can find. Will just be Mirror. The Shadow Realm and the TP out will get him away from this, so now no Tombstone for the fight.
Yeah, but he does have that level 10 talent. This was recently added. The minus 15 seconds Tombstone cooldown makes it less of a committal when you use it.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. He's going to end up Let's see, commit, Faith Beyond. Just turn straight away upon him. Toronto Tokyo was not prepared for that at all. Just standing there in the mid, and Faith Beyond finds a very tasty surprise.
And now, if the Undying would have had that Tombstone ready, he would have had that ulti ready, you could have seen LGD potentially poking at the Roche. What they ideally want is for... okay, they actually already do have the Mantle Inspector, so never mind. But that is a big Roche tool. You get Mantle Inspector, you have the Desolate to deal true damage to the Roche, and then it goes on very quickly. But they're happy with the pace of the game right now. They're happy with how it's playing out. Shard finished on PA.
He's coming across this tree line. He knows that Nothing to Say is playing here behind the tower. He's going to try for the catch, won't get it. Goes for the attempt, but Nothing to Say out of range.
And power stolen by Rubik as well, by the way, so the Spectre is now matching the PA's farm speed.
About 2k in it at the moment between Arme and Yatoro, but definitely having that ability on their side as well will help him close the gap. Online for the Skadi next after the Manta.
Yeah, intense game, both teams just holding their high grounds, understanding where they're strong, neither of them willing to fight into the other team's vision. If you look at how Y is positioned, he's standing right outside of that ward until he's ready to run in.
Until they want to... They're on the low ground. Tombstone dropped. As soon as it's out, Team Spirit, they retreat.
Yeah, I think this is a very intelligent thing that LGD have recognized in this game. They've dominated in vision for 2 games straight, and they feel like, you know what, maybe they're better at warding than me. How do I solve it?
Oh, got that.
Pick like a vision.
He's gonna look... Grab on the face, get his pop!
Oh, Zink, you just barely P on the PA there. That would have been a massive kill. But you see Spirit, right? As soon as that BKB is ticking low, he has to TP out of the fight.
They know exactly when to sort of just get out of there. They get the kill, they get their trade. They know not to push it for anything more. Team Spirit knowing the exact moment to call it quits and reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Yatoro's playing this game excellently. But I do worry, once this BKB starts ticking out, the Tinker's closing in on a Hex, right? So potentially jumping on him is going to be hard. You see Yatoro's also buying that Desolator. It's not a basher. It's not a... It allows him to necessarily kill the Tinker if he has that Hex.
They're going to go for the Roche now. Then, hey.
Yeah.
So if they have damage to take this out, and Spirit still want to try to make a jump into them.
Yeah, so between the laser, the Mantle Spectre, and dying damage amplification.
They're going to get the fear. Quite nicely timed. Roshan is very low. Any potential for a steal?
Yeah, absolutely. Yatoro might go.
He's not able to get in. Not able to get in. Arme gets the kill. The Aegis on the Spectre. The caution. Caught in. They couldn't make the jump in time, and Yatoro just getting burst so heavily before he could actually get the BKB off.
Yep, excellent gameplay from LGD right now. They're banging on all cylinders.
They are. We did not see anything close to this in the first 2 games. PSG LGD finding their confidence, their fire, as they're hitting back hard here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like the way that they've approached Vision this game is just so smart. I think this is what they were missing in the first 2 games. These tools that provide them with vision, the adaptation to recognize that is amazing.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
It's still overbearing from Arme Illusions.
Alright, so for the side of Spirit here, I think it's getting increasingly difficult. You're starting to feel the pressure of the Tinker. You recognize that, you know what, there's that Hex, there's that Aghanims, and once my BKB's out, I'm not really sure how to fight into these heroes. And we haven't seen Tokyo in this game. He hasn't really had a game, so this Tinker pick from PSG LGD, it's played out beautifully.
It's definitely turning into a game where, when you look at the farm on the cores, a lot is on Yatoro's shoulders, whereas on the side of PSG LGD, the wealth very evenly split between Nothing to Say and Arme, both the cores, and it just in combination with one another. Spectre, Tinker, nobody wants to play against a good group. Crashing down the blue seeker, they find him in return. Mirror dusted in position here, wide, trying to look towards him, but the field holds back the Undying. Mirror gets away, but a quick move there for Jinkyu.
There's the
this game.
And the team fights are just so hard for Spirit, and especially if Yatoro isn't there to play the fights for them. They really need him. What a beautiful initiation from the Rubik there with the RP. You know, whiffed the one earlier up top, but gets some more important here mid.
I mean, they're down 8k at the moment. How on earth do they just approach any sort of team fights now at this stage with the Spectre just jumping into their faces? And as you say, the vision, the counter abilities from PSG to just disrupt any sort of move or jump that Spirit are trying to make themselves. It seems that this time round, Spirit, they're the ones in the impossible position.
Yeah, I think they're off balance, right? They probably played this entire tournament playing off of vision advantage, having information advantage. In this game, they don't. They have one Tinker as far up top. They're not really going to bring their heroes to that side of the map. And then in the bottom area, the only ward that they have to fight around is also an area that you won't really see LGD approaching.
The rook off. Looking for dead upon. You won't chase, but the straight just Faith Beyond will live, but so will King once again to be burst. The light still coming in big. Did just grab that Paladin sword before that last play. Almost certainly saving his life there with big burst heals through the crits.
Yeah, absolutely. I was like, where did that healing come from? I did not see that coming. So yeah, that does make a lot of sense. And he gets that second hex off. That's a one team
that was
fight.
Scary.
It's really coming down to, you know, those micro decisions that you make in these team fights. He thought he could get the burst damage out in time. Seemed like the wrong choice this time around.
I mean, 32 minutes in, PSG still incredibly comfortable position. Look at the map control as well. They've only lost one tower so far in this 32 minutes. Very impressive control and just forcing Spirit to almost play a different game than they would have wanted to. It was clear that Spirit came into this wanting to deal with PSG the same way they have done in the first two of this series. It's not worked this time. Spirit, we're going to have to see something different from them. Something that we have seen before in previous series, but not something they necessarily brought out today.
Yeah, and if you click on Yatoro, you're going to notice that he's feeling the pressure of the Tinker. That's a refresher queued up.
All right.
And if you think about how PA works, that's really mainly for the BKB. He feels like he needs that extra duration of Black Kingbar in order to be survivable in these fights and win the game. It's a really, if it works out, this will be a genius item. I'm really interested to see how it plays.
Focus around the mid lane here for Spirit. Want to try and get
what a play by Y. He put his courier on the hill to scout out the ward.
You're going to jump on him, but this comes out for Jinkyu. Catching collapse in the combo. And trying to run down Toronto Tokyo. But the Invoker, just as speedy as himself, will manage to break away.
What an unbelievable play by Y, though. He just put his courier on this hill, waiting for that ward to come out. If they smoke, that's where they're going to go.
I know they're going for more. They're ready to try and get the jump in onto Yatoro, but Yatoro blinking straight over to the safety of Mirror on the high ground. They won't get a further catch in. PSG there now look to back off. Still 30 seconds without collapse.
Yeah, the pressure is on. We see nothing to say buying that Aeon Disc. He was queuing up the BKB, recognizing though, the problem for me is not really the magic damage. It's potentially getting locked down by the PA and getting bursted. So Aeon Disc will solve that problem for him. And their items are just gearing them up to not die. You see also, same thing for Ame. He knows that PA doesn't KB. It's not an item you traditionally see on the PA. It forces PA to deviate from a standard item build. So buying that butterfly here is going to force the PA to play his game. And now the PA is suddenly reacting to the Spectre's items instead of the other way around.
Because what do you do in this situation now, Yatoro? What is the call with his next item?
It's a hard decision, right? Yeah. And this is what LGD are doing so well. They're forcing you into a position where you might make a mistake. Maybe he buys the wrong item. Maybe he now decides to go for the MKB, but then his BKB is too short to fight. Or you're just making this problematic for Team Spirit. You want to make it as hard as possible for Yatoro to do what's right.
And he's even thinking about the Ags as well. A lot of options here for Yatoro.
Radiant's top tower.
A difficult choice. I don't know what the right one is.
And we'll see if he does either. A very tough place to play from. On 13k, both nothing to say, and Arme's power just continuing to grow.
And we've talked about this a lot, but you know, Roshan's about to spawn. Heroes start moving over to the top side. Secure. Wyatt already has the ward down. Notices there are no heroes there. That means we know where Spirit are. An immediate smoke over.
Collapse. He's out of the living. Same can't be said from the Posca though. Disruptor will die. Mira and Yatora, this is... Pumpkin and immediate TP out, they're not messing around. They know how quick PSG LGD is going to be with these responses. Collapse, he's on a cliff, and nothing to say, he's quite happy to join.
Not really quite sure what was going on there. Maybe he was attempting to D-ward while he saw Hero's bottom and saw the TPs on the tier 1 bot tower. But Roshan has spawned. Click on Y, he has everything ready, Tombstone ready. This Rosh is going to go down extremely quickly as soon as Ame connects over.
I mean, in 50 seconds without Collapse, it's unlikely they're going to be able to do anything without him alive. Is there any world that they buy back to contest this, or they just let this go?
I feel like based on the way they're positioned, it might be hard to get there in time. Yeah. So the buyback option probably is not there. It seems like Yatoro now has seen this Tinker buying Day on Disc, so what does he do? He buys the appropriate item for response. He's going to go for the Nullifier.
All right. So many choices, and Yatoro, he's got to make the right one.
I think Team Spirit have recognized that as long as this Tinker's alive, there's no way that we're going to win the long fight. And we're going to constantly be forced to TP out as soon as Yatoro's BKB ends. And for Team Spirit, I think the way that you need to fight here is you need to set it in a way where you initiate, force the Tinker to show himself, and then have Yatoro go in. And at the same time, flip side for Team Spirit, for PSG LGD, you know that your 4-man is stronger. If both Yatoro and the Tinker stay out of the fight, you have the advantage. So just don't show nothing to say too early in a team fight. Allow your team to play the game 4v4, and then come in and beat the PA as soon as he commits.
Again, falling back into a bit of a peaceful area here for Team Spirit, at least, where they don't have any interest in meeting PSG LGD head-to-head whilst there is the Aegis on Arme.
And for the first time in this game, Spirit has finally been able to establish some sort of vision in the bottom area of the map. We noticed them doing this time after time. When they fall behind, they like to take over the enemy triangle. They feel like it's a comfortable place for them to fight in. And even in this game, you notice it. Here we go again. Up into this radiant triangle, or dire triangle. Wait for the Tinker to show up. If the Tinker comes to that wave, they're going to be right on top of him. But it seems like Nothing to Say has played plenty of Tinker games.
He's
recognized.
Arme, a quick jump over the bottom lane, adding another kill to his scoreboard. 9, 1, and 15.
And interestingly enough, he's gone for the Haunt Illusion damage.
An attempt of a play, Yatoro. The same feet for Toronto Tokyo, though, as Nothing to Say has his number.
I mean, Nothing to Say has really turned it up this game. I mean, I'm really impressed with his Tinker decision making. It's just very, very intelligent. Has not gotten caught a single time farming lanes, I think. And the way he teamfights is just beautiful. He knows what to wait for. He knows who to look for. This is a completely different PSG LGD compared to the first two games.
It really is. It's looking fantastic. This is the power that we've seen from PSG LGD in the series before, in this run in the upper bracket. And it's coming out just where it's needed the most. They were knocked down hard in the first two games, and I think a lot of people were definitely going to be interested to see if they could somehow regain that control. It's not an easy place to be in, as you said. For them, the pressure incredibly high on this. They will not accept anything less the first play.
Yeah, absolutely. We have another fight brewing. This is the only side of the map that Spirit has wards on. So Spirit are not willing to take this team fight into LGD. I'm really curious what fight they're going to look for. This is the one, I think. Can't go on Ame, though. The Aegis protects him.
2 minutes still with that safety on the Spectre.
But yeah, if we think about the mentality of LGD coming into this game, right, it was definitely on them. I mean, Johan and Seb talked about what they saw backstage, what they saw in their expressions. I'm sure this kind of momentum for them is huge. And it's something that you need in order to win TI, right? You need to have that attitude.
Under attack.
Look at this. Still sitting in the back. Push back. Rim the ground. Nothing stays in with Dukes.
He's playing with so much confidence on this team. He recognizes no here. Just full commits into their base.
I mean, he's level 26 on this Tinker right now.
He is incredibly farmed. He's gonna finish a Bloodstone or Green Core, sorry.
I mean, without a doubt, we saw how much Collapse could do last game when he was just in the lead, ahead, just play around. To assistant dives. PSG will get the grab hit. Onto Arme, it's not gonna happen. Forced back to the fountain. As PSG LGD, they've got all the space in the world to push in onto the tier 3. Can Team Spirit get them out of here? There's no buyback on Toronto Tokyo, still down for 30 seconds. And with the Outmare here as well, they'll have to, by the looks of it, at least let one set of Rex go down here. There's no defense tag quite yet for Spirit.
That's so hard to fight in this Tombstone. You saw Tor kind of thinking about it. He's looking for a potential wraparound, but recognizing that, you know what, my team won't be able to support me. Even if I can catch the Tinker in the backlines, I don't have the power to kill him on my own.
Oh, look how much money he's got. 6k gold in the bank here. Nothing to say he can really start picking up whatever he wants now. Just filling up those inventory slots.
Yeah, absolutely. Finishes up that Octarine core. Just wants that mana pool. Ooh.
We'll have a momentary pause here. 15 to 30. 24,000 net worth lead for PSG LGD. The numbers looking very good for them right now.
I have a hard time. I'm trying to think of scenarios for Spirit. It feels difficult to find a way to do it. But I really like this choice from Yatoro. I think this refresher could be genius. It could just be the thing that they need.
I mean, the problem is, even if they get these kills right on the defensive Team Spirit, it's a Spectre and a Tinker. You kill these heroes, they're buying back, their boots are traveling over, they're haunting in, they're shadow stepping back into the action. Killing them once is not going to be enough. PSG LGD will use the opportunity to get in and destroy you, even if they lose a core at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're totally right about that, Owen, and that is why they are so far ahead, right? They have all these options, they have all of these tools, but if anything could potentially catch them off guard, I mean, PA refresher, when have you seen that? I think once that BKB runs out, expect Nothing to Say to blink in to be ready to hex. And if he gets that refresher off, if Nothing to Say didn't click on a PA, that could mean his death.
I mean, it would be quite something if this build does have the impact possible. But will it be enough? It seems like a pretty big ask here when they're as down as much as they are in this game 3.
Let me tell you, as a player in this position, these kind of pauses, it's the worst thing that could possibly happen. It throws you off your momentum.
Well, for who? The team that's ahead or behind?
I mean, I'd say for both. Yeah. I think it's really sad for both sides. I wouldn't say it's like, oh, Spirit's getting an advantage, but when you are playing like the pressure, you're playing the way LGD are, your mind is so zoned in into thinking, what are they doing now? Where are they moving next? How far could they have potentially gotten in the time that it's gone from me last seeing them on the map? And all of these small micro senses that you have where, like, let's say Yatoro shows on the top lane, and then 15 seconds passes, you know where Yatoro approximately could be because you know how fast the hero moves. Everything like that, it's thrown off by this kind of pause. And that's why usually, if you think about it, after pauses in pro games, you see somebody getting picked off or somebody making the wrong judgment call. And it's because this like micro senses that you're used to playing off of gets thrown off.
Especially in a game with such high stakes here as the Grand Finals. The International 10. Spirit, as you can see, up 2-0 right now in this best of 5. But as this game 3 goes, looks like PSG LGD will be able to stop the potential of a 3-0 clean sweep here for Spirit.
I just really hope there's no initiation in the next 30 seconds after this pause, because that would really suck for both sides.
There we go. Ready to get the action back on its way, ladies and gentlemen.
I can feel my heart pounding with that on pause there.
You know how the players are feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looks like hopefully there's no initiation here, so
everyone's
we survived the pause.
Pretty far away from one another. Yatora, just a recipe away from the refresher, so I certainly want to get that done. Ideally, maybe hit the 25 and before the next fight is forced.
Which talent do you take though? The coup de grace is great. You get more damage, but the tripling slicing dagger might just outsmart and one-shot it while you're not paying attention.
I feel like the coup de grace might be it because you got to kill someone. I mean, one of your items is a refresher. You're not maxed out on the damage.
Yep, you're
Make sure that the crits are hitting harder. Potentially if you're Yatora. But then again, the triple is nice if you know like mega creeps are going to be coming in. If you feel like you're losing some lanes of barracks, you need to push back out. So
I'm also thinking for the team fight, right? How we know that Yatora has to wait out. He can't fully commit straight at the start because then he'll be forced to waste his BKB.
And they do have, of course, the Empower. You know, the triple stifling daggers with the Empower on them. That's very...
Quick thing.
Okay, but so does his escape. He'll try and hold them back with Tornado, but there's nothing more to hold them back with. Yatora, he's going to be the new focus. Static Sword from a boss, get down into the trees to try and stop the check. With the BKB, he gets full max as well. The trees hidden out as he TPs.
Beautiful reset there. I actually thought they were going to have way more casualties, but quick fingers from it, blinking on top of Boschka. Great team play there with the Static Storm to cancel. Tinker potentially chasing for more kills.
So yeah, he has taken the chance here, hamming up the damage. The gold for that refresher of just a few hundred away.
I'm so excited for this refresher.
If some sort of big brain play comes out.
Exactly. I want to know how it plays out. And now he has it.
He does.
Immediate smoke up.
They would have seen him building, of course, with the perseverances, but it's just a question of whether Nothing to Say in particular is ready for it to be complete for the next fight. As you mentioned, if he's out of position, he comes in with a second round of BKB and Nullifier. It could be deadly for Nothing to Say. You know, a man on his Tinker who's had a pretty free game so far, jumping all over the place and bursting down on Team Spirit.
Yep. BKB finished on Y. This Undying is not easy to bring down.
I look at his position as well, just stopping any chance of Spirit being able to make a move from the triangle.
Yeah. I mean, the problem really for Spirit, like, how do you kill the other heroes? If not PA, can't commit on them. How does anything die?
Of course, PSG there. Feeling very comfortable. Nothing to say, and I'm more than happy to farm up sort of their 6th item. Looking for the Orchid into the Bloodthorn here for Arme. Nothing to say. Getting close to having the comfort of the overwhelming blink, maybe even holding on for his buyback as well.
Toro? He's caught.
He has been caught here. He needs help and he needs it now. BKB comes out. That's been ruptured though. Oh. For your precious.
In PSG, LGD had vision. They were playing on even terms for most of the game, and
oh, Collapse! He tries to make a move, but the counter's there. ZQ with an instant lift holds him in his tracks as it's another corner out of the game. Collapse and Yatora, no way of running for this defense. Freedom Spirit. PSG LGD, they're up to their axe.
That's gotta be so satisfying for ZinQ.
Oh yeah.
Collapse with a mag, just constantly skewering them back, and now finally he gets to do it himself.
Yeah, Collapse giving ZinQ the best as well there. With the words of Purge in the tip. I mean, this is what the PSG LGD fans expected to see from them in this grand finals. They just took a bit of time to turn up today, needed a bit of warm-up. The first 2 games, that was that.
You're playing with such confidence, but at the same time patience. Whenever they need, oh, the immediate roach spawn, nice. they're very happy about this, I'm sure.
Nothing to be done about this from Spirit whatsoever. So fall straight into the hands of PSG LGD. As we'll see, poor old Maposhka has tried his best to defend against creeps, and then suddenly an army appears on top of him, disappears quickly as he did. But the job is done. Maposhka taken out. No place is safe right now from the Spectre.
Yeah, and the Rubik gets the Aghanim Scepter. This is probably one of my favorite Aghanims in the game. It's always a great feeling when you have it as Rubik. So one of the cool things about this that I don't think we've ever talked about is when you spell steal, and most teams aren't aware they have an Ags, they kind of think, all right, Rubik used it. You hear the bling sound, and then you're, okay, I can use my spells however I want. But with the Ags, that throws it off. That just makes it easier for you to get those big steals that you want to get. So highly doubt Team Spirit to be ready for this, but to be fair, they've had a lot of time to sit in the base. Usually what you do during this time is you're starting to discuss everything. What is it that LG do? How do they approach this fight? What are they going to be looking for? What are we looking for? What are our objectives here? Which heroes do we need to go on? What spells do we need to save? All these things should be discussed for Spirit, and they should have a structured fight in mind here, because you can predict what's going to happen.
I mean, 40,000 gold down now, Spirit. LGD, it looks like a pretty smooth sailing here to the victory. Is there really anything Spirit could pull off whilst this far behind?
I mean, it's a matter of finding the Tinker. I really think so. Of course, you can always win. In Dota, I feel like you always have the option of winning. And especially in late game, yeah, there's 40,000 net worth differentiating you, but there's no amount of net worth that will make up for a bad positioning or, you know, clutch play. So formation is really important here for LGD. And if Yatora can find some sort of back kill, that could open the fight up entirely.
Things up with the curse, trying to get the glimpse. The safety of his team. PSG is still respecting the paybacks here. They will easily put up the racks. Rocket spam, intro nothing saying. It's all.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
It's just a threat of the he needs help! It's the fountain and it isn't his own! Another skill is attempted, but the Yules is there to stop! Jimmy will take this game free!
Don't put up so much up. Beautiful. Everything happened. Give it to the fountain.
Oh
the
my goodness.
The fountain. They try to blink to skewer him in again, but no, the Yules, and then the stolen skewer, and you pull out a hero of your own.
They did.
Into the GG.
Wow. I mean, they fought right up until the end here in this game 3, Spirit, but they were too far behind. This is them looking phenomenal and completely in the comfort zone. Something that, after seeing the first 2 games, it was understandable to sort of doubt if we were actually going to see them get to this place, but they have. They've hit back so hard here in game 3 PSG LGD. They'll get a game now. Spirit, they're still up 2-1, but Insania, could this be the beginning of a PSG LGD reverse sweep?
I mean, I absolutely think so. I think they identified a couple of really crucial things for themselves. This was not like a fluke win. This was not like, oh, we just did something right. I think they strategically understood we're getting outwarded. We don't have vision. We don't have information. And they addressed it in this game. I think they picked heroes that allow them to have vision in team fights, and they had the ability to fight back.
Wow, well, there we have it. We've had 2 scary games from Spirit, and now 1 very scary one from PSG LGD. We'll see if Spirit's able to turn back up big time in the 4th game, or if PSG LGD have maybe figured them out here at the all-important point in the grand finals. As PSG LGD, they'll take game 3.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Insania. And indeed, we are going to a game 4. It will not be a clean sweep for Team Spirit. And you heard it from our commentary team. They think maybe PSG LGD has figured something out. Well, I know they figured one thing out. Let's have nothing to say. Play on his Tinker. He used to be a hero spammer on that hero, and he absolutely crushed it, Tsunami.
All these people saying, oh, you're playing against Team Spirit. You don't ban Magnus. Well, you're not Xiao 8, you're not Xiao Ba. Things have changed, and they have now their own specialty being revealed. They had shown it 2 times during the group stage. In fact, it was against Team Secret. Whenever they had lost the first game against Secret, they whipped out a last pick, nothing to say Tinker, and they won that game. Oh. It was with a completely different lineup outside of that, but this time the problem they were trying to answer was the Magnus. We were getting vision from the Bloodseeker. We were getting instant cancels with the Rubik and the Yules. Every single box was ticked for that draft.
They literally did everything they could to make Magnus look bad when played that way, right? So you pick Rubik for the lift, you have all of the vision from Haunt, Tombstone, and Bloodright, and you couple that up with a Tinker. And I think, honestly, on the draft panel, I think Seb had a really good point that Collapse didn't do in this game. Maybe you should have played the Magnus completely differently. Like, maybe you don't play on the Skewer setup if it's this hard. You could have taken a different approach, maybe picked a different carry that was more geared toward solving the Spectre. They picked the PA for the break and for the high burst damage. Perhaps a pushing type of carry could have worked better here, like, say, a Juggernaut or, you know, something to that effect, where then you play on the Empower, you had a really strong mid-game timing, take Roche and try to end the game. But obviously, you know, you've played this way on Magnus, like, with 10 wins in a row, whatever, as Collapse, right? And it works every time, so you just want to keep rolling, right? But LGD, they had a really good plan this time.
And also with that plan, right, I think we've really seen how Spectre and Tinker in the patch kind of course, at the tail end, why they are so good together, right? You have, you know, Spectre with the Ags, that 30-second cooldown, Astral Step. Before, you're always playing on Haunt. You're a big cooldown, guys, got to wait it off. But no, now it's just every time you see a hero, you're instantly jumping. If a support shows underneath a ward, if like an Undying just walking around and find someone, bam, Spectre's there. And of course, Tinker as well, equally can match that. And is tanky enough to also get into the middle of these fights. So yeah, PSG, they now have the confidence that we needed to see them have to be able to bounce back in this series. And you see, like, both the cores, right? On the screen here, you have nothing to say. 14-1-13. Oh, 15, sorry, I can't read, on his Tinker. And then you have Spectre as well. You know, I think he ended the game like 15-1-23 as well. Like, both cores really came out into this game and just said, no, we can come back into this series. We can show off on these, you know, signature heroes.
To me, what's interesting about this draft as well, we're talking a lot about the Tinker because he popped off and had a really great game. I actually don't think this pick was necessary for them to win the game. I think it was the best pick for them in the given situation. But if that would have been banned, I wouldn't have been like, uh-oh, what are PSG LGD going to do? Because I still think the integral parts of the strategy is getting that vision. Tinker obviously plays amazing around it, so it's an awesome pick. But if that isn't there in the pool, maybe you can get another mid hero that takes advantage of it, like any of the spirits, like Storm Ember. I think a lot of them were banned though.
They were, yeah.
But there would have been, there's always something left, right, that can play with some sort of tempo there. So obviously it was an insane game for him on that Tinker. Love to see it. You know, a lot of people don't like playing against that hero in pubs for reasons that might have been highlighted in this game. But to me, that's important, right? Because if you're going into this game, you're like, okay, they won because of this Tinker pick, then next time it's going to be banned, right? What are you going to do? And what was the last ban of Spirit that game? I'm trying to remember.
The last ban of Spirit that game was a Void Spirit.
Void Spirit, right. So they were looking the Spirit direction. I think PSG LGD themselves banned both Storm and Ember as their last 2. So that kind of forced the hand there for Team Spirit to get rid of the last one.
Also, what was encouraging to me is that this also didn't seem like an anti-Magnus draft. It seemed that the first 2 picks, I got the Rubik, I got the Undying. I think we can start to play it by ear now, and then depending on what Spirit started selecting after that, then they were like, oh, okay, maybe, you know, we'll put a Spectre on top of this. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they let Magnus go again, or if they maybe even first phase pick it this time on LGD.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's now Spirit have lost with the Magnus after crushing the first game, or the second game set technically with the Magnus, and everyone now going, whoa, Collapse is amazing. Now, the second game he plays it, he'll probably say to the guys, right, if they draft like this and itemize like this, I can't play the game that we've been, you know, coming into this TI with. So potentially Spirit might even be questioning themselves on Magnus. And this is the beauty of TI and like the mini meta of best of 5s, right? It's because we spoke about Io being the reason why PSG was unable to really capitalize in the first 2 games. Magnus, why they won game 2 on Spirit. And now suddenly game 3, we might even question if they want to even go near it because PSG feels like they've discovered it, understood it throughout this, you know, 3-game series so far.
And I feel like it's also, you know, something you could be concerned about with PSG LGD after those first 2 games is like the whole, like, you know, the confidence, the mentality. They third pick their carry, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, okay, we need, oh, these guys are good, we need to go late game, play slow, get Ame the perfect game. You know, they're willing to open up and do some different things. They identify, this is the hero we want for this game, we have a strategy, and it worked great. So, has me pretty hopeful for them going into the next game. And for Spirit, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be too phased by a 1-game loss. They've been here plenty of times already this tournament, so they're going to have something else up their sleeves for sure.
The Mars was even uncontested previous games, so we know the Collapse has got some backups there as well. I want to highlight the mental game you just mentioned, because I know that there's a lot of people on lines like, oh, Ame and nothing to say. It feels like maybe they're crumbling a little bit under the pressure, and I think this third game proves everybody that said that 100% wrong, because they were both on fire. And this mental game we highlighted so much, Tsunami, because it is so important in a best-of-5 grand finals with $13 million on the line.
Yeah, on both sides we can see maybe the nerves of, oh my gosh, it's all these Royal Roaders on this side of Spirit. It's all mostly a bunch of first-timers, but then they are joined in union with that lack of tension or extremely high tension, depending on how they've been reacting to it. Meanwhile, on LGD, you have nothing to say in Shinkyu, who may feel out of their element whenever they're paired up with Faith Beyond and Y and Ame and Xiao8, but both of them have different approaches to the mental game. And so far, Spirit's lower bracket run inspires confidence that I don't think they're going to be shaken by a 1 loss here and there.
Same, and you mentioned Zinq there, of course. This is his second international, but definitely his most successful one to date. We've highlighted Zinq a lot throughout this entire tournament because he was mentioned as the best position for right now in Dota 2. T-Gov, how do you feel he's doing this series so far? Of course, he played a fantastic Rubik just now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the main thing, right? That's Rubik just there. We saw a beautiful little skewer as well on the Rubik, and I think he was just always in position, right? I think Collapse, again, the Magnus, we've said it so many times now, I think when you have this Rubik in your arsenal within the game, it's always so nice. You have the instant lift, you have the steal, like, it puts this pressure. And I think Zinq, if he can find that confidence and he plays that level of Rubik game, suddenly he's going to be going into that next game with that next kind of Pullman. Maybe we see another Rubik game. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see the same type of draft pattern happen. Maybe Spirit still have the confidence in that Magnus, and then we get to see another Rubik game, because, you know, we love to see Rubik at TI. It's a really, you know, a showy-offy hero.
I think they'll only pick Rubik if there's a Mag in the enemy team.
Yes.
I actually think that's the only thing that's going to prompt them to do it. A specific targeted counter pick. I don't think they see enough value in it in the first phase because they've barely played it all tournament. It's just a solution they went to in a time of need here, which is interesting because it might mean that the bans could also be turned around here a little bit, so Team Spirit can try to take advantage of it with perhaps a Rubik ban could force out a Magnus ban, then you could get the Mars opener if you want to go that route.
That also depends on if LGD want to opt for second pick again also.
Yes, depends on pick order, absolutely.
So that response was specifically crafted to, if they pick Mag, then we're going to get our Rubik Undying.
Yeah. And all this kind of theory crafting we're doing, this is basically where Spirit, they need to kind of overcome the issues that they've had throughout the season against PSG, because throughout, I think it was like ESL Fall, they lost to PSG. I think it was then OGA, they lost to PSG. And this was also with Xiao8 as a stand-in. At Animage, I believe they drew 1-1. Like, they have never been able to actually beat and overcome PSG. In these series, they've been able to take that first game, that first kind of momentum swing, but then it's been the experience of PSG that has come through and shined through that series where they've been able to kind of best Spirit throughout the year. So even though Spirit is up 2-0, or sorry, 2-1 now, it's kind
This is our high ground. We're coming to take it.
And this is what you get when you keep coming back with this Undying, right? You're very willing to brawl right now.
So they are going to stick around for a moment. Ame spotting out the rest of Team Spirit, moving in that area, getting that extra vision with the passive. And will we see another round of Bounty Runes stolen away? Collapse walks on in. Why there? Gets the click-off win. So LGD, they're going to claim 3.
Turns back for more. What's the brain sat? But can't quite find it here. So yeah, another focus on the lanes for sure here from LGD. But the lanes also seeming to be the win condition right now for Team Spirit. I have to say, you know, it's difficult to disagree when there's a combined 5, you know, Aegis is won by that drafting panel. That's a bit rough. So I think they might be onto something for this whole concept of like needing to snowball things pretty hard here, needing to play around their Templar Assassin. There's always a chance going late, of course, especially with like the way the Templar Assassin now functions because of her Aghanims, where you can actually get like a little bit of split push out of this hero, which you didn't used to get in the past. But you might be leading things ahead of the game right now for Team Spirit, and if they don't get that, like they can easily do that with these heroes on the side of PSG LGD.
Totally. The snowball can definitely occur. And I really liked what we sort of heard about the mentality that was going on as well, as we see Nothing to Say get a D ward there on the Observer ward. Like, you think about the way that Team Spirit has played throughout this. They're playing, you know, just for fun, they say. They're playing without any fear. But for some of these players, that's not an option. Ame, he's been so close before to winning the Aegis and then snatched away at the last second. This is a story for him for redemption.
Yeah, we often hear the pressure of the Chinese community on this team just because, you know, they've obviously looked so good and they've been so close before, and particularly Ame, he's shielded, you know, he's taken some of that blame before in the past, particularly at TI, particularly in a Game 4. You know, the pressure has been there, and it's been a bit much at times, but I have to say, after last game, I think he's probably feeling pretty comfortable here with his Luna.
He's looked amazing in that Spectre game, so we'll see how they deal, as Xingqiu was able to get that pull through and only get the half pull on these creeps connecting it, as Miposhka wants to keep that pressure on Xingqiu. Needs to be careful here. Obviously only level 1, so doesn't have that Splinter Blast yet on the Wyvern, but they will throw out one more dagger on his way back home.
Just to send him all the way back here. And now, yeah, Collapse. So we talked a lot about Collapse and his hero pool. And, of course, you've heard a lot, I'm sure, about the Mars. You've heard a lot about this Magnus that's looked pretty good. But the other hero that he has played a ton of games on professionally is the Axe. Not a hero that's been very big at this TI, though.
No, but can often make those huge plays if you can get the opening. The panel did talk a lot about how maybe there's going to be some overlapping things going on with Mira and the Axe, both trying to find that big jump.
That Seb guy? Oh,
yeah.
That's that guy!
Yeah, that's the one.
Axe, wow.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
But we'll see how it goes here in this one. As you can see already, the chase down Faith Beyond taking a little bit of a beating here on this Magnus. Xingqiu moves into position though, and at least for the moment, you can see that Spectre taking a little bit of heat early. Not able to get all those last hits yet. Collapse also trying to go toe-to-toe with Ame in the bottom lane on that Luna.
Yeah, there's a reason that statistically Undying has almost always been one of the absolute best heroes versus the Spectre. Whenever you're just talking about like just raw data in terms of games played, and that's because like you get some pressure in lane sometimes if you get this sort of a matchup. That's always nice, right? Spectre likes to be left alone. But more importantly, when you get into the mid game with the Tombstone drop down, you actually get all these zombies popping up, right? And it really ruins the team fight for the Spectre, especially when you're trying to deal some damage there with the Desolate.
You can see a bit of rundown again, as Toro playing as far forward as he can, but has to be very wary of those skewer backs that we've seen time and again, as Y will get a little bit of a chase onto Mira. The Lucid Beam and dead. Y just takes him down.
Collapse just can't do anything. Just like, sorry, you know, I'm just going for some creeps here. It does have 20 last hits compared to the 9 of Ame, so, you know, that's a sacrifice that you're willing to make.
He's hitting pretty hard. Already the Ring of Health done. Obviously came there with that Quelling Blade and a lot of armor. Perhaps having a good one on the Axe in the laning stage. This is what they need.
That is actually a really interesting one too, right? Actually going for this this Vanguard, because you know a lot of heroes going for the Helm. They're building into something else based off of the Helm, the Iron Will. A class builder for Vanguard, but for Axe, that's an item that can actually accelerate your farm quite a bit with the Ancients.
Why? Get chased a little bit there, but will back out afterwards. And you can see at least now the very slight lead that we're seeing into the favor of LGD. Nothing really to write home about. Both the mids doing fine. We haven't really seen either that many stacks on the Ancients. None done up yet. As some good damage there out on the Bane. Gonna chase down Lucid Beam. Will it be enough? I don't think so. Oh, maybe it will. The rotation comes in, and they will be able to keep Bane alive.
Yeah, he was buying out there. He wasn't sure he was going to live, so he's going to run all the way home. But there are the stacks that you were just mentioning. A double done there by Maposhka in the dire jungle. So something for this Templar Assassin to fall back to. They want to stack her up nice and early. When you're trying to play around this Templar Assassin, you can stack your Ancients, you can stack all of your neutrals across the map, and she can cleave through them very, very quickly. Just try and get online these earlier items like the Blink or the Deso, maybe a Falcon Blade in these times right now. So they need to enable her to get this game online.
Yeah, and of course, then if you're LGD, you're going to look to try and go in there and invade those stacks and get some damage. But already, a Torrent combo comes out. Y makes that move towards the mid lane that he always does. And just trying to burn through the refraction instances and make Toronto Tokyo a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, not a matchup we see all too often, honestly, with the kind of Templar, but you do have that interaction, as you're mentioning, where you can get multiple instances of damage from the Torrent, so burning through that, and, well, Toronto Tokyo, I'm going to come take a look here and say, oh, yeah, nicely done. I think I'll stack this up one more time.
And Mira, so all across the map.
And what I really like too is this defensive ward that they have right next to that stack, because you often see this ward used like late game when you're talking about like Roche and everything, you're trying to cover that, but a lot of teams are coming in contesting neutral stacks right now. So one of the themes of this tournament is up top. Well, that's another good theme.
Toro, is he gonna live though? With the cold embrace, they don't feel confident going for him.
On the level 6 rotation from the Kunkka, very disappointing to not get the kill, and they can't even really follow up with the tower pressure. But on the other side of the map,
Collapse, gonna take some damage there. Creeps run off of him, and with a couple quick hits, will they have another Lucent Beat to finish? Vanguard keeping him very tanky. Actually goes away for the spin. Has to be careful on Y. There's the Fairy Fire living, but the Brain Sap enough to finish him.
I can tell you, this guy must not have got very many Crimson Witnesses, because he is not lucky.
No. Not enough spins there for the Act, and a good usage of the Nightmare to take those creeps off to stop the potential counterplay.
Well, they get their kill in the bottom lane, but the missed gank on the Spectre gave so much free time to Tokyo, as again, another stack. And if you don't go for that kill, the other option for the Kunkka is moving through that jungle, doing that rotation, checking out the stack, seeing what's there, maybe stealing a couple, of course. And yeah, well, surely make his way over there, and why just say, I think we'd like to maybe get an eye on these ones at the very least. We'll block for future stacks, but can they even come and contest this?
I mean, there's already a lot of gold built into that. That's going to be such a big injection. And the thing about the TA is you just take it so quickly, and maybe if they pair together with Collapse, already having that Vanguard done.
Yeah, it's a tough call too, right? Like, because if you want to move in there, let's say, SPSG, LGD, oh good, we have time to think about it at the very least. You have the night vision. It's there. We're going to be expiring soon. You got 2.5 minutes to work with. You're not going to have any Eclipse early, though, because, you know, you're obviously stacking into the Lunar Blessing, you're getting yourselves your Glaives, but you also have Undying, you have Kunkka. It's very tempting for them to come and contest this, and at least, like, try and mess with them to try and get some of the XP.
Well, they're going to drop the boat already. Mira a little bit off the mark with the stun, but will eventually, well, go down? Yes. XinQ finds the kill, but this is, again, buying that space for Toronto Tokyo, and this is Envision.
Soul Rip to secure here, and XinQ's like, I'm getting over there, you know, I want to steal some of this. Gonna find a stacked up neutral camp there too.
This is just all they're focused on. And
XinQ, tombstone in 3 seconds.
Why are they? You're really gonna go for?
I mean, all of them are really low. This is pretty. Yeah.
XinQ, he goes for it. Getting the call already.
And the Fairy Stringer for the team. The 2 supports. There's an Axe and a Templar Assassin.
Oh my God, they're just gonna get him.
There's another lanes.
I mean, this is huge. You're also already up 3,000 net worth right now on LGD, but they see this taken, and
all right, he got a lot of them though. Now, can you get out? That's the question.
I mean, at least one of these heroes is gonna die. XinQ chased on. Surely at least one of them goes. Well, Cold Embrace, the back away. They used Haunt for this, and I don't know if they're getting anybody.
Is there anything more classic than LGD and their Undying and their phase boots, though?
Oh,
like, it almost gets them out.
And they clean out that hard camp also. LGD are all over this. They take down the Undying, but lose out on a bunch of other net worth.
They force so many heroes to respond. Look at the top lane. The Helm of the Dominator, Faith Beyond. He's taking a tower.
This is clean stuff. LGD, they found their mojo. This is what they needed.
That is a large lead. 4K right now at 9 minutes. Like, and look where it is. I mean, it's just all stacked on the cores right now for PSG LGD.
Poshka scouting out. Y off to the side. Toro there as well.
Hunting.
He's looking for it. They move over. Faith Beyond's here as well. And with this Helm of the Dominator creep, it should be enough. And also coming in to contest this, nothing to say.
Well, it's
taking away the jungle.
It's so cheap, right? It's just a nightmare into a torrent. They're threatening the whole time. We've got RP. We've got boat. You don't want to come contest this. They're going to have Fiend's Grip pretty soon here as well for Y. As he goes for a real deep ward. That was pinged, though. All right,
Yeah,
they have an idea that that's there.
That ward is going to scout it out.
Yeah, good thing that was there. So, it was very deep wards on the earlier end. Will be instantly TP'd by Mako. I think so.
See, this is the LGD we expected to see. Up 5,000 net worth right now at 10 minutes in. What a turnaround that they've been able to have. And it was looking dire straits for them after the first two games, but now coming into this, game number 4, everything's going their way.
All right, well, in the past, what has turned these games around for Team Spirit? It's been Collapse, you know, showing up, making the plays, but he's got some time. Wants to get that Blink Dagger down on the axe first. In the meantime, there are a lot of heroes coming to his mid tower.
Oh my god, they're bringing numbers. Everybody's here. Poshka, level 5 on that Wyvern, going to try and throw out these Splitter Blasts and slow things down as much as possible, but that tier 1 tower is already dead.
Yeah, they're just holding the Tombstone. Again, such a great job of just like not expending anything, right? They're just threatening. They're just holding all this strength.
And Collapse, they caught him again. The Nightmare's there. Do they have enough for the kill, though?
Oh, yeah.
They are going to chase him down. Wait for it. Fiend's Grip afterwards. Easy as... Pumping with you. Toro is going to need to play his heart out right now.
He is so far behind on it.
It's insane.
He's all doubled up on right now.
Caught up to him in terms of net worth with that Tombstone dropping in the Ancient Steel. Such an impressive performance for them in Team Spirit. They just really don't have an answer right now.
It felt like they got lost halfway through the draft and they still haven't found their way.
Well, think about that draft, right? They burned through so much of that reserve time early on. And in the end, we're left trying to find a perfect hero, and so far the TA hasn't been able to do it for him.
Part of that is just that it's such a one-dimensional plan that not only can you like prepare during the draft is what's, but in the actual game, like they were so quick to come in and ward up these Ancients. Sure, they missed out on some of the plays in the top of some of those neutrals, but the contest in there, the space made for Faith Beyond to get absolutely massive. No one is even contesting Ame at all. And it has to be like the biggest Axe Blink reveal and Deso reveal on a TA of all time.
Yes. They've got to get a ton here on Team Spirit. And of course, that also means that LGD need to be the ones that run into them to allow for that fight to happen. Not an easy ask, but again, you've got some big combos. You've got that Winner's Curse into a big call afterwards, Lion Stun. The combo is there if they can find it.
The fights are so hard though.
Looking for it right. The start, the boat's gonna come out, and now the slowdown. Mira in some trouble. Collapse back behind the tower. Also getting ran down by nothing to say. He needs to TP out of here.
He bought his blink.
Yeah, he's
no one else die.
As long as they're able to get away, that should be good enough for them. So they get the kill. Fabian finds it, but also on the other side, Y kills off Mira. 8-1 to start this game.
Yeah, throws down a ward to secure the kill. Mira, of course, instantly noticing that, but I think Y's going to call it. Can make the tower easy to take. But Poshka was thinking about leaving himself in behind there and maybe finding a Winner's Curse if they want to actually contest to the tower, but I think the call's been made, but from the rest of the teams, they're just not ready for that yet.
Yeah, they need those items. Need to hit that timing.
7 kill lead, 7,000 gold lead, and Ame's still hitting creeps.
I mean, he's just doing what he needs to in this one. Taking a look already at that win probability, they're heavily in the favor of LGD.
Put that away. Dom, come on. We got a game going here.
My goodness gracious. The Nightmare is down. Poshka gonna trade it over onto him. They have this blink. Want to reveal, but the only people down here are supports, and that's not big enough. Ward also covering it all. But maybe now Team Spirit can at least try and pressure and get this tower and get some momentum going for themselves, because if they don't get something going soon, this game is going to go completely off the rails.
I mean, you can already see them struggling here, though, right? Like, they're bringing everyone down here. They're looking for that, everything that they need. It has to be perfectly layered. The call, the curse, trying to find the sight lines for the Templar Assassin.
Oh, when Toro caught, Fiend's Grip is there, and no help nearby at all. They're going to kill off that Spectre.
I love Zinq doing that, just dropping the Tombstone. It's just such an important kill for them that they're willing to throw at everything that they have right there.
And immediately afterwards, they're thinking about going to Roche. I mean, why not at this point?
They could Roche, they could start pressuring that tier 2 top, but the tier 2 top is a lot riskier, right? You're going to have this attempted call from the Axe. I will say they actually don't have great vision right now onto that high ground, so theoretically, if there was something there from Team Spirit, maybe they'd have a chance, but perhaps they just have the really good read that they are all on the bottom lane right now, waiting for them to come to that bottom tower. And it's taken so fast.
Roche going to be claimed, and again, Team Spirit needing to find an answer as LGD want to try and close this one out.
Is under attack.
Put themselves in a dominant position. It's going to appear to try and get down to deep ward. We'll see if that one bears any fruit, as LGD will retreat back, get their next set of items, and then be ready to go.
Very reminiscent of game 2. Now, mind you, it happened a lot later in the game, but essentially we got to the point where Team Spirit were the ones just running around with this Luna and looking like, you know, what are you going to do as LGD? You have to wait for this perfect moment to find your fight. Team Spirit now find themselves in that situation. And one thing that they obviously recognized when they played that Luna strat was just stay together. Don't let the pickoffs happen. Can they find a pickoff right here? No. Look how safe Nothing to Say is playing there with the X.
Zinq might be the one that gets found. The jump forward call, it's off the mark. And instead, he just heads off with the root. Collapse has to back out of here. I mean, there's more people coming nearby. TorontoKyo gets skewered back. He's caught alone. Can they come off RP, but the winner's curse to try and turn this. Boat afterwards finishes off that TA, but it's not enough. It's not nearly enough. And if they're not careful, they might lose more. The chase forward hacks Mira as they pull the Lion back and find another kill. LGD, no mercy.
Dire's top tower.
It's looking rough. It is looking rough for Team Spirit.
Is that a Spirit Breaker in that draft?
Yeah, I don't know.
This is? Because something happened.
They turned up on PSG LGD. They were not going to go out like that.
Well, it's looking like a completely different point. I mean, Team Spirit, you know, the fun loving, we're just having a good time. Good times might have come to an end right now, at least in this game, and you know, it gets to the point where as the game continues, you just wonder like how much is this impacting the looking like potential game 5.
Potentially. I mean, again, you never count this out. We've seen teams come back from more than this against LGD. So we're gonna try, but can they do it again here? Spectre, so often that late game answer, and they just need to fight a good fight on Team Spirit to pull this one back. Question is, will LGD give it to them? Underneath a ward, this could be the way it starts.
They've played so ridiculously clean this game, though. They're not offering up anything for Team Spirit. Now, they do have some good vision down in that bottom jungle. If there was a chance to go for something, it's probably towards that part of the map right now. But Faith Beyond, not acting like it, you know? Sitting directly on a trap, and they still can't go.
It's hard to really fight into this. Oh, TorontoKyo, skewer! Oh, and pulls him back in! They'll find a TA, wants to get out of here, blink away. Oh, and just like that, TorontoKyo able to get a little bit of separation, but they had been in Faith Beyond with the chase down. They got it. Nobody coming to help the TA. TorontoKyo falls again. 12 kills, 12k gold lead. LGD, keep up that momentum.
Team Spirit are waiting for the Aghanims on this Spectre. That is going to be their play. They might have Blood Mail there too.
He just get caught again.
Until then, it's just throwing out heroes, you know? Take me. Try and slow down this tower push.
How close are we now to that Aghanim Scepter? It's what, 50 gold away for this Spectre? Again,
I mean, it's been a fantastic item, but as you heard Seb and Notail say, the damage is lacking.
Oh, man.
And they needed that ability to actually provide some damage. They needed the items on Team Spirit. They don't have the items.
Well, and it's such a good answer here, right? With that Undying being able to sit right up front there with the Tombstone, and then Luna can hit the tower, because the way that Team Spirit win the fight is like when chaos happens, you get a giant curse or something, and they're just not being presented that opportunity.
Although, if there's one hero that's very good at breaking formations, it is Spectre, right? The Haunt comes out, there's question marks everywhere, you're not sure where the real one is, and then it's providing vision to the rest of Team Spirit, and then you find the jump. An Axe, a hero that Blade Mail can turn some of your advantage into a disadvantage.
Looking for something here. It's just a shadow to start. Now, call a little bit low. Just 30 seconds. protection gone. And now the chase down happens again. Mira hoping to salvage this, but it's not going to happen. 1-1. All of Spirit go by the wayside.
And that was going into a fight with 30 seconds left of the Aegis too.
Oh.
So just like, even if you get some of those kills, the potential there from LGD. But Team Spirit, you know, they felt the situation that they had to find some sort of fight maybe outside their base. It's not a good one though.
And they used the winner's curse in that last fight.
Yeah.
That is really painful. Maybe if there was an opportunity right here, jump in! The Tumbler's toy, are you kidding me? Faithion able to make the play happen. And now focusing down the barracks at 20 minutes, 17-1.
I mean, Collapse is smoked up here, but I don't even know if there's a play. Obviously, you have to wait till the Templar Assassin's back.
They're hoping for something, anything at this point.
They just got mana for Shadow Step.
There's a chance, there's a hope, but will it actually come to fruition? I am not sure. Team Spirit just do not have an answer at all.
They pop drums, jump them, Collapse.
Oh my goodness. They just have to give it up. There's no other answer. There's a tier 1 down bottom at the very least, but I mean, at this point, LGD can turn on the tier 4s maybe.
I love how this team plays Undying. The 5, not a lot of teams really bring this hero out, but you know, you get this movement speed, so you can get the ulti off the Flesh Golem, you're just getting the debuff down, having the drums to like benefit this early sieging ability that they have, as well as the Solar Crest too. So, you know, so many teams looking for these saving heroes and empowering heroes on like the one big carry, and Undying just looking like a perfect answer when you also have the Spectre in the game.
Just think again, like what a redemption arc this has been for Ame to be able to pull this back on that Spectre in Game 3 and now in Game 4 on the Luna, playing incredibly clean Dota, constantly 4-0-7.
Yeah, does not want to repeat history here.
Oh god, did I caster curse him? Oh no, oh no.
Surely
it won't happen.
21k lead at 21 minutes. I don't think you have that much power.
I don't think anybody does. We'll see though.
Oh, let me check Kyle's Twitter.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
Mira gets that. They collapse. Mira's going to try and TP out of here. Does manage to escape, but the axe is down. Toronto Tokyo. Oh, cancels TP? Okay.
I mean, where are you gonna go?
I mean, I guess that, yeah.
There's, you know, they got some towers go through. You're not gonna do anything. Might as well try and catch the next wave.
That's true. Fair enough.
Now where do you go is a bit of a question. I'll give you that.
Might just be dead if you're not careful. Toronto Tokyo, got to be careful there.
Stand perfect. Oh, I know this one from my pubs. Got to keep the BPM up, you know.
Mid lane, they got him. Toro forced to jump away from this one, but nothing to say. Still got him in the sights. Able to throw out that Earth Spike, but they're hunting for more.
Faithion's coming.
Oh, good blink away by Mira, and Toro able to get the TP out, but Mira, the one that's going to pay for the sins, will end up falling there to Zinq, and now they're heading up again.
Faithion has had this troll for so long. I feel like he wants to end the game with it, you know, like reward it for its servitude.
Well, this might just be the time. I mean, Ame is up there.
Out. Send them in.
Roche is capable of respawning, but they're looking to just try and end this right now. Magnus to pull him back into the fountain. There's the jump to start it.
This has to be the jump, right?
Maposhka behind. He's got Winner's Curse, waiting for an opportunity, but can they get an opening?
There's no TA for 10 seconds. That might be an issue.
Oh, it's dangerous. Yeah, they don't. And TA, without a quick way to get in there, they'll have to go for a moment. But Maposhka, they still got a ward here. And now they don't.
Collapse has been smoked for so long.
They just can't find an opening. LGD just this impenetrable wall that doesn't break formation.
Yeah, they just keep popping them, but they can't find their fight. They might even be running low at this point.
19-1. So now, with Roche respawned, LGD dotting their I's and crossing their T's, and looking to close this one out with the shard in tow.
This is an emphatic victory at this point. You know, this is not the way you want to go into a Game 5 from Team Spirit. It's one thing to just like have a loss and sort of like, okay, well, you know, we couldn't close it out in 3, but that's cool. We can do it in 4, whatever. You remember those 2 games, guys?
Hey, they seem a long time ago.
And they seem like a very long time ago at this point.
Faithion. Hold back there. You'll see afterwards, but close enough to turn that into a fight. Another Shadow Step used just to slow down Faithion from going in for another round of this.
Toronto Tokyo's just drawing on the map down there. Throwing every trap possible to hold on that one tier 2, right? Force them to go for the throne.
And they're gonna do it. Walks right on in.
Happy to oblige.
Ame, he's ready. He wants to not relive the ghosts of the past. He wants to close this game out here in style. And so far, He's doing it. Turns. Fight not see it. Oh, and Deathless so turned out to Y. Just grip to the side. Oh. 23-3, a stable GD.
Did he get a blink call?
It didn't happen. It was just too good.
The whole game, that was crazy. They never came online, quite frankly. Like this lineup was not allowed to operate in any facet whatsoever for team.
But what an unbelievable experience, again, for LGD to be able to pull this back from that 2-0 start. Just incredibly impressive stuff.
All right, it's okay, though. You just say, like, it was draft, guys. I think we can all agree the draft looked rough. Thus, the game looked rough. So you go forward, you shift things up, and Team Spirit will hopefully give us more of a challenge for LGD in Game 5.
Optimistic as always. We'll see if it ends up playing out. But for now, let's head back to the panel.
The series is tied 2-2. We will go into a Game 5 here in these grand finals at the International 10. I'm joined by BSJ, Effie, and Jenkins. And we're going to break down that Game 4. Jenkins, I want to start with... well, let's start with Team Spirit doubling their skill score there in the final second.
I don't know if there's any breaking down these games. Like, I legit don't. This shit is scripted. It's scripted. Like... How does every TI end like this?
No, it doesn't,
At some point, it's got to stop. I don't understand. It's like the amount of people that came up to me today. And it's like, okay, so Secret was supposed to win. Everybody thought Secret was going to win, right? And then we get into the grand finals, and it's like, oh, LGD is going to shellac them. And then after Game 1, it's like, oh my God, dude, LGD's lost it. They're done. And then that happens. Literally, whatever you think will happen won't happen. So what do? How can I break that down? I'm sorry. I just can't believe it. Year after year, TI, it just delivers.
It is just delivering, Effie. It's a great series so far.
Well, there's so much to say, but I just want to comment on the mental fortitude that PSG LGD just showed, because a lot of us in the green room, we were sitting and watching the game, right? And after those two stomps, quite frankly, by Spirit, we were just thinking, did they do it? Did they mentally break down PSG LGD? But no, they walked off, they regrouped. Everyone thought they were so stubborn with that Magnus, but they beat them.
Nobody expected that. Everybody was like, oh my God, they let Magnus through again. They're so stubborn. What are they doing? Literally everybody was wrong. I can tell you, I was sitting in that stadium. Every single person was saying, what is wrong with them? I was reading Twitter. What is wrong with them? They let the Magnus through.
But that's why they're on Twitter. That's why they're in the stadium, and that's why they're not playing.
Experts.
Okay, so we talk about the fact that they lost the draft in Game 4, but we have to think about the mind games coming through this entire 4-game series so far, and they got Mag, lost with it, to a Spectre, and then they're like, oh, we'll give LGD Mag this time. We'll pick Spectre, but it was the Undying with the Spectre that was really causing the issues, and it's just not they lost to the way that they lost, which has to be some sort of mental defeat. I hope whatever I said made more sense than what Jenkins has been talking about.
Nothing makes sense. We're pretending.
They've been training for this for 2 years. So
Yeah, I mean they have. So far, there's been two TIs before this. This is the third TI that there's a game 5 in a grand finals, and PSG LGD has already experienced this. They were already in a game 5, Brian, with Ame actually as well.
It's a little bit different this time because in the previous one, they were up 2-1 going into game 4. They were up by 15K, I believe, in game 4, and OG made this crazy comeback. And instead, they've got all the momentum going in. I feel like they feel strategically superior. They're like, those first 2 games, like whatever happened, shake it off. They had only lost 2 games throughout the entirety of a TI prior to that series. So I think LGD is in a way better spot going into game 5.
Dude, they looked broken. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I saw the cameras on them, and I was thinking, oh, God, they're done. They looked so broken. They looked sad. Their eyes were watery. And then that happens. I think the Tinker game was like a huge turning point. I think that draft was just a lot easier to execute. It gave them the taste for blood again. And then in the next game, it's just like they're just back to like prime LGD. It's what they said in an interview. Like they learned from the losses, and they're grateful to the enemy teams for giving them the opportunity to learn, and that's what I felt after the Tinker game.
Yeah, we heard from Zawade right after the draft, and he was saying that some of the things that he told the team in between games before game 4 was don't be afraid. If we lose together, we lose together, and otherwise we always have next year, Effie.
yeah, I mean that's just how you want your coach to be, but I think that right now, LGD are just in a position to take it all. And as amazing as Spirit's run has been, they've got the momentum now on LGD. And just hopefully, regardless of the outcome, both teams should be proud of themselves for what they've done today.
Yeah, we've highlighted Team Spirit a lot because obviously they were on match point for 2 games now. We are going to highlight PSG LGD a little bit more because now they are also on match point, and one of these 2 teams will take home $18 million and the World Championship and the Aegis. A lot on the line for this one game of Dota 2. So far, we only have 5 players in the world that have a 2-time TI championship to their names. If PSG LGD were to win this game 5, we'll have 7 in total because Faith Beyond and Y were on the winning roster of Wings in TI6. And they will also have a 100% win rate at TI because they have only played that TI6, Brian. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, they're doing the OG, but instead of taking like 6 months off, they take 4 years off and just come back and win another TI. But we talk about the money. I'm a little bit of a math nerd myself. We're looking at $13 million between the 2 teams, between first and second.
Yes.
If it's like an average 40-minute game, that's about $300K a minute that they're playing the game of Dota. If you average 10 CS a minute, that seems pretty reasonable. That means every time you hit a creep, that's $30,000 if you win this game.
That's such a carry. That is such a carry way of breaking it down. Okay,
Just
let me tell you
imagine that.
from the offline
30K.
perspective.
30K.
For every death, it's $300,000 for every death you feed. There's the offlane perspective.
It's more like $1 million. You're not
Okay,
gonna.
sorry.
Actually, for you, you'd probably die that many times. Never mind.
He's right.
No, there is a lot of pressure indeed with the money on the line, with the prestige on the line as well, and on the flip side of perhaps having a 2-time champ, Nothing to Say has not been at a single TI yet. This is his first one, and he has a potential to become the next Royal Roader. The last Royal Roader we had was Thompson at TI8. Before that, it was GH at TI7. And before that, it was the full Wings lineup. But it is pretty crazy because all those names we hear time and time again, we talk about Thompson, GH. They're some of the best players in their roles, still are. And it just gives me a lot of giddiness for the season and the seasons to come, Effie.
And just speaking of Nothing to Say, he rose to prominence and kind of made himself known through Tinker. He was just a pub star who spammed Tinker, much to everyone's annoyance. And the hero that kept them in the TI Grand Finals was Tinker.
Turning point. Yep.
It's just everything goes back full circle. Every TI has some kind of magical story, and it's just incredible that we can see this level of Dota come out consistently from new players every year, it feels like.
It's very reminiscent of Thompson, like Pugna.
I got a
breaking
thought.
it out in the last series.
All right.
Oh, no.
I believe that if you can turn around a best of 5 like this, if you do this when every CS is worth $30,000 goddamn dollars, then you should receive an honorary PhD in psychology from like Harvard or wherever.
I don't know if it works that way, but I
should.
will tell you that in TI Grand Finals history, it's never happened that someone did a reverse sweep. This year alone, we did see the reverse sweep with EG versus IG in the Grand Finals of the Singapore Major. Of course, it all started with that question mark.
They should get master's degrees. This is PhD.
I mean, it is being able to recover from that level of pressure and stress that is on that final game. But I also think that it is, with a Game 5, Effie, it's very simple for Team Spirit to also probably reset because they have also been in this situation before.
I think every team is able to reset in a way, but we don't actually know what goes on behind the scenes in their, I don't know, in their little powwow, I guess, after the game goes on. But what we know right now is PSG, LGD beat them when they were playing their hero and then took their hero and beat them with it. And now they've got the 2-game win momentum. And they also have first choice, right, for the next game. So it's looking a lot harder for Spirit than it is for PSG, LGD this game.
It is. It is looking pretty rough for Team Spirit as well, but they also know they've got a full region behind them. They are the first Eastern European team to be standing on these Grand Finals since 2013. It's been a long time coming. That being said, PSG LGD, of course, also having a lot of pressure because it has been quite a while since a Chinese team lifted that Aegis, and they know what it would mean to not just their organization and their team, but to the entire country if they were to indeed lift that Aegis. We'll see who gets to do it, though. We'll see who will take home that Aegis. It is going to be either Team Spirit or PSG LGD. It is one game of Dota 2. And I think it's going to be very important for both these teams to strip away these Grand Finals, to just relax. We see a lot of players, by the way, always take off their shoes. You know, they gotta recreate how they feel when they play at home. In the past, we have had Ice taking off his pants because he preferred to play in his boxers, and that's allowed because you just gotta make yourself comfortable. It is very important. Also, interesting fun fact for you all at home. I know you see sometimes players play with these heat packs. They've got these little heat packs to make their fingers warm. It is not actually cold in these booths. It's not cold. The reason they use these heat packs is because adrenaline makes your blood vessels tighter because, you know, you got to pump that blood real fast. But your extremities, your fingers, you need those to play the game. It's a sport with your hands, so you got to have those heat packs to make your blood vessels wide again. Did you know that, Jenkins?
No, I had absolutely a very bad knowledge of anything medical. Which is why I was saying they should receive PhDs in medicine.
Those aren't even medical. PhDs are not medical.
Well, whatever. I think they should get a PhD in whatever the hell they want if they're going to reverse sweep a TI. But also, I feel like Team Spirit had all the odds stacked against them just a few games ago. And they're in the same position. So what the hell do we know?
They've been in several Game 3s, and we've watched them improve throughout the entire season. You've had the one team that's just consistently at the top, and the other one that's been rising from 4th place in Season 1 of DPC, where they didn't even qualify for the major. And it's all here.
Team, bro.
Yeah. I'm so glad that you brought that up, BSJ, because even if you look at their DPC performance, they've just been slowly getting better. They've just been this team lurking in the shadows. Throughout the Animajor, they impressed. They beat Liquid in their tiebreakers, right? They did so well in groups, better than anyone else expected. And in the DPC Season 2, they almost beat VP. It was such a close game. And when we come here, everyone's whispering about how Spirit have been so strong in scrims, but people kind of just let this team grow into something big without us even knowing. It's just been awesome to watch.
An actual dark horse, not just a team where you don't want to feel bad by being like they're going to get eliminated. They're an actual dark horse
We
team.
can call them a dark dragon because they do have the dragon logo that is like black and white, so they're actually like dark dragon, right?
They've earned it at this point.
They really did. Also, want to remind people of the words that Collapse had said right before their tournament. He was prompted with the question upper bracket, lower bracket, and he, without hesitation, said lower bracket. So he likes to be with the back against the wall, Brian. It makes him perform better.
Just give him a new hero. You know, give a new hero to Yatoro. I give Collapse, the Mag, the Tide. I don't care what's happened up until this point. Pull out your TI8 OG. pick exactly what your players want to play. I don't think strategy is going to matter nearly as much as we maybe give it credit for when this much is on the line.
Agreed. Pick your best heroes, and that's how they beat Secret today. They just pulled up. The draft was looking grim until they pulled out that last pick Storm for Toronto Tokyo, and they absolutely destroyed with it. So just go for comfort, play like you're at home, and see what happens.
So you want Silent and Xiaowei to just go in those booths and have, guys, Game 5 of this TI10 Grand Finals. Everything's on the line. What do you want to play? Is it that simple?
Maybe.
It could be that simple. We are going to find out what is going to happen in this 5th and deciding and final game of TI10. Let's go.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 5.
Hello everyone, welcome to the final draft panel of TI10 because this is Game 5. One game to decide the entire tournament between these two teams.
This is literally the best game Dota has to offer.
It is. This is the best moment of the tournament. What do you guys hope to see from both teams coming in?
You want to go?
I mean, first and foremost, the best.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Miracle moments. This is people working their lives, years and hours and so
didn't ban
much.
Tiny. Sorry. They did not ban Tiny.
Yeah, oh wow. They actually decide, okay, but Mag is also in. So this is something that we know that LGD, they chose first pick.
Yeah.
And most likely they were trying to force this Mag for nothing trade, or they believe that these guys were not going to counter the Mag correctly. But now Team Spirit is changing it up one more time, which is really going to be awesome. But yeah, back to what I was going to say, because this is back against the wall for both teams. This is like the most pressure these people have probably ever been under in their whole lives, or for Ahmed, like he's been so close twice now. I hope to see both teams just fully let go of everything that holds them back, become a team, become the best humans you can, become like the best teammates that you can become, and play the best you can. This is your day. This is your moment. This is for you to show the world what you can do in Dota.
And it's amazing to witness. And I think we're going to get it because this opener from both teams, it shows us a lot of confidence. So I feel like the teams, they found their momentum again, they found their form, and they found their confidence. And that's what matters at this point. And there's a lot to say actually about what's going on. So LGD had the choice and they ended up, so second pick has won. Like game 1, 2, and 3, they were about second pick. LGD was forced back against the wall into a first pick scenario in the game 4 that we just witnessed. They took the mag and they showed how they can make it work and they can also counter it, which was game 3. Team Spirit in game 4, they showed that, in my opinion, they showed LGD they did not have the best understanding and they're going for it here. And I want to say how, like in this game, LGD, they get their best strategy. Tiny is their best strategy. As we said before, they brought this Tiny to the meta. They were the team making it happen. They were the team abusing the Tiny with the Lycan. They know this better than anybody else. They have played the Tiny Lycan versus Secret the other day and against the Secret Mag, and they made it work. Today, Team Spirit, they played versus the Secret Tiny with the Mag, and they won.
Yeah.
But, is LGD better at executing it than Secret? Maybe they are. You can only assume. This game will tell.
Yes, we learned firsthand about the LGD Lycan Tiny very early on before we got to TI, and this strategy, when you see it for the first time, you're like, oh boy, this reminds you of some of the other broken strats that you see come up around TI. And I think, it's nice. It's amazing that we get this in the game 5, and that somebody is manning up to LGD, saying, "We're giving you your best strat, and we're gonna beat you." And
this is the team that theory crafted it. They are the inventors of Tiny and Tiny Lycan. It's scary to go up against it, and I like the Team Spirit confidence. They're getting their Collapse Magnus. One thing that has to be said is Rubik is getting banned. Like, this is gonna be Collapse Magnus at its prime, or it should be, right? Because so far LGD, they have countered it with the Rubik. They understand how to break this cure action. Are they going to get the tools that they need in order to break this cure? We're yet to see. I think that's one of the kind of storyline of this draft. Miposhka Bane has been incredibly good. We saw also Bane dominate the game 4 for LGD. Bane versus Tiny, extremely interesting matchup. Why is that? Because Enfeeble attack damage for 60%. It's really big. Tiny plays on this base damage. Actually, a Tiny that goes on somebody while being enfeebled does ridiculously low damage, actually. It does counter him. It's a hero that's very undervalued, in my opinion, against Tiny. Of course, banning to Lycan, it can be a little bit scary, but yet again, this is all about, this strategy, this Tiny strategy, is all about getting this Tiny to kind of a critical mass that nothing can deal with.
I do think that you'll eventually get some plays, or if we're going to see it, and we're going to see it executed really well, you're also going to see the Lycan vision being used, and Lycan versus Bane, Lycan versus Mag, it's a lot about the vision. Ideally, LGD, they get to start the fight, either through the Tiny Shadow Blade or Bling, or something else, you know. Tinker fits well in these kind of drafts, because you have the Lycan to enable you, and if you have a good lane, you can also have a stable game, and now your scaling is unreal. This is something that I think Team Spirit should keep in mind. They should keep in mind these Tinkers, they should keep in mind their best heroes, and also for them, what are we going to do against this Tiny now? Are we trying to push him out of his comfort zone, play on early timings before he gets bitten and 20-minute shard and all those things? Or are we actually going to try to pick this Nyx, Ursa? I saw Ursa ban. And they're going to pick a hero like Faceless Void with the Mag to try and take these fights later on against this monster.
Which style do you think is a better counter to the Tiny Lycan? Because this combos ran rampant in TI.
I'm in the Tiny boat. I am very much in the Tiny boat.
It's too much.
No, this is an Angel Arena hero. Yeah. This is not a Dota hero.
You have to beat it before it hits its timings. Nothing beats it. Like, at least that's our read. Is like, you will not scale into this. It's not gonna happen. Especially against LGD, they understand the timings. They're gonna push it at the perfect time. They will not lose. They're not gonna waste a single second in this game. As soon as they have the upper hand, they will push it. They will end the game. You have to beat it before, and you can. This Tiny doesn't. Like, he actually he mechanically cannot play quicker than the 20 minutes. It's just a Dota mechanic. He cannot buy the shard before minute 20.
I would argue there's a Shadow Blade timing that changes a little bit, because he actually can defend this tower, surprise you, get solo kills. But other than that, like, you still want to abuse him, because with this naked Shadow Blade or with something else like that, like one slow, one spell, you're at risk of dying and getting dragged into a bad fight.
Okay.
They're just going for it. They're picking all three of the cores in a row.
I'm not so sure it's a core. I mean, it might be. It might very well be.
You think it's a support Kunkka, maybe?
I'm not sure. I think it's very scary to pick the Kunkka like that. They maybe have a read where...
I think it's a stabilizing thing for them. I think they're actually so confident that this hero is not losing mid and is going to stabilize the mid game and the early game through his both fights. That would be my read on it.
I mean, I see it. It is indeed probably the best hero to stabilize the game for the Tiny Lycan, because the holes of Tiny Lycan is, it's the first pick Tiny, it's the first phase Lycan. Like, these heroes are gonna be, they should be punished on lanes. They should be punished in the game. You're just announcing, hey, this is a Tiny Lycan game. You know, so of course the Team Spirit is gonna try to abuse that. So these heroes are gonna have to, somebody's gonna have to make space for them. You know, you want to consider that they're not gonna have the perfect Tiny Lycan game, or the opposing team kind of messed up the draft. So Kunkka is here to help them stabilize. You know, Kunkka's a great laner. The bolt is good in every game in the early fights and whatnot. So this could explain why they feel like we need to get our hands on this Kunkka, especially because the hero that they might pick later is gonna get counterpicked anyway.
Didn't they only pick Yatoro's hero in the last 2 games that they lost early? Now they're again going back to picking his very late.
Yeah, and it makes sense with what a hero pool he's displayed on the main stage.
I'm just wondering what he's going to be playing now with all these bans that are coming out for him. Like, the heroes that I think, if they ban the Faceless Void now, I wonder what he's going to look at with this Mag versus this Tiny.
So with these 8 heroes picked, which side do you favor going into these final picks?
I'm on the Tiny boat.
Yeah.
Just a Tiny boat?
Tiny Lycan boat.
If you want to break this Tiny, you have to use the fact that he comes online late. I mean, everything is relative, but he comes online post minute 20. Yeah. Same for the Lycan. He should have a bad lane. He's buying Ags, so all the gold that he, you know, builds towards these Ags is useless. Lycan with 3k gold, or this with the blade and the staff of wizard, like, it does nothing. When the Axe comes and the shard comes, this is when the power spike is crazy. But before that, these are 2 heroes that are actually really bad at fighting. They're really bad at, you know, at stunning, at catching. They don't do much. So, and I think you have to use that opening. But so far, I think the Spirit heroes, I don't know if they truly do that.
And if you think about it from that perspective, I feel like Kunkka and Skywrath, you're trying to run at them, hit that strong timing, but they have the potential to burst anyone. Yeah. And you have some Bane saves, some Winter Armor save, but it might not be enough for Skywrath.
And I also think the Skywrath was a preemptive pick for Toronto to Tokyo. Like, or if he wasn't going to play Invoker, which was not banned, then the Skywrath silence is always good against the Spirits. And I think they picked this knowing what's coming, knowing what this Dota game is already kind of shaping out to be. So I think it was also a good pick to, now you see this Ember, you see this Byron, and you actually see the Skywrath value that's going to happen in these early fights. It could happen.
To me, I feel like there's a hole though in LGD's draft, in the sense that you pick Lycan into Mag Wyvern, and you pick Tiny into Mag Wyvern, and Mag Wyvern, they have really good plays against that. And when they played against Secret, they did play the same lineup. They played Tiny Lycan into Mag Wyvern, and they had a Puck and a Phoenix, which are heroes that excel at messing with the backline. They stopped the Bane and the Wyvern and the Mag from pressing the spell how they want to. I see a hole in the sense that Kunkka and Skyras, they don't do that. This Wyvern is going to have free fights. Same for the Mag, same for the Bane, and that worries me a lot. You know, for LGD, I think the fights are going to be much harder, and we saw Secret today, and I think the whole in their draft was they had a Shadow Demon and the Lina with the Mag, with the Tiny and the Lycan, and these heroes don't really complement. You know, they don't counter what counters the Tiny Lycan.
Yeah. Something I want to mention actually is that they picked Meg and they banned Rubicon to protect it. I think this Kunkka pick actually came because X has a similar function. Like if Magnus gets a skewer and you X and redirect him, or you X your ally, you can stop that skewer play from coming in.
That's quite interesting. Yeah, you can actually X the Tiny. Yep.
We also see Enchantress coming in. I think this hero, you know, they have the slow lineup, but something you can do is you can play really aggressive early with Enchantress. There's double range supports and a Magnus. This hero can actually snowball this game.
Yeah, he definitely can.
I like these types of Dota drafts. I really like these drafts that are a bit lackluster too. Like I'm a big fan of Enshkaret, especially back in the day, but there's a big hole, which is your AoE, your team fight, your ability to fight into them. Oh, TB, the draft, okay. But still, they're banking everything on this Christmas tree wolf that's going to happen at some point, and it breaks the whole game, you know? And this is also the Ench, it's just here to help that happen, to make that happen.
It really seems like LGD doubled down on we are going to secure the strongest 20-minute timing.
Yes.
And Team Spirit, I actually think that LGD is on a time. Cannot enforce this 20-minute timing and snowball the game. This is when the Wyvern, the TB, the Magnuses, they will scale greatly. So it's going to be down to can LGD execute their best strategy.
Yeah.
That's an exciting matchup for Game 5 of the finals, because LGD, like, you look at them throughout the tournament, they've always been hitting their timings. You look at Spirit, they've been breaking teams at what they do best. And now we have the Game 5 where they're matching up here.
I want to see Yules, I want to see a way to stop this cure. Collapse has proven you cannot play against his Magnus if you don't have ways to deal with this cure. And LGD, they don't really have that. I feel like both teams got very powerful tools. It's kind of scary.
You think you're going to see the X mark? I can see it.
It's harder than the Rubik one. Like, I think it's much harder, but I think it might happen. Even if you have to go high ground, you X the Tiny, you hit the tower.
But then you have to create a situation where the Tiny is getting something done. You know, in the mid game and stuff, it's not the same. It's exciting. Both teams have great tools to take it on.
Last time Miposhka played Vyron, he owned the game.
Yeah. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, that's what we wish for. It's like, can both teams get a solid draft? Can they get their comfort? They did. We're in for a treat.
So who do you guys think the most important hero on LGD is for them to hit their timing? Like, whose early game matters the most?
Obviously the Kunkka, and I would also say the supports will have a huge part to play. The Lycan, the Tiny, they still have roles to play in the early game. Everybody does, and if you can help negate pressure, if you can get that random support kill if they're doing something illegal in your jungle, or kill the wave with your hero, sure. But if Kunkka is owning and if Skyra's having a good game, they can make so much happen together.
And for the Team Spirit side, do you think there's anyone who can sort of stop that onslaught early?
They're going to look at the Ember.
Yeah.
Ember. Everybody's looking at Ember for this match. Yeah.
It has to be the Ember.
And now we're going to the final game of TI10. But before we go into game, we'll be coming to Sumi with Team Spirit's coach Silent.
Expectation.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the deciding Game 5 here at the TI10 Grand Finals. Team Spirit against PSG LGD. I'm Odie Pixel, joined, of course, once again by the fabulous Insania. What have we got in front of us here? What have we got in store for us this game, Aiden?
Man, what a crazy game. I think the last game was very, very much in LGD's favor straight from the draft. I think this is really even, and I completely agree with what Seb had to say, where I think both teams have different things going for themselves. I think if this game does scale up, if it goes very slowly, if the 20-minute timing from the Tiny isn't abused, then LGD's draft is going to just lack in power as the game scales up. I'm a little bit worried about how much the impact of Sky, Kunkka, Enchantress combo can have together around the map, and how well Team Spirit will be able to shut it down. I think runes, just like Sion said, luck, you know? And I don't think he was joking. Luck really does matter. If they get those power runes, it's going to be huge for them.
I mean, we saw as well from Spirit the sort of the very carefree attitude it worked out at the start of this series. I've been asked before the first game, you know, how the preparation was. Silent said, well, we didn't get to do much at all. We're just turning up to play and have a bit of fun. That fun certainly looked to be effective in Game 1 and Game 2, but Game 3 and Game 4, as we've just seen, PSG LGD, they have stepped it up. They've hit back hard. And now is the time to see if they can continue on the road to the reverse sweep, or Team Spirit can find that magic that was getting them through the first 2 games of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a battle of the mid laners come after the laning phase. I think the laning phase is probably going to be fairly even. Both heroes will farm fairly well, but that 6-minute rune, Owen, I think whoever gets that 6-minute rune actually has a massive edge in this game, because they're going to get to decide what happens, and the other team has to respond.
Absolutely. We've seen the importance of those timings, those power runes already many times in the series, many times in the tournament itself. Both teams will fully be aware of this, and we'll see a lot of focus around that first spawn. Looking at the side lanes here, getting into the action, who's having the rough time here in the early game?
I actually think most lanes are just going to be fairly farmy. The top side of the map, I think, is probably where you're going to see the most kind of action. There's a little bit of threat from the tiny edge to potentially make some sort of kill move, but I really think it's right now, you know, you want to get as much farm as you can out of the lanes before the supports have to rotate out. So I expect all 6 cores of this game to have a fairly decent start.
All right, well, we'll see if there's going to be any slip-ups in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's very even so far.
Mid lane, 11 for 1 against the 8 for 0. Of course, Toronto Tokyo taking quite the hit from the Tidebringers, and nothing to say. Bottom lane, Xingqiu. It's a little low here, but into the trees he goes. A TP away just in time before Yatoro is able to hunt him down.
Yep, so the Metamorphosis has been popped, but they have link control up top, and the advantage of having link control is the TB can't really run you down with his ranged attack the way he wants to, so not the ideal position for this meta to be used. If you're able to use it right outside of your own tier 1 tower, you can kind of zone out any other hero to come into the lane, but Faithbeyond's doing just fine during this meta.
Poshka trying his best to get Xingqiu away from his Terrorblade, keep that area safe for Yatoro.
Yeah, nothing to say, he's doing very well mid. I'm a little bit surprised at this. He's almost a full creep wave ahead.
I'll see the courier taken out up top. Mirror continuing to trade as best they can here with White.
Yeah, doing a good job, making sure this top hard camp is blocked. Oh,
I'm going to try to move up. I mean, Collapse has hit the level 3. See if he's got enough lockdown and damage to take this kill, and yes, he does. At the same time in the mid lane, Toronto Tokyo very low there. Has to get out of the range of a potential Tidebringer. He will, but there we have it. First blood up top. A good quick read from Spirit there as soon as they knew that they had the setup and the level 3 on Magnus.
Yeah, this mid lane is going excellently for nothing to say. Toronto Tokyo here has a hard choice of do I go for the bounty rune or do I stay in the lane and try to farm. Ooh, nice sleight of fist. Dodges out to Torrent. But yeah, overall, I think very stable lanes all around. TB liking about E. Mid lane is really the only outstanding lane so far to me.
Sure, and we know how scary Nothing to Say can get when he has a start like this. The setups that he'll be able to offer to the team, they're going to be huge, and a fair bit of damage to follow up each and every time that Nothing to Say gets a catch.
Yeah, and LGD really on top of refilling the bottle, right? You see Toronto Tokyo's not quite getting the same support mid, and that's because their heroes are forced to stay in their lanes right now. They can't really move their pieces on the map. And already winning the lane, getting that free bottle refill, he's going to be able to steal the small camp away from Ember. This is huge. Nothing to Say is off to a great start in this Game 5 of the Grand Final.
And it's very hard for Toronto Tokyo to do too much about it. Of course, Kunkka early on. Some of HP, he's not going to be too scared of being burnt down by the Ember at the early levels.
Yeah, and up top you see, like, this is generally how the early game is developing in this Grand Final, where the Tiny gets the 1 versus 1 lane against the Mag, because there's no real kill threat. Neither side can really pressure each other too much, and the two supports are kind of battling it out in the jungle. Here we go, Collapse is really far up into the lane. This could be a lot of pressure.
See Mirror. Back at his side though, in case Arme and White
yep.
find the connection.
I feel like the one small edge PSG LGD has had in this grand final is they're able to keep their safe lane really close to their tower constantly. They're not losing lane control on their safe lane. And it's allowing for them to have very good creep equilibrium, and that then in return makes Collapse forced to play much safer.
Oh, see Mirror not quite able to close the gap on the courier. Has left Collapse rather on his own. Nice little circle around the tree line will keep Collapse away from the two of them.
He's actually a player that very often manages to get these jukes where he kind of takes a route that people don't expect him to and gets out of these tricky situations. Wonder if he can get out now, though. Wise on top of him. He has a slow.
It's a fair bit of damage. Does still have the skewer for a follow-up impetus, or the combo of Arme can close in on him.
Yep. Faith Beyond getting initiated on bottom. Flies used, meta's used, but immediate TP out. Again, great presence of mind. You can tell why these players are in the grand finals. They're not giving anything away for free. It's not like neither team is attempting to make moves. It's just both teams are really on top of it. As mid.
See the setup here with the combo. Nice dodge. Flies off to the side here, Toronto, Tokyo. In fact, over in the triangle, they are able to catch out. Or in fact, well, he did deny the bounty room, but it will cost him his life. Coming over for that one there, as Team Spirit were prepared for that move.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo picks up the illusion rune there. So a little bit of miscoordination there. I think if you time that Ancient Seal a bit better, generally speaking, you know, you're going to use an exit torrent. If you get the silence after the torrent goes off, then the potential to get the boat in is there. And I think if they did the combo that way, they might have gotten the kill. But of course, the fear of Ember potentially dodging the torrent with a slide forced them to use it too early.
Yeah, now they've sort of shown their hand mid. It's going to be hard for them to make that play again. Top lane, the Nightmare set up onto Arme. Collapse. It's got enough damage. Doesn't look like quite. The shockwave will miss. Still trying to chase down Arme, but the shockwave and skewer already expended. There's no further threat here against the Tiny. Arme is going to be fine.
That's good pressure though. They force them off of the lane. They finally have managed to get lane control up top, and immediately when they get it, they have the opportunity to pressure the Tiny. So force them off the wave, force them to go into the jungle, and he doesn't have any sustain, right? So he's going to have to spend gold on getting some extra regen.
They're going for him early on here with the three of them surrounding the Terrorblade. Yatoro is trapped in the trees. The moves from the supports of PSG LGD start to come in. See the counterplay attempted. Set up with the Nightmare, but the TP's already coming over for nothing to say. He'll be ready to fight if Team Spirit push any further, and they won't. They'll respect the potential of a backup coming in for Arme. They step away to not be caught out by the combo of the Kunkka.
Yeah, Battle of the Power Rune now resumes. It's about 30 seconds left, so both teams probably talking about which supports can we bring to the runes, who can be there in time to help out. One haste, one DD, it can change the flow of the game entirely.
Toronto Tokyo also just sort of cutting the wave, maybe getting the momentum of the mid lane in such a state that he'll have that ability to check the rune, but yeah, PSG LGD just fully on it.
DD. It's a big rune. This allows you now to have the damage to potentially burst a hero that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And bottom lane, Faith Beyond's really trying to pressure this tower. And now that he's forced out the Arctic burn from Imposhka, Imposhka has to be very safe. He can't really sit there and be as annoying anymore and just continuously nuke the creeps. So expect this bottom tower to start falling. Meanwhile, top, is doing a great job of just defending.
He is. He's clearing out the wave, holding off the pressure. Something that Team Spirit can't quite do themselves here down bottom. Faith Beyond.
So here, it's an important smoke here that LGD are doing. They recognize that is going to sit at the tower. The Radiant team can't really defend their own bottom tower. So what are they going to do? They're going to mirror your play. They're going to go and attempt to take top lane tier 1 tower. So the smoke up here, it's a preemptive move in case Team Spirit tries to do something. But Spirit reads it perfectly. They are aware.
And making sure not to get caught out by these early moves as PSG LGD do start to slowly ramp up an early gold advantage. Now hitting the 1k lead, they'll be able to catch themselves. A lonely Bane in the river, Mira.
Yeah, and Yatoro actually gives his position away. He used the reflection there, so now they know the Terrorblade's in the triangle. And you can look bottom, Faith Beyond has absolutely no fear. There's no hero that could gank him in any shape, way, or form. So he's off to a really, really good start. And when we talked about the draft coming into it, it's all about timings, right? So you want, ideally, for him to finish up his Helm of the Overlord and the Aghanim Scepter before 20 minutes. And if the game continues the way it is right now, it's highly likely to happen.
Double damage.
I'm a Spirit. I do want to try and put the pressure up top. Try and push Arme out of this top area of the map. See in the mid lane. Going for the catch, but again, Toronto Tokyo fully prepared.
Yep.
Well out of the way.
Spirit are aware that the boat was used, and that means the top tower is very unlikely to be defended.
It's hard for them to get on top of Arme. Again, playing smart with the Avalanche, putting a stop to the combo. And now time's been bought for PSG LGD to come around. Yatoro immediately out with the TP. Doesn't want to be around here anymore. Mira will get found in the trees, though. Another death here on the Bane as PSG LGD continue to fight back against Spirit's attempts to get something done whilst the pushes are coming in elsewhere from PSG LGD there. Definitely getting a little bit more done in this first 10 minutes.
Yep, they absolutely are. And Purge Creep here on the Lycan. This allows you to take away the level 4 Flame Guard from the Ember, which is his major fighting tool right now in the early game. So that gets purged, immediately has to back off. This tower's gone.
Oh, look at this timing here. 10 minutes, a second tier 1 tower. They're playing it fast, PSG LGD.
Yeah, LGD have the entire map to play with right now. They're controlling the entire... It's basically wherever they want to go, wherever they want to kill, is an option for them. And Team Spirit, they just have to try to play this map split game where they're dragging the PSG LGD heroes around and trying to get Yatoro to farm safely behind everybody else.
We're not going to see what the space the Collapse has got. He's going to have a good timing here on the Blink Dagger. I mean, how proactive do you expect to see them be here with this Blink pickup? Is it an immediate smoke and an attempt for a kill?
I think very likely they're going to try to make some counter move, where they try to set up a play where they expect LGD to do something and they know where their heroes are going to be, and then they're set up ready to take that fight. I don't really expect them to make some aggressive smoke, most likely around some enemy tower or in order to defend one of their own.
See just this constant micro here.
Oh my god, Faith Beyond's being so annoying. Toronto Tokyo's trying to farm jungle with his Flame Guard, but he's just purging it off every single time.
And he's taking all the camps himself, Faith Beyond here with the walls.
Yeah, and it's a tough position to be in if you're Team Spirit. You've really drafted this very late game heavy draft. You know it's going to take a long time for you to come online. I think if you see a team like OG play December Spirit, he probably would have gone for more of a slight chain build and try to make moves, try to set up tempo, and try to break up the pace of the game. But Toronto Tokyo opted to go for the more farm heavy route. So their draft is going to come online much later than PSG LGD's, and that's why they're allowed to dominate the early game the way they have been.
Nothing to say. He wants to set up in the mid. Arcane Rune in the bottle. Full armlet. On top of the phase. Very tanky Kunkka this early on, and a lot of damage to dish out.
Yep. And if we take a look at the vision game, which we've been talking about so much during this series, because it's just so important, you notice you have the scouting wolves from Faith Beyond, so there's extra 2 wards basically that are running around the map and providing vision for LGD. And then on top of that, the Team Spirit wards are so defensively placed. They're right outside of their own towers, protecting their triangle and protecting their tier 2 bottom tower. So it's not really giving them any information about what's going on in the game. They don't really see any heroes on these wards. Whilst LGD feel very comfortable moving around the map. So vision superiority definitely in favor of LGD. They understand what's going on the game right now much better than Team Spirit does. Team Spirit's playing exclusively off of game sense.
You can see the confidence from PSG LGD because of that vision control. Smoke ups, they swing through the triangle here of Team Spirit. See if Spirit gets caught out on the top. They don't. Yatoro
Man, he always sniffs it out. Yatoro's so good at sniffing it out, I feel like.
Yeah, and he's made the call for Collapse to back off as well. They're both out of here.
Yeah, and this is purely a game sense read. This is him looking at the minimap, understanding what LGD is doing, and responding to it perfectly. There was no information of that play coming. Wonderfully done. There's a little bit of a play attempt set up in the bottom lane. But they just don't have the damage.
It's hard just with the 2 of them. Not a job for the supports alone.
But look at Yatoro. He's making his way over.
I mean, maybe indeed with the Terrorblade and the Metamorphosis they could get the damage done if they get a grip onto Arme. He is tanky though, 2.4 and 2400 HP. He's got the Echo Saber, the treads. See if they can do it. Nightmare setup. Instantly TPs are coming in. See if they can do the damage quick enough. Yatoro focusing down with the Metamorphosis and the illusions. They'll be able to take it. The kill off Arme. Mystic Flare's coming in, but Yatoro is able to sidestep it. PSG LGD, can they get a grab in return? Nothing to say. Trying to charge in. See Mira head into the trees, trying to distract them from the rest of them, but here comes the micro from White.
Nice.
He's able to lock down Maposhka here with a setup from the Centaur, dragged back into the combo. He'll try his best to break the combo. Nothing to say here with the curse thrown out Maposhka, but he will still end up going down. Still though, Spirit, they'll take that. They got in, they're able to take Arme off the map. Yatoro is able to continue to farm here with the benefit of Collapse and the Empower.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they did use both the Lycan form and the boat. And if we think about how LGD wants to play this game, it's important for them to have their cooldowns to get big kills or get big moments. While Team Spirit are happy every time nothing's happening in the game, they feel like they're getting ahead. They feel like they're progressing their game. And that's exactly what's going on now, right? They know there's no Lycan form, there's no boat, there's no team fight that's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. And they're very happy about that.
Yeah, we're seeing as well Toronto Tokyo able to silently play his game here. He's been getting a lot of space. We see already with this time with the first time pick up the Yules. He's already rather hard for PSG LGD to catch. He's got the Javelin on his way towards the Maelstrom. So his game, his farm certainly going to be picking up pretty soon here. We'll see PSG LGD are able to find any more action to keep this lead going. Arme in the neighborhood, ready to brawl in the jungle of Spirit. If Spirit give it to them, but so far in this game 5, Spirit, they've returned to sort of that fantastic ability to read the moves and just avoid any sort of engagement that is not preferable for them to be involved in.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing some sort of like Enchantress Skywrath type draft, you want to be getting kills right now. You want to be punishing them. And if you take a look at the graphs, it's been about a 2 to 3k lead for most of the game. They're not really progressing on LGD's side. Yes, they're ahead, but they're not getting more ahead. And with their style of draft, you want to be getting more ahead as the game progresses. So it's looking like that 20-minute timing really is going to be everything for them.
Absolutely, especially now with the Shadow Blade done on Arme. I mean, he is ready to be an incredible killer at this stage, of course. The power of the Tiny, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I think the 2 supports from Team Spirit are going to be really, really important for this upcoming team fight. Because if Bane is able to get a grip on the Tiny for long enough for TB to take good positioning and output damage, that might just be enough for them to win the game. If this Tiny goes down, PSG LGD's draft has nothing. It's all about Ame.
This time around, Mira and Miposhka having collapsed by their side. Arme. He's just got himself Xinkyu behind him. Setting up with the Shadow Blade in preparation to clear out the wave. We'll see if Spirit hang around to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, Miposhka with the read. He does have a sentry. Oof. Looked like he might have ran up with that wave if Ahmed had just been slightly more patient. So if we take a look at items, you see the Winter Wyvern's building the Blink. He understands one good curse, you know? It's all about getting that one good spell off. So having the positioning, staying back, and then blinking at the right moment, that's going to be what he's going for. And they're giving him space, right? They're letting Miposhka sit down here to try to finish up the Blink. They understand how important this is.
No, absolutely. It's going to be huge, these curses, against a lineup where you're running these 3 melee cores that want to be charging in at you. Absolutely possibilities for a huge turnaround Winter's Curse to come out in these team fights.
Yeah, there definitely is. And if you look at Yatoro, he's building up for that Eye of Skadi. He wants to be tanky enough to tank the damage and then potentially get a Sunder off. That's going to be this big game for him. If he's able to stand his ground with Skadi and the Tiny initiates on anything but him, he might just be able to be tanky enough to stay alive. The one person who's really not getting any farm in this game right now is Collapse. He's kind of understood that, you know what, I'm just going to get my shard, and I'm going to be happy with that. If I can have it by 20 minutes, that's everything I need.
Yeah, we've seen before from Collapse how much he can get done with limited resources. This man's Magnus, certainly something to be feared. Something that got tripped up in the game, of course, where Xinkyu had the Rubik to deal with it. Something that isn't, of course, here this time round. So a bit more free of a game for Collapse to make his moves occur.
I feel like both teams are just waiting for this 20 minutes. I mean, if the pacing keeps going like this, I mean, LGD is going to hit their timing, and then you really got to look at that team fight. The nice thing about having so much time right now is I expect Team Spirit to be really ready for that fight when it comes. But look at this. LGD are going to try to make a move right before it.
Yeah, here they go. Ancient Thunderhide leading the charge. Of course, we'll be spotted out here by Spirit. I know that there's likely going to be some action following it.
Great read from Spirit again. And look up top, Yatoro's just farming. 5 heroes committed down here for LGD, but Yatoro has the space that he wants.
They get a grab underneath the tier 2 tower. Xinkyu, nothing to say, they're going to try. Collapse, he's going to go with the RP just onto Xinkyu, drag the Scarab underneath the tower. They will lose the Wyvern in return, but Yatoro's ready to turn up. The group's there. They've clawed nothing to say underneath the tower. Yatoro's bid this off, but now though, Sleight of Fist comes out as they're looking to turn under nothing to say. They get him. Jump forward with the remnant. He's looking for more. Toronto Tokyo in with the chains onto both Y and Arme. Arme goes down. Y and Fabian lost your life, but not for long. That Shockwave claims the life of the Enchantress. The Spirit or Collapse will end up dying to the Thunderhide of Faith Beyond, but of course that will also get claimed by Yatoro. So more money for them on the defense. An aggressive dive underneath the tier 2 tower. But as we said, the turnaround, it's absolutely there. Yatoro's able to get involved, and PSG LGD, they get punished.
Yeah, beautifully done by Team Spirit. But keep in mind, RP was expended, Metamorphosis was expended, 20-minute timing coming up, and Roshan's available too. So, huge rune, Arcane rune for Ember. This could be a game-winning rune for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think once we see that Lycan form come up, expect them to make some kind of move. Actually, Tiny's missing 1,000 gold for his shard, so probably not going to be able to use his timing. So great fight for Spirit all around. Like, proving that they can kill the Tiny is huge for them.
I mean, Miposhka's maybe even already leading into more action. He's got the Winter's Curse at the ready. Both Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse up here ready to play around him as well.
Yeah, Faith Beyond's about 1,000 gold away from the Ags.
Collapse, he's got that horn toss, he's got that setup. Quick catch and a drag back on to Jin Q, gets him in reach of the rest of the team. They've got to watch out for these pickoffs. So something that Collapse was tearing them apart with earlier in the series.
Yeah, and Collapse has recognized that, you know, the idea from LGD here is to silence him when he blinks into Horn Toss, so he can't get the skewer back. Very similar to how the Rubik functioned in the last game, but this time around they're just going to try to use this silence from Skywrath. So what does he do? He goes for the Sky. Great game understanding from Collapse.
Straight into the pit now as well. Even just with the one member down, with no Sky, no Jin Q, it's still enough that PSG LGD feel that they cannot take this fight there. Letting this go to Spirit.
I feel like the pacing of the game right now, it really does favor Team Spirit, and they expect LGD to make some kind of move to try to break it up. I think they can't just let them farm out this 5-minute Aegis. Expect something to happen before that. Oh, it's such a calm before the storm kind of moment, I feel like. You see Toronto Tokyo is just slowly farming up his items. I mean, this Ember Spirit's been a beast this event, and he's only 1,000 gold off of his own Aghanims. And then after that comes a shard, and then there's just fire remnants everywhere.
And he hasn't been caught yet this game. 1-0-3. Struggled to contain Toronto Tokyo in this early stage. He's also going to have that DD rune ready for the next fight. Level 18, he's going to hurt some of these heroes on the backline. They're not going to stand much of a chance at all. Jin Q and why they better be pretty scared of Toronto Tokyo making the jump in on them.
Yeah, the positioning of the supports, it's really, I think, the story of this game, because both front lines are so tanky. I don't really think they're going to go down without the assistance of the supports from both sides. So Miposhka and Mira going up against Y and Xingqiu. They both have very, very tough positions to be in. You're going to have Ember remnanting into your backline, chasing the Skywrath, chasing the Enchantress. And at the same time, if Tiny gets on top of you, you're just dead. If he gets eyes on you, you're gone.
And here's that time. So they've got the Yags ready on Faith Beyond. Ready to make the move here, as you say. They don't want to be held back by the idea that Yatoro's got an Aegis. They want to fight regardless into it.
Yeah, they understand. If we wait too long, then Yatoro's going to be too strong. And here we go.
Here we go, Arme.
Oh, they see him.
Set up for success here. Looking towards Yatoro. And Poshka, Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse setting up across the cliffside as Y will be the first to get poked upon. See how Team Spirit want to tackle this.
There's a DD on
looking for options.
Tokyo.
Collapse, he's in, instantly caught out by the Ancient Seal, so no skewer to follow. Why?
Chains, back up.
Is there anything they can do to save their Enchantress? I mean, does Wyatt need saving at all? He's going to need to, as the Nightmare holds him back.
Yeah, Wolf Form both used on Lycan as well as Tiny. So this means full reset. Now, Team Spirit are in control of pace. They get to decide what happens in this game.
Yeah, they could push Aegis, Metamorphosis, ready for use here. Tier 2s could be on the table for Team Spirit.
Looking for some kind of pickoff. They know LGD can't fight back if they get on top of their heroes right now.
They've got their eyes on mid. Yatoro starting to rack up the gold again after the Skadi. 2,800. He's got that butterfly queued up. Knows that they're not going to be wanting to pick up any sort of true strike anytime soon here on the heroes of PSG LGD. The evasion would be huge.
I wonder if it's enough, though. I like the idea of the Satanic more. Yeah, he's going for the Satanic. I really like this, because if he can survive the Tiny combo, if he can get through it, you can purge off the silence from the Skywrath, you can get one hit off and then Sunder.
Yeah, the Dispel's beautiful.
I mean, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you're very happy with the pacing of this game. You saw LGD being unable to use their first timing of the game to really do anything. So if this keeps happening like 2-3 more times, then you're in the late game. And boy, are Team Spirit geared up to take that late game.
Ready with the setup top. In fact, Toronto, Tokyo, Invis Rune. Ready to go. See if he can get a surprise jump onto PSG LGD. Why? That's the closest right now. That's just the two supports playing up here, really. Putting themselves in the most dangerous position whilst the cores are able to farm on the safer side of the map.
I think Team Spirit are going to look for some sort of smoke for this bottom triangle ward. This is a ward that they usually fight around when they have it, so let's see what they do. It looks like they're moving over. Gem on Miposhka. They understand the importance of the vision this game. And there's no Tombstone this time, right? They don't have that kind of teamfight vision tool on Team Spirit as they did, or sorry, on LGD as they did in the previous 2 games. Now they're relying on the wolves. So having the gem secures you that there's no wolves on top of you. They don't see where you're moving. They don't know what's going on. So great item pickup by Miposhka, understanding the importance of it. It's a tense game.
I mean, you know, the Team Spirit's got the solid jump, but PSG LGD, they've got the hard hit. If they can get in with the tiny ball, we're going to see Collapse come in. He's in with the horn toss. He's going to look to separate. Nothing to say for the rest of the team. Fiend's grip as well, locking down the Kunkka. They get a quick grab. Nothing to say. Out for a minute.
10 seconds on the Aegis, and once again, the wolf forms are used, but Am is deciding to retreat. They don't see the opening they want. There's no buyback on the Kunkka.
Yeah, it's hard to fight with one of their most farmed cores right now in the game. They need them all up, really, to tackle Team Spirit head on. Bit of timing left on the Metamorphosis, so Team Spirit, they can push on. 26 minutes in, starting to take down this tier 2 tower.
Up top, ooh, quick fingers. Jumped away from the stun of the Tiny.
That's the fortification soon to be coming to an end. You see Spirit, they're happy to go for the dives behind the towers. Toronto Tokyo is in, and he's found himself Jinkyu.
Great recognition there. You know, Tiny initiates on you top. What does that mean? That means there's no heroes mid to fight. Immediately dives in. Wherever the Tiny is not, Team Spirit have massive freedom to make moves. The Tiny, it's really all about this Tiny. And 2 last wolf forms have knocked on PSG LGD's way. In fact, the game is slowly swinging into Team Spirit's favor, and they're kind of getting past that impossible timing of fighting this Tiny.
Oh, Collapse! He's got another grab! Jumps in, why? He's gone!
Yeah, if you're PSG LGD right now, you really gotta try to find a way to catch Team Spirit off guard. But they have the gem. They're setting up their vision smartly. They're playing around where they can see the dire heroes. If you look at the minimap, look at where they're positioned. Bottom side of the map, 2 hill wards here to cover any sort of entrance that LGD try to make. So they're always aware of what's going on. Very smart positioning on the map here. Team Spirit recognize that as long as we just delay the game, we don't feed, we don't give away anything for free, we're in a good position. Yatoro will carry us.
Never refuse gold given.
It's alright. In position now to maybe push down a threat in another tier 2 tower. We'll see the setup looking for Toronto Tokyo, but again, he senses something's up and they don't get that catch.
Yatoro now beating on the bottom tier 2 tower, doesn't get any sort of response. Means now they expect most of the LGD heroes to be on the top side of the map.
I mean, they've got Metamorphosis up in 10 seconds. Can they start to poke the high ground, or is, how aggressive do you want to get with these pushes?
It's a scary decision to make. I don't envy carry players that have to make this decision at this position in the game, but...
Are they going to make the call to commit? Metamorphosis is up for Yatoro. How hard does he want to push it into the base of PSG LGD? Doesn't look like they want to.
I think the idea here is to try to force the LGD heroes back into the base, so that they then can play around their own wards, and then potentially move over to the top side, remove any sort of vision that LGD has, and then get map control that way. And you know, with these illusions, pushing safely, you force the response.
Oh! He looks for the jumper collapse. He's not able to get the grab back on Nothing to Say. So Nothing to Say. Big gives up a mirror, holding him for the logo of the Feast. Gets cancelled by the Avalanche. The Winter's Curse coming to a quick end as PSG LGD now charging down the base. Poe comes crashing down onto Mirror. Ancient Seal for now onto Yatoro. He's looking to back up and reset inside the base. Toronto Tokyo. He's diving in past the tier 3s. He's able to take out Nothing to Say. Looking at Remnant over to the side. He's got his eyes over towards Y. Or maybe even more actually. He's holding on to that, not jumping back quite yet. As they've killed off 2. And with 2 dead, they may just have the roommate to push up to the high ground. Yatoro, he's stepping up. Still a bit longer of the Metamorphosis left. They're taking this tier 3 tower. There's going to have to be buybacks. Jinkyu back into the game. But a tier 3 taken here. Some damage being done to the Rex as well. No Kunkka for 40 seconds.
Yeah, and no wolf fight.
Collapse. He finds a grab. Jumps in. Drags back on the Skyrath mate. Jinkyu. He's gone for 70. Another man down on PSG LGD. Spirit. They'll keep the push going. And you've got to be careful, you know, Collapse is looking for another one. There it is, he's in, drag back on white. He just can't stop finding them, Collapse. Every single time, pick off after pick off. You can't stand anywhere near Spirit.
No, you absolutely can't. And Yatora's recognizing, you know, I don't have meta. I don't have my strongest spell, but neither do they. And he's just pushing it here. I think they're going to keep going for this buildings. They do not seem afraid. There's so much confidence right now in how they're playing. They get the buyback. He's been X-marked, but he has 3,000 HP.
He's so tanky. Sunder, Satanic at the ready if he ever feels threatened.
But look at this. LGD are coming in from behind. They recognize that they can't go on the front line. They need to catch the backline heroes.
They're going to try and go for the easy kill first, or at least they put the easier, maybe. But no, it's not. TP out there are able to stop it. Arme's in with the combo. They catch the Bane. They need more, though. Nothing to say in the team. Doesn't look like they're going to get it. Meposhka's off into the trees. They won't be able to find him to stop that escape. Team Spirit, they take a Rex, they take a tier 3 in the mid lane. They only end up losing a Bane, pushing them up now to an 8k lead against PSG LGD.
Yep, and once again, both the wolf forms are expended. So you know what that means? Roshan's available. Metamorphosis is ready in 10 seconds. Team Spirit are going to eye it up.
That's going to get even harder to deal with Yatora now. He's got the full Silver Edge done, so the ability to sort of duck in and out of the fights. He is going to be a right nightmare to deal with. We see Arme's farm not too far behind, but you definitely feel that at the moment, with the timings that they've hit, Spirit as a unit are so much harder to deal with than it is for them to take down PSG LGD.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's reflected in the way that Alm is playing, but he's about to get caught here at the top lane.
There's Collapse, in with the Horn Toss, dropping the RP. The BKB was out in time, he's into the invis for the physical. Is it going to be enough here from this Terrorblade? And Yatora is focusing down Arme. Arme's trying to run, but he can't get away from him. Arme out for 80. They're ready to chase for more. Collapse, skewing in to close the distance onto Jinkyu. They've caught the Skyrath, set up there as well with the curse. They're ready to close up onto Fabian as well. They're going for a third kill here. Skewer from Collapse, back into the claws of Spirit.
Team Spirit has lasted through the hardest part of the game. Now, everything is theirs. Just need to play this calmly, don't overextend, recognize that as long as we play around our own timings, this game is firmly in our grip.
I mean, there's 3 dead. There's no buyback. It's only nothing to say. And why left here for the defense? As Team Spirit, they're onto the tier 4s. They've got a fortification, but there's still those long seconds before they get their 2 cores back in the game, PSG LGD.
They're gonna have to try to do something. I don't think they have enough time to wait for Tiny to respawn.
See how carefully Team Spirit play it.
Goes back.
There's still 20 seconds, no Arme. They can push. They can push this Spirit. They don't need a back. 20 seconds without Arme. They're going to look for more grabs before they close it up. Jump ball for Collapse. Jinkyu goes down. Nothing to say as well. HX point, nothing to say. The buyback. 8 seconds until Arme with the Ancient. They're looking to close it up.
They're
they can taste the championship. They can taste the money. But the backdoor protection kicks in. The backdoor protection is in. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. PSG LGD, they'll start now to force Spirit back out the base. Meposhka will get himself out with a blink. They just need to reset Spirit.
They're trying to get out. Faith Beyond's on top of though.
Got the curse. Holding back the Lycan. Why? Being a bit of a nuke off to the side. Impetus on Tamira, but why? It's chased down by Collapse. You saw it, they've got him. Well, the silence is well forward. Collapse. BKB. Do it back. Into the clutch of the Yatora. Yatora. They're going to be able to lock him down with the RP. Where's the detection? Where's the detection?
No detection.
They need to see him. They don't get to see him. Arme, he's going to live. He's going to turn towards Mirror. He's still very low here. And then a slide check. Get him. They finish him off. Oh, nothing to say.
What a TP.
What a TP. He's out. He's alive.
So, no buyback on Toronto Tokyo. No buyback on Faith Beyond.
Boy.
No buyback on Ame.
Oh my goodness.
There is a Roshan.
There is.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it.
I mean, it was so close. But the backdoor protection kicks in. PSG LGD are able to pull together a defense. They lose their tier 4s. But the Ancient still stands.
Yep, Satanic used Sunder as well. You can feel the nerves. I can feel it. It's just so much on the line. Just one Sentry Ward could have won them the game there, but support's unfortunately not able to get into range.
Let's see what they can do around this pit. They're still down 16k PSG LGD, but they've got all their ults up. Can they make any sort of steal? They've already managed to set up here onto the Kunkka. They're going to go straight to it. Yatora coming in with a BKB. The Cards holds back arm out the side. Nothing to say. He's going to go down. Out for 110. Yatora's ready to step over his next target. He's looking over towards Arme. Collapse. Popping the BKB. Maposhka keeping himself alive with a cold embrace. Spirit. They'll turn over towards Arme, but Arme's still got the BKB to go. He's killed off another support. He's looking at Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo by the time of the yours. He's got another Remnant. Slight of this into the Remnant of the high ground. He's away. Both teams here, sneaking around under the cover of these silver edges. Watching one another.
Metamorphosis is out, but so is the two wolf forms. It's both teams taking it safe right now. But look at why. He's stuck on the cliff.
Why?
Dude, look at how carefully they're playing it. They're scared to walk up here and try to kill him.
Watch, Slash. Oh, they got him.
There we go.
They'll take him off the cliff.
But look at Roche! Oh, Armin's killing Roche!
Oh, no, he can't do it, surely. Blink out time collapse. He's got his eyes on him. Still nothing to say or why for 50 seconds.
Armin's alone.
He's gone in alone. That was a risky move. He's got the back of a Shin Cube. But Spirit, big chase on. Slight chase. Arme is gone. 2 minutes. No Tiny. Ancient exposed. Spirit, they'll make the walk over towards the Ancient.
They're not waiting for the creeps.
They're ready to close it this time. Only 2 left. Can they stop a PSG LGD? I know that they can. GQ's got it. It's over.
GG.
It's over. GG's done it. They have done it. Team Spirit. They come into the grand finals. 2 games straight up. They take them away from PSG LGD. Game 3 and Game 4. And PSG LGD, they hit back. But the Game 5, even though they get knocked out in 3 and 4, Spirit, they come back with the same skill and ability that's taken them this whole road to the grand finals. And what a road it has been. They take down Fnatic, OG, VP, IG, Secret.
Holy Spirit, activate.
The 5 of the grand finals, the international 10, they defeat the same skill and ability that's taken them this whole road to the grand finals. The international 10, they defeat PSG LGD. Arguably the favourites coming into the tournament.
Absolutely, and they don't just defeat any PSG LGD. They beat PSG LGD playing their best draft. This is all the heroes that PSG LGD wanted. Like Seb touched on, Lycan, Tiny, they invented this. This was the most dominant combo of this tournament, and they beat it. They figured out how to beat it, and they beat the best team at playing it.
I mean, it's insane as well. 4 of them, their first TI.
That's crazy.
Toronto, Tokyo, Collapse, Spirit, the first time. They've been on the TI main stage. Maposhka, he's been it before, but only top 8 this time. Leading the boys to the championship title. And taking home $18 million in Zania.
That's unbelievable. I know before this tournament, I was streaming and people would ask me like, where do you think Team Spirit...
If everything goes their way, maybe top 6. I never saw this coming. Not in a million years. What an unbelievable performance.
What a story, what a road, what a dream here.
Woo! Lang yung true side nito. Feel ko, puro Magnus lang na ano. So yeah, I'm tired. Let's see. Text GDI. The winner is Holy Spirit Activate. Smells like Team Spirit. And ayun. Okay.
be a good true side, though. It's gonna be a good true side for sure.
The true side is... Yung true side nito parang si Magnus lang na tumutulak eh. Holy Spirit. MVP. Holy Spirit.
Mikoshka.
Hello?
Hello, Mikoshka. Congratulations on winning the International 10. I must ask, you are the captain of a team who has with 4 players who have never played at a TI. How did your team come together and become so strong?
It's all because of our manager, Korban. He made
longest
the team. He invited me and already a good start.
They're about to take some pictures.
But I don't know. It's just because we did a lot of work, hard work. Also, we had a bootcamp before that international, and that was the hardest bootcamp I ever had. So. Actually, I don't know. It just happens.
It just happens. He said the manager. He said the boot camp. He said the team. It just happens. Now, you and your teammates are you're so young, and this is only the beginning. What is next for you?
I have no idea, actually. I don't even know what to say. So I have no idea. Maybe we're gonna think about this later, but right now I don't really know what we're gonna do. Maybe when someone will broke. I forgot word.
All right, you are going to come back next year and defend your title, right?
I wanted to say maybe someone gonna leave from Dota. I'm not really thinking. No, I'm not really sure that it's not gonna happen. Because such a big prize. And do you really need to play Dota now after this? So I have no idea who gonna what. I hope you understand me.
Oh, absolutely. There is so much going on right now. You just won a huge tournament, the biggest tournament. So to not know is totally fine. Look at your teammates. They are celebrating right now. Do you have anything that you want to say to your fans?
As I already said, sometimes thanks for your support, every fan who supported us till the tournament. So, a lot of people wrote me a lot of messages that good luck guys, good luck, we believe in you. And thank you for everything, thank you all.
All right, go ahead and celebrate with your team. Once again, everyone, I present to you Team Spirit, your champions of the International 10. And now, back to you.
What a fantastic performance from Team Spirit. They pull through here in this best of 5. They take game 5. That was their 8th game of Dota 2 they played today, by the way, and they crushed it. Also, if you were to look at Team Spirit's team earnings before today, you would have seen that they had, out of their 6 years that they've been around, $500,000 to their name. It upped a little bit. It's already updated. 18 million added to the list, Brian. I mean, this team has been fantastic. They delivered some amazing Dota.
Ayun. Congratulations, Team Spirit, for winning the international. Thank you for watching. Yeah, this is me. I'm gonna sign off. 2:00 na dito. So, ayun. Congrats. Good night. Goodbye and good night. Bang!